What's going on, UFO? Yeah, man. Shout outs to everybody here. What's going on, Cynical One? Shout outs to everybody here in the building. Good to see everybody here. Man, I am running behind on so much content. But we are here, man. Got a lot of stuff to chop up with you guys today. It's Player Talk Radio. I woke up late. And I'm running late, but it's all good. You dig? Shout outs to Cynical One in the building. UFO Kamikaze in the building. If you guys can do me a huge favor and share the show via Facebook, Discord, all that good stuff. You guys can do me a huge favor and share the show. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, right back at the helm of today's show. Good morning, everybody. It's Player Talk Radio. Man, there's a lot of stuff going on in the world today. So much stuff I want to tackle and talk about on today's show. If you guys don't know, it's a type of relationship that this space should have been talking about, but not. See, we got, like I said, it's a lot to cover. It'll make your head spin. My head been spinning for a good minute, man. I've been having an up and down weekend, but don't trip. You know what I'm saying? I need you guys to hit the like button on the way in and support the show. Now let's talk about it. Before we get into it, shout outs to Rayology in the building, man. Good to see you, bro. Yeah. I'm noticing that too. I wanted to bring up the topic, and I'm glad that you're here, bro. I'm glad that you said that, because this is stuff that the manosphere should be talking about. Like, I'm gonna get into it. And this is why, like, you gotta deal and talk to brothers that know what they're talking about, because you got all these other dudes that's running around here that will literally reset, they will literally reset the they'll literally reset the conversation with their foolishness. You know what I'm saying? And their lack of misunderstanding. What I mean by that is that you got a lot of guys and people that want to get in on these topics, and like I said, believe that they're experts in it, and it's not even about being experts in the topic. You can learn a lot from rookies and stuff, so it's not even really about that, but it's about moving these conversations forward. It's about bringing something new to the table, or talking about something that's going to move the conversations forward. And a lot of people aren't moving these quote-unquote manosphere conversations forward. You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to pay attention. It's all reset. How much times are we going to do a 50-50 video? Save some room for doing it again in the future for your own damn self, So let's move the conversation forward, because unbeknownst to a lot of people in these spaces, you need to be somewhat of an expert on not relationships, but you at least need to be familiar with different types of relationships. You need to at least be familiar with different types of variations of relationships. It's in your best interest. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people, they sit up here, I need to read about polygamous relationships. I ain't gonna be polygamous. Yeah, but people in your audience might. Or you might be covering something or talking about a situation that may require you to know about some of that stuff. A lot of these dudes don't even understand the knowledge to even pull from at least a hypothetical situation. It don't matter if you are into it. It don't matter if that's your relationship arrangement. And it don't matter, you know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, just sitting around talking about it, you got to know about certain things. I'm not saying you got to be an expert or a subject matter expert, or have imposter syndrome or something like that. What I'm saying is that you got to know about different things. You got to know about different relationships. You got to know, about certain things, whether you engage in them or not. Didn't nobody tell you to get on here and portray yourself as an expert in relationships and then you not know about certain things? And that's the problem with a lot of guys around here and everybody in the yesteryear and everybody of today. Everybody is going to believe that they're an expert, or has believed or will believe that they're an expert in relationships, whether they're doing something or not. And I get that. What I'm saying is that if you're going to be talking about it in an online forum, at least know what you're talking about or be familiar with it, so that you can move forward in a conversation, or you can talk about a conversation, even if you're not actively engaging in certain things. Read up on certain things, educate yourself. You can learn a lot. I'm not trying to listen to no person that believes that they've learned everything and then then it's over with, or they're a master of everything. You can always learn. you know so today's gonna kind of be one of those shows where you might learn something. Most people actually in these spaces, until they hear it here and there's some type of discussion about certain things or aspects of it, most people don't know what a free use relationship is. Most people haven't heard the term. And I've been talking about these relationship terms even back, you can go back to 2020, even before then. I'm talking about a lot of these terms that are being used, in these spaces. So, free use. Let me actually do this. I'm gonna go to Google, so I'm not misdefining this word. You got your boy Trump out here. Saying that the Department of Education will no longer oversee student loans and special needs. That's going to be interesting. What you say, Sin? Sin said, I haven't heard of this term until today. Yeah, a lot of people haven't, because these people have been bogging y'all down with their goofball rhetoric and speech, Shout outs to everybody here. Y'all hit the like button. Support the show. Hit the Cash App. I got y'all. Shout outs to the people here that want to learn. Throw something on the player talk tariffs. Rayology said they probably don't even know the difference between polygamy and polygyny. I'm telling you, man. We want to argue about relationships and who knows what and bullshit all day. So, a fair use relationship, shout outs to UFO Kamikaze. That's what I was saying. I was like, man, I keep forgetting. This reminds me of fair use, right? Free use, fair use, right? Put it in the description. Let's get it. A fair use relationship is a kink to where somebody consents to being available for sexual intimacy or being used by their partner at any time, essentially removing the traditional boundaries around intimacy. So for a lot of people that's trying to gain an understanding of it, it's kind of like not necessarily a friends with benefits relationship, but it's kind of like an open relationship. It's kind of like you're open to each other at any time and at each other's beck and call. And there's a lot of different types of, actually, when I really got into the topic, there's a lot of different types of free use relationships, but the basis of it is kind of like available at any time for a particular person, and can be used at any particular time, whether it's sexual or whether it's for whatever reason. It's between you and the person that you're in the relationship with, honestly. To tell you the truth. I'm pretty sure back in the day, in its inception, it had a different meaning to it. But these days, some of y'all got to take what y'all get. You dig what I'm saying? And my thing is why haven't the manosphere been talking about this type of stuff? Because these guys are so behind on information, and a lot of goofballs, zillennials, are running around in the manosphere. Shout outs to the real zillennials that are soaking up the game of yesteryear, because a lot of them people don't even know why they're using the internet and what they using the internet for. And the sad part is that a lot of the stuff that they're using the internet for is some type of taboo life that they've never lived before, And like I said, I'm gonna do another show on this. What dropped on Gen Z, what dropped on the millennials and dropped on Gen X is wild work. That's the last time, those relationships that people are trying to use the internet today have been seen. Everything else is modern after 2010, 2015 and stuff like that. Everything else is modern, honestly. And people are trying to use the internet to get that back. People are trying to use the internet to get that back. So imagine chasing a ghost. Mama, I'm chasing a ghost. I don't know who he is. That ass. Oh, shit. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm putting something together, man. Please hit the like button. Support the show. Share the show. You never know. Sin says, I'm a few years removed from Gen X. Okay. Sin says, as far as free use relationship, that arrangement have been taking place since the dawn of human history. Yes, it actually has. And a lot of people are living it. Whether they notice or not. And also, too, something that I pointed out when I first started talking about it many, many years ago, is that a lot of people that are free using each other, they're in marriages. They're in marriages. Interesting as it is, you got wives and husbands that's just using each other for sex and got to be at each other's beck and call, and not necessarily, sometimes it don't mean like they're not into each other, they don't love each other. It's just like some years, especially if you've been with your spouse for years, some years are better than others. Some years y'all are madly in love. Some years it's like, yeah, nigga, what you want? Growing pain. What's going on, JR? Shout out to JR in the building, man. He said, go in, Kuda. You said, I gotta work on my car. Do the nice rant on these suckers. I absolutely will. I appreciate you. Shout outs to everybody here. Let's get it started. Y'all hit the like button. Hit the Cash app. Support the show. Our goal is $50. It's Player Talk Radio. I appreciate everybody here. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Let's get the show on the road, all right? It's Player Talk Radio. So, you said that rant the other day on that one dude was epic. Yeah, man, you gotta burn people up. He got like 3 videos lined up ready to go after me, and I'm like, bro, you sit up here like right now he's stalking and watching the show. This is how weird dudes in the space are. He's stalking and watching my show right now, but it's like, all right, entertainment over. Like the ride is over. Like, you just gonna continue doing videos on me, and I'm going to move on to my topics. I don't care. I didn't know who old boy was. You know what I'm saying? Making diss videos on DJ Kuda for 3 years is wild work, bro. Being offended by me talking about how dudes don't put enough they don't know, they don't have equipment, they don't know how to use equipment, and all kinds of shit. It's like, bro, you already cooked. If you don't understand that at the tender age of 50, and shout outs to my brothers that are in their 50s, getting to the chicken. But if you don't understand that at the tender age of 50, bro, I don't got nothing to talk to you about, man. You just gonna keep doing content about me, and hopefully the people that's gonna watch that content on your side come over here and get their mind right. You know what I'm saying? Because if that's what they watching, and then if that's what they entertain with, yeah, go ahead and pass your little. Some of them people, I don't even want them over here. A lot of people in the people audience are helmets anyway. But yeah, go ahead and relinquish your audience to me, and I got them. If they're looking for entertainment, I got them. Definitely more entertaining than you. You know, like a lot of you guys, I don't give a damn how long you've been doing YouTube. That don't mean you know what the hell YouTube is. A lot of these dudes are goofballs. Like, it's like, okay, if you want to keep tagging me in your channel, what you don't realize is that you're surrendering your channel to me. You're handing your channel over to me, because guess what? Somebody gonna subscribe to your channel and they're gonna be like, man, I'm actually looking for content. What do you do other than talk about other men and other guys? So if you knew better, you do better. This ain't a dead end channel. This is a channel where you could come over here and learn about a lot of things you never thought you could learn about. It's a channel where you can come over here and soak up a lot of game on a lot of different things that you can, So go ahead and slut your channel out and start sending people over here. We already need 8 people to get 4K. Some of y'all got to figure out how the hell YouTube works. What's going on, New? Shout out to everybody in the building. Y'all hit the like button, hit the Cash App. Please support today's show. Let's get started, man. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. Let me see. I'm so bad with dudes. The dude who you said I'm so bad with dudes. Well, you said I'm so bad with dudes. The dude who used to support you. I'm not sure. What do you mean by that, JR? You said the married couple who don't live in the same place. And I'm not talking about the ones who are separated either. Yeah, there's a lot of married couples that are in free use relationships. And honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. It might not be a messed up gear to revert back to, but it is what it is. Shout outs to New in the building. What's going on, player? He said he's having a premature midlife crisis. Yeah, man. He gotta I gotta feel testosterone again. Let me beef with somebody and yell today. Like, man, go take some multivitamin, my nigga. And relax. That's some whole shit and some motion. Oh, I'm mad at you because you talk about something that you're into, and I think that you're directing it to me. Oh man, if the shoe fits, wear it, my guy. I don't know what the hell to tell you. That's a personal problem. It seems like you had a personal problem, for 3 years. I don't know. That's like some weirdo shit to find out that somebody been talking to themselves and in their feelings about me for 3 years straight, and it's like I legitimately don't know them. You know what I'm saying? And the space is so small that I would catch wind or know that if somebody's dissing me, But I didn't find out old boy was dissing me until like, less than 24 hours. And then I found out, damn, it was more than 3 years old boy been dissing me. And I'm like, damn, that's crazy, bro. Talking to yourself for 3 years. And then what's even more embarrassing is that when somebody calls you out on that and they're like, damn, you've been dissing me for 3 years? That's ridiculous. I'm now trying to piece this together. And then I'm like, damn, because it's an animosity thing, Like I said, I rap. I've been around the music industry for a long time. I've been doing a lot of different things, just a lot of different things. And you never know when somebody got animosity towards you. These people will smoke you. You know what I'm saying? And you won't even know half the time before you saying your last words. It's some goofy shit, and then you like, damn, okay, you gonna get shot over some goofy shit, I guess. Some whatever dumbass goofy vibe or gripe somebody has towards you. But what made me know for sure, a lot of guys, a lot of brothers out here are suffering with mental narcissism and mental illness, was when I asked, oh boy, like, yo, what is this about? Like, what, like all jokes aside, yeah, we could get here and curse each other out and shit like that. It's like, okay, bro, you've been dissing me for 3 years. What is this about? And in a feeble attempt to not feel or look stupid, he gonna say to me, You've been sending subs to me for years and responding back to me for years, and it's like it's like a feeble attempt to like realize, like, damn, I kind of been on broski pause. I kind of been on broski's head top the whole time, and whole time he and nobody here knew I was talking about or to him. So to make me feel like I'm not going crazy, I gotta tell him or respond to him and say, you know what the hell you were you were responding to me. You know what you did and stuff like that. It's like, no, I don't. That means you spent a long time. That means you spent months, rainy days, good days. That means you spent a good chunk of your life dissing me. It never reached to me. I didn't know I was being dissed like that until recently. And you sat up there and spent a good amount of your YouTube career dissing me. You can't get them 3 years back, bro. And to try to justify your action, to think that I'm talking to you, that's crazy work. That's crazy work. Now I'm talking to you for the first time in 3 years. What's going on, Bronze? Now I'm talking to you. But damn, dog, you thought you were that important. Damn, dog, imagine thinking you that important. Get some help, man. We're gonna try to stream Diary of a Tired Black Man over on Rumble. So definitely y'all hit the like button and support the show if you would like us to do that. If you would like us to stream Diary of a Tired Black Man. My bad. What's going on, Ray? Hold on, let me see if I can. Right, that's a good question. Can you get your your money back? Can you get a tax write-off of a free use situation? That's hilarious. But you got to be careful too, because women will try to get a hold on, y'all. What is this? Okay. Hold on, y'all. I didn't know. Oh, that's probably where that Dolce thing came from. I didn't know SZA and Kiki Palmer had uh, 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 a comedy show. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, you gotta be careful with asking if you can get a write off because guess what? They might try to get some type of spousal support in a free use relationship. But I don't know because I think a lot of free use relationships you can turn them into business relationships. Some of those business relationships, if you think about it, dudes sleeping with their coworkers or their secretaries and stuff like that. That's kind of like a free use. That's kind of like a free use relationship. Shout outs to everybody over on Rumble. All right. Oh, my bad. I copied and pasted the wrong thing on Rumble. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Let me delete this message. Let me pin. Hold on. Yeah, shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to everybody over on Rumble real quick. Hold on real quick. Let me get my thing situated real quick. But we're gonna talk about it. Make sure y'all hit the poll, subscribe, support the show before you guys hit the poll on the way in. What's your thoughts on free use relationships? This is stuff that the manosphere should be talking about. A lot of cats in these spaces should be, you understand what I'm saying? Very well versed in the different variations of relationships instead of reacting to them. All right. Shout outs to everybody over on the Rumble side of the game. Make sure you guys hit the Cash App. You said people claim the views on Rumble are cooked and altered by them. I don't know. There might be a service out there that'll get your Rumble popping. I don't know. I don't buy views. A lot of dudes, speaking of people buying views, I had to roast up a couple dudes that buy views. A lot of dudes be buying views and stuff like that, and then wondering why their channel don't take off. It's because it's confusing the algorithm. By the time the algorithm, they cook their own channels because by the time the algorithm gets over to their channels, the algorithm is like, oh, okay. Well, you have views already, because the YouTube algorithm is working. It's goofy. I don't like it, but it's working weird nowadays. Like what YouTube does is that it shows your videos and it advertises your videos to a pool, different pools of audiences, and one of the pools of audiences is your recurring viewers and people that use browse features to find your channel, and other different things. You know what I'm saying? So by the time you cook your own channel by buying views, or if you have bought views, by the time the algorithm is trying to show your algorithm to a certain your channel or your page to a certain audience. Hold on, what the hell is YouTube doing? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. By the time YouTube try to show the shit to your audience, they're like, oh, okay, you already got views. Where did it come from? And they'll keep your views if you bought them maybe for a little bit, but it can't really account for it. So it don't know where to push your video. So you got a lot of people that's up in the clouds right now calling themselves hate watching me, getting laced with game, that need to go revamp their channels. But I'm getting views on Rumble now. I'm starting to get tapped into certain algorithms A lot of people are looking for the channel, you know. And we're doing pretty good over on Rumble, you know. So I appreciate that. Rumble was one of those things that will, that I had to make sure I show up every day. So I make sure we're always streaming on Rumble, and I had to, make sure I just consistently been doing videos over there. But I need a lot of you guys to actually go over to Rumble because I'm gonna have exclusive content and things that I can't do on YouTube over there. Over there, you understand what I'm saying? And if you guys want to catch the replay of all the videos, you guys can head over to Rumble and catch the replay of the videos. So I'm glad that Rumble, is starting to pick up, this year. So that's good. Now if we can get the kick to pick up, so I gotta, hold on, y'all. I gotta get the kick popping off. But shout outs to everybody here. Let's get into it. So much stuff to cover. I'm trying to get this Diary of a Tired Black Man video so we could watch it over at on Rumble. But anyway, so much relationship stuff to cover. I saw this video not too long ago. I see what's going on, Cap? Good to see you, brother. Welcome to the show, big dog. I saw Pink Book Lessons went over it. So recently we were talking about a couple of celebrity relationships and marriages and stuff like that. Like I said, we were going over marriages and a lot of different variations in celebrities and stuff. We've been talking about when it comes to the topic of marriage. We talked a little bit about Dwayne Wade, and we talked a little bit about Iman Shumpert and Tiana Taylor. We're gonna get into that a little bit later because Tiana actually responded, and we got a Breakfast Club clip of her response and stuff like that. And Iman, I heard he going crazy in these streets. You got a lot of sisters that took to the internet and wanted the brothers to know that, oh, they're not Iman Shumpert, and the sisters always do that. They'll do that from time to time. We'll try to surface and stuff like that and get on the internet and do these shows. It's not the first rodeo I've ever been in, but they'll do these shows trying to tell average black men or regular black men, hey, get married because you have nothing to lose. Oh, you don't have as much as Iman Shumpert, or you don't have, and I'm telling you, I mean, the pool of brothers that they would build that would listen to them, that will get married, a lot of those dudes are suckers. Because again, it's obtaining something that you'll never get. Socialism and just the world and stuff like that has put a novelty on things that people will say, or other people will say, they're not able to be obtained. Like a woman will play games with you and play keep away or play hard to get or something like that. Or a woman will like you. And remember, I said if a woman likes you, she'll break rules, whereas guys that she don't like, she'll make rules. Women make rules for the guys that they kind of don't like, or they're on the fence about, and they break rules for guys that they undoubtedly like and stuff like that. But the thing is that a lot of women, since the beginning of time, they wish they could control marriage, and that's the thing. Women don't control marriage. You understand what I'm saying? Women don't control marriage, and a lot of women, that eats them up inside. That fucks them up inside because it's, to them, they take it as a testament to their desirability. Does somebody want me? Who gonna marry me? Even if guys have proposed to me, have I turned them down? You understand what I'm saying? It's an ego blow to a lot of them. That's why a lot of them they don't mind being divorced because it symbolizes that they're desirable to a certain degree, that they were married before. You understand? You know, women, and marriage is another step to wealth to women and stuff like that. So it's in a lot of women's best interest to even hype up or tell goofy dudes or just a pool of men to marry them. You see what I'm saying? Because even guys want to be married also. So what happens is, it don't matter if you're a regular guy like Iman or not like Iman. You understand what I'm saying? You know, you gotta, you could build something with a woman and it get taken away. On the second year of marriage, you could come up with a business idea, and y'all do a whole business arrangement, and that get taken away, in divorce court and stuff like that. So it's like you can build, the life that you want. You can build the life that you want, but it can get taken away. Like I said, and like I said, marriage is the number one. Marriage is the number one tool that women use to obtain wealth. You know, so you had women like Tiana Taylor, that wanted to be independent. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, she's an actress, and especially if you have a career in acting and stuff like that. A lot of those women, they especially around the time that my bad, Gabrielle Union. I meant Gabrielle Union with Wade Wade. Gabrielle Union, you can say she was an actor even in the diva era. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of those women, they're prideful. They believe that their image and what they stood for over the years really stands for independence and excellence. At one point it did. It's kind of taboo to be standing on yesteryear's principles in a lot of cases. No matter how real they are. Um, but we gotta modernize. We absolutely have to modernize. I was listening to a show a little bit yesterday with Aaron Clary, and he had the Joker on there and stuff like that. And they were kind of talking about taboo stuff. But you gotta modernize. Millennial and Gen X men got hit with it the hardest. And a lot of some boomers got hit, with what's going on in the world right now the hardest. Millennials, they're acclimated to it. They're kind of like I wouldn't say a lost generation, but they got their own thing going. over. Yeah, like I said, you're a small percentage. You know, we use technology and then we move on. You know, and like I said, we lived in an era where all of that stuff, and maybe at this point, some of the stuff, not even just millennial men and women or Gen Z men and women are trying to restore. Um, some Gen Xers and millennial men and women, um, they get gaslighted because it's like, oh, well, you're trying to restore a world that's not here anymore. And it's like, no, it's here. You know what I'm saying? The world is here. And we're not, it's not like we're trying to restore our childhood or anything like that. No, the world was literally a different place. Dating was literally a different place. And the fucked up part is that how a lot of millennials, right, and Gen Xers, when you were introduced to dating, you didn't understand it. And the messed up part is that you probably would do good with dating nowadays, but dating is taking on its own, it's taking on its own patina. You know what I'm saying? Dating has taken on its own patina now. So it's like, damn, you probably would have been good at dating right now, but it's changed. And you didn't understand dating then. You may need people to explain it to you now, and you barely understood it going through the motions, adapting to it. So now you probably have the skills to do good in yesteryear's dating climate, but today's dating climate is completely different. Some guys would have worked better if they had to build their dating pool. That's what a lot of the pickup artists did. They had to manually build their dating pool. Now, you can be as lazy as you want to because the internet dupes you into believing you have a dating pool. And the internet greatly raised everybody's dating pool. You see what I'm saying? So it's a lot of people that's, I'm not even gonna lie, it's a lot of people that's just straight up lazy. Or don't know what a whole, done for you, not DIY, even though it's all DIY, not know how to use a done for you dating pool. So again, I walk y'all down to that information to ask you guys again, why hasn't the manosphere started talking about free use relationship? Because that's what it seems like a lot of these guys want. A free use relationship. Instead of soaking up game, y'all could have learned a thing or two from Locario. I've talked to a lot of the brothers here, whether if they have game, believe in the game, or whatever they believe in. And it's like a lot of the dudes can't wait till they get a wife or a cooperative woman to start cheating. And it's like, bro, figure one thing out first and then possibly move on to something else. Figure one thing out first and then possibly move on to something else. Baby steps. Baby steps. Sin says you do have a point, Kuda. Sin says, I kind of disagree. Most divorces are initiated by women, but yeah, it's usually the man that decides to pop the question. Yeah, more than 80% of divorces are initiated by women. That's what I'm trying to say. They can get locked into the marriage, and when they feel like they want to pull the trigger, they can pull the trigger. I mean, men have the option to pull the trigger also, but men are getting, let's keep it 100. Men are getting rocked to sleep in these marriages. And women know when to pull the trigger and who to pull the trigger on, or take to divorce court. And then think about it like this. This is why a lot of men are paranoid. A woman, right, fellas? Depending on what you're doing, she can either set you back a couple of years with her foolishness or whatever she got going on, or wanting you to just calm down, right? No, I got you, Sin. I'm broad stroking right now. You know, I'm you know, covering a bunch of topics right now because we're gonna get into these topics a little bit later. I got you. But what I'm saying is that, like, a lot of women, they can either stop you on your journey, they can slow you down, or they can really help you on your journey and speed up the process of whatever you got going on. Or, like I said, they can slow you down a couple of years or completely. You know, they can bring what you got going on to a halt easily. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that it's fucked up thinking that, oh, you know, I'm getting closer and closer to my wife because she helps me out. She makes sure the food is there. She makes sure the kids taken care of. She makes sure I'm in good position to, you know, accelerate what I got going on business-wise or job-wise and stuff like that. And when you think the marriage is going well, and she like, okay, he making money now, boom, divorce. She can half Eddie you at any time. Half Eddie. You did? So that's, you know, not to make y'all paranoid, but that's a possibility. She can, you know, pull the rug up under your success at any time and take it. So again, like I was saying about Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade, is that she went back to her husband. Mind you, her husband, y'all, with her tail tucked, because she probably was talking to him crazy. Most likely she was talking to him crazy. And she probably cursed him out, or, you know, wanted to be independent. And then when the bag ran out, you know what I'm saying? Now all of a sudden, you know, she feels like an alien to her husband. That's regret. You know what I'm saying? That's regret that Gabrielle Union feels towards Dwayne Wade. That's regret. You know? So I'm pretty sure she ran her mouth. And I ain't gonna lie, pretty women never really see it coming. Because there used to be a world where there was no ending to what they had going on. But, oh yes, there's an ending to what you got going on, you know. There's an ending to what you got going on, you know. There's a shelf life, and there's a lifespan to what you got going on. You dig? New said you should be paranoid instead of going in eyes wide shut. Yeah, you know, that's when they get you. You know what I'm saying? You like, man, the house good, the car good, the wife good, everything. Whole T, she not good. And she plotting on you. And she might be cheating, because think about it. Sometimes dudes, when you get to that level of success, or you feel like you at, you know, whatever personal level of success you may get to, you might start cheating, or she might think you're cheating, or she just might be cheating. and got a whole exit. You busy off, providing, and she got a whole exit strategy plan. You know, a lot of women too don't even see marriage as the end of the tunnel. A lot of women don't see marriage as the end of the tunnel. Sometimes they want to be divorced too. They be collecting titles like Pokemon. Think about it. Think about it. Women got too much titles. You got love interest, exclusivity, girlfriend, baby mama, fiance. Like, how much titles do women have? Women have endless titles that they got to go through. You and them got to treat that title like shifting gears, you know? You got to know that woman like you know your engine. Sometimes you can't just shift into gear number one. Sometimes you got to ease into gear number one, right? To get a better response, right? So you can't just be throwing titles around left and right. Even though, I'm not even going to lie, a lot of guys throw that fiance title around crazy. You know, that fiance title in a lot of cases, people throw that shit around to shut the women up in a lot of cases. And sometimes they throw it around righteously. And then some guys, as soon as you called her your fiance, that damn near was the end of your marriage. Because if she got to wait a long time before marrying you or getting something out of you, shit, she might spend the whole marriage resenting you. And that's kind of what happens with with shorties like Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade. Sometimes, even as a wife, you talk to that man crazy. If you in rooms and stuff with rich people, actresses and actors and stuff like that, they're around some real paper. They're around people with real paper. So a lot of them, it don't faze them being around NBA players and stuff like that. They look at those guys like kids, and a lot of those ball players, they get taken advantage of, because they are kind of kids with daddy's wallet type shit. They go through that phase. So a lot of those women, especially the older women, they try to get those young NBA players and stuff like that because they're gullible. They're a mark. So they really try to get in with them. They really try to get in with them and pick up where whatever left off, whether it's that person's family or whether they've been raised by the league or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So they try to get in. They try to latch on and attach to them. Some of those women don't even care about the cheating. They looking, they're not gonna let a little cheating fuck up their bag. So it's a lot of stuff that goes on. A lot of stuff that goes on. So a lot of stuff we got to talk about. So a lot of time, a lot of NBA players get talked to sideways because they try to flex a little bit, and you got the actresses that humble them. Oh, I don't need your bag, Mr. NBA man. I can make my own bag, and then I ain't gonna lie, people like Gabrielle Union, they never think that their bag is gonna run out. They never think that, okay, well, we're not gonna pay you this much, or over the years you turned into a tyrant. You cursed out one of our directors, and he's on the set of this movie that's blowing up, and he doesn't want to cast you. And as a matter of fact, he made a phone call to a lot of people and told them not to cast you. Yeah, so she been in the game for a long time. And some of those sisters too that's in Hollywood, you gotta wait in your mid 40s and 50s. You gotta wait a little bit until you start growing gray hair. That's when they bring you back. Like you'll have like actresses, that been in the game for a long time. And then there's like a 4, 5, 6, 7 year period where they don't even want to use you anymore. And if you burn through your money through that period, then that shit crazy. Like you gotta wait till you're a little bit older. Some of the sisters, and then they bring you back. They do that with all the actors. I've seen they do that with men actors. I've seen they do that with a lot of the women actors too. You gotta wait till you kind of on some Cicely Tyson shit, and they bring you back, and it's like, oh, that's the honorary. They got Gabrielle Union with the gray hairs playing some honorary mother type figure in fucking Black Panther or some movie, some random movie. They'll bring you back. It's just how you handle it. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you got to wait till you're a little bit older. They'll use a young Lawrence Fishburne, and then later on, when he get older, guess what? They bring him back. So it's like, you gotta play the game how it go. Some years you gotta save, some years you gotta stack. But the thing is that you and them gotta make sure that you don't become a tyrant. Make sure you don't become a tyrant. And girls like Gabrielle Union, they become a tyrant in their house. They become a tyrant when it comes to Hollywood, and they get in those rooms and they start cursing people out, or they start doing certain things, and they even make it hard for their managers and stuff like that. They fuck it up. That's all I can say. They fucked it up. They fuck up their opportunities, and even then, they still will bring you back because the audience want to see you and you sell tickets, but you gotta wait a couple years, man. So she having a mental breakdown asking her husband for anything, and I'm like, damn, it seems like you probably treated him crazy, and then now that you got to come back and ask him for something, years later, it's like, damn. Imagine being dependent on somebody that you don't want to be dependent on, as if that ain't your husband, and as if something was to happen to you, he's not your legal guardian and stuff like that. That's crazy. You still got to explain to women that your husband is your legal guardian. That's why years ago, if y'all go back to old school Player Talk Radio, for those who've been here, y'all remember I used to run a shit test on a lot of women here. Point across. You remember back to old school Player Talk Radio, I would use my wording, and I would ask some of the women here, even the good women, I would ask some of the women here, does your husband own you? And just wait. That used to be one of my go-to lines. Y'all remember when I used to ask that question? Does your husband own you? And I would sit up here and listen to women say, oh no, he don't own me, and oh, he don't. Man, y'all done been through all of that, got married, dates, children, all this other stuff. And that man don't own you? And he's your guardian. It's an ego thing. It's an ego thing. Think about it. It's an ego thing. Own me. Don't nobody own me. Don't nobody, The answer to that question is yes. Your husband owns you. Your husband owns you. And then they reverse it. Oh, well, do I own him? You could. Because if you ask somebody about the guardians, right, and it's like their parent too, like it's like you go to school, and let's say you in the 9th grade or whatever grade you in, and the teacher's like, yeah, who's your guardian? Who owns you? Who do you report to? Who do you live with? If we got to call the ambulance or some type of, whose phone are we ringing? So yes, it's ownership to a certain degree. But see, the ego will prevent people. You have a whole husband that represents you, and you're afraid to let the world know that that person owns you. Crazy work. Let's try to at least get one contributor. An hour and 13 minutes into the madness. Hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App. Make sure you guys subscribe to Fighter Complex's channel. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. We had New in the building. Make sure you guys subscribe to New. News in the building. Make sure you guys subscribe to Rayology. I'll make sure y'all hit the like button and subscribe to the channels that I mentioned. And support the show. Hit the Cash App. It's Player Talk Radio. You said she turned the nigga out halfway. Yeah. A lot of stuff going on that we got to cover. What's your thoughts on Nikki Mudris and LeAngelo Ball? I don't know what's going on. I don't even know what's going on with LeAngelo these days. I don't keep up with the balls like that. Pause. Maybe y'all can fill me in on that situation, What's your thoughts on Anthony Mackie kissing a dude in the movie? I heard about that. I was going to pick up that story because I mentioned it like 2-3 shows ago, where he was talking about, success. And you had a lot of brothers coming out saying that, yeah, he's jihad. He's been through a couple rituals and whoop-de-whoop. And that a lot of men shouldn't even be listening to him about black success because of that. That's what I was hearing. So, I didn't have enough research done on the brother. Before I didn't have enough research done on the brother before I could really, bring you guys a show. Because I do my research. I do research before, I get on here and start talking about certain things. So I do my research and, take it from there, So if y'all can hit the like button and support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Hold on. Let me pin. Hempforfitness.com. You guys head over to Hemp for Fitness. All right, let's see what y'all said on the poll real quick before we get into it. Should people consider having a free use relationship? 20% of you guys say yes, it will work. 30% of you guys say no, what the hell is that? That's sad that this is the first time y'all hearing about this, especially in these spaces where people are supposed to be expert on relationships. Go figure, right? 30% says no, what the hell is that? 20% says learn something new today. And 30% tying says fair use, free use. You down with OPP? I don't know, y'all. Gabby is freaky as fuck. Yeah, they think of parents, yeah. Yeah, you don't own me, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people don't like Gabrielle Union. Thank you, Sin. News said good women, oxymoron. I guess, till that runs out. Shout outs to New. 2 black pill for your own good, man. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, support the show. Y'all said that Black Mirror episode was disgusting. Yeah, I heard. A lot of people don't like him. That's the crazy part, so. All right, y'all hit the like button, support the show. Let's at least get 1 to 2 supporters. Y'all know how we do it. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
Shout outs to our sponsors. Shout outs to our sponsors at hempforfitness.com. Are you looking for the ultimate fitness boost? Hempforfitness.com has you covered, delivering premium THC, CBD, and hemp products straight to your door. No mailbox is safe because they deliver anywhere in the U.S. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off your order. And here's the best part. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. You can't beat that. Whether it's recovery, energy, or performance, we've got all your THC, CBD, and fitness needs covered. Hempforfitness.com, your one-stop shop for a stronger, healthier, and happier you. Feel your journey with nature's best. That's hempforfitness.com. This is not medical or health advice, but it is gems and nutrition for a happier, healthier you. Don't be late. The results are great.
Hempforfitness.com.
So head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com.
TUBE-10. And for the rest of the month of March, over on hempforfitness.com, they're having a buy one get one free sale, and you also get 10% off if you mention if you use code T-TUBE10 and mention CUDA. You get 2 free gifts, and also too, on top of that, if you're looking at things on hempforfitness.com and it's equivalent, you can mix and match. You know, so you really can't beat this deal. You know, March is the color green. You know, green is the color of March, and you know, get on them deals, man. You know, definitely have your fitness and your situation straight before spring, man. All right. Some of y'all that's going out on dates, you know, you order at hempforfitness.com before you and Shorty go to the movies. You can pop a couple of them gummy bears or a couple of them circle rings. Oh, they're my favorite right there. You know, they got the candy over there. You know what I'm saying? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, you know. You could pop you a gummy bear, listen to Player Talk Radio while you at work, and get your job done, all right? Y'all hit the like button, support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go. Give me 1 second. And also, too, I wanted to show y'all that the day I was roasting up, you know, those weirdos that was over here the other night, or the other day, Dr. Umar, his daughter, was on another show. She was on some guy's show. And I don't know, maybe we'll find it a little bit later. I forgot the guy's show she was on, but hold on. Give me 1 second. And now Streamyards want to act up. She was on this guy's show not too long ago. And I forgot what she was talking about, but it was interesting. But we might go over that a little bit later. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. So they're saying that this was a humiliation ritual. I actually saw this, but I don't know what to think of it.
Look at us. Look at us.
Y'all, it's made every day. Look at this. I could get used to this. Is my guest co-host. Hi.
Hello.
By the way.
Hold on, y'all.
With 5 seconds, you did a little twirl, and then here we are.
It's the dramatics. It's the dramatics. I was just being a little dramatic.
I know this lady didn't just say he did a twirl and walked out to the audience. Apparently, the troll was off camera because I didn't see it, but she definitely was low-key trying to blast him, talking about he was twirling, and told everybody on national TV.
Okay, I got you, Ray.
NBA Hall of Famer Dwayne Wade was featured as a guest co-host for a week on Today with Jenna. It was a week full of sass and the promotion of the emasculated man. I'm telling you, a long-running L. Time to stop playing games. He's a punk. And at this point, him and his whole family, it's his weird feminist wife or his son daughter. The only person left in the house that's probably annoyed with all of them is his real daughter.
She straight up called Dwayne Wade a punk. Hold on, y'all. Let me see if I can fix this whole situation real quick so it can be clearer for you guys. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second, y'all. This should be a little bit better. All right, this should be a little bit better. I keep telling you guys, as the years go by, black women are gonna have to be very careful about, just running around calling dudes gay. People, honestly. Um, I even saw a Pop the Balloon show where they had I forgot the name of the rapper on there, but he was kind of bipolar too. He was saying that the girl looked good, and then in one breath he said the girl looked like a man, and then she like bent over to the camera and was like, "Oh, this is all pussy right here," and it was just trashy. And then he was like, "See, and that's all you have to offer." And she was like, "I got degrees." She said, "I got degrees." It's like I'm telling you, man, y'all gonna have to be careful calling dudes punks and stuff like that, and some of the stuff that y'all be saying about men, man. Like it's not even gonna be the heterosexual guys that's gonna get mad at you. It's gonna be your friends. Y'all be not paying attention who y'all got in proximity with you, and when they feel they want to be on some bullshit, hey, hopefully a man is there to protect you.
Mainstream media. But if it's not him looking a fool, it's his weird feminist wife or his son daughter. The only person left in the house that's probably annoyed with all of them.
Called her a weird feminist wife. Scandalous.
His real daughter, little Miss Kavia, the shady baby that's not really a baby anymore. And the oldest son, he's been dismissed and made out to be the black sheep because he don't want to be a girl. He's keeping a healthy distance from the whole circus. But as time goes on, it's being revealed that Dwayne's first wife wasn't as crazy as he tried to depict her to be after all. Look at this man.
I was on Fallon last night. I love getting a chance to stop and sit down and talk with Jimmy and put on these outfits.
Yeah,
like,
was that diamond crusted?
Well, yeah, you know, I went with a little rock star vibes last
bedazzled.
night. I felt like if I were that on the show, that I don't feel like I would have been able to come back.
Every now and then over here, we have these boot camp lessons about the media pointing out their programming. But look at what they did here. They started out talking about a female and what was in her purse. Then look at what they transitioned to. Check out the segue. Pay close attention.
All right, you guys, our girl Scarlett Johansson is on the cover of InStyle magazine.
I mean, but a lot of y'all be late. Of course, Wade has a purse. Or a merce. Niggas called it a merce. I don't know. Whatever you want to call it, of course he got one. Of course, Wade got a merce. You got dudes out here. They got bonnets on, and nobody's saying nothing. But let's go.
What's in her purse?
Orange Tic Tacs. These are delicious. I love them. I like all Tic Tacs, but I particularly like the orange ones because they're sort of like a little treat, You can't have like just one.
So they started off the clip with Scarlett Johansson talking about what was in her purse, and they didn't toss it back to Jenna to talk about what was in her purse. The woman on the show. No, that won't fit the agenda. Look who they tossed it to instead.
Well, you famously have a merce.
Yeah, I've been carrying a merch for a very long time.
Look at this.
Well, where y'all find these photos? That's when I was wearing it across my body. There we go. Look at that.
I mean, but this is crazy though. It's not like Wade. He could just come out and just say, "Hey, I'm just super masculine all of a sudden." He kind of painted himself in the corner. I mean, think about it. You have an LGBT kid. People are gonna think that you don't know how to properly raise that kid because your kid is somewhat in the limelight. The more you claim to be straight, they run these smear campaigns. You know what I'm saying? Try to make it seem like, oh, well, you're insensitive to those people's issues and all kinds of stuff, right? So I'm not gonna lie, Wade, maybe with the help of Gabrielle Union, kind of painted himself in the corner. You know what I'm saying? He kind of paints himself in the corner when it comes to his stance on that community. Having a child like that, like you have people that can't have a child tell you what you can do with your child, or dictate how you gonna act around your child, or what your child is gonna be around, or what your child is gonna see, or So I don't know, or maybe y'all, he might have a little sugar in his tank. There's a lot of people are saying, maybe I might have said it a couple times or two with some of the stuff that he's done over the years, but I don't know. I don't know. All right, hold on. Let's get back into it.
Girl chic or something right there.
Yeah, listen.
Did anybody catch that? This man is walking with his wife, and she called their outfit schoolgirl chic. And the way she said it, she was talking about both of them. She basically just called him a girl. And they didn't stop there. They brought out what they call this man purse out on stage and went through it just like Scarlett Johansson, the female, was doing in the previous clip.
I don't understand. Like, men, dollars and our phones and our money and everything in our pockets. Like, I pay a lot for these clothes. I am not trying to walk out like that.
Yeah.
So now I get to put stuff in the bag.
Here's your merce.
See, this is my travel bag right now. This is my travel merce right here.
By the way, travel merch is nice.
I got a lot of things in there. One of the most important things in here is I got my Jen and Friends
friendship
bracelet. But I need to make sure that my lips stay,
Yes.
you know, they ain't dry.
You are organized, by
Yeah.
the way.
I got my eye drop.
You said, Kuda, he said his son living his lifestyle as a kid a while back. He loved wearing his sister's shoes and dresses. Yeah. I mean, and a lot of guys think it's innocent, you know. These women will turn out your kids. You know? When you hear about family and parents and stuff nowadays, one thing that's left out is rearing the family. And a part of rearing the family is you know, a part of rearing the family is basically, you know what I'm saying, shutting down behavior and things before they turn into other things. That's a part of rearing the family that a lot of people leave out. You know, you got a lot of people in the L gimmick, L gimmick. Maybe came up with something cooler. You got a lot of people in the L gimmick community that are gonna get mad and lash out on their families and certain members and people in families when they get older or come of age, because you let them continue with certain behaviors that turned into a lifestyle that they probably don't want to live anymore. And they're going to start getting mad at their fathers and mothers and stuff like that because you condone them. You know, you condone them. At the end of the day, a kid or an adult is going to say, I was just a kid. Why was this happening? How did this happen? How did the environment to facilitate this? How did that take place? Even if they enjoyed it. So, Dwayne Wade's his son, he might pop back up later and want to play basketball and reclaim his masculinity and stuff like that and realize that, damn, he was on the wrong path or whatever. And they might get mad or hold some type of resentment to their parents by saying that you could have nipped that in the bud. You could have stopped this. You know, you could have you could have done what you needed to do as a father and protect me by rearing the family. You know, those kids will definitely go off on their parents for that. Because a lot of those people, you should see some of the stuff that they have to go through and do just to even try to get surgeries and pills and hormones and all this other crazy shit just to try to live that lifestyle. A lot of those people have to sell ass and do all kinds of goofy shit. You know, the game messed up. It ain't what it used to be. You know? And they get mad and they resent their parents because they had to subject themselves to a lifestyle like that because they thought that they were doing the right thing. And they're not going to look back on the parents and say, they're going to look back on the parents on some you should have known better type shit. It's like the child become the parent at this point. They're going to look back on the parent saying that, hey, you should have nipped that in the bud. You should have stopped this before it got to this point and stuff like that. It's like, how? Why? You know, them and you would have called me homophobic. Them and you. Some people got to relinquish their kids, sacrifice their kids, honestly. You know? And then at the same time, the kids are rich. You know? Kids are rich. So I don't know what type of lifestyle his son is gonna live. Well, I already kind of told y'all a little bit. I ain't interested in it, but hey, you know, I don't know. You know, some people will look at it and say, yeah, it's crazy to see LeBron training up Bronny and he on the court with his dad and stuff like that. You know, you think that all the sports players and basketball players and guys that you guys like and guys that, you know, that are those dudes and put up those points and made history and, you know, won championship games and stuff, you would think that would be the story for them. But that's not always the case here. So it's crazy. Look at Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson, man. I know he was mad.
This is important, everybody. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Like
I was like, what is
when
that?
I go eat, when I go out to restaurants,
You
you
have
know,
your
I
nice
don't want to be
little-
sticking my hand in my mouth, so
No.
I got my nice
Yes.
little floss sticks right here.
Yes. In
So
a
I got a lot of
nice
things in there.
Ziploc bag, all organized.
Yeah, I'm very organized. Like I said, I got a little touch of OCD, but I got a lot
Wait,
of
do
things.
you have a stylist or you dress yourself?
No, I don't have time to dress myself. I have an amazing stylist,
Yeah.
Jason Bolden. Shout out to Jason
Well,
Bolden.
I mean, I kind of felt like you must because you're very chic and you have to, you know,
Yeah,
look at that merce, y'all. Look at that merce.
And look at his
He said LeBum definitely ruined his son. Bronny is so trash. I think, I mean, I haven't really been keeping up with them, but I will say this. I mean, he probably will get better. You know, if Bronny is bad right now, or he's not listening to his dad, or he rebels and do whatever the hell he wants, he probably will get better. You know, he has the skills to get better. Hopefully, passed down to him. But let's get it. Let's go.
nails. He's got a fresh set. Then Jenna is repeatedly calling everything about him chic. I gotta tell you, despite these folks out here trying to blur gender and roles, chic has always been associated with a fashionable female, not no grown man. This woman sat up here calling a grown man chic, and then kept calling his travel bag a merce. This was all planned out. D-Wade went along with the whole segment. It was fun for him prancing around on national TV like a whole woman.
Walk like this, you know, I carry my little merce.
I feel like you're bringing the merce back.
Bring it back. Let's do it.
Right?
Why not?
Let's look. Just a
But
little
I got
coat,
everything I need in here.
you know?
Yeah.
Right.
Good.
Now this is bringing back, you know what I'm saying, some stuff that we went through in the 2000s. You know, when they tried to bring the whole metrosexual, you know, they tried to bring the whole metrosexual thing. You know, they try to put that on. They try to really throw that on. You know, a lot of the millennials and stuff like that. You know, being metrosexual. You said Nal Kuda, he was bad in college and G League. Well, hey, the last name is probably, you know, who his dad is probably, you know, is what's really pushing them forward. You know, some people can live off a name. It's some rich kid shit. You know, people will sit around and wait for you to get better. You know, he gets that kind of grace. But hey, we'll see. I don't hear too much about his son. You know, what's going on, Tyrone? Now, they tried to drop that whole metrosexual thing and test ride it. You know, test drive it on on the millennials, and that's kind of what it is here. You know, and even in the 2000s and 90s, y'all start seeing shows like, what is it, Queer Eye for the Straight Guy, or I don't know, Straight Guy for the Queer Eye. I don't know what the hell that shit was called. But you start seeing those type of terms pop up, and you start seeing men's fashion with regular guys change to, you know, a type of flamboyant type of fashion, which ended up getting, people end up calling it metrosexual. You know, they end up saying, oh well, this is being metrosexual, you know, or whatnot. So they try to find little niches and different words, you know, for some of these terms that they use. Also, too, when you use those type of words, especially in the fashion industry, it helps you. It helps them come up with new genres where they can make money. New, not genres, but new new types of fashion where they can make money. You know, so it makes a lot of people a lot of money. It gets a lot of guys dressing flamboyant. And it's a big question mark. You don't know where they're gonna go after that, or where they've been before that. You know, they probably could be gay, or it could be a guy that is dressing flamboyant, but he's actually straight. You know, and what it ruined, especially with the internet, what it ruined essentially is it ruined the pristine look. You know, I like to call it the pristine look. You know, now there's a lot of jokes going around. A lot of people keep saying Kevin Samuels is or was gay, right? Cool, I get that, right? Some of it's funny, some of it's like, oh come on, bro, that's crazy, right? But You know, it's hard for anybody to make you know, a you know, not even a judgment, but it's hard for anybody to say, hey, he was or he wasn't, or it's hard for people to prove he was or wasn't. I don't know. Anyway, what I'm saying is that it ruins. What's going on, LT man? Good to see you, man. Good morning. It ruined a lot of guys that used to rock the clean look. You know, a lot of guys like to rock the clean look. Recently, if you look at fashion, right, and men's fashion, and not even just men, right, like in the 2000s and in the 90s, like the 90, all throughout the 80s, the 90s, and the early 2000s. Think about what I'm about to tell you. If you had a beard, you were considered unkept and probably homeless. If you had a beard, you know, maybe a little bit of a stubble or a 5 o'clock shadow, cool. But if you had a full on beard or even went to work, like, you know, women are complaining about dress codes and stuff like that. Well, think about being a man. How you have to always make sure you were somewhat shaven and clean kept, and you know, you're keeping up with your looks and your appearance. You can't really report to work with a full beard. You know, if you had a beard, braids or dreads or certain things and stuff like that, man, listen, you couldn't really go to work like that, you know. And this is yesterday. I'm talking about yesteryear. You know, even certain places now, you can't really rock the beard unless it's kept. You understand? So everything is changed. Now it's totally flipped around. You can have a man bun, which was flamboyant, and you can have a beard, and you know, you can it's changed now. How men has to modernize themselves. Then also too, good times create weak men. Men were gonna go a little bit flamboyant anyway, depending on another, you know, group of men's success that will allow other groups of men to not have to work as hard, not have to really. You understand what I'm saying? And there's a lot of men that can rock the flamboyant look. You know, a lot of players rock the flamboyant look. You know, because the flamboyant look also has to match your personality and attitude. You know, you have to have a disposition like people know you, but they don't know you. You have to always be somewhat putting on. That's why you got a lot of players and PIs that be rocking fly shit. You know, you like, hey man, who's this guy up here with this zebra jacket on, or this gorilla vest on, or some shit like that? And then you find out he probably associated with the game, or some type of pimping, or some type of fashion mogul, or some type of, you know what I'm saying? You have to be congruent with the outfit that you're wearing. And we've talked about this stuff for a long time. A lot of this stuff goes back into peacock theory. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of people will be drawn to you. A lot of people will like you because you look like something that they see on the internet, and you're in character and stuff like that. You know, this is real shit. You know, this is some real, some real stuff that I'm telling you. You know, a lot of people don't know how to associate that. They never see nothing like that in real life. You know, they never see nothing like that in real life. It's like viewing a car. You ever seen a Rolls Royce or some type of luxury brand car on the internet, and then you see it in person, and it's like, oh, this is what it looks like. Damn, it looks crazy. You know, it looks weird. It's like, damn. Some of y'all get on YouTube and you see the Cybertruck, right? And then some of y'all see the Cybertruck in real life, and you like, dang, okay, wow. You know? So it's like, it's so much that goes into peacock theory and stuff that I can explain that I wouldn't stop the show for that. But it's pristine. You can be a rugged man. You can be on some Clint Eastwood shit. You can be off some, you know what? I don't feel like shaving my beard today and have a stubble. You can walk around looking like Solid Snake. You know, you can you can be a little unkept as a man. As a matter of fact, a lot of women like that. You know, it could be a genetics thing. But being a guy that gets pedicures and takes care of his nails, you know, and dresses clean and smells good and folds his clothes and prepares himself and get facials and take care of his skin and all kinds of stuff, you'll be considered pristine. And then think about it. If you're one of those Kevin Samuels types and you're one of those guys that keep up with his skincare routine and you make sure your everything is clean and pristine, your clothes smell like lavender and all kinds of shit, and you keep your nails clean and you keep your skin looking good and you drink water and you take care of yourself, right? You might nowadays, if you're that type of guy, you might fuck around and be more kept and cleaner than half the women you're gonna date. You don't smoke, you don't drink, you don't hang around certain environments that'll have your clothes smelling crazy, right? If you are a clean guy, you will be cleaner than a lot of the women that you're dealing with in modern society. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. And when men and women observe that you're pristine, I call it the pristine guy. You iron your clothes look nice, they fit, and all kinds of stuff. You know, people assume you're gay, honestly. If you're a guy that dressed to the nines, you keep up with yourself, you want some Farnsworth Bentley type shit, you will be assumed to be gay by men and women. You know? You will see it. And it happens all the time. It happens all the time, to men that are clean. So a lot of guys feel that you have to have this ruggedness to yourself. The man bun thing, that was to restore masculinity. A lot of the guys, too, let me tell you something, that be wearing a lot of these flamboyant clothes and stuff. The key to it, and every player or PI or any type of guy that just like to dress nice and show off and stuff like that, they know that you don't have to prove your masculinity. It's the guy in the clothing. That you're so masculine that the audacity that you can pull it off is enough. Don't wear a dress and all this other stuff and then try to convince yourself and convince to the world, hey man, I'm still masculine. I just like to wear skirts. Or hey man, I'm still masculine. Didn't at some point Playboy Cardi or something got caught with a thong on or some weird shit? You know? So what I'm saying is that, all of that stuff, because let me tell y'all something. If you guys pay attention to music, by the way, since we were talking about generations earlier, if you guys pay attention to music, a lot of men that were masculine or maybe questionable was wearing some questionable shit, basically to not look like a pedestrian, and also artists. Like, you go listen, look at how the dudes were dressing in the 70s in the Gap Band and those funk bands and stuff like that. Very flamboyant, but will beat your ass. Ike Turner, look flamboyant, but will beat the brakes off of you, right? James Brown, legends, they look flamboyant, They may wear flamboyant stuff. They're the artists. They're not supposed to look like a pedestrian. That's all for aesthetics. Go look at Rick James. Go look at Prince. Go look at Michael Jackson. These guys wear different to flamboyant clothing. And that's not, that's not, well, I don't know. You never know what lifestyle people are into. I'm not going to say these people weren't gay, but you get the drift. You get the gist. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button and support the show. We have a goal of $50. I got a fully loaded clip in a great show for you guys. Shout outs to LT Man in the building. Make sure you guys click the link that's pinned to the top of the chat room and head over to hempforfitness.com. Make sure you head over to hempforfitness.com. LT Man is doing a buy one get one free, or to get one at equal price or better. Okay, so it's like a BOGO. It's a mix and match. You also get 10% off and 2 free gifts. So you gonna have a big ass package laying on your front porch. So what I'm telling you guys is to head over to hempforfitness.com. Get you some gummy bears, man, and pick up some headphones, some good headphones, so you guys can hear Player Talk Radio the way it's intended to be heard. Okay, get you some gummy bears from hempforfitness.com. Get you my favorite ones are like the circle rings, the gummy bears. Get you some stuff from hempforfitness.com. Pop 2 of them joints. Get your ass on to work. Get it in. Listen to Player Talk Radio, and and definitely enjoy your day. Um, I'm telling you, man, you can't beat that. Basically, it's a buy one get one free for the end of the rest of the month, for the end of March, and you got the mix and match, and then also too, like I said, there's so much stuff over there, even stuff for dogs, horses, all kinds of things. There's something there for everybody. But I need you guys to do me a favor and take the first step by hitting the link that's pinned to the top and heading over to hempforfitness.com and check them out. Give them a try. No mailbox in the USA is safe. If you are in the USA, your mailbox can be reached by hempforfitness.com. All right? Can't beat that. Can't beat that, okay? Yeah, they used to rock the man bun. And these are all flamboyant things, to not even to also get the attention of women, but to also prove that a man is comfortable in himself, and with himself. That's what it is. It's to prove that a man is comfortable in his skin, even in today's day and age. And also too, what a lot of people don't know is that they're conversational starters. Even as a pickup artist, there was things that you used to have when you peacock. Like you got to wear like something, a necklace around your neck, some type of pendant or something interesting, because when women are interested in you, they will grab your pendant and take a look at it and talk about it or something, or say something, or a couple of wristbands and stuff like that. All of this stuff these are for aesthetics. And you have a lot of guys that like to comment on certain things, and it's like, well, certain niggas aren't wearing shit for other men. They're wearing shit to attract women, you know? And you got to think about it. When you go buy clothes and stuff like that, even for example, I was laced with some of the best of them. Even for an example, if you go look at your closet, 50%, if not maybe a little bit more, maybe you're one of the rare ones that believe in themselves, right? But more, and if not more than 50% of those clothes that you have in your closet is to attract the opposite sex, and vice versa. A lot of guys don't realize that when they dress comfortable, you understand what I'm saying? It also, you being comfortable, even if it's in joggers or sweatpants or whatever, it's to attract the opposite sex, you know? So that's why a lot of guys make it a point to say, hey, wear clothing that fits you. Hey, see what colors work well on you. You know, a lot of guys, see, women know this innately. A lot of guys don't, because a lot of guys don't give a damn about what they wear to a certain degree, depending on what you're doing and how you look and take on fashion. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys like to just dress for comfort. Whereas women, they associate the clothes and a lot of the things that they wear, they associate that with their personality or their mindset at the time, or they're trying something. A lot of women are forever trying something. This is what the wigs and the accessories and all kinds of things what they get into, you know. And people was wondering, when I was giving you guys the game over the years, even in the black communities and stuff like that, why are these young kids destroying themselves and taking their lives, and even adults and dudes that haven't grown up that are stunted and have arrested development and stuff like that? Why are people unsubscribing people over shoes and stuff? Well, fashion is something completely different. Women know about the shoes that y'all are wearing. You know, the number one most accessories that women have, that the most item, like, I don't know how to say this. I had a better way of saying it yesteryear. I'd be forgetting how I said stuff too. But the number one most clothing item that women can have is shoes. It's shoes. This is why dudes unsubscribe themselves over Jordans and stuff like that. It's shoes. Absolutely. It's shoes. Now, why is it shoes? Because women get to wear their shoes and they get to double back and wear your shoes, even as men. And also, too, women spend a lot of time looking at shoes. That's their number one. They women love shoes. They can't get enough of shoes. Go look in a woman's closet. There's all kinds of shoes. When men used to have a complex, a height complex, they used to wear high heels. Men, high heels came from men. But there's really no tactical advantage with high heels or heels in general. You know, um, women took on high heels. Women took on high heels. You know, so even talking about Wade's son earlier, the fact that you got a young man that's not being reared by his dad, or or whatever society feels like they raised him, because that's another thing too. When you're rich, or you're a millionaire, like some of these guys, like, people will think that you owe the world your kids when you don't. You don't have to teach your kid how to play basketball. They got a mindset of their own. True enough, right? True enough. You don't. And then also too, if you're a guy like LeBron or Dwayne Wade, yeah, you want to keep your family legacy and stuff going, but guess what? You don't necessarily have to live vicariously through your kids. You don't have to. Um, Granted that you've brought a level of wealth and success to your family and stuff like that that a lot of men dream of. You don't necessarily, and you can't get mad at a lot of those guys for not having the urge to live vicariously through their children. You know. But what was I about to say? It's funny how we gotta rear and stop little boys from walking around in women's high heels and stilettos and stuff like that. When originally, if you do your research, that high heels and stuff like that were exclusive to men. And women, remember I told you guys the other day about encroachment. Women took it upon themselves to say, hey, you know what? Well, we'll take that. A lot of women take male hand-me-downs, and use it and rock it in a different way as a form of peacocking, gender peacocking also. A lot of designers and flamboyant, maybe full-on gay guys, they see this in the fashion industry and they use it as a way to make money. You know, if you can't sell heels to men anymore that don't have height complexes or just has no tactical advantage to them, hell yeah, sell it to women. And you even see it now, how some of the stuff that I'm telling you manifests. Go look at that Pop the Balloon show, and not even if you go out and go date, look at how much weird shit you see women saying about men and their height. And her goofy ass is standing right there with heels on. You know? So you also too gotta have knowledge of fashion and how fashion and stuff works. I know I do, you know, but um there's interesting sides of it that heterosexual men can you know, can study without feeling like, oh, I gotta, you know, learn about some stuff that I ain't interested in, or you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of stuff to cover. But honestly, the reason why kids be unsubscribing themselves over them shoes and stuff like that is because when you talk to women and they're nervous, and even if they like you, the first thing they do is they look down at a man's shoes. Women judge men to a certain degree off their shoes. So if anything is going to be clean on you, at least have clean shoes. But we'll get into that a little bit later. You know, and they don't have to be expensive shoes, but women do know how much y'all pay for shoes and stuff like that, and things of the sort, you know, of the sort. So there's a lot of guys. I want y'all to write this down and hit the like button to support Player Talk Radio by supporting the show. 2 hours and 3 minutes into the madness. I want you guys to write this down, to actually go look up some YouTube videos pertaining to fashion. Learn a little bit about fashion and clothing, and you know, wearing a little bit of fitting clothes, and just rocking certain things. You know, this also helps with you know, the male confidence, it helps with your confidence, a little bit of your ego, that and maybe even go out and treat yourself to some some things that you may like. But anyway, you said some niggas, some of these niggas have taken it to levels, taking it to other levels, wearing dresses and man bags. Absolutely. LT Man says, I'm gonna be dressing up flamboyant today. I just hit 51 today. Shout outs to LT Man. You did say that on the last show that your birthday is coming up. I need you guys to do me a huge favor, hitting the big 5-1, but not over the hill, for real. I need you guys to do me a big favor and spam the chat with birthday cakes for LT Man. Hold on. Shout outs to LT Man. I need you guys to spam the chat with birthday cakes and emotes for LT Man. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get as much birthday emotes as I can in this box. It's really hard to do this. I gotta be on my phone. Give me 1 second. Yes, dressing flamboyant is not necessarily gay, but it's hard. It's very hard to prove that now. You got the Little Nas X, and you got the, honestly too, artists. Artists are a different story, But the reason why this is a big thing is because basketball players are supposed to, and look, they have a what's the word I'm looking for? They have a relationship with artists. A lot of basketball players want to be rappers, and a lot of rappers wish they were basketball players. They got like a weird, you know, uh, uh, you know, um, relationship there. And then the same thing with a lot of street cats. A lot of street cats wish they had stayed and played ball, and a lot of ballers want to be street cats, and they intermingle among each other. John Morant, all of the Gilbert Arenas, all of these dudes that be trying to pistol pop, or pole toting, or whatever they find themselves doing with guns, or maybe to even protect themselves while they're driving around with their luxury cars. Um, the fashion industry has always been crazy in the NBA because these are big ass dudes. You know, these dudes are tall as fuck. Like you're a big ass poster board. You know, you're a big ass poster board. And honestly, they wear custom clothes anyway in a lot of cases, and it's hard to find clothing for them anyway. But in the world of sports recently, you have the Cam Newtons and you got a lot of guys dressing ridiculous, that normally wouldn't dress ridiculous, that don't have to, honestly. A lot of those guys, a lot of tall guys are not really known for fashion. It's usually the short Fabio type guys, it's usually the short players, that are known for fashion, you know? Um, and it's crazy. I mean, it's usually the short guys that are known for fashion. If you have a height or confidence issues with your height or something, and blah blah blah, the best thing to do is learn how to dress. Because again, if you pose with the right clothes, you'll get chose with your mouth closed. You know, and it's a little bit different this time around, because a lot of women are on the internet now, so a lot of women are more visual than oral, you know than they've ever been, so honestly, I see why a lot of guys were mad when Kevin Samuels was telling them to wash their ass and all kinds of stuff, because it's a layer that they wanted to, ignore. And there's a layer that they wanted to ignore. You know, it's a layer that they wanted to ignore. Honestly, that a lot of guys wanted to ignore, and hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. I'm trying to multitask. A lot of guys, they couldn't be as pristine, or they weren't as pristine as a Kevin Samuels, or guys like that. Guys like that, they challenge the suit. A lot of those guys didn't want to wear suits. A lot of those guys didn't want to keep up, with their how they dress and stuff like that. A lot of those guys, um they're just lazy. Modern man, millennial and up, and even a lot of Gen Zers, they're just lazy. They don't feel that women, or the women that they want, is worth figuring out how to learn how to dress, figure out how to learn how to speak, figure out how to learn how to date, figure out certain things. They just want to jump into it. And the thing is that, like I said, everybody believes that they're expert on relationships, because guess what? How do you truly know now? All of this stuff, because you can be easily duped nowadays. All of this stuff, like nudes and sexy pictures and numbers and all of the goofy taboo stuff of yesteryear that you had to work. See, these were trinkets to let you know you had some type of game. I know I can get her phone number. Now everybody's phone number is available. I know I can get her to sleep with me on the first date. One night stands are fucking common. Same day lays weren't really that common nowadays, because women were the gatekeepers of certain things. You used to have to get certain things from them. To nowadays, you can just go on Instagram and get a whole sexy collage and videos of women that you like that don't even know you. Puts crushing on a woman into a weird space, don't it? Now, you don't have to work for those pictures. You don't have as a matter of fact, you don't even have a barometer anymore. What barometer are you using to say, "Hey, I got game," or "Hey, I'm an expert," and stuff? All of this stuff gets handed to y'all. It's so easy for men and women to date and hook up nowadays. These goofballs in the manosphere that are just reciting shit over and over. A lot of these dudes try to be players and fake pimps and all kinds of goofy shit. Even squares have a concept of it. Why haven't guys in this space talk about free use relationships? You know? You said that's real. I've gone through both cycles. Absolutely. Shout outs to 1,000 Suns in the building. Good to see you, player. Good to see you. No problem for a man to groom himself. Absolutely. Again, I want you guys to send a huge happy birthday shout outs to LT Man in the building. Yes. Make sure you give throw a bunch of birthday birthday cakes and just spam the chat with birthday paraphernalia, Give it up for LT Man. Give me 1 second, y'all. You said facts. Even the PIs is cleaner than his hoes that he sent to the bar. Absolutely. Absolutely. And honestly, it's about being clean. A lot of guys, they're not germaphobes. I wouldn't necessarily call that a germaphobe, but it's about being clean. And what a lot of brothers say, I'm fresh. It's about being clean. You know, I wouldn't even put that past him. He said Genuine started the man bun. No cap. That's hilarious. Probably has. You know, Genuine probably has. And the S curl and Jerry curls and stuff like that. Those are flamboyant. You know, but at the time in the 2000s, you had a concept of queer. You know, where they had to usher this in. When the L. Gibbet was taking over the feminist propaganda, they had to come up with this concept of queer. Instead of just saying somebody's just full on jihad, they had to come up with the concept of queer and turn that into a class. And clothing also stimulates the visual. And it can and will, over time, if not before time, represent lifestyle. And you're seeing a lot of brothers. A lot of brothers nowadays, it used to be a point in time where they could dress up like these rappers that they like and idolize. But you see a lot of brothers, they're not dressing up like rappers no more. Or every so often they probably do, but it's a lot of high-priced queer shit. And that queer shit, that metrosexual clothing shit that they, that shit costs a lot of money. That's why the rappers are wearing it. They're just wearing it because it costs a lot of money. Niggas wearing kilts and all kinds of shit. Yeah, Prince was no joke. Yeah, the Gap band. Yep. Yeah, even the rock bands had it. Absolutely. Yeah, the Bruce Springsteens and the. And honestly, what it is it's showing that masculine and feminine can kind of, it shows that, men can be a little bit soft or men can be a little bit, the aesthetic is honestly for the ladies. As a man too, if you're observing a guy dressing like Prince and stuff like that, because these guys are borderline jihad, not Prince, but I'm talking about the guys that observe that and don't know what to think. Like, a lot of guys don't have confidence. So just certain stuff that you can wear, a lot of guys will start to hate on you for that. I could wear a yellow belt and walk around with a bright ass yellow belt and I'll be okay. Because I confidently move around. I'm in my own world half the time anyway. So I don't have to sit up here and feel self-conscious about clothing that I put on, And as a matter of fact, certain clothing that you peacock with, it's intentional, But like anybody else and like men do, you got to draw a line, I'll peacock, but in my own way. I wouldn't show up to a place with a merce on or a handbag or a bonnet or something like that. But hey, it is what it is. But the guys that will observe, like, oh my God, Prince showed up with some heels on and some goddamn napkin cloth shirt on or some shit like that. That's not to attract no guy. That's to attract women. And let me tell y'all something too. because it's like, what are you observing? Like, y'all are observing the wrong things, if anything. You're not observing that he's confident. You're not observing that he can pull something like that off. You're not observing that you know about him, he don't know about you. You're not observing certain little things. And with men, like I said, if y'all read my book, you have to be a fly on the wall. You have to have, a certain level of observation. You understand what I'm saying? Because um you'll see something. Men can be fooled. The eyes can easily be deceived. So as men, you honestly got to really understand and put in perspective of what you're looking at, and what you're seeing. Because you can be tricked easily. Women do it all the time. It's called makeup. Wigs, right? Um, I don't know what to tell y'all, man. There's just so much stuff we got to go over. Show some love to the show. Hit the Cash App. Support the show. 2 hours and 18 minutes into the madness. Yeah, Dennis Rodman, he peacocked also. Pause. But he came off as a weirdo, you know? Yeah, any R&B group. Yeah. Absolutely, LT, man. Go to hempforfitness.com. It's pinned at the top. And tune in to Player Talk Radio and chill. Yes. Yeah, unique t-shirts and stuff. What's going on, M1 Play 5? Good to see you, man. Yeah, bro. Shout outs to you, man. Good to see you, man. I'm about to hook up my Rodecaster back so I can give y'all, shout outs when y'all get in the building. Actually, I behind damn near everything you're doing. It takes a lot of effort to appear effortless, You got to be able to do and say things, and people think that you mean nothing by it when you damn near mean everything by it, you know? Yeah, y'all know I'm playful. Y'all know I'm cool. Y'all know I talk about a lot of stuff. But a lot of shit that I'm telling y'all that comes off as a joke or being playful, I am dead serious. I am heart attack serious. I am dead ass, about a lot of the things that I'm telling you guys. You know, it just depends on what you want to do, what you feel like you want to take seriously, and what you actually take seriously, or what could be going on in your life that you're paying attention to that these things and rules can apply to. You know, game for the thinking man. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, show the show some love. What's going on? Eric Bird in the building, EB in the place to be. You dig? Shout outs to Bobby Reds in the building, man. Yeah, man. Shout outs to Third Ward Colombian in the building. Yeah, man. Thank you everybody for throwing the birthday cakes and hitting LT man in the chat. Shout outs to Tampa Supreme. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to 1,000 Suns in the place to be, man. Y'all hit the shout outs to Ghostman Kang. Oh shit. Shout outs to everybody here. Let me catch up. Gen Z women are overrated. Absolutely. 30 and up women are where it's at. Yeah. If they get it though. They got it. They gotta get it. They gotta get it. You know. You said guys who don't want to hit the gym for body game, go the fashionista route. Salute Kuda, yeah. And then also too, it's not even if they go the fashionista route, because you got the fly fat boy, the fat boy that learned how to dress. You got all different types of archetypes of niggas that can get all types of women that they want, right? But um when you go to the gym and work out a little bit, you start wearing your clothes better. I'm not even gonna lie. Let's say if you're just a regular dude, you probably skinny a little bit, but you go to the gym and you got a little bit of muscles and stuff like that. You wear those fitted shirts, they'll make your arms look a little bit bigger. They'll make you look a little bit more in shape than you probably are. Some of you guys, that got the dad bod, that requires a different type of dressing, and it's a lot. You said us Aquariuses can dress. I feel it. You said baby wipes and peroxide on a paper towel also helps. Yeah, yeah. A lot of things help. Also, too, some of the cologne that you guys like when you guys are taking the shower and your pores are open with your soap and stuff that you're using, spray your rag with a little bit of that cologne and stuff. Lather your no homo, lather your your rag or your manscape squeegee or whatever the hell y'all using these days. Lather that shit up with that cologne that you like. You should have 2 bottles, one in the shower and one outside the shower, you know? Cause you gotta do kino escalation. Like at some point you gotta be up on that woman. You gotta, have her smell your cologne, you know? Does your breath smell? Like, there's a lot of little things you gotta watch. Nobody said maintaining yourself and nobody said that shit gonna be cheap or easy. But you got to get it down to a science, and that's something you don't see being practiced here in the manosphere. You don't see dudes talking to you about certain fragrances and smells and the routines and stuff like that. That's why back in the day when we used to do like the Mac offs and stuff like that, yeah, we would talk about all of that stuff, and the guys that didn't get it, they just didn't get it. And shit, you can assume that those guys probably don't do well with women either, because a woman's nose is sensitive. Now, a lot of the guys in today's era, some of them can get away with that shit because guess what? Some of y'all dudes in today's era can get away with it because women be smoking and doing all different kinds of drugs and stuff like that. So guess what? Their nose might not work as well as it usually would. Certain they overlook a lot of certain things. So you know it is what it is. You said right. I don't even keep nudes anymore. Right, and them shits get distributed and shit. You dig? You said, I'm not going to waste money on expensive clothes. You should be able to get a woman with your mind. That's true. But I'm not telling you guys to spend money on expensive clothes, because truth be told, you can go to Marshall. It's not the clothing, it's the guy in them. But you could go to Marshall's or Target or Hex or Macy's or somewhere, and find good clothes for cheap. You can find good shoes for cheap also. You can literally buy one pair of shoes and just get them in different colors, and that'll be okay. You know, just keep up with your appearance sometimes. But as men, like I said, you don't have to be as pristine as you used to. You don't have to, you don't have to shave your beard every day. You can walk around with a stubble a little bit. That's attractive to a lot of women. A lot of women will tell you that they're attracted to men, and probably the same woman too will tell you that they're attracted to men that go to the gym, but at the same time, they attracted to men that got dad bods. So you might not have to put down the brewskis or go to the gym every day. So there's a lot of women that's attracted to the dad bod. There's a lot of women that are attracted to skinny dudes. There's a lot of women that are attracted to a lot of different things. You know, it could be their mood, or they're just attracted to that type of dude, you know. Recording your sessions, that's a slippery slope. Absolutely. You said I had the I had the S curl. Women were actually approaching, or yeah, yeah. We all went through that phase, man. We all were talking about getting S curls and perms and shit, straighten your hair and all kinds of shit. That shit is crazy. Yeah, some people hate bright colors. Some people they have a more warm vibe. So a lot of guys, you'll be surprised, they don't even know what colors actually really fit them. You know, and fabrics and stuff like that. I used to do the dark aesthetic. Now all bright colors, like the 70s and 80s. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But people ask me what's my favorite color. They assume that it's red for other reasons and stuff like that. But nah, my favorite color is black and white. Honestly, I know it's weird, but my favorite colors is black and white. But I like other colors too, but my favorite colors is black and white. You know? Yeah, a lot of dudes wearing bell bottoms now. Y'all saw that Kendrick Lamar halftime? Those bell bottoms that Kendrick Lamar was wearing, man, them shit sold out. Even Kendrick Lamar dresses like he from the 70s. Aesthetic. My homies wear bell bottoms and high fashion ish. All the white girls love this man. Yeah, yeah. And it radiates confidence. Yeah. What's going on, Larry Legend? Wash your ass. You need to wash your ass. Squash it. All right, LT man. What's going on, Chaley? Good to see you. All right. Yeah, Target, Macy's, Marshalls, TJ Maxx, Old Navy. Yep. And a lot of those clothes there are expensive too. I'm not even gonna lie. I like Urban Outfitters. I like Urban Outfitters. I like H&M. I shop at the little hipster places. And that's where the term hipster come from too. A lot of people rocking stuff they don't really understand and stuff like that. But you know. Anyway, it's out of context now and taboo. Do you have the confidence to wear clothes that represent you or what you're trying to do?
Okay, so there's a topic I know you want to talk about. Let's talk about
yes. So it's this topic that's been buzzing in.
Yeah.
I can't say it's been buzzing in my house.
But it's been buzzing about your house.
It's been buzzing about our house. And so my wife came out and talked about how we split things 50-50 in our home.
Yeah.
And so it became a big conversation about, men and women who splits 50-50, who pays the bills and all these things. And then she recently came out and she said that she's in her soft era now, that she don't want to do 50-50 anymore.
And I told y'all about the soft girl era scheme the feminists started pushing a couple of years ago. We're talking about following years of preaching independent women and I don't need no man. They all of a sudden started talking about a soft girl era when they realized they were speaking I can do bad all by myself into existence. I mean, actually doing bad. They got tired of failing. So that's when they started talking about soft girl era and wanted to be housewives again after calling traditional women pick-me's. But let's be clear, they don't want to be traditional housewives. They made up a new version of what they wanted a housewife to be. Some version of a city girl housewife, where they get all the benefits while not living up to any of the duties. So yeah, they started promoting what I call scam.
Hold on, y'all. Streamyards acting crazy. Hold up. Stealing from us, and then all of a sudden they're pick-me's and stuff like that. That's what keeps a lot of women here. If they do one piece of content and women that they talk to and like and stuff that's in their chat room start calling them pick-me's, they take up permanent residence in the manosphere.
And I don't need no man. They all of a sudden started talking about a soft girl era when they realized they were speaking I can do bad all by myself into existence. I mean, actually doing bad. They got tired of failing. So that's when they started talking about soft girl era and wanted to be housewives again after calling traditional women pick-me's. But let's be clear, they don't want to be traditional housewives. They made up a new version of what they wanted a housewife to be. It's some version of a city girl housewife, where they get all the benefits while not living up to any of the duties. So yeah, they started promoting what I call scamming a soft life. And Gabrielle only started talking like this because those movie roles dried up. Hollywood is broke. They've been going broke for a while now. And honestly, she can no longer afford those bills. So reluctantly.
But that's the thing. Hollywood been losing a lot of money on movies and stuff like that because guess what? They've been destroying movies. You know, they've been trying to push this feminist rhetoric in a lot of the movies and stuff like that that didn't have nothing to do with that, and try to turn it into something. And guess what? They lose so much money on those big budgets. You know, go look at the Matrix right now. Shout outs to the sister that won the rights to the Matrix back. But guess what? They turned the Matrix into some you know, LGBT type stuff. They turned you know, the Superman, and oh, now we got Superwomen, and now instead of Neo being the one, there's two ones, and women can do it too, and stuff like that. They forget that women don't support women like that. That it's a lie. Damn near, I ain't gonna lie, in within the first century, if it wasn't for the feminist movement, you would not see positive pictures of women supporting women like that. The feminists have been the one to show y'all examples of women supporting women, and I'm using air quotes, but it's fake. So it's like they're getting their mirror turned back on them, and the numbers are coming out. You know, what don't come out in the rinse come out in the wash. So
She had to release the responsibility for her husband to open up his wallet more, which he didn't mind in the first place. But the only reason why she wanted to go 50-50 was because she believed paying as much as him gave her just as much control as him. She was competing with her husband, and she was all out of order. But what can I say? When you look up out of order in the dictionary, a picture of D-Wade's family should pop up. So yeah.
I'm the kind of person, Jenna, that when my wife came to me and, you know, we had a conversation about not everything 50-50, but, you know, buying our house together, doing certain things for our family together in a 50-50 you know, situation. I was like, sure, baby. Yeah. If that's what you want to do. And if she come to me and she say, I don't want to do it, I'm like, sure, baby. If that's what you want to do. Now, the house may be a little smaller. Yeah. If we just going off my salary.
Yeah. Man, I can't. Look at his mannerisms. He's looking like he's doing a Nene Leakes Real Housewife confessional. Look at how he's got his hands positioned ever so dainty.
But it's all good. What about you?
Wait, hold on. But then,
oh my God! Then he started grabbing the air. Look at him. I was just waiting on him to flick his imaginary hair out of his face. Like, what happened to D Wade? And when did he become a punk? I don't remember this during his 2006 Heat era or his 2012, 2013 Heat era, which was amazing, by the way, if you witnessed it. But I don't recall him grabbing the air, getting a full set, and doing segments about what's in his man purse. I do, however, remember everybody calling Chris Bosh gay. And side note, we all know why they picked on Chris Bosh. He was the only one in the big three that didn't have a black wife. And D Wade was definitely more likable with the black Hollywood actress wife, Gabrielle Union, aka Jada Pinkett Jr. Gabby is definitely the soul sister of Jada. They got the same spirit. I also remember D Wade hiring the LGBT to be his son's nanny. Remember that? And we all watched how the nanny and Gabrielle transformed that boy into a girl while D Wade was at work. Of course, it took years, but before we saw it, the boy's mama was mad about it. She saw it already. And when she was speaking out about her own child and what D Wade and Gabrielle was doing to him over there in Hollywood, everybody dismissed what she was saying to protect Gabrielle. You know, everybody was Team Gabby on social media. Gabrielle was the beloved actress. She had the fan base, while D Wade's ex-wife was looking pretty pitiful over on the streets of Chicago. But because she wasn't in the Hollywood circle with the glitz and the glam, she was straight up ignored. Although everything she said about what they did to their child was 100% correct.
We have to watch this clip because we want to hear what her talking about it. Let's listen real quick.
I mean, look at him. His mannerisms. I don't know what happened, but he made the son his daughter, and now he's trying to be Gabrielle's wife.
I famously said 50-50 or bust, right? And I meant that financially, spiritually, emotionally. And there's just a lot of days that I have 10% and I need him to be 90. There's days I don't and I need him to be 100. It's brought us closer because he knows it's not about whether he can afford it. It's being vulnerable enough to be open enough to know that I'm okay. I'm okay as his wife. He's okay as my husband. I'm okay in this family. I'm okay in this home. I deserve it. And so I'm trying to expand my heart, expand all of the notions of what vulnerability can look like.
Translation, she's...
You gotta, like, what the fuck are you talking? You gotta swallow your damn pride just to have a functional relationship with your husband. That means you were putting that man through some bullshit. You know? That means you were putting that man through some type of hell that you feel that you have to swallow your pride to talk to your own guardian.
Trying to break down those thoughts, the rhetoric the feminist cult programmed into her, like competing with the man and trying to be the man of the house. But even with all that, she's saying, understand where it's coming from. It's not because she's trying to be a feminine woman. She's going to keep the same attitude. She's only trying to change one aspect of the arrangement, and that's the financial aspect, nothing else. So she's still a feminist. She just learned the hard way that she was drowning trying to carry out the financial part. So she's picking and choosing which part of feminism she's going to practice moving forward. And pretty much, she's still on board with the program.
All right. So she's in her soft era.
She's in her soft era. And I understand when we moved from Miami, we moved to LA, that's when we went to 50-50. And not in all things, everybody. Like I pay for a lot of things, but in the big things. And a lot of it is my wife has went out and she's been working on her entire life since she was 19 years old for her own things. And so, you know, we kind of had a conversation. She was like, well, I can pay that. And I was like, well, do your thing then. What about you? You and Harry had these conversations about 50-50?
Yeah, I mean,
oh my God, look at his mannerisms. It's giving Bruce Jenner presents Caitlyn. I'm sorry, I just can't unsee what I'm seeing here.
I think when we got married, we were like, this is us, you know? And we definitely, you know, I'm like, I can't think exactly. And one of my biggest things is like, you don't want tit for tat in marriage, you know? And I know y'all don't either. So it's not like, hey, I paid for that, you pay for this. It's never like that. It's sort of like all one thing, one family. We all got each other. You know, and it sounds like that's what Gabby's saying too. It's like she feels so safe in y'all's marriage now that she doesn't need to like put up any, you know, guardrails.
Yeah, but you also I had to allow her to come to that herself. Like when she wanted to do 50-50, I'm not. No. Do your thing, boo boo.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's giving Shanae seasons 1 through 5.
I'm not going to.
By the way, that's why y'all have a happy marriage, because you know that slogan, "Happy wife, happy life."
Yeah, I've heard about that.
It's true.
Yeah.
And they keep programming people with the same mess that ruined relationships and marriages in America.
But I always tell my kids, I mean, this is like the fact that I get my advice from memes on Instagram is everything. But this is the advice. It says,
memes is in the news.
Marry somebody funny and make your own money.
There you go.
You know,
you're making your own money.
Yeah.
Yes.
I am.
You are.
Jenna is so sad. A married woman admitting to getting advice from single feminists on social media. And we wonder why most marriages won't survive in 2025. This is also why you have even married women defending the same city girl feminist rhetoric of the single woman. It's because they've been initiated into a cult and they share the same mindset. It's like you're dealing with the same woman, which is why when men date these city girl feminists, the relationships end the same way. It's impossible to have a thriving relationship with a feminist unless you're a beta male simp or a straight up punk. That's why you have these women dog whistling to the other feminists saying a straight man is a red flag.
Friendship test. I'm gonna write down my answer and you have to guess my response. Okay. Guess wrong and eat a death wing. Okay. What's my biggest dating red flag? Is it being on the DL? You're on the right track.
Look at this goofy shit. I ain't gonna lie. All of the stuff that and you know, I think women are gonna get back to this shit too. But all of the stuff that you see women are doing online was stuff, because remember, women had their own media, and their media was somewhat different than men. Women had their own media back in the day. They had their own magazine publications, gossip girl content, all kinds of different content. Women had their own media. You see what I'm saying? They had their own media that shut men out, by the way. I forgot the name of the magazine. I be forgetting. There's magazines that back in the day that women used to read, and they used to have like tips and tricks on what to cook, and you know, they would give women methods, right? Women are trying to do the same thing on the internet, that kind of, you know, that they used to, I forgot the name. What was the name of the magazine? and it was real popular. I totally forgot the name of the magazine, but y'all know what I'm talking about to a certain degree, hopefully. They had their own media, women, and teenage women, little younger girls, not even little girls, but they're little girls now, but they're younger girls, right? So they always lived in a different world than men, than the younger men, and it always made them come off as more mature than younger boys, but it's like they're trying to relive that now with the dating that's going on today. Stuff that you would read in I see the cover of the magazine, but I totally forget the name of the actual magazine company. But younger teenage women used to read it, and they used to get tips and tricks on, what to say on dates and what to do and stuff like that. Women been had a playbook. Average man at some point didn't have a playbook at one point. But anyway, let's get back into it. They're talking about Dochi saying that straight men are a red flag. So it ain't nothing for them to throw straight men at least, under the bus when they ready, but they afraid of the LGBT to a certain degree. Some of them are, some of them aren't. But it ain't nothing for them to throw a straight man under the bus, because if you found out that your quote unquote boyfriend cheated on you with another man, that means that he's not straight. That means that he was gay the whole time. So why drag straight men into it? Who knows? And first of all, you got to be a trash, or something got to be wrong with you if somebody immediately jumps to opposite sex. I'm sorry. With all the shit talking that women do, I don't give a damn. It's a little bit more acceptable as a guy, because you probably don't know a woman's body. You probably green. You probably, don't know what type of lady you got or how to accommodate her, or you don't understand their language. I won't make fun of a guy like that. I'm not even gonna make fun of a guy. I really don't give a fuck. But I wouldn't. It's really no hoopla if a woman breaks up with a guy and goes to another woman or goes lesbian. You see what I'm saying? It really ain't no hoopla, right? But as a woman that's supposed to have a gaydar and all this other female intuition and all this other stuff that's supposed to come with y'all, that's embarrassing if your man leaves you for another dude. That clearly, and like I said, a lot of women will never get the truth or know the truths about themselves, because people want pussy. People want pussy. Even women know that. That don't really help them, though. That don't really help them, because you could be a whole tyrant that don't really have to take accountability, and guess what? You gonna fall to some of that bullshit too, in the most inconvenient times. I'm not saying it don't hurt. I'm not saying it don't happen, but I don't know what's wrong with you. If your man leave you for another dude and you didn't see it coming, or you was at the epicenter of it, you're the problem. But let's get it. Hold on.
Saying a straight man is a red flag.
Friendship test. I'm going to write down my answer and you have to guess my response. Okay. Guess wrong and eat a death wing.
Okay, I thought that was me. That's Pink Book Lessons.
The feminist saying a straight man is a red flag.
Friendship test. I'm going to write down my answer and you have to guess my response. Okay. Guess wrong and eat a death wing. Okay. What's my biggest dating red flag?
Is it being on the DL?
You're on the right track. I have my answer.
Is it close enough?
You want to guess one more time? What would be a red flag for me?
Bad music taste?
Oh, that is a good one.
Because that's one for me.
That is a good one.
Like,
that's
what
not
do you
what
mean
I
you don't listen to Michael Jackson? But okay.
Okay. This is a huge red flag for me.
All right.
You know what's so crazy? I was gonna say men.
This woman wrote on her board, a straight man. That's the red flag for her when dating. So that means she would prefer a LGBT man over a straight man. And you wonder why this girl was chosen by the music industry. Everybody they're pushing right now is from.
Nah, you kind of got it. See, I was rocking with you, Pink Book, but you kind of got it backwards. If her man is Jihei and cheated on her anyway, she was already with the LGBT man. See, ladies, when you open up the damn Pandora box, you have no idea what the hell you've opened up, and some of y'all ain't gonna really, or not in the beginning, face any type of accountability or the consequences of what the hell you opened up. You don't know what the hell you opened up. Then when men try to mitigate it, we seem like we're homophobic. We seem like we're fucked up. We come off as bad when we're simply doing what we were instinctively made to do, protect. And it's not necessarily physically, but even with information. 2 hours and 48 minutes into the madness. Hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. It's Player Talk Radio, giving y'all some really good game. I guess y'all not rocking with the message, man. That's crazy. Hit the like button, support the show. Damn. We 2 hours and 48 minutes in. That's ridiculous. We can at least get 2 supporters, y'all. At least one supporter an hour would be okay. But we gotta do better, y'all. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Support the show. Support your interest. Really giving y'all some good game. Listen to what I'm telling you, right? That's not a straight man if she found out that he was Jihei. He cosplayed as a straight man. All right? But guess what? She can't say nothing about the L Gibbet because guess what? They buy her records. Keep that in mind.
Promoting the same agenda, and they're doing it in a social way that will go over your head if you're not in tune with what they're doing. And let's be honest, most people are walking around like a bunch of unconscious zombies, and they don't see what's going on. They're all connected. She's been blowing up lately. She got a look with Will Smith and Tatiana Ali when they recreated the scene from the 90s Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. And it's not lost on me that she's collaborating with a man who was emasculated and humiliated by his own wife sitting at the red table a couple of years ago.
And that's funny because I just saw a whole clip of Chris Rock going in on Will Smith about being slapped. That's kind of hilarious.
He totally lost his mind and crashed out at the Oscars. This girl Doechii is now clicked in. They crowned her with the Grammy, and lately they only allow LGBT female rappers or those who promote it to win, like Meg Thee Stallion or Cardi B. And now Doechii. She's Top Dog Entertainment, the same label that put out Kendrick Lamar and SZA years ago. It's not lost on me that they all won at the latest Grammys. And you know what the other connection is? They all supported and or promoted the LGBT openly. Doechii is LGBT. SZA is LGBT. And Kendrick Lamar was on stage saluting his trans uncle auntie. Listen, to get accepted by this organization.
You got Lizzo. Why men great till they gotta be great? Girl. There you got. Well, Lizzo's not with TDE, y'all, but I'm just using her as an example. There you got Isaiah Rashad. You got Zaywop. Y'all know what happened with him a couple. That's fucked up. Y'all know what happened to him a couple years ago. So, hey, it is what it is. But I'm surprised. What I am surprised with, though, is that Doechii won all those awards over SZA. That's weird. SZA had a way better year and a way better album and way better singles. If anybody on TDE has kept TDE afloat, I'm not gonna lie, SZA. And I know this from an industry perspective, But SZA can't be the top girl. Not like that. Not like how because SZA ain't a helmet. a lot of y'all just now found out about SZA within the last couple of years with the whole Black Panther and all that other stuff. But SZA is a veteran artist to a certain degree. You know, she's a veteran artist. So what do? You use Doechii. You use Doechii. And honestly, too, if you wanted to, because I don't know, like I feel bad for, you know, the darker skinned sisters. They fucking the advice and the artists and stuff and things that they have to look up to nourishes that insecurity that they have, and they get horrible advice. SZA wouldn't be the person to perpetuate that, even though she could. But Doechii is more of a helmet for that type of activity, if that's what you were intended to, you know, if that's what you were intending to do. All right, y'all hit the like button, support the show.
Like that, you have to be down. You got to bow
y'all.
down to the community. So no, it's not a coincidence that all three of them got rewarded. Again, how do they spread these messages? They use popular entertainers to do it. Why? Because most people are totally unconscious and they blindly follow popularity.
Right, Tara.
It's all programming. They all take an oath, the same one D. Wade took, to uphold the overall agenda to destroy masculinity.
Our video of the day comes to us from the Pivot podcast, where Marvel action star Anthony Mackie spoke candidly about masculinity in America. Roll it, Gladys.
In the past 20 years, we've been living through the death of the American male. They have literally killed masculinity in our homes and our communities. For one reason or another.
And man, these celebrities that sit around all day stealing from the space, that's another thing that a lot of people don't realize. These celebrities be stealing like shit. Yeah, I said it. These celebrities be stealing from the space. Now people wanna have a conversation because he said something about it. Man, get the fuck out of here. These celebrities be stealing from this space so much. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App, y'all. Support the Player Talk tariffs, y'all. I'm gonna have to pull out. I'm gonna have to revert back to the Saucy Santana, man. Please don't let me do it, y'all. I will do it. Let's go.
Or another. But I raised my boys to be young men. My boys will always be respectful. They will always say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. No, sir, no, ma'am. They will always say thank you. Every time I left for a job, I tell my 15-year-old, you're the man of the house. You make sure these doors are locked every night. This alarm is on. You text me or you call me every night before you go to bed and you wake up. I love that. Because we're men. So for me, it's always that idea of American masculinity is very different. You feel it when you go to Europe. Like you see these, and you're like,
yeah, absolutely. Want to open up the panel. Let's get at least 2 supporters. I'll absolutely open up the panel. I got you, Third Ward.
Your ass, boy.
I hear you, pal. I feel the same way when I drop by the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
With especially sons, I have one son, and we talk every morning and every night. We FaceTime every morning. He does his protein shake with me. He does his train. But it's just, you have to, because one day the burden falls upon him to do. And I already told him, look, the bar is high, Briz, because dad's doing big things. So you got a lot to live up to, or this shadow will be over you long after I'm gone, and you don't want that. Yeah. So raising your men, raising your boys to be men is important. I'm glad he's talking this way, because if he would have talked like that 6 months ago, that movie would have been #1 right now, because it was a good ass movie. Sorry, Red Hulk is good. Problem is, he tried to be politically correct and said, well, Captain America is everybody. And then he got that and he said, nope, that. And the brother came out and he's like, no, I raised my hand when I said, I'll bust your ass. Good. Welcome back, man. Welcome in the water.
It's 100% true. They have been actively working to destroy masculinity for years now. That's why you have a rise in people like.
I don't like this whole they have been actively working to destroy masculinity for years. Like it just started. Yeah, just undermine the people that have been putting in the work. Yeah, just completely undermine. That's like saying the manosphere existed for years now. Just completely undermined all of this shit. Gotcha. And get on a podcast and say it like you stood for it, or like you were in this war and really want to stop it. If y'all really want to stop it, y'all support the show. If y'all really want to stop it, y'all support the creators. But man, listen. How can a lot of people have support or want to see men do better? Like how can black men really prosper, if the people that's putting in the work, opening up these conversations, furthering these conversations, then going on some goofy news station that don't even care about that shit, that's doing a soft hit piece on it, or going to some random podcast, sitting on a barber's chair talking about they don't care about men. It's the men. We out here for ourselves. We gotta, and now everybody's talking about them. But it's like, bro, like there's no whole community here that's basically under supported, or the wrong people in that community, they get the support, and then later on down the line, people are like, well, what's going on with the manosphere? Why is the manosphere destroyed? Why hasn't it gotten anywhere? Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button on the way in. Y'all know what to do. Support the show. All right? Shout outs to everybody here that's enjoying the show. Yes, support the show. Likes are free. You can support the show at $PTV888. I put the link in the chat. That's $PTV888. Hit the player talk tariffs and make sure you guys help us at least open up the panel. All right. If we get at least 2 supporters, definitely the link will be dropped. Y'all can call in, chime in, kick it. I'll open up the lounge. I'll open up the panel. It's Player Talk Radio. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, and support your interest. These shows, they cost to produce, so take heed. We're going to get into Anthony Mackie's shout outs to Ray. We're going to get into Anthony Mackie's we're going to get to his situation a little bit right after this video, actually, because you know why? Since we're on the topic of masculinity, and all of a sudden, if you listen to him, the manosphere probably started with him having this epiphany idea that masculinity is being suppressed. It could definitely add on to the topic, and you guys can get more game out of that situation. I could drop more gems, but y'all hit the like button and support the show. Honestly, let's get it.
Like D. Wade, raising his son into a daughter while transitioning from a husband to a wife himself. And Grammy Award-winning female rappers like Doechii wanting to date a man that likes other men. But I digress. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Tell me what you think about this mess below. Special thank you to Rand.
Like, it's so backwards in how illogical a lot of the thinking is. You're mad because your straight man cheated on you with a man. So you you're not even your straight man. You're mad because a gay man cheated on you with another man. And then you throw men under the bus, right? You throw men under the bus, right? At least straight men. You throw straight men under the bus. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Where the hell did it go? Okay, here we go. You throw straight men under the bus and then say, "Hey, I'm gonna date bisexual or bicurious guys or bisexual men," right? Which the Gibbons, they're not that smart, because bi wouldn't imply that there's two genders. But anyway, some of them aren't that smart. But anyway, You're gonna sit up there and get mad at a man that you thought was straight, who was actually gay, and then tell women to go date gay men, and then at the same time get mad if that gay man takes your dude or whatever he does to you. You know, go ahead. Go ahead, Dochi. You dig? Shout out to 25 people here. We should have 25 likes. Let's get at least 2 people on the Cash App or PayPal so we can open up this panel. Shout outs to Black Manosphere in the building. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button and support the show. Wipe your feet off at the door, hit the like button, share the show, and hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Giving y'all these gems early in the morning. It's Player Talk Radio. Now let's get into it. Anthony Mackie says masculinity is under attack. Really?
My boys humble. Like my boys have never had a pair of Jordans.
Yeah.
You know, my boys don't do all that internet fly shit.
Yeah.
I'm like your kids. And no, I don't give a I could be the biggest star in the world. Do not let me catch you being stupid.
No, yeah, he's absolutely right here. Like, there's just been this growing rise of decadence and materialism that's just, I haven't seen it before in my lifetime. When I was a kid, you had like Coogee. If you were getting crazy, you had Ed Hardy. And for shoes, you might have had like Bathing Apes. That's $100 pair of shoes. Now people are talking about Gucci shoes. I didn't even know that Gucci made shoes. People are bringing up these brands and they're getting more and more popular. These brands, these French, Italian brands that have been around for decades, but I had never heard of them because that's out of my tax bracket. Now you got people that are poor talking about these expensive brands more than ever that we didn't even know existed when I was a kid. Peak materialism when I was a kid was when Chief Keef was on his rides in 2013. That was the year I graduated. It was cool to have like a Gucci belt or a Fendi belt. That was a cool thing.
Now, if y'all haven't been soaking up the game, I've been giving y'all this whole time with the materialism aspect is because obviously, right? Obviously, kids, right? You have kids back in the day that you could sell. What's going on, Gary E? You have kids back in the day that you could sell things to, like Pokemon cards, video games, those stuff, that stuff that you can sell to kids back in the day, those are high ticket items, selling a video game. Kids gotta physically get up and walk down to GameStop to go get this video game. Funko Land, Toys R Us, collector's items, and all of that other stuff. In the West, what are toys? I told you guys, kids are not playing with toys no more. In the West, kids are asking for iPads. A cell phone. A cell phone is a toy to kids. A cell phone. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's a cell phone. The cell phones are toys to kids. There's really no childhood nowadays. The moment you put a phone with Wi-Fi or service in a kid's hand, they are a young adult. They are not a kid no more. Are you picking up what I'm putting down, y'all? So now, the reason why this is ridiculous, or the reason why this sounds ridiculous, is that you're selling adult items to kids. You're selling adult items to kids. You're not selling toys no more. Kids aren't buying toys no more. They're buying adult items. You're selling adult items to children. What the hell is your kid going to do in some goddamn Amiris? Go to school and spill jelly on it? Boy, if you don't get them Bugle Boys, or you don't get the Lacoste. I remember when Lacoste used to be cheap, but it's expensive again now. You dig? Niggas used to walk around with jabots. Niggas wasn't wearing no fucking Amiris. $10,000 pants. That shit is goofy. And it just even for the integrity of the damn clothing in the pants. You know? Kids up there be playing in dirt, spilling jelly and shit. Don't nobody want to buy no kid no fucking iPad. What you gonna do? Put it in your book bag and then it breaks? See, kids ain't interacting with each other. This is why they're socially awkward. Kids don't go outside like that no more. Kids don't even be asked. They'll ask you for an iPad before a bike. What's going on, King Groove? Oh man, hold on. Y'all be careful because the Nightbot all of a sudden is in the room. Kids don't ask for a bike no more. They don't ask for certain things that kids used to play with. No, who needs an imagination? You got a cell phone. Who needs an imagination? The cell phone thinks for you. All right, let's get it. Hold on.
Like, what are you doing? When I was a
Sitting up there, your kid get robbed, sending him to school with Gucci.
kid, but I had never heard of them because that's out of my tax bracket. Now you got people that are poor
Right, Sin.
talking about these expensive brands more than ever that we didn't even know existed when I was a kid. Peak materialism when I was a kid was when Chief Keef was on his rides in 2013.
Right, King
that was
Groove.
the year I graduated.
Absolutely.
It was cool to have like a Gucci belt or a Fendi belt. That was a cool thing. That's when the brand started to really make their rise. Now people be talking about having full Gucci outfits. And I'm like, what are you doing? And I think it's a net negative for people because I've seen how far into debt people are willing to go to make themselves look like they're important. I've seen it happen to people. And as a kid at 9 years old, especially as a boy, you don't need to worry about being pretty and keeping your Jordans clean. You need to be worrying about Pokemon and getting dirty. You should be trying to be Goku at 9 years old as a boy, not worrying about keeping your Jordans clean.
See, he just repeated everything I said.
Do not. And my oldest gets it. My
I agree.
15-year-old, he tells the other ones, he's like, yo, don't make dad mad. Because once you get one that's right, he's going to straighten the other ones out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just that thing of, in the past 20 years, we've been living through the death of the American male.
Yeah.
They have literally killed masculinity in our homes and our communities.
Yep.
For one reason or another. But
it's because when masculinity is out of the way, it's easier to conquer the world. Masculinity is the only thing that stops power from going unchecked. It's the only thing that checks power is masculinity.
Raise my boys to be young men. And however you feel.
That's not true. That's not true. When masculinity is out of the way, it's not easy to conquer the world. A lot of times, if people see that you're less masculine than them, they just try to take over. People are always going to try to take advantage of other people. Do you understand what I'm saying? People are always going to try to take advantage for other people. Like now, 3 hours into a show. 3 hours into the show, right? We still got to ask people to like the show, share the show, and support the show. We still got to ask. And that's crazy at this point. At this point, that's crazy. You dig? Masculinity and about it's not there's two sides of it. As a masculine man, you can either build or destroy. But a lot of people they got to get rid of the masculinity like that in the West so that they can control. It ain't even about destroying nothing. They're not trying to destroy men. Men have already morally have been destroyed. Y'all don't even support people that's trying to restore that. That needs to be supported about trying to restore that. Guys like myself, and guys that's really, you know, putting the knowledge out there and exposing y'all to this type of stuff. What I'm saying is that as men, they really want you to be work mules. It's in a lot of people's best interest for you to be a work mule. You to not understand what's going on. That's in the world. That's it's not even in the world's best interest, but the world benefits off of that. So they don't have no incentive on stopping women for turning men into work mules and workhorses and taking men's intellectual properties and building fortunes up off of them. Because men are disposable. It ain't even about no goddamn masculinity. It's about being disposable. Do you understand what I'm saying? Why do people keep more Safeway bags and grocery store bags under their kitchen sink than they do those hefty bags? And those hefty bags, honestly, I'm going to tell you the truth, are more reusable than Safeway bags and Giant bags and Publix bags and all those safety bags are more durable. They get thrown away. You know? They get thrown away. So, what am I saying? It's not even about masculinity. It's about men being disposable. People want to turn you into a mule. They want to turn you into a workhorse. And honestly, y'all just see women. You know what's the funny part that nobody here talks about because they ain't even qualified to even talk to y'all about this. And it's sad. It's sad that shows like this definitely has to still ask for support. Listen to what I'm telling you. Behind those groups of women that go in and poke and do all kinds of shit and downplay masculinity and argue with men and start all of this hoopla on the internet, you know, behind those women, there's a smaller group of men. And I don't want to hear, oh, Kuda, those guys are simps and stuff like that. No, there's actually a small group of men that aren't even simps. They're just smarter. You don't have to be no simp. Those feminists and a lot of those women that had all of that smoke and said the craziest shit about men and put men through the craziest stuff, ran man through the ringer, child support and all that other shit. They went home and laid on they man's chest. They will tell women, oh, you don't need men. Men aren't doing this and men aren't doing that. And you can independent. You can do it by yourself. Them bitches went home to their damn family. And what did a lot of black women go home to? A house full of kids. Beyonce told y'all, all the single ladies did all of that dance, had y'all in the club singing, what? Uh-oh. But what you didn't know is that you did know, is that she went right home to Jay-Z. Remember when Sierra tried to pop up out of nowhere and did that? And I ain't gonna lie, that shit was funny as hell. They finally said something to her. Like, girl, you got Russell Wilson. You're not about to drop no single woman's anthem. Hell no. Because black people and black crowds, especially pertaining to music, are a gimmick. They're a gimmick. They're a fucking gimmick. They're an easy sale. Find somebody to put down, make it catchy, and put some goofy beat behind it, and it's a hit. They're not like us. They're not like us. Chant. Have some weird chant, and it's a hit. You know? Right, Third World Columbia. Right, I took Taekwondo back in the day too, Tara. Right, King Groove TV had to cut the grass, had to do all kinds of different stuff. Shovel walkways. Man, man, listen, that's disrespectful. That's disrespectful to ask you. At that stage in my life, it was disrespectful as hell to ask a parent for a goddamn iPad. Kids up here asking for iPads and shit. The parent don't even have the damn a damn iPad. You know, the parent don't even have an iPad. I can get in contact with Aaron the plumber. That's what they say. That's what they say. You know. Y'all hit the like button. Support the show. Let's at least get 5 contributors. Let's go.
Checks power is masculinity.
Raise my boys to be young men. And however you feel about that, you feel about that. But my boys will always be respectful. They will always say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. No, sir, no, ma'am. They will always say thank you.
That was
They will
important,
always open
yeah.
the door for a lady. They will always make sure that their mother is taken care and provided for.
Yep.
They will always be men. And that's always since they
And
were.
sorry, just to clarify my point that I just made, there have always been kings and conquerors that have wanted to conquer the world. Some people would just build armies and go north and kill everybody in that direction just because they wanted to conquer. That's always.
The thing about masculinity is to build and destroy, collect and protect. So the thing is that if they see that if you're weak, they're gonna try to take over. They're gonna try to take over. So let's get it.
Always been a thing, from Stalin to Hitler to Mao to Genghis Khan. Throughout history, that's always been a thing, and those people still exist. They just own businesses now. So yeah, to conquer the world, you need to kill masculinity. It's good to not have masculinity in your way. That was the point I was trying to.
2 years old.
You don't have to kill masculinity. Masculine men aren't trying to get rid of masculine men. And that's not the reason to kill masculinity. The reason to kill masculinity is so that another group of people can move in and take over. See, when you have the L Gibbet community and stuff like that, don't believe that there ain't no masculinity amongst them too. There is some masculinity amongst them. It's about taking over. That's what it's about. It's not about masculine and feminine and all that other goofy shit. It's about taking some shit over. A lot of women would want a lot of men about the way so they can do what? They can be the brain. They can take some shit over. They move in and move you out. They don't want you around because guess what? Your word holds weight. And they would have to go through different measures to get rid of you. It's about taking over. It's not about getting rid of masculinity. See, we've been doing this longer. We've been doing this longer than y'all. We know what it's about. We don't have to sit up here and be like, man, they're trying to get rid of men. No, they're actually not. They're trying to turn you into something. They're trying to turn you into a mule. They're trying to turn you into a workhorse. They're trying to turn you into a slave. That's why a lot of black men this time around was not listening to black women when it was coming to them voting. The men never really listened to women when it came to voting. Women followed men for the first, 30, 40, 50 years when they got the rights to vote. So they just agreed with what the men were saying because they didn't understand what the hell was going on before our women got duped and start trying to tell y'all what to do. Our women got duped. Real talk. And honestly, women don't want to be in control. They do, but they don't want to. They don't want to be in control, but they don't want to feel like they don't have no control. They don't want to feel like that. Right? So now y'all dudes getting told what to do. Y'all dudes getting hey, you need to do this, and hey, you need to do that. Y'all dudes getting checked. They're trying to see how much you can produce and harness before they leech off of you, eat off of you. She's not trying to go to work. She's trying to have you come in and foot the bill for everything. Don't care about that shit. They don't give a damn about no goddamn masculinity. You start hearing niggas talking about the same thing women have. Hold your masculine frame. Keep your masculine. You understand what I'm saying? Keep your masculine. You said without having sex with them. No, they want to have sex with you too. Or if you're one that they don't want to have sex with, they want to preserve you so they can preserve, you know what I'm saying? They can preserve the group of men that they do want to have sex with. You dig? But what I'm saying to you is that, they like women are on some hierarchy shit. They would rather you be out there in the grass slaving your ass off and they be in the office making more than you, pushing papers in a lot of cases. They don't who wants to be on the roof in July and shit? Who wants to have to hammer shit in and build locomotives and stuff like that? You're gonna build this. You're gonna build as men. This is the game plan. You're gonna build this utopia. You're gonna build this utopia that's gonna protect the world. And once you teach and protect the keep patriarchy here, and basically you build the house, they move in. You build the house, they move in and take over the house. The same thing like the banks. Oh, we're going to give you a loan knowing damn well you can't pay it back, knowing damn well at the end of the day we're going to take this from you. That's what women want to do in a lot of cases. At the end of the day, if she's not working with you, you build the house, they move in and take it over. Even women that do want to work with you, you build the house, they move in, quote unquote, turn it into a home, and would like to be the brainchild behind it. That's really what it is. 28 people in the building. Hit the like button. What's going on, War Master? Shout outs to everybody on the Rumble side of the game. All right. So that's really what it is. But the problem is that you have a subcategory of men and women moving in that want the same thing. That's gonna X women up out of the picture in general. And whatever they call power. And men were dumb to play that game because that's not power. As a man, if you can create a family, you have power over that. If you're a taxpayer and you can become the mayor, you can write laws, you can do stuff. Men, we have power. It's just the fucked up part is that a lot of dudes sit back, and I'm guilty of it too. A lot of dudes sit back and say, "Well, it's okay. I wish she'd go away." A lot of dudes sit back and get advantage taken of them. They get taken advantage of. They get exploited for their power. Most dudes, I'm going to tell you the truth. What it really is, it's not even about killing masculinity. Because the world benefits off your masculinity. I'm going to say something real to you. You never heard nobody say to you before. The world benefits off your masculinity. What they want to do is to suppress your masculinity so much that you are unaware of how much power you have as a man. Notice I said your power, not your potential. Go look at the black community and go look at some of the men that would be powerful men. Look at the black man's archetype, right? And look at our warrior class. Look at our warrior class of men. If you try that Andrew Tate masculinity shit as a black man, you're going to jail. Hell, Andrew Tate even went to jail. Nigga, what power? They suppress your power so you don't know your power. That's what they do. They suppress your power so you don't know your power. Nobody cares if you a black man that don't know your power. Go put on that little bullshit headset and go work at T-Mobile like everybody else and go sashay and walk around flamboyant. The majority of the black warrior class is flamboyant. You got to be a gentle giant. You got to suppress your power, because if you were to show your excellence or your quote-unquote power, you go to jail, where you get a second chance to become flamboyant. Y'all not picking up what I'm putting down. Y'all not picking up what I'm putting down. They tell you all you can do is play sports. Then when you go to sports, they try to feminize that up too. You know? So even if you're naturally saying that you're El Gibbet or you're G-Hay or whatever and stuff like that, you get railroaded into something else. You get railroaded into something else. Amazing. Let's get it. Hold on. You get railroaded into something else.
Every time I left for a job, I tell my 15-year-old, you the man of the house. You make sure these doors are locked every night. This alarm is on. You text me or you call me every night before you go to bed and you wake up.
I love that.
Because we're men. If I'm not there to protect, he got to be there to protect. Because you can have all the money in the world, motherfucker climb through the window, that money means nothing.
Yep.
You can have all the celebrity in the world, motherfucker jump through the door, that celebrity means nothing. Yeah. So you got to have a little guard in there, you know? And so for me,
that's why I always tell dudes that you should take up some martial art, even if you don't want to go too far into it or take on fights. Right. You should always take on some martial art, because violence is the underlying principle of nature, and it gives you a better understanding of violence. And even if you're not like the best fighter in the world, you feel more confident walking through the world knowing that you have the ability to, at least to some degree, protect yourself. That's why I always recommend dudes take on some level of martial arts of some sort, if you can.
Always that idea of American masculinity is very different. You feel it when you go to Europe. Like you see these and you're like, could bust your ass, boy. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You go to Europe and they're like, pants. Yeah, tight ass pants. Motherfucker, good, boy. You better lotion your ankle. Like you feel it when you go to Europe. Even when you, like, I was just in Kenya and I was walking around. I'm like, yeah. Dude was like, you ain't from here. Like, nah. Like, yeah, I could tell. I know you can. I could tell I ain't from here. You know what I mean? It's just that American male masculinity is something.
It's funny because I've actually been I've been to England and I've been to Scotland before, and I also go to Kenya every year for about a month out of the year. And what he's saying is absolutely right. One thing you also notice too is that being bulky and buff is not very common everywhere else in the world. Most people, you don't see a lot of buff workoutaholics in other places in the world like you do in the U.S. You can walk down the street and see a buff guy. It's not as common in other places in the world.
I think it's very important for boys, because now our little boys are afraid to fail, so they don't try. You know what I mean? When we were kids, we did tackle drills. We would run face first into each other.
We just talked about it. Dudes don't even talk to a woman face to face.
They don't know how no more, because women have.
War Master said, my martial art starts with a Glock. Yeah, man. War Master, like, my martial art starts with 3 numbers, 223.
They are so mean and so angry. Bruh, I saw this, my nephew was talking to this girl. Oh my God, dude, she just killed him. I mean, he was like, excuse me, how you doing? She goes, ugh.
Yeah, they get intellectually outmatched with younger women. Younger women are on a different page than young men. But fortunately, men catch up. You know, a lot of women stay at that age for the rest of their life. Fortunately, men catch up. All right, let's get it.
How do you come back from that? Yo, he just walked over to me. I gave him his beer. I was like, there you go, bro.
Yeah, man, it's kind of messed up though, because it's just they don't respect the game. It's like some ladies, because they dove into that feminism type of mindset, they're relentless against men because of they believe that men have been relentless against women in the past, so it justifies them being mean to men in the present. And so guys will try to approach them and try to get them compliments, and they'll write them off and be disrespectful. I'm like, man, you got to respect the game. You got to understand, as a man, it's hard to muster up the courage to go start a conversation, walk across the room and start a conversation with a random stranger. It's a hard thing to do, and it's a very particular set of skill, if you get what I'm saying. And there's a lot of women that don't even respect the game. They want all of the attention that come with men walking up.
It's not a hard thing to do. It's really group politics. And then at the same time, like I said, it's not a hard thing to do, but there's something viscerally and instinctually instilled in men called approach anxiety, you know? Because men, being men that we are, can't really approach people docile. You can't really approach people docile and and get certain results out of it. You know, that's why a lot of men have to be docile, because they're trying to be polite and shit. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to be polite and blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? You would lose your life talking to the raw man's woman. Till this day, you will lose your life talking to the raw man's woman. We got news that we got to talk about. Like, recently, Texas rapper Yellow Beezy got picked up over the demise of Mo 3, right? And Mo 3, what was up with him? He was sleeping with another man's woman and running around, checking other dudes and doing all kinds of stuff. Mo 3 wasn't innocent. But now he up out of here. Look at Trouble. You know how much black people I done saved having them think twice? Look at the guys. Listen, there's going to be a group of guys, and I hate to say it, but it has to happen. It's called Darwin's Theory, y'all. There's going to be a group of guys that's going to get unsubscribed for downloading that Kendra G app and thinking that, oh, well, it's all good. It's an open house for me. I can date as much women on this app as I want to, until they start getting set up and unsubscribed. And we can sit here and blame women all day for this, but it's the guy's fault. And then two, a lot of times, some of these women don't even be having guys behind them try to set these dudes up. Some of those stains, women are hitting them shits by themselves. You know, some of those stains, women are hitting them shits by themselves. And then guess what? They get to lie and say a guy put them up to it. You know? And then now you got dudes going down into RICO or some type of weird murder for hire. Or she gets a deal like she wasn't with the shits when the shits was with the shits. You understand what I'm saying? What happened with, what's his name? With Big Meech. So she can turn fed anytime she wants. Go look at those two dudes that took out Lil Ronnie. Rest in peace to him and his baby daughter. Go look at those dudes that took out Lil Ronnie. That dude that got caught with his girlfriend. Man, the girl. The girl that got caught with Lil Ronnie. She was in on it with the police also. So y'all keep playing if y'all want to, man. Dudes are getting set up and unsubscribed all day, every day. Take heed. If you don't take heed to some of this information, it's at your own peril at this point.
To them and approaching them, but yet you want to be disrespectful. At least appreciate the brother's efforts and don't be disrespectful. You ain't got to say,
You
that's
used to
kind of
get unsubscribed.
That didn't happen. That didn't happen. Let's start over.
You used to get unsubscribed and get up out of here if you talk to the raw man's woman. All right, let's go.
Start over.
You win some, you lose some. I agree with them in the segment for the most part. I do think that masculinity is under attack. I think the reason for the attack, though, is because it's easier to conquer the world when masculinity is out of the way. So just get the masculine men out of the way, and you'll really have nobody to fight back when you want to do the conquering. But so I agree with everything he's saying, but shortly after he gave his rant on the attack of masculinity, later on in the interview, they brought up the fact that he kissed a man. So let's get into it.
Because so much stuff has changed in Hollywood that you don't really see that anymore. But in the early 2000s, it was like character breakdown, white male, Tom Cruise type, white shoes, white speech, clear and white teeth, white. But now they don't really do that anymore. But there's been, a lot of movies that were written for white actors that, like I said, once I took the meeting with the director, all this shit, I've done 100 movies, I can act. Now it's about if we get along. Because I ain't showing up to work every day if you're annoying the fuck out of me. I'd rather just not do the movie because I'm gonna slap the shit out you.
Yeah, he making good money. You turning down movie roles because you upset at your coworkers? When I was working at Pizza Hut, I had coworkers I didn't like either. But I still had to go get that money from Pizza Hut. You privileged when you could just choose to not take the job because you don't like your coworkers. You in a good spot.
You really.
And see, this is what I'm saying. A lot of these actors and movie stars and people in that industry, they become tyrants. They become tyrants. And that's what happened with Gabrielle Union and a couple of other people. They just become tyrants. He might not even get a movie role after coming out and saying this. Somebody might not like this. All right, let's go.
Really had to Google me, bro. Standard, like, don't nigga Google me. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Like you're in that. But all the roles you do, what was the hardest? Cause like we've had other actors on, and I'm like to challenge that. I think I'm sneaking on brother to brother.
Gary.
Cause you kissed a man. Like now I've heard you say in the past, like some people told you that would kill your career to be gay. Like just channeling those roles, but just getting in the
gay for pay. That's what it's called, gay for pay, man.
That mind frame, that mindset of doing roles that really ain't you. Right. You were married, got 4 sons, but now you kissing a man, like channeling that. You kissed a man.
He's different.
I was worried about that.
Hey, I was worried about him because he ain't had no facial hair, and I don't really feel like you can trust a black man with no facial hair.
You know what's interesting is at the beginning of this, he talked about how progressive Hollywood is and how far along it's come in terms of becoming more progressive. And I've always just found it weird that you'll see some female actresses complaining about how much they get paid and their gender wage gap. But they're in like one of the most progressive industries in the world, and that is Hollywood, and they're multimillionaires. And you're like, at what point will you ever be happy in your life? I mean, you get paid tens of millions of dollars in a privileged country like America to act in movies. I mean, I don't think you're the one that should be talking about privilege here. But yeah, I just always thought that was very interesting that you're in one of the most privileged institutions in the world, or one of the most progressive institutions in the world, in one of the most privileged spots, in one of the most privileged careers in the world, getting paid more than most people in the world, still talking about how, you're oppressed or there's unequal pay or whatever it may be. It's funny to me.
I grew that shit right back.
That little thin one.
I don't like that, though.
So my first job when I was at Juilliard, there was this guy named Michael Wynn. He was a writer. And we workshopped and did a play about Tupac called Up Against the Wind. So I played Tupac 3 times on stage, off Broadway, and in the movie, right? So the interesting thing was Michael Wynn wrote this play called Up Against the Wind. We did it at school. This guy, Rodney Evans, came to see it. He was doing this movie. He wanted me to play Perry's best friend, who was the poet. And I was like, nah, Perry's the best role. Like, I don't give a f that he gay. Like, it's the best role. He's like, well, you can't play gay. I said, why? He's like, because you're not gay. I was like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I'm an actor. We acted, right? So after a lot of back and forth, he gave me the role, mostly because he couldn't find anybody else who can act. So, so got the role, did the movie, finished the movie, went off to do 8 Mile. So that was literally my first movie. Man. But I did it for a specific reason. Growing up in the South in the 90s and 80s, you grow up homophobic, sexist, and racist. And we talking about the 80s and the 90s. That's just a fact. You know what I mean? So when I got to school, my roommate was gay. Like, I didn't know how to deal with that. Like, my brother's gay.
Yeah, he's not helping the allegations here. He's talking about his roommates, his brother, everybody around it. You're not beating the allegations right now, brother.
Deal with that.
Well, when he answered that question, there was a little bit of a pause in between that. It's like, hey, pick what you about to say right now real quick. Pick what you about to say right now real quick. Hey, you know, he right to say we're actors, but look, he might be acting now. I mean, look, and if he's gay, hey, look, y'all, the man gay. You know, hey. Yeah, y'all saying that Black Mirror shit was crazy. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys hit the like button and support the show. 3 hours and 43 minutes into the madness. It's Player Talk Radio. Third shift in full effect. But first shift for you guys, you know. Yeah, Black Mirror I heard was crazy. Alright. Hey man, he probably would have got paid a little. He probably could have negotiated more pay too. Like I said, it's gay for pay. Y'all gonna have to get used to it. They didn't question Will Smith. Shout outs to War Master. War Master said what Captain Falcon said about America. Mackie can't say anything worse. What did Captain Falcon say? That's hilarious. What did he say? Let's get it.
So being a man, I use my art to better myself. I played Perry so that I could understand my brother better. So I could understand my friends better. Going to art school, a bunch of my friends were gay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when I was a kid, we had a record label. We had the first gay rapper.
But see, I got a brother too. And when I want to get to know more about my brother or understand my brother more, we get on his pontoon and go on the Mississippi River and have a couple brewskis. I'm not getting the correlation here between kissing a man and understanding your brother because he gay. I don't need to go that far to understand no other person in the world. I don't know what it is. I think that's a part of masculinity, though, just having unwavering boundaries, right? And that's just one of my boundaries right there. I'm not crossing that boundary for nobody. I don't care if it means to understand somebody. I don't care if somebody holding me at knife point. You better be willing to die for it, because I certainly am. It ain't gonna go as smooth as you think it is. There's no way. I don't understand the correlation here, but we can keep going and see what he say.
You make good music, nobody cares. You know, Big Frida is famous.
Here for sure.
For sure. You know what I mean? So the idea of being gay in New Orleans has always not only been supported, but it's been a part of the culture.
That's a contradiction, brother. He literally just started this whole segment off by saying growing up in the 80s and the 90s, everybody was homophobic and racist and blah, blah, blah. But now he's saying it's always been accepted.
I mean, it has. Go look at the black church. It absolutely has.
It was early in your career and you needed the job. That's what it sounds like to me, brother. And I don't care about what the job is, what the title is, or how much they paying for the job. That's a line I'm not willing to cross, me personally.
I needed to figure out what was my holdup, what was my insecurity about that. And once I played that role, I realized everybody deserves to be loved.
Oh, man.
It's not my job to say who you love or who should love you. If you loved, I'm happy for it. That don't mean I'm gay. You know, so Perry was more so a statement piece for me with the love and admiration for my brother, with the appreciation and respect of my friends for that culture.
Shout outs to the Xbox owners in the building. You said, oh, one of the shadow views is my Xbox. It doesn't have an account logged into the YouTube app. Oh, okay. Yeah, they didn't say anything about Will Smith. UFO said Captain Black Falcon America said Captain Black Falcon America said we need to do better. See? Okay, so that's what War Master was saying. He said Captain Black Falcon America said we need to do better. Okay. See? I'm catching on, y'all.
Culture. It really put me in a position where I think it made me a better actor.
You know how you show appreciation for the culture? Let a gay man play the gay man role. Ain't that what people be saying? If it's a black role, you want the black person to play the black people role. If it's a marginalized group, you want them to fill in the spots for those.
Shout outs to LT Man, man. LT Man done put 30s on the truck. Let me stop. Shout outs to LT Man in the building. LT Man done put 30s on the truck. Gator boots with the pimped out Gucci suits. Yes, sir. Shout outs to LT Man. You said that Falcon said anti-American nonsense in Europe. People are still. He said anti-American and he said anti-American nonsense in Europe. People are still mad. It's weird though, cause you know Europe is like a dice roll. You run into a couple of Europeans, they want to be American, then you run into a couple of them, they don't. A lot of them go to Canada instead of America. Oh man, if America takes on Canada as the next state, you'll never hear the end of it. You'll never hear the end of it. Shout outs to LT Man. Absolutely, I will absolutely open up the panel. If we can get at least 1 to at least 2 supporters, if we can get to 2 to 3 supporters, we have a goal of $50. Yes, I absolutely will have this panel open because we definitely got to cover. We got some. What else do we got? What else do I have right here? Hold on, y'all. Let me look it up. We got some politics to cover. We're not gonna really get into too much hip hop news. We're probably gonna get to the hip hop news for Sunday's content, but you know, because we got all of these Ricos coming down. You know, Yellow Beezy got picked up. Big U got picked up. Brick Baby, also from the No Jumper podcast, he got picked up. You know, I'm pretty sure Vlad TV is going crazy with Lil Boosie right now because Yellow Beezy had a lot to say about Lil Boosie when he went down to Texas and went to Mo3's funeral and they end up getting shot. You know, Boosie ended up getting shot in the leg. A lot of people don't know Mo3 was Boosie's artist at the time. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of stuff that we got to talk about. And then there's a lot of people going down on the Rico. New York rapper K-Flop end up beating the body, but then going down on the Rico. Who else? Who else is going through it right now? A couple people going through it. These Rico charges are coming. They're not even letting people, you know what I'm saying, sit down no more, you know, and so much stuff is coming out, you know, Whack 100, going in on Big U and they're saying that certain people, now that they got Big U, they said certain people, was getting extorted and charged, you know, to check in. Rick Ross, some stuff going on with him, you know, a lot of different things going on right now, you know. Also, it's a couple of deaths, you know. What's his name? I forgot his name. Lotto from, you know, Slaughter Gang, 21 Savage's folks, you know. Lotto, he ended up getting gunned down, you know. There's a rapper from Atlanta, his name is Lotto. He ended up getting gunned down in you know, recently. So it's gonna be a hot summer, y'all. Like I said, y'all stay indoors, don't go outside unless you need to. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a hot summer. I can't even begin to tell y'all how crazy summer 25 is gonna be. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, y'all make sure y'all work on yourselves and just get as much certifications, learn how to use AI, learn how to do certain little things, read up on crypto, take LT Man's advice, LT Man and Player Talk Radio is a good source of information that's going on in the world and stuff like that. So, I want y'all to really take the advice and take heed to a lot of the information that's being said here. I try to make some of this stuff, funny, using, my personality and stuff like that. I try to make some of this stuff funny, but y'all got to understand, I'm being dead serious with a lot of y'all, man. Just, y'all got to be careful, man. Y'all got to be careful with the stuff that's going on in the world today. And, I literally just try to, take heed to what I'm saying. I will say certain things in passing, and, I need y'all to take heed to what I'm saying. And also stuff that War Master, LT Man, and UFO knew. A lot of guys. There's a lot of very upper echelon eclectic brothers here. And I'm blessed. I'm glad to be able to have the platform to facilitate this. Y'all gotta understand, it's a luxury to be understood. Never take that for granted. It's a luxury to be understood. It's a luxury to be able to communicate something to somebody and they get it. So some of this game I'm dropping, this, I know this, it's not really for me for the most part, but somebody needs to hear this. It saves people's lives. So take heed to a lot of what I'm telling y'all, Take heed. You got people out here losing their life, and people are like, oh, well, guys ain't losing their life over women. Nigga, listen. Men been losing their lives over women since the beginning of time. Men have been losing their lives over women and broads before money was even invented. Did you know that between women and land, but I think it was land first, but women, honestly, to a certain degree, was the first concept of, actually land came before women. But women was one of the concepts of property, but land actually became property before women. Women weren't property. And I'll get into the biological stuff and all that shit later. But women wasn't technically property back in the day. Land was. Land was. And the concept of land, it changes. Not the concept of land, but the concept of property. When we were nomads and we were moving around and traveling and going different places, we didn't really care too much about the land because we weren't going to be there for a long time. But once we start saying, hey, I'm going to live here, I'm going to build a house on this property, I'm going to plant my crops right here, I'm going to go hunting here, I'm going to need a house here, that's when women somewhat became property. But people are territorial because you don't know if that woman is a daughter. Well, she is. But you don't know if that's her father. You don't know if that's a suitor. You don't know if... So the reason why dudes have approach anxiety is because you lost your life. Fast forward it to 2025, nothing changed. You step on somebody's shoe, you sleep with somebody's baby mama, you get caught in the mall with this person, your number's in this person's phone, you will be up out of here. And while one guy goes to jail and one guy goes to hell, she gonna be right back in the club looking for the next guy. And women love attention. So they don't close tabs. If they close tabs, guess what? That's the attention's gone. Absolutely. Lives lost over some nonsense. Hold on, let me catch up. Oh shit. Hold on, y'all. Oh man, shout outs to War Master dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. As always, War Master says, hold on. Damn. 537 days. Why does Kuda have an Xbox? I don't have it in my possession. I wish I do. My controller's right here. I can show y'all my controller. It's right here. And I'm thinking about getting a whole different console. I saw this guy, War Master. I want to tag you in it. This guy bought an Xbox Series X. And he took it to this guy on the street and he says, "Hey, can you do your thing with with this Xbox, right?" And he got the guy to do a custom paint job on his Xbox, and it looked cool. But it was a YouTube short, and I got to see if I can tag you in it, or at least share it and then tag you in it so you can see it. It was actually pretty cool. Shout outs to War Master as always, supporting Player Talk Radio. Hold on, let's get it. Hold on.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens, where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to War Master for supporting the show as always. Shout outs to Gail at Night. Gail says, "Kuda, check out my last video when you get the chance." Absolutely. Thank you, Gail, for dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. Yes, thank you guys for supporting the show. We are halfway to our goal. Thank you guys so much. Let's get it. Hold on. Thank you, Gail, for supporting the show and always moderating and doing your thing. Hold on. As always, I wanted to ask you about Aaron. If y'all want me to drop the link is, I'll drop the link if you guys need it. And it's Player Talk Radio. Thank you, Gail, for supporting Player Talk Radio. Hold on, give me 1 second. I want to chop it up with you about Aaron, man, because I see a lot of people being fake right now, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it. But thank you guys for supporting the show. Let's keep the support going. It's Player Talk Radio. Hit the like button. Hit the Cash App. Let's. Hold on.
If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying, nigga? If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? What make you think you greater than Jesus? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? What make you think you greater than Jesus? What make you think you greater than Jesus? Swing the remix God! Can't save these hoes. Can't save these hoes. Can't save these hoes, nigga. Can't save these hoes. Can't save these hoes. Can't save these
my
hoes,
shit.
nigga. Can't save these hoes. 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 Can't save these hoes, nigga. If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying? If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga? What make you
What makes you think you greater than Jesus, man? Gail said, "I got 5 on it." I appreciate it. Thank you guys for supporting the show. Yeah, you can buy skins on Amazon. You know what skin I liked on the Series S? I like the Supreme skin. That I like the Supreme color scheme. I don't know. It's something about the red and white that makes me feel all right. I love the Supreme skin. UFO said any dude fighting or deleting over a woman in 2025 is a fucking moron. Low key, there were morons back then, UFO, and they're morons right now. I agree. LT Man says, "Yo, Chicago loves you, but you know how you sound? You sound like the guy that has a cover for the stairwell." LT Man said, LT Man says, you sound like the guy that gets a car bra on your Bentley or your Rolls Royce. I ain't gonna lie, a car bra on a Rolls Royce or a Bentley probably might look pretty cool. Y'all remember the car bra era? Oh, I'm glad certain things phased its way out. Y'all niggas was really putting leather on the front of Kias and Mazdas and stuff like that. The car bra era was diabolical, you know. Man, I gotta reach out to my truck drivers and my automotive guys in this space. Y'all know what I've been watching, and maybe you guys might have seen it. War Master, I'm pretty sure you might have seen it, and all the truck drivers, I'm pretty sure you might have seen it. LT Man, you might have seen it also. So y'all know I'm into planes, trains, and automobiles, right? And man, just overnight, I ain't gonna lie, I gave up some studying hours for it, but I was resting. You know, we've been having some really good and long shows, y'all. I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Remember when I'm not even gonna say that. I've been looking up what you call it. I've been looking up trains for like the last 24 hours. I love trains, right? I love trains. I never ran them, pause, but I love trains, right? Got to throw that out there. I love trains, automobiles and locomotives. And I was looking up just certain things on trains, like how to drive certain trains and stuff like that, cuz I'm fascinated with trains, right? And the crazy part is that I believe every single train owns a soul. I know it's weird, but listen to what I'm saying, right? I believe every single train owns a soul. And there's this train that was made in the 1940s, right? It has 1940s technology, and it's a steam train called the Big Boy, which is supposed to, there's like what, like 40 something of them. They were made in the 40s though, right? Which is supposed to be like the like the craziest last steam train and last, you know what I'm saying? Like big, like huge locomotive from back in the day, still on the tracks. I was gonna say on the road. And even to this day, a lot of trains get stuck and they use the Big Boy to like push and pull certain trains. Like I'm watching it is a big black train, y'all. And I'm watching this train um push a train that got a bunch of cars on it while pulling cars itself, you know. Big steam it's a big steam train, you know. Then I'm looking at how the trains work, how the fire uh you know heats up the steam and boils the water, and they use the tubes and the valves and all this other stuff versus the engines that they got today. You got electric trains obviously, and then you got the trains that got a motor like V16s and stuff like that. So I'm looking up trains and all kinds of just cool shit. I wonder if my truckers here, if you guys seen the Big Boy in person, because that's a big fucking train, you know. But we'll get into like the all the guy stuff in a second, you know, because I know a lot of people they're here for some of the stories and stuff. But I digress. Let's get back to what we're talking about. You guys hit the poll. Make sure you support the show before you hit the poll. Subscribe. We only need like 7 subscribers to reach 4K. So we got a 4K show coming. I found out how to play Diary of a not Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a Mad Black Man. I found out how to play Diary of a how to play a Diary of a Tired Black Man on my phone. It's just harder for me to play it on my computer because the region that I'm in. So I think I have to turn on my VPN on my laptop, and we can be able to play and watch it over on Rumble. So make sure you guys tune in. I'm pretty sure if we get 4,000 within today, so hit the subscribe button. Even if you don't like the show, just hit the subscribe button, you know. But we can have movie night over on Rumble, you know. Thank you, King Groove. I appreciate everybody here, man. Yes, we can have movie night over on Rumble, because we're gonna go over Diary of a Tired Black Man. So you know, I plan to play that video over on Rumble. It's a great movie. If you haven't seen it, came out in 2008. It got swept under the rug, you know. But yes, you know, we are there. LT Man said they're still talking about locomotives or the or are we still talking about locomotives or the party in this house? No, no. I threw a joke in there. I said I don't run trains. You know, I've never ran a train in my life, but you know, America still employs old trains, old steam engines, and stuff like that. I wondered why they stopped doing steam engines. Until I saw some of the explosions, that happened with those steam engines, and people don't survive those damn steam engines. Um, you're basically running around in a big ass pressure cooker. It's a big ass. Basically, the old trains in America, y'all, they're big ass pressure cooker pots. But it's amazing to see how they work. It's amazing to see how steam engines work, these days, right? Oh, I knew some Apple slander was going to come down the pipeline. War Master says Crapple stinks. Right. Right. Shout outs to King Groove TV. I appreciate you for coming through. You said I'm about to hit up my little cousins from Louisiana to see if I can get him to see if I can get him to drive too. You know what I was gonna do? I was gonna and I was playing it on Xbox not too long ago. I like those train simulator games, y'all. I was gonna take some of my footage from those train simulator games because I want to be a train driver or a conductor or something. But I was gonna put some of those videos on my resume. That'll be different. Show people I know how to drive trains, even in a simulation and stuff like that, or certain trains and stuff. Shout outs to Gail at Night. You know. Shout outs to Chris G. He said, LT man, what up? My bad. I kept calling you brother. I thought you were black. Laugh out loud. Hope all is well. I gotta stop thinking everybody black. Man, LT man is black, white, candy stripe. LT man is whoever he wants to be. LT man is the brother. LT man is the homie, Yeah. That's the thing about the black manosphere, Chris G. We gotta throw some of this color stuff under the bus. It's goofy and it sucks, but I will be streaming. I will be streaming soon once I get this thing to work. I will be streaming a Diary of a Tired Black Man over on Rumble. So I want you guys to, to definitely subscribe to the Rumble channel. I will put that in the chat. I googled how to do a damn poll on Rumble, and it's giving me all kinds of different answers. So I got to figure out how to do that over there. I definitely want to have the poll set up while we're over there for that movie because we're setting up shop on Rumble. All right. Yeah, wood and coal powered trains. It's awesome. Right, War Master. Diesel and electric engines are more efficient for trains. Yeah. Yeah. And I didn't know a lot of those trains, they got turbos. They got they twin turbos. They got like a smaller turbo and they have like a bigger turbo, They have like a bigger turbo, Shout outs to King Groove, man. I appreciate you. Hey, hold on. Let me give you a wrench, bro. I got you, bro. All right, let's get back into this. Anthony Mackie says masculinity is under attack. Wow. You know, a actor wakes up one day and takes on the same mantle as the manosphere, and now people are like, oh wow, well, you know, that's interesting because he said it. Like, really? Really, bro? Okay. Let's get it. Hold on. My bad. I got a lot of tabs up. Y'all hit the like button. Support the show's Player Talk. Hold on.
Roles, right? If you want to celebrate the gay community, you go let them play in the movie and be gay in the movie, brother. You ain't that don't sound like it's adding up to me.
Because I had to go so far out the box. I had to go to the furthest spectrum away from myself to play.
It's funny because I actually agree with pretty much everything that he was saying, especially on the masculinity part. Now, on the back end, when they challenged him a little bit and said, well, you're a part of the problem a little bit because you out here playing LGBTQ roles and you supposed to be Captain America. It don't look good on the old resume. I completely understand what they're saying.
Well, this is goofy. I mean, the black manosphere, not even the manosphere, empowering black men don't got nothing to do with trying to turn G-hate people back straight. Yeah, he been stealing manosphere talking point. A lot of those celebrities watch us. Y'all have no idea, man. A lot of those celebrities, they watch us. They absolutely do. They watch us. I can't tell you countless times how much I've been told that, yeah, we watch y'all. You know? Charleston White watches us. They know about a lot of us. You know? They watch us. And there's nothing wrong with that neither, you know, because honestly, if I'm using celebrities as a example, they can benefit from it. I actually want them to watch us. I would like them to support us, but they benefit from it. Think about it like this. Think about it like this. We be dropping gems, and they're in position to do most of the stuff that we talk about, including stealing our talking points. You know, masculinity is to be restored. It's not about, you know, taking. They're normal people, right? They just got a magnifying glass on them. But masculinity ain't about taking out or harming or doing anything to LGBT people. It's about restoring it, you know, to a certain degree, or whatever's been taken, you know. Let fathers see their kids. Stop the spread of, you know, feminism, you know, or be fathers, you know, curb certain things, rear your kids, you know, and do certain things, you know. So it's a lot of different aspects. You know, masculinity ain't about challenging nothing. You know, it ain't about, you know, hey man, we gotta stop G-hate people. No, it's not about that. It's just about it being restored, you know. The black community has been put on notice and get called homophobic and all kinds of different stuff. Yeah, I get it. We have music. Yeah, I get it. We talk about it. But if anybody or any group of people could talk about it in a crazy way, it would be us. You know what I'm saying? It would be us. You know, depending on where some of y'all come from, it would be us. But y'all gonna have to get used to that. That gay for pay shit, that's standard in Hollywood. I'm trying to figure out where he drew this conclusion, because we've been talking about it for decades. And, you know, you got a lot of brothers now losing their kids. You got a lot of brothers now losing their kids to the divorce court system and the child support system and stuff like that. A lot of Hollywood people getting targeted, you know. And the laws are fucked, you know. So what you gonna do when the laws come after you? You're doomed. You know? You're doomed. You're doomed. You know? So I understand if you're a celebrity and you watch the manosphere. It's here for you also. You know? Definitely support it. Because the thing is that y'all will be affected damn near the first, and y'all and the game here, it can definitely help you out better than a lot of the legal advice that y'all get, Um and like I said, y'all are the real ones going 50-50. It's a lot of stuff. There's so much game you can soak up even just from this channel alone, you know. Hold on, y'all. Tears, why are you even here, bro? Don't you watch helmet content? We could talk about money, but we talk about that all the time. Stick around. But you like to watch helmet content, bro. But I get it. Shout outs to LT, man. He said not to put our business out there, but YouTube and other platforms help us reach certain people and certain statuses and certain. Yeah, man. YouTube help us reach people in high places like Jesus' niece, man. YouTube definitely helps you reach high places, people in high places like Jesus' niece. What I'm saying is though, I gotta rebrand the channel. Certain things and certain content that I do and that I'm associated with, and we talk about it. War Master tells me all the time and stuff like that. You guys tell me also too. It could put a dark cloud over something that I got. So I get it. I get it, and I'm glad we could back up from some of this stuff. But it's funny that now that when we're backing up from some of this, content that's meant for men, celebrities are taking it in, and honing it and stuff like that. Now you got more celebrities having these conversations and things of that sort. So it's interesting. I think it's better for them to listen up and benefit instead of taken from us, because so many people lost their livelihood just to voice their opinion in these spaces, you know. And I get it, with the celebrities, they might be under contract and stuff like that, but they're now finding out also, like, you don't need to be on a show with damn near Skip Bailey's and all these other peoples and stuff like that. You can start your own damn show. You know, Speaking of start their own damn show, I think Jess hilarious. If she don't like how the Breakfast Club moving, like, what's wrong? Start your own damn show. You start your own damn shit. You dig? But it takes work. That's the part people don't want to do. So they gotta try to diss people to get their brands on. They gotta buy subscribers. They gotta kick up some dust and start a commotion. You know what I'm saying? Nah, man, start it from the bottom, bro. Start working. If you talking to two people in your chat room, starting off on YouTube, good. Because a lot of people got to learn how to be comfortable in front of the camera, comfortable with the information, comfortable with what they saying and stuff like that. You dig? So it is what it is, man. He said, "Hey, I'm on my phone with my Florida cousin. He about to subscribe now." I appreciate that, King Groove. I appreciate that, man. What's going on, Truth Speaks? What's going on, Brian? True. What you call it? Truth Speaks. What's going on? Shout outs to you. You said, yep, old man was right at that. Build a better mousetrap. Yeah, my thing is this, man. The celebrities, they could benefit off of what we're saying. I mean, shit. I mean, it's better that we actually talk to them than the average black man, because they don't believe it until the celebrities go through it. They don't believe it until the celebrities go through it. You did? But speaking of celebrities, hold on. I got something to show y'all. Give me 1 second.
Me personally, I think masculinity is about having unwavering boundaries for things that you're willing to do and things you're not willing to do. And that's just something that I personally wouldn't be willing to do. I don't know where his boundaries lie. I'm not an actor, and I can't relate to that situation at all. If I want to get to know my brother, we go have brewskis. I'm not finna have to kiss no man to understand nobody else's circumstance. I have LGBTQ people in my family. You will not be seeing me.
That's gay for pay.
Go kiss no other man to understand their circumstances. That's just not how I live my life. But yeah, I'm happy that they called him out on the contradiction to talk about masculinity and then bring up that point too. I think it shows consistency on their platform, and I think it was an enjoyable conversation. He may have articulated in a way where it makes sense to him, But to me, it just sounds like you're justifying something that you did when you was in a desperate time and you wanted the role as an actor. Sound like that was your first movie. You hadn't had a movie yet. It was the best role that you could go for, and you was willing to do anything to get that role. That's what it sounded like to me. But that might have been 20 years ago. A long time ago, you turned into a whole totally different person. But it seemed like it was a little bit compromising in my opinion. But yeah, I agree with him on the masculinity thing. Just don't agree with what he did on the back end. Make sure you guys become a member of the Poor Man Militia. Join the Patreon. I just dropped a video today talking about a side hustle that I did to make $1,200 per week. This is before drop shipping was even considered a thing. It doesn't really have anything.
Actually, hold on. Shout outs to Poor Man's Podcast. Hold on. Before I get into to what I wanted to do, because I wanted to get back into the Iman Shumpert and Tiana Taylor thing and the whole DDG thing. Speaking of black men. Yeah, I heard Pearly did get remonetized. Man, yeah, there's so much stuff I gotta chop up. I heard Pearly. And make sure you guys head over to Gail at Night. Make sure y'all, Gail is in the chat. Make sure y'all head over to Gail at Night's channel and subscribe to her also. I heard Jess Pearly things snapped on Myron, but I don't know. It's coming from O'Shea, so you never know. Everybody's snapping on Myron nowadays, but yeah, I heard Pearly thinks is back. All right, I heard I said Burley. I heard Pearly thinks is back. Hold on, I wanted to get into this story real quick. Before we go further, because me and LT Man and a couple of guys here, we were talking about it. This sister that got whacked in the back of the head with that baton. Let me play this real quick. Hold on. Shout out to the Pink Book Lesson. She got a lot of interesting stuff to talk about. And sometimes I like to play I like to play videos from a woman's channel, because a lot of times they offer pushback, or they have maybe they have a better perspective, or to see their thought process, on some of the topics that we cover also, so this is for research purposes, okay, and dropping game. Let's get it. Fair use. Dang, this was down on the track. Shakari Richardson activities, y'all. And I'm like, Shakari, smoke him on and off the track. Hey.
In the heat of competition, emotions can run high, and some athletes completely lose control. Like in this case, where one runner veered right off the track. Then there's another recent viral incident involving a high school track athlete who was struck with a baton by a competitor during their championship race, leaving her with a concussion and a possible skull fracture.
I just felt a bang on my head, and then I fell off the track immediately.
And get this, after the assault,
I ain't gonna lie, it looked like she was trying so hard not to laugh. Let's get it.
The offender took no accountability whatsoever. Instead of owning up to her actions, she and her parents are going around claiming it was all a mistake and portraying her as a victim.
Everybody has feelings. So you're physically hurt, but you're not thinking of my mental, right? I didn't have to see your first video, second video.
That's such a woman thing to say. I know you in a coma, but think about me.
10 video, I know 100% that she won't do this to nobody.
Nah, they all need to be held accountable. The daughter, the mother, and the father are completely out of line. They should be ashamed of themselves, but they're not. Instead, they just keep lying and shifting blame onto everyone and everything else except the person actually responsible. We're going to get into it, but first, take a second to make sure you're subscribed.
See, and Angel Reese, see, this is why you gotta be careful too when people tell you to start doing shit, because if you're gonna become a Colin Kaepernick, or you're gonna talk about certain things, like if you're gonna become a Colin Kaepernick, or you gonna talk about certain things and stuff, you gotta make sure you time that shit right. You can't be talking about some, man, I ain't gonna play for y'all no more if y'all don't up my paycheck. No, why don't you jump out the gym and then renegotiate a better contract with the people that put you in position in the first place? Jump out the gym and you won't even have to worry about no goddamn contract. That shit ain't money problems ain't gonna be a problem. But you want to keep up with your celebrity friends. You want to do this, that, and the third. And a lot of people, they didn't want to knock you off your pivot. So guess what, Angel Reese? You about to look crazy making those demands. And then guess what? Attention about to be off of that because they about to be looking at other stories like this or what's going on with Jade Cargill over there on WWE. There ain't nobody about to be worried about no damn Angel Reese playing basketball. You know? You gotta jump out the gym. You gotta put in that hard work. You gotta put in that paint. Start posting videos on TikTok of you crossing up some guy or something. So dudes will be like, "Oh my God, can Angel Reese beat a man in basketball?" Like you gotta get your stock hot. You gotta get your stock hot. You did? Outwork everybody. But anyway, y'all. We gotta take a good look at what they talking about. This woman whacked this other girl in the back of her head with this baton. Crazy.
Subscribe to the channel and click the notification bell for all updates.
Turn now to an attack during a high school track and field relay race. One runner hit another in the head with a baton. Janae Norman here with the story. Good morning, Janae.
Hey, George, this is a crazy video that you have to see. It's unimaginable, unsportsmanlike conduct on the track. This morning, a high school track star is still recovering nearly a week after being hit on the head by another runner during a race.
Junior Kaylin Tucker was running the second leg of the 4x200 relay in the Virginia State High School League Championships when the shocking incident happened.
That's when she hit me with the baton.
Watch again as you see the two sprinters running side by side as they round the corner with Kaylin on the outside, Kaylin's mother cheering her on. Just as Kaylin is passing the other runner, the athlete swings her baton, striking Kaylin.
I just felt a bang on my head and then I fell off the track immediately.
Kaylin dropping her baton and reaching for her head.
The whole Coliseum pretty much gasped. I just jumped up out of the bleachers immediately and ran to her on the main floor.
The 16-year-old was later diagnosed with a concussion. The family says neither the athlete who struck Kaylin nor the other team's coaches checked on Kaylin or reached out afterwards.
To see that they kept running and she not stop and check on my daughter, that was the part where I was like, it couldn't have been an accident.
Yeah, I agree. This was definitely not an accident. Just like everybody else, I watched the video in slow motion from multiple angles, and there's no way it was unintentional.
Well, it looked like she thought about it for like a split second and then bam. Whack 100.
The way she pulled her arm back.
Oof. And then you know what's funny? They tried to say that she said that she tripped. Let's see.
Watch the video in slow motion from multiple angles, and there's no way it was unintentional. The way she pulled her arm back before striking the other girl was deliberate.
Yeah, that angle right there, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that she was jealous of her as she hit her, or you could put a 2 in the chat if you think that, she couldn't help herself. Let's say, she got jealous or it was a knee-jerk reaction or something. Like, do you think that she's guilty? What do y'all think? Y'all think Truth Speaks said 1. Gail said 1. Erase it. Damn. Dang. And then also the girl, she got braids in her hair. So them Iverson braids, they can block a little bit of a hit. But I ain't gonna lie, she probably did get a nice whack in the back of the head. That was a nice. She cocked back a little bit. You know, she cocked back a little bit. Hold on.
And if it had been a mistake, she would have immediately rushed over to check on the victim and apologize.
Wow. Damn. Damn. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. She hit her ass.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Well, damn.
Is this camera?
You shouldn't have been talking shit.
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
Yeah, she hit the hell out of this girl. Hold on.
For accidentally hurting her, right? But
she looked like she was gonna hit her one more time too.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CSI.
She didn't get the hell up out of her way. That would have been 2 times. Finesse 2 times.
no, she didn't do that at all.
The other runner, who attends IC Norcom High School, has not been named. Kaylin's parents say Norcom's athletic director and the girl's father apologized in a phone call, but they're still waiting for the opposing athlete and her coaches to reach out.
We definitely want the coaches and a personal apology from the actual athlete as well, because it's only right.
So the coach, he apologized to the victim, and the attacker's father apologized to the victim, but the girl who actually attacked her said nothing? I want to see more than an apology here. I also want the girl who did this to her to be charged and arrested, because this is...
Damn. Y'all sisters definitely will turn on another sister in a goddamn heartbeat. Arrested. Lock that bitch up. Gail said guilty. I'm saying though, it's like, dang. You know what they want? They want that public apology. And they still gonna press charges. They want that public apology. So remember, y'all, this was a meetup. This was a meetup. You know, it wasn't like, oh well, she gotta go see her at school the next day or something. You said that's battery, cuz. Yeah, she didn't put the battery in her back, but she took that baton and said whack to the back of her head. Dang, man. What happened to girls becoming friends after this? You know what I'm saying? What happened to girls becoming friends after this? You know? What happened to girls becoming friends after this, man? That's crazy. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Lord have mercy. Yeah, it is battery. It is battery. He said throw her little ass in jail for a day or 2. Yeah, that's all she gonna get. I'm like, you know what's funny? That's why men stop pressing charges and shit like that. It's like she only gonna go to jail for a day. You gonna get labeled as a snitch. And nothing really gonna happen. You know? Nothing really gonna happen. You know? Gail. Look at Gail. Gail said, I thought y'all wanted us to hold women accountable. I guess. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's absolutely unacceptable.
The Virginia High School League saying in a statement, "We thoroughly review every instance like this," adding, "The VHSL membership has always made it a priority."
See, this is a dynamic that socialism, this is a dynamic that's created. You know, it's like, okay, well, if women ain't gonna take no type of accountability, what happens when you have a case like this, when you have somebody that got clobbered? Because literally she got clobbered. She got clobbered in the back of the head with this blunt. I didn't even think batons were that. And until I really looked into the story, y'all, I'm not even gonna hold y'all. I didn't even think batons were that. I didn't think they had that much weight to them like that. Boy, was I wrong. If she clobbered this woman, you know, if she clobbered this woman in the back of the head like that. But yeah, this woman got clobbered, bro, in the back of the head with that baton. You know. So you said 1st degree battery, because she hesitated on the swung. That's why. Like for a good second, I thought it was like a knee jerk reaction. You know, that's true too, Gail. It isn't about the it is about the mugshot too. But girls be taking man, they be treating mugshots like photo shoots, Gail. You know, y'all know we got jail bay. We got a lot of different jail bays running around. So it ain't really about the. Well, yeah, I guess it is about the photo, but they be treating that shit like it's a damn photo shoot. Maybe she needs to go to the WWE. You know, maybe she needs to go to the WWE and get a contract with them because Triple H is hiring everybody. You know, hold on, y'all. Triple H is hiring everybody. Hold on. Lord have mercy. This internet is acting crazy. Hold on, y'all. I wanted to show y'all part 2 because the girl that did the beating, she's going on a sympathy tour. You know, that's why initially I felt bad for her because she's like, I didn't do it on purpose and stuff, you know. But nowadays, you never know. I mean, you know, people got Anna. You know, they got animosity. Hold on. Okay, I don't know why this is not working. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Okay. Hold on.
Smith Sr. Alayla Everett has been charged with the misdemeanor of assault and battery out of Lynchburg.
Damn.
Now, I spoke with Everett's father, who told me his family is going to fight this to help clear their daughter's name. The Lynchburg Commonwealth's attorney confirmed on Wednesday that Everett was charged for her role in the incident in Lynchburg, where she was seen hitting another runner, Kaylin Tucker, in the head with a baton. Earlier this week, I spoke with Everett and her dad. She said what is seen in the video was an accident. Everett said she lost her balance.
She gonna get booked. She gonna get booked and then come out the next day. That's really what's gonna happen. She gonna get booked and then come out the next day. There's really no consequences for women. You know, she gonna get booked and then come out the next day. I mean, and I get it. Man, track ever since the whole Sha'Carri thing, man, track has become a crazy little you know, crazy little world, man. Hold on, y'all.
The runner did not provide herself enough distance to cut into the inside lane of the track during the race. Everett says the hit was not intentional, but she's received backlash online, including death threats. We spoke to Lynchburg Commonwealth's attorney Bethany Harrison, who explained the outcome for Everett if
she should just go straight to the WWE because I don't know.
She's found guilty in juvenile court.
The court has many.
I don't know if the batons are made out of titanium. I thought they were light so the girls could carry it and stuff like that. But honestly, it is a little bit different if you're running and you swing a weapon like that because you're running. You know what I'm saying? So the baton's already flying through the air. So when you cock back and, you know, and whack somebody in the back of the, you know, if you whack somebody in the back of the head with that item, you know, maybe the girl did have a concussion, you know, because when you get those braids and shit, they are pulling on the back of your head and on your hair, and then getting hit with a blunt object like that. She probably did have a little concussion, you know. LT man said, entertain us, cool.
What we call dispositional options available to it. Many things the court can order to help in that goal of rehabilitation. It could be community service, it could be time in detention, and a lot of things in between, like counseling services of that nature.
The Portsmouth NAACP is reacting to the charge. I'll tell you what they had to say at 5. I'm Danielle Seda, WTKR News 3.
The Virginia high school senior who struck her opponent during a race, causing a concussion.
Oh, she from Virginia. She did that shit. I know she was from VA. I'm sorry. I'm a part of the DMV area. Shout outs to everybody in the DC, Maryland, and Virginia. And she did that shit. My bad.
And a possible skull fracture, is now facing charges in connection with the incident.
King Groove, you gotta chill. He said female skulls are softer than males. Not to mention she's not a fully grown adult yet. I know that's not funny, but that is hilarious because it is true. That is hilarious because it is true. You know, when you need women to be hard headed, they don't want to be hard headed. She hard headed with you, but now she get hit with a goddamn baton. Now all of a sudden she's soft headed. But when she with a nigga, she hard headed. Okay, gotcha. Hold on, damn Nightbot. Hold on, let me time out Nightbot. Don't time out Truth Speaks. Hold on, let me time out Nightbot, y'all. God damn, Nightbot tripping. Hold on, y'all.
The Lynchburg Commonwealth's attorney's office has filed a petition for 1 count of assault and battery against the attacker. The victim is recovering from her injuries, while the family of the girl who caused all of this is on Facebook attempting to gaslight both the victim and anybody who doesn't buy their story that it was merely an accident. In a recent interview, the attacker essentially said, yeah, the victim was hit by accident, but what about me? Making it all about herself.
Everybody has feelings. So you're...
Hey, you know what's crazy too? Women are red pilling other women. Real talk. Women are red pilling other women because you got a lot of women that would have been feminists. You got a lot of women that used to be feminists, would have been feminists, would have agreed. Now they're like, that's cap. You know? Women are turning other women into feminists. I mean, not even feminists, into they're red pilling other women. Because what do you do in this case? You know? What do you do in this case? Uh-oh.
You're a victim.
There we go, CSI.
Hold on. Why wasn't it up? Hold on. God damn it. I was just sitting up here playing. Hold on. Here we go. Lord have mercy.
This girl wanted us to feel sorry for her because of her own actions and the fallout they caused. That's why she appeared on TV crying and letting the tears linger through.
Women are red
In
pilling other
detention
women.
and a lot of things in between, like counseling services of that nature.
The Portsmouth NAACP is
Right,
reacting to
Brian.
the charge. I'll tell you what they had to say at 5. I'm Danielle Seda, WTKR News 3.
The Virginia high school senior who struck her opponent during a race, causing a concussion and a possible skull fracture, is now facing charges in connection with the incident. The Lynchburg Commonwealth's attorney's office has filed a petition for 1 count of assault and battery against the attacker. The victim is recovering from her injuries, while the family of the girl who caused all of this is on Facebook attempting to gaslight both the victim and anybody who doesn't buy their story that it was merely an accident. In a recent interview, the attacker essentially said, yeah, the victim was hit by accident, but what about me? Making it all about herself.
Everybody has feelings. So you're physically hurt, but you're not thinking of my mental, right?
This girl wanted us to feel sorry for her because of her own actions and the fallout they caused. That's why she appeared on TV crying and letting the tears linger throughout the entire interview, avoiding wiping her face, clearly trying to create a more dramatic effect. It's a manipulation tactic designed to make herself seem like the victim, when in fact, she was the attacker who victimized another girl. Many people aren't buying her story and have taken to social media to voice their disbelief, stating they don't think it was an accident.
As a person that has been on a track team and ran relay races with a baton in my hand, that was not no accident. Like, she absolutely did that on purpose. You know how if you never run track before, then you don't know how. But batons are so lightweight, like they're featherweight. So the amount of force you gotta put behind that to give somebody a concussion and a fractured skull.
Spell concussion, baby.
Like, I literally cannot wrap my head around how hard she threw that bitch. Like,
You got some big ass hands.
and then I heard she didn't even apologize, or it don't even look like she checked on the girl in the video. Like, track coaches preach about your form all the time. Never, ever, ever should your arm have ever even been that far back behind your damn head if it was an accident. Like, how did your arm even get back there? I'm sorry, but
No, yeah, I agree with that too, LT, man. Anytime somebody get hit in the back of the head is considered a concussion, yeah. Cause your lawyer's gonna have to, eat that up. The lawyer gonna have to eat that up, so and it's not hard for the lawyers to eat that up. So yeah, anytime somebody get hit in the back of the head, yeah, it's a concussion. Correct. It's like a car accident, Even if you get rear-ended or something like that, it's assumed that it's whiplash. Hey, it's whiplash, Go to therapy, those are procedures. And then not even they gotta put that out there, because let me tell y'all something with this whole medical industry. Um when they don't diagnose people, or people don't take the right precautions after something like this happens, and then they turn around and pass away, man, they end up suing the organization and all kinds of shit. All kinds of shit. Yeah. And then you never know. I mean, you get hit with something like that, she may have like some contusions or internal bleeding and stuff like that. You never know. You never know. That's crazy, you know. So hold on. Run this back. I keep thinking this thing is up and it's not up on this screen. I got so much screens open, y'all. Y'all bless my heart. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. We're gonna get into this. We're gonna cover some politics too, man. Gotta get y'all opinions on what's going on in the world today.
Or it don't even look like she checked
Let's
on
get to a goal of $50. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
the girl in the video. Like, track just preach about your form all the time. Never, ever, ever should your arm have ever even been that far back behind your damn head if it was an accident. Like, how did your arm even get back there? I'm sorry, but the track runner that hit that girl in the head with a baton while they were running a relay, you definitely did that on purpose because you was losing. Never in my years of running track have I ever thought, oh, I want this that bad. I'm gonna hit this girl with a stick. Girl, like, you could literally see in the video it's by force, literally. Then had the nerve to do a whole interview. The tears, they ain't working.
That's what he said. Let me stop.
They are not working. Cause I
right,
see
Tara.
right through that. If it was an accident, why was there a windup? The facial expressions after hitting her, girl. See, you only feel bad because you got caught. Like, baby, even a blind person could
tell these sisters telling it all. I thought y'all sticking together. Goddamn.
that you did that on purpose. Instead of crying on this interview, you could have just apologized because you gave that girl a whole concussion. And she talked about the angles. Baby, it don't even matter about the angles. Each angle, it still look the same. You did that on purpose.
The girl need to go live and just be like, yeah, I did it. And I would have done it again if she had gotten in front of me.
And I feel like she's only really apologizing because she doesn't want the girl's family to move forward with possibly charging her or suing her for hitting her.
they're going to sue. You know, they're going to sue. She don't want to say sorry and then get sued because then y'all gonna have a field day with her on the internet. So I get it. But they're going to sue.
In the head over a race.
I would have to agree. After reviewing multiple angles of that video, it's pretty clear this was a deliberate attack. When you piece together the video footage, her reaction after the incident, and the gaslighting from her parents, it's hard to deny the defendant looks incredibly guilty. And obviously the DA didn't believe it was an accident either. That's why they charged her.
Okay, so I think everybody needs to remember the fact that there are consequences to our actions because the girl.
Man, where are all these black women coming from? I didn't even know black women watch track like this. I don't even. Never mind.
Girl that knocked the Mario coins out of her competitor with a baton.
Not Mario coins. Oh God.
While they were running the 4x2, just got charged with assault and battery. And this is just so crazy because all of it, the media coverage and the charge, could have been avoided with an apology and an explanation. Like immediately after she knocked that girl upside the head, she should have went up to her and said, "I'm so sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know what happened, but I'm so sorry and I did not mean to do it." Even though she did. And I'm still trying to figure out why her and her family thought the best thing to do after hitting that girl and causing a concussion and a possible skull fracture was to get on the news and cry. Like, why did nobody, especially...
I think I got more tabs than I will ever have screens, War Master, but you're right. You're right. I need to create a whole Cerebro. I need a curling setup.
The adults and coaches around her tell her to go up to that girl and say sorry. Like, it's very simple.
Y'all make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That's hempforfitness.com. Place an order. You dig what I'm saying? Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. We got a big sale going on at hempforfitness.com. Okay, they have a huge sale going on where it's buy one, get one free, or buy one, get one to equal value or less. Make sure you check out their selection. It's pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you head over to hempforfitness.com. Also, too, you get an extra 10% off plus 2 free gifts. Make sure you type in T-Tube10 to get your 10% off. And if you mention me, you get 2 free gifts. You can't beat that. Plus, on top of that, it's BOGO. Buy one, get one. All right? And mix and match. Okay? Let your first delivery with them be a spectacular one. You know, you definitely want to take advantage of this sale. And shout outs to the birthday boy himself, LT Man in the building. Shout outs to LT Man turning the grand 51 years, you know, and looking young as ever. All right. Shout outs to my players in their 50s. Hopefully I get there soon because I know as soon as I see a gray hair, I'm gonna flip out. I can't tell y'all. I can't tell y'all what happened the other day because I saw blonde hair in my beard and I almost flipped out. But I know once the gray comes, I'm gonna need y'all help because mentally I ain't gonna be there. I'm gonna need to get hit upside the head with a damn baton. But look, make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. Get you some gummy bears, get you some Circle O's, get you some flowers, tinctures, anything you need also to help you with your fitness journey. I know some of you guys are fasting or coming out of a fasting phase right now. So make sure definitely you head over there, regulate. Don't constipate, but regulate your eating habits and stuff like that and give them a try, man. You can't go wrong. It's Player Talk Radio. All right. You said, I'm so... I'll have to head over to Rumble and block Warmaster. Warmaster says, I'm so sorry Kuda uses a crapple machine. That chick needs to... Man, listen. We all getting whacked upside the head with batons today. You dig? Make sure y'all head over to hempforfitness.com before you get hit upside the head from a random runner. Yeah, I need to work on the other commercial, man. I'm almost finished. I just need to resend it to myself. I've done the end. I just need to correct the I said tube dash 10 when it's T dash tube 10. All right, definitely. We got to run the commercials. Player Talk Radio. Give me 1 second, because we're gonna let this video play real quick. You know, y'all think the girl is guilty? It looks so. Let's get
Shout
it.
outs to our sponsors at hempforfitness.com. Are you looking for the ultimate fitness boost? Hempforfitness.com has you covered, delivering premium THC, CBD, and hemp products straight to your door. No mailbox is safe because they deliver anywhere in the U.S. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off your order. And here's the best part. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. You can't beat that. Whether it's recovery, energy, or performance, we've got all your THC, CBD, and fitness needs covered. Hempforfitness.com, your one-stop shop for a stronger, healthier, and happier you. Fuel your journey with nature's best. That's hempforfitness.com. This is not medical or health advice, but it is gems and nutrition for a happier, healthier you. Don't be late. The results are great.
Hempforfitness.com.
So head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com.
Shout outs to everybody here. Give me 1 second, y'all. I will be right back. Please hit the like button, support the show. Spam the chat with birthday cake emojis. Happy birthday, LT, man. Let's get it. It's Player Talk. Hold on. God damn. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons today, y'all.
She knocked that girl upside the head. She should have went up to her and said, I'm so sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know what happened, but I'm so sorry. And I did not mean to do it, even though she did. And I'm still trying to figure out why her and her family thought the best thing to do after hitting that girl and causing a concussion and a possible skull fracture was to get on the news and cry. Like, why did nobody, especially the adults and coaches around her, tell her to go up to that girl and say sorry? Like, it's very simple. And some people may think that the other family went too far by pressing charges, but no. They did exactly what they needed to do, because had it been me and my mother, shoot, charges would have been pressed, lawyers would have been called, and she would have figured out a way to sue the entire school. And I really do think that this serves as a valuable lesson to the entire track community, that if you're losing a race, you do not knock your competitor the out.
I blame the parent. I will always blame the parent. I know y'all have seen that girl crying her eyes out, the girl who hit that other girl in the track meet with the baton. She says it was unintentional. She's crying her eyes out on national TV, and I can only be upset with the parent. You mean to tell me, as the parent of that child, you watched that same video that all of us watched, and you allowed your daughter to get on national television and not take ownership of what she did? It's parents like y'all, which is why kids grow up and have issues, various issues, because you aren't teaching your child anything.
The parents are the worst part of this whole situation. They're going off on social media, defending their daughter, claiming she didn't do anything wrong. You even have people backing the defendant talking about justice for Alayla. We're talking about the girl who hit the victim with the baton. She's even got the NAACP defending her, which is a complete slap in the face to the actual victim. How are they supporting the girl who caused a concussion and a possible skull fracture, completely ignoring the suffering of the victim? This is absolutely insane. Now, her mama, she's been windmilling on Facebook for days, the daddy too. She said, anyone on my Facebook friend?
I'm not gonna lie though. I think hold on, is Nightbot still in here? I thought I timed him out. God damn. All right, hold on. Let me give y'all wrenches, man. Hold on. I got y'all. Make sure y'all hit the like button, support the show. Let me give y'all wrenches. Golly. Hold on. I got you, Truth Speaks. Nightbot. I thought I timed his ass out. See, I can't see Nightbot all the time, so he be running amok. Nightbot be running amok. All right, hold on, y'all. Let me give y'all some wrenches to protect you from Nightbot. God damn. Nightbot be running amok. My Nightbot is racist, y'all. Like he when y'all should have seen him during the election when we were covering the election and stuff like that. If you even hinted that you wanted to vote for Trump, Nightbot tried to get y'all up out of here. If y'all even hinted that y'all like Donald Trump, Nightbot was trying to get people up out of here. I'm like, damn, Nightbot, like shit. All right, let's regroup. A lot of these female athletes, like the track runners and stuff like that, a lot of them are spoiled, y'all. Keep that in mind. A lot of these young girls are spoiled. So when you talk about the epitome of not taking accountability, always look to even women that are in sports, to not take no accountability, especially when it comes down to their parents and stuff like that. Some of the most spoiled kids y'all know were into sports. They got the brand new basketball, the new basketball shoes, you know what I'm saying? All kinds of stuff. You got to be, I don't know, maybe I got a soft spot, but y'all are right. People do got to take accountability. She literally did hit that girl in the back of the head with that baton. But to not get a public apology or to see if she's gonna take some type of accountability, I don't know, y'all. That I don't know. You said a lot of track runner women or sports players were troublemakers. That's true too. I agree with that, EV. Yeah, I can drop the link. What's going on, LT man? We are 25. We are halfway to our goal. Halfway to the goal. Yes, we are halfway. Yes, we are 25, halfway. Thank you guys for hitting the like button and supporting the show. All right. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. Give me 1 second. I'm going to let this video play real quick. And I'm going to drop the link in the chat if you guys want to join. And also, let me give y'all wrenches. Hold on. God damn. See, now it's doing this. Hold on, y'all. Lord have mercy. I can't find what tab I'm on. Here we go.
Who believe my daughter hit the girl on purpose, regardless of the facts, please unfriend me now. And then her daddy is just as bad as the mama. Not only is he defending his daughter and trying to make her a victim, but now he's lashing out at the media, blaming them. He said,
shout outs to King Groove in the building. I appreciate you, man.
We have shared specific, detailed, and momentum-changing pictures and videos to most of the local and major news channels that interviewed us. These news channels refuse to show this information the way we presented it to them several times over. For reasons unknown, it is clear to us that they don't care about the well-being of our child, Alayla Everett, at all. This man was trying to manipulate the media.
See, back in the day, if you wanted to get some type of justice, is whoever's going to call Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson's phone first. I think these two girls should probably, I'm not going to say they should duke it out and fight, but I think well, you never know. They might be friends, but it looked like that girl don't want to be her friend. She said she reached out to her on social media. She got blocked. They said that the other girl is being antisocial, which she's supposed to. I mean, if even the lawyers will tell you, hey man, don't reach out to her. Don't be in contact with the victim. Don't do nothing, on both sides. Because the thing is that whatever you do and say can be used against you in a court of law. You know what I'm saying? I guess what they say. So you don't want to tell that girl something and then she has it on recording and then now she got ammunition to come at you. So, the fact that you're trying to reach out to her on social media instead of having a public apology, because that's what people really care about, honestly, to see if you feel any type of remorse, but I don't know how you can get back after whacking somebody in the back of the head, with this stick.
Story in a way that's favorable to their daughter instead of just presenting the facts. They literally showed them speaking in their own words. And no, nobody's buying it because y'all sound stupid. He went on to say these news channels still continue to not show the footage with a detailed description that we gave them. At this point, it seems like they're trying to do it on purpose. These news channels are contributing to the damaging and hurtful treatment of our child on purpose. We have been sharing this information the best way we know how on social media with the help.
See, they need the family to sue her because guess what? What you gonna sue? You gonna sue the association? So it's in their best interest for the family to go after her instead of going after the track and field team or whoever put that shit together.
Help of family, friends, and concerned strangers. I'm absolutely sure that our daughter's situation will be better if this information was shown immediately after it was presented. Nevertheless, God is good. We will continue to uplift and support our child to the utmost. We as a community will continue to fight for her. The truth will be exposed in due time, and God's timing is always perfect. So they're trying to blame the media for their daughter being charged as if the DA only looked at the news and used news clips to charge her. Like, that's crazy. And I'm telling you, the daddy is worse than the mama. He's been windmilling on social media too.
Cause he the one that gotta pay. What the fuck? Let them get sued. That mother gonna look dead at the daddy. He the one that gotta pay. Shit.
He said, I've seen intentional fights and bad behavior in every sport that we love in America and is celebrated and accepted, but none treated worse in America than my 17-year-old daughter's unintentional mistake. Let that sink in. Justice for Alayla. Again, it's all about his daughter.
If I was the dad, I wouldn't even have been there. I would have just been in the background and the mother and the daughter would have been the only one on camera. Because now that there's some type of man involved, oh my God, you know? Now that there's some type of man involved in the situation, shit. He gonna have to pay. All right? Now that there's some type of man involved in the situation, I hate to say, but he gonna have to pay. All right?
He's completely ignoring the victim's suffering.
They already think the daddy ain't in the kid's life. So you know what I'm saying?
While trying to make his daughter the victim. This man said justice for
and honestly too, see, you gotta I ain't gonna lie. From the moment shit happens, you have to look at it as if you're in the damn courtroom already. You know what I'm saying? He gonna tarnish the excuse, whatever excuse he uses for her, is gonna be tarnished because he's trying to use it. Let her and the mother kind of use it because you know the media is going to try to manipulate anything anyway. So let her and the mother try to use it, not you. My daughter said that she didn't like the other girls, and that's why. No, dog. Let her and the mother come up with it. You need to get back to work because you probably gonna be the one paying for this shit. You know? This is why it's good to have, it's kind of like car insurance, at least the car insurance kind of help or some shit like that. But this is an assault. This is an assault. You said daddy don't want to be the next victim getting hit with a baton or worse. Yeah, right. Don't it look like if she throw it, she'll be accurate with it too? And then hit somebody and shit. Yeah, man. You got to X yourself out of these situations. Once they know there's a father there, an active father, oh, you gonna have to pay. They're a little bit lenient about putting mothers through the BS, but once they know a dad's there, that's it. That's it. But shout outs to everybody. Oh shoot! Shout outs to LT man dropping the huge. Shout outs to LT man dropping the huge $25 on the Cash App, and yes, we have reached our goal of 50 and up. Thank you so much for supporting Player Talk Radio, LT man. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com, and I need y'all to do me a huge favor and spam the chat with birthday, birthday cakes. Okay. God damn. Hold on. My Put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. Make sure you spam the chat with birthday cakes. Wish LT Man a happy birthday. It's Player Talk Radio. What's going on, King Groove? Hold on, I got you, bro. Let me throw this on. It's Player Talk. Give me 1 second.
Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens, where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Happy birthday, LT Man. King Groove, jump in, bro. What's your thoughts on this situation? Did she whack that girl in the back of the head or what?
Did they just lock up Big U and Brick Baby?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. RICO charge.
Yeah, well, that's what
No, they locked up somebody. They locked up somebody else too. I forgot. It was another guy. It was another guy with them. That they locked up also.
Loose Cannon.
Yeah, loose cannon. Yeah.
But that's what I'm
What's
saying.
your
If they
thoughts on that?
if they did, which we all know they did, you feel me? Then yeah, she bashed the hell out of that girl. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you something, bro. A lot of our young people are way too violent. You feel me? Straight up.
You said she bashed her. Yeah, I mean they are way too violent. Yeah.
You know what it look? Go ahead.
No, we got a little bit of a delay. It's cool. She seems a little privileged too. You know, a lot of people don't like losing. It don't feel good to lose, but she wasn't winning anyway.
That's the point, though. You feel me? It was a hate crime.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's sad. They just, I mean, a lot of them like that. That's why, like a lot of dudes who only like dealing with, black sisters, they only messing with like African chicks and Caribbean chicks and Afro Latinas because too many of these sisters in America, they too violent, man. African women don't be on that. Shout out to my African sisters.
Well, I mean, they look for black women and other races of women also too because they be trying to keisha them up too. When they actually this girl, but yeah, I agree.
Real talk. Yeah, man.
Yeah. I think she probably is spoiled. She probably didn't like losing, but from what I know, the dad wasn't there when she was running. I think the mother was just there in the crowd, so the dad wasn't there. So because if I was a father and I was there, I would go track that little girl down and have a sit down with her and stuff like that with the with the family and stuff like that. Say, hey, we're sorry, but hopefully they can meet and talk and maybe even become good friends and whoop de whoop. But see, this is the thing. After she done hit that girl with that baton, guess how much people probably have been in her family's ear like, oh man, you gonna get a check. You gonna get a check. You gonna get a check. They about to pay you. You about to get paid. You gonna get a check. So you said Nigerian broads also throw down, bro. Yeah, shout out to the Nigerian women too. The ones that aren't too Americanized. But yeah, that's what a lot of brothers do when they get the foreign girls. They try to keisha them up a little bit. Like, hey, you want to twerk or go? Off brand quiches, man. So
like Eddie Murphy say, man, once you bring them over here, it's over.
Yeah, it's game over. Half Eddie. Yeah, half.
Nah, straight up, but for real though, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. You say the pops wasn't there. Daddy was dealing with his side piece, bro.
Probably. The mother
Straight
looked
up.
like the mother looked like she not too bright. But yeah, I mean they should have talked to the girl and shook her hand or say sorry or helped her. Wait till the EMTs came and showed some type of remorse because this not looking good on her behalf. What's going on, LT man? Happy birthday! Jump in. What's your thoughts? Because you did say she did whack the hell out of that girl with the back of that baton. So
Yeah, I just say this, man. That girl is so used to lying and so used to getting away with shit that she tried to pull it off on national TV in front of the world. Instead of admitting that she was frustrated, probably stressed out, she got into her feelings. I think the world or the community or everyone would have said, we can understand, but that was kind of fucked up.
I
know what I'm
agree.
saying?
Yeah, I agree. So now
I just think, you know, for her to try to, I mean, did she? I don't even think she's seen her own video. What the fuck?
I mean, she
You
probably
know?
didn't. I mean, you know, she probably, because she said she tried to say she slipped. I didn't
No,
see any
everyone
slipping. But,
knows,
yeah.
bro. I mean, there's even women that run track and field.
Mm-hmm.
No, everyone. She should have just came out, said she was just stressed out with this game. She got emotional, whatever the hell was. Just admit it. You're a young lady. You're supposed to be kind of a professional. If you're in sports like this, you know, I think she either didn't see the video or she just so used to lying and getting away with shit, and her parents agreeing with her or always taking her side, that she feels like now, I can pull it off. It's so blatant that she struck. That's how you strike somebody, and she struck her wanting to hit her with her force.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, not that I, how do you say, agree with whatever she was feeling to strike somebody, especially in a sport.
Mm-hmm.
She's not ready. She's not ready. You know, but she should have
Yeah, I
just
mean,
came out. She should have just came out and admitted that she was wrong. I'm not trying to.
No, but I
Just
think it
admit
could
it.
destroy her career, though. It could destroy her track career, because who's gonna really have her on their track now?
Correct,
You know.
correct. She can get a suspension. She can get, but this right here is blatant.
Hey, she gonna be on the track, all right. It ain't gonna be that kind of track.
Church.
Bro said she's gonna
She
be on
wouldn't,
Bissonnet.
the other parents wouldn't have pressed any type of charges.
True, yeah. She might even get drug tested. I mean, I
Wait,
think
hold up, my
anything at this
audio
point.
fucked up again.
It's okay. What's going on, Third Ward? What's going on, Brian? Jump in. Y'all jump in, man.
Hey, what up?
What are y'all thoughts? She gonna be on the track? Is she gonna be on Bissonnet, or is she gonna be on?
Okay,
She
first
gonna
of
be
all,
on the
let's
track?
let's make something real clear here. Let's make something real clear here. All right. I'm pretty sure most of us either got kids or we got nieces and nephews. This little girl age, right? She's 17, right? 17, 16 years old. Okay. Do I really need to sit here and explain to y'all? By the way, shout out to Baton Rouge. Homeboy right here. But anyways, check it out. Do I really need to sit here and explain to any of y'all who either got kids or, hey, any of y'all who are around my age, how violent the typical 17 to 16-year-old little black girl is nowadays?
True.
Do I really have to sit here and do that? Okay. There's no reason for anyone in this chat to be squeamish. Little girls around that age are very impulsive. That's what they do. When they get angry, when they get frustrated, when they don't like something, they don't talk it out. They don't try to dilute away from.
I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna have to cut you off.
They
That's
punch that. They
bullshit.
punch.
But
all,
what did you say,
morning. How are
LT?
you?
I had to cut you off, but that's bullshit. Now, if you're referring to what you just said, young little black women, then I don't know. But anybody, I know they lash out. But if you raise them right, bro, there's no way my children are just gonna fucking strike somebody, bro.
Well, I mean,
Are
I
you
don't know
kidding
where
me?
I'm not. I don't know where you from, partner. But I'm just keeping it a buck with you.
Listen,
I don't know where you from,
if
partner.
they get into an argument, absolutely.
When they
My
get into
daughters know how to defend
that's
themselves.
what And look,
But
let me
see,
just
they
be
didn't
real.
get into an argument. But I know what LT's saying, because some of those girls, right? They are overly aggressive. You know, you do. You got
Not
women that
some.
are
This is what
overly
they do,
aggressive. You know,
and I can't completely blame them. They get it from their mamas. You know. Now, in this particular case, we can't say it's a single mama household, but guess what? That's the culture we in right now. As somebody who grew up in a predominantly black community, dated mostly black women, all that stuff. I can be the first person to tell you, unfortunately, it's how a lot of them are. Want to know why? They're way more aggressive than the boys are at the earlier age. Want to know why? Because young boys are taught, man, if you step out of line, you play where you lay. And that's not even an argument. You step out of line with anybody, you play where you lay. You see little girls, you go on worldstar.com right now, partner. You go on worldstar.com right now. 99% of the fights are going to be girls. Want to know why? There's less of a threat of violence when girls fight than when boys fight. When boys fight, man, that iron coming out. Am I wrong, Groove? Am I wrong? When boys get to fighting, that iron coming clean out.
It could get ugly real quick, brother. I agree.
When girls get to fighting, that's entertainment. Now, how does it
Yeah,
conclude
but I
to
mean,
the situation? How does it pertain to the situation? You notice that everybody defending this little girl when she get violent. Let me tell you something, man. Okay, first of all, to the gentleman who cut me off, first of all, let's have an intellectual conversation. I can tell you might no. Let me educate you real quick. Now, you sound like you might be a little older than me. That's cool. I educate older niggas all my bad. I educate older people all the time, respectfully.
no, we can chop it up.
I educate older
we can
people
chop
all the
it up.
time.
And happy
Look,
birthday, LT.
I've been around the block, unfortunately. I come from a background where I grew up really, really fast because where I grew up at, unfortunately, you don't learn fast, you get in trouble fast. So let me be honest with you real quick. You notice, and the reason why I know I'm right, everybody's defending her, and when she assaulted somebody, had there been a little boy at a basketball game who punched a little boy in the face, his little ass would be called to go to prison. Straight up. What she deserved. That's assault. I played every sport.
No, I get
up,
it. I get where everyone's.
No,
I got you. I get where
let me
everyone
just
is
keep it a
coming
thou
from
out.
because
Let me keep it a
nowadays
thou out with you.
you do have to, but you do have to tell young women and even older women nowadays to keep your hands to yourself. But in this case, the girl's back was turned, and there was one swift, and I do know a lot of women that will fight, and that are heartless, but. Yeah, this girl, she
I don't mean to cut
Yeah.
you off, but check this out, man. There's sports. I understand there's
Mm-hmm.
frustration with these kids trying to be the best in what they're doing. There's no doubt about that. I understand that. But this was not a physical sport like wrestling or any of that type of thing. She was frustrated and she struck this woman. There's no reason for that, bro. Now, it goes back to my young man right here that I was saying. It's just the way they grew up. Maybe her mama was like that. I don't know. Maybe single family home, which she didn't because her daddy's there. So what is it? What is it? My kids know this. They know that if they get smacked in the face to defend themselves, and I'll deal with the consequences later. Okay? But to be in a sport just to strike somebody because you're frustrated or because you're losing, that is absolutely unacceptable, bro. That's how I raise my kids, okay? And
check this out.
I come from the streets. I come from Humboldt Park.
Yeah, I'm with LT man
check
on
it
that.
out. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Y'all need to go on. Y'all probably got. Do y'all got Twitter? Do y'all got Instagram? Do y'all got any social media?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want y'all to go on social media of any post of a man saying something women don't like, and you're gonna see how women in our community act when you say something they don't like. Just on social media, you gonna see. It's deeper than that. Look how aggressive. Look how they tell you things that's liable if there was a dude and they were standing in front of you. Look how they tell you things that if you was a dude, you liable to back the piss out of them, right? Because these are not parlayed to them the same way it's parlayed to us.
But
like, for example.
But women
go
know
ahead,
the
bro. I didn't
law.
mean to cut
Women
you
know
off.
the law a little bit more. My bad, bro. No, but I'm saying women know the law a little bit more than men. This is the funny part, though.
It's not even just that, bro. That's that baby mama complex where baby mama thinks she can rough up a. She thinks she can. Go ahead.
No, I understand what you're saying. I know exactly what you mean. This is all we talk about here. I have a whole space cut out for it. What I'm saying is that is no, but what they do is that they might say. I think what they're trying to do is they're going to try to say, oh, this is like what they call it when you make a move, a passion of what is it? A passion
crime
of
of passion.
Or crime of passion. Yeah. That's what I think they're going to try to go for with this. But yeah, no, you're right. Especially in the black community, the sisters are overly violent. we have the most lesbians out of all communities, which is by design, by the way.
Yeah,
And
man.
that's a violent community.
Hey, Cooler, bro.
Yeah,
I
man.
don't
You
know
gotta
if
be careful with the Manny
I don't
Fresh
know if
one.
I believe that though, 100%. I'm not saying you
What
lying about that.
that we have the most lesbians?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I
because
believe it, bro.
I'm
No,
not
we have
saying I don't know if I
I
believe
believe.
that
we have the
Hey,
most. We have the
not
No,
most.
I'm saying
100%
I believe
because
yeah,
him
no,
100%.
hold on,
no, but I'm
because
saying it's
I
said,
done been look, real talk. I done been in different communities, different people, different color, people and shit like
absolutely, they're
that,
everywhere,
and
right?
they everywhere, they fucking
Right,
everywhere,
everywhere.
and big draws. It's just we don't really see them like we see them now more than we've ever seen them like let's say in the past 10, 20 years or whatever. Because now that type of shit is more accepted in media than it mainstream media than it was like back then
No,
when we
they
were coming up.
They did a study.
But at the same wait, hold on. But at the same time, it's quite a bit of them. I'm not saying they make up like a majority, but they have a big community. It's just we don't really see them outside of the media because they be in their own little spots in their own little areas.
Right.
No, that's
you know what I'm saying?
They did a study.
absolutely.
They did a
That's
study, bro.
correct.
We have they did a study back in 2020, bro.
Because
Like, we got
in
the
my
most
town, they got their own little spot in there, and that's where all like the good grocery
Montrose.
stores, over there, Montrose. You already know what I'm talking about already. You know what I'm saying? But that's where all the good like
Yeah, I
grocery
mean,
spots, the health spots is at over
no,
on
I
their
agree.
side of town. You know what I'm saying? So.
Say, Ken Folk, I'm gonna be real, and I done been all
No,
over.
I agree. When we usually,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
I
you,
was
bro.
just trying to say I got family, you know what I'm saying, in like
Yeah, we can hear
KC.
you.
I got family in Kansas City, St. Louis, East St. Louis, Cali, Chicago, area, South Side, West Side, Pilsen area, all over. So you feel definitely down in Louisiana. I got a lot of family. And bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I gotta say what DJ Cooter said is 100% accurate. I definitely see more black sisters on the stud tip, and I've done security, I've done bodyguard work. I just don't see as many Latina, white, and Asian women, or African women for that matter, being full on bull studs, bro. We definitely we win in that game, bro. We on top of that.
It's
I'm
not
sorry.
even
Let me say
studs.
this.
Like, come on,
Let me
like
say
I
this.
ain't gonna say it's studs. Like, nah, we have the most bisexual. We have the most women that live alternative lifestyles. Like, I mean, now you can tell me we got some. Like, don't get me wrong, you probably do got more studs, but no, as far as women that live in alternative lifestyles, there's a reason why when the Democratic Party they parlay their agendas, they come straight to melanated women. Want to know why? We have the most people living alternative lifestyles in the black community.
I mean,
that's a fact.
Yo,
I don't
can
know.
y'all hear me?
Chicago got a lot of Manny Fresh
Yeah, we can hear
ones
you.
out here.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
How you say Manny Fresh?
yeah.
All
All right, so if y'all don't know, we have stud archetypes. Recently we added the King Von types, the Boosie ones. We got the Boosies, we got the Manny, we got Boosie, we got Manny Fresh, we got Kevin Gates. What's the other one? We got
Lil
Kevin
Wayne.
Gates. We got the Little Wayne one. We got
Yep.
the Young Mod. What's the other one?
Bro, Wayne
Kamala Harris.
bro, and I'm saying this to you because you got like long, hair type shit. You know what I'm saying? That nigga Wayne need to just cut that shit out, bro. That nigga holding his dreads holding on for dear life. This nigga got like 4 or 5 of them hoes left.
Hey man, you stop that.
Well, you want to know why Wayne don't cut him off? Wayne one of them type of young, because I'm originally from New Orleans, but like the reason why Wayne don't cut him off, you have to understand Wayne came into the game as a child, and them dreads, them locks, that's his They have to understand that there's some people, bro, like they don't want to let go of their childhood, like 'cause their child is their greatest memory. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I get what you're saying, bro. I know what you're talking.
Some dudes,
like I'm
some
from
dudes
Texas, bro. I'm from Texas, but my mama from Louisiana, bro. So I got people,
you know what I mean?
in the
Like,
booth. I got people in the
my
booth,
daddy
bro.
brother, like my daddy
You know
brother,
what I'm
like
saying?
my daddy got a brother the same exact way.
But I'm just saying, bro. He
don't wanna
look crazy though. I ain't gonna lie. He look crazy as
he's
fuck.
been a drug addict. He's been a drug addict all his life.
Yeah, and you can tell that's what I was about to say next. Them drugs he did all them years, that shit didn't caught up with him. You could tell that shit.
Only reason why he's still alive, he has access to
to
very top notch medical. You know what I mean? He has access to a lot of top notch medical.
They be look, you know what? I be feeling so bad. They be put that nigga like on what you call it on TV, like on Sports Center, First Take, whatever that shit is, bro. And they be having him just looking so crazy up there, bro. I'm talking about like, bro.
You would think you see that boy under the freeway on Cross Timber somewhere, airline or something.
Bro. Like he be looking like exactly. That's how he be looking like he one of them little homeless fiends. I'm like, bro, and this used to be like one of the greats, bro, as far as
I
the music
know.
side. It's like, yeah, bro, this boy looking crazy, bro. Like this shit crazy.
What?
Like
Look at Juvie though. Juvie still looking healthy. You feel me? Check it out.
Yeah.
What I
Juvie and
said.
everybody
Juvenile
else
don't
looking
do
healthy.
drugs.
Shit.
Juvenile was an athlete most of his life. You know what I'm saying?
Juvie did drugs. Look, if you listen to his music, Kuda know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He talked about playing with his nose and all that shit, bro. But you know, Juvie still look way younger than Wayne. Way
Check it
younger
out.
than
Check
Wayne.
it out. Check it out. Kind of just to bring to comment on the previous. Hello, y'all can hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So to comment on the previous shout out to everybody, by the way. Shout out to Kuda. Shout out to El. Happy birthday.
Yes, sir.
For sure. But to kind of comment on the homosexuality, we got to kind of look at it a certain way. I'm not going to sit here and say black people are number one in the numbers because we don't know who's gay. We don't know who's
That's what I
bi.
was saying, bro.
You got people in the closet. So there's not really a measuring stick to figure out how many people in each race. But what I can say is this. Black people champion nothing but derogatory stuff, which is why black women, 90% plus of them voted Democrat because they champion derogatory. Most black people are born out of wedlock. So you have a lot of black women raising black children. What did black women do for the past couple of decades when it came to their children coming out, whether it's a boy or a girl? They forced the man to accept it. They forced society to accept it. So what we're looking at is we see a lot of black people championing this derogatory culture. A lot of black women hang around homosexual men. That doesn't mean that there are more homosexual black men, but it looks like that because they champion it. So I'm not gonna sit there and say
thank you.
You see what I'm saying?
That's the argument to make right there.
Right.
All right. Before I dip out, let me say this. Let me get back to the topic at hand. First of all, good meeting you all. I can't be here too much longer. Got some business to take care of.
What's your name, bro?
Call me Beezy. Call me Beezy.
What's good, Beezy? I'm third.
What's out with it, bro? Check it out, man. You gotta
Don't
understand.
listen to him, man. He really from 4th Ward. He lying.
Yeah.
I'm fucking with you, bro. My bad. Couldn't help it.
Three side, south side. But anyways, check it out. When you're dealing with these young women, you have to understand who you're dealing with. They don't, because for one, they're impulsive. You know, let's just keep it above. Women in general are impulsive, but these little girls in our community, they're very impulsive. And then number two, when they're not raised properly, they're overly impulsive. When they're not raised with discipline, they're violent. And what you have to understand is we can sit here and talk about maybe my kids ain't like that, maybe your kids ain't like that. Unfortunately, 80% of kids in our community are like that. That's why she assaulted this young girl. She meant to do it because she hesitated before she did it. That's like me holding back a punch to make sure no one sees it and then end up punching you just because, you know what I mean? And then number two, I'm gonna say this though. That's what she's doing right now. That's how she's gonna treat her boyfriend / baby daddy. She's gonna be the kind of person where when she get pissed off, I'm gonna back the piss out you because when I can't control you, when you don't do what I want you to do, you're gonna feel this. And guess what? If I can't beat you, if I can't whoop you, I'm gonna get my brother, my cousin, or the police to do it.
Or I'm gonna give you one better, BT. Or she's gonna hit him with a frying pan, and then 10 minutes later she gonna and then 10 minutes later she gonna do exactly what that girl did. I know I hit you, but what about my feelings? She gonna cry in front of you and try to gaslight you.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on, man. Y'all wrong.
Violence.
Yeah, y'all wrong though, bro. I'm gonna say this. Y'all act like this domestic violence been going on in the black community as far as singers and actors and such. Like we don't have stories from the 50s of black men being hit or burned by grits. Oops, I guess we do.
Right,
Al Green,
and not just that. These little hoes, and not just that. These little hoes now they shoot niggas. You know what I mean?
Another thing is the Tina and Ike story. They exaggerated the fuck out of
Oh,
that shit.
bro, did you hear what Judge Joe Brown had to say about how Tina was really the thug?
Yeah, then Tina. Wait. First of all, they both was thugging together. Let's just keep it a buck.
They say she was a pimp, bro.
They was together, but they was thugging together. They had little chicks that they was sending out there. You know what I'm saying?
That was a match made in heaven.
You know, so I mean, but you know, they're not gonna put that in the script or nothing like that. But you know,
so he's saying Tina was a madame.
Yes, Tina. Tina. Look. she at first she was working for him, but then she started working with him. You know what I'm saying? If you get what I'm saying? So that's how that whole
comfortable with
done.
hitting her. Yeah.
Look up the Judge Joe Brown. If you look up the Judge Joe Brown interview, and he was talking, and he's from Memphis. He went to school with my grandpa, and whatnot, and they will tell you, you know what I'm saying. He said the girls and the people around that area at that time were literally afraid of her, and they say Ike was doing more and helping the community. He was helping the boys. You know, with the boys club, he was doing stuff for the little girls, but they said they were scared of Tina because she was turning bitches out left and right.
Most people don't even know that. Most people don't even know that. Wait, hold on real quick. Let me just say this. Most people don't even know Tina, before she even got with Ike, she had already had a relationship with somebody else in their little band before him, and they ended up having a child. So Ike kind of really took on the stepfather role and took her, you know, her son in from a member of this band, you know what I'm saying? And they end up rocking, you know, together, and then they end up doing their thing together. You know what I'm saying?
I heard that.
Well, I mean, I said the same thing too about Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown. Whitney Houston was really the you know, the cluck. She was really yeah, she was really the one that was hooked on drugs and stuff like that, and it made Bobby look bad. And I have a saying, and I tell you guys, a lot of times horrible women get behind perceived horrible men to look like good women. You know, when they worse than the guy.
Try to look more. Charlie, that's a story of every hood in America. You'll have a chick who's a nurse or a doctor or some shit, and she'll get with the local dope boy. Whole time she's as bad as he is. She just has a square job.
Yeah,
she's the one. She got a square job. She's a horrible human being too.
I'm gonna keep it a book. I never say no person on earth, man, no woman is perfect or without fault.
That's true.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So I never say like I just 100% innocent or anything. No, you know what I'm saying? But the way they just, you know, exaggerated, like he just was this big monster and Tina was this like little innocent little thing. I'm like, come on now, like, and then once you find out the real truth about how she was getting down and what her and Ike was doing together, you'd be like, oh man,
but you know what? If you look at most people though, and it's not that they're squares or anything, but nobody really has a concept of a madame. They don't even understand what the hell a madame is. Way worse than a pimp. Way worse than a pimp.
Kuda, what's that movie? Matter of fact, they made a movie. What's that movie that came out? Like I want to say it came out about like 5-10 years ago. What's that movie called? It was it had like some chicks in it, man. I can't remember. It was like a bunch of like 4 or 5 chicks in the shit. They had a madame over them. I forgot the name of it.
And y'all gentlemen y'all gentlemen, you know, like, look, I've been dealing with women since, you know, since we big. So my understanding, so unfortunately, man, my understanding of women is pretty intimate because, like I said, I'm the kind of guy, you know, I was that guy growing up. Not to overly brag on myself, but I'm the kind of person where I really like girl, you know.
Talk about this stuff.
My thing is, I'm the kind of person, I study women. Nobody to really tell me how women are, but I will say this: I understand that in this world, people are always looking for advantages. People are always looking for a leg up, and in our community, we give our chicks a leg up. Want to know why? We got a lot of simps. We got a lot of dudes who are mama's boys, and they can't fathom a world where, like, you can't fathom a madam, you can't fathom Titi, you can't fathom my dupes being corrupt. But the thing is, bro, like I said before, somebody assaulted somebody because of her gender. People looking at it like, well, you got to look at it for both sides. You know what I'm saying? So
right. And
again, I'm you know, I'm gonna leave it with this, man. You know, you got to be careful dealing with women in our community, because the thing is, if you don't deal with them from a position of power, if you don't deal with them from a position of, I'm not going to give up too much. Unfortunately, what's gonna happen is, A, she gonna use that against you, and B, if something were to pop off, it don't matter if she would have started it and it's on camera. They're gonna point at you, what you could have done better. But I digress. It's good meeting you all. I gotta bounce.
Same. Take care, bro. Thanks for chopping up game with us.
All right, peace out, bro.
Yes.
I want to add to his point too, kind of bringing it back full circle to the girl that hit the other girl in the head.
And we'll get back into the show too, into the video. You guys can, you know, comment what you guys think. But yeah, jump in.
For sure, yeah. But I blame a plethora of things for this, because a lot of things have been built and constructed to coddle women today. I blame simp culture, you know what I'm saying, which in turn translates to men. But I blame the sisterhood most of all, because the sisterhood has allowed women to hide their derogatory nature like they hide their body counts. And the fact that this sister hit another sister, that's representation of the chickens coming back home to roost. Because now it's like, how can we defend this sister against this sister? Like now the sisterhood is clashing, but so they don't know what to do. On one end, they wanted to protect and defend the sister, but on the other end, they can't do it because the sister clearly hit another sister. If it was a man that got hit by a woman, it wouldn't went viral. This shit wouldn't have been big. It would have just been, oh yeah, the man got hit, whatever the case may be. But this is a clash of sisterhoods, and I also want to mention this too. Allegedly, the girl that she hit, they had a race before, and the girl beat the shit out of her. You know what I'm saying? And she just couldn't win. So what was said is that this girl kind of like did it because this girl keep beating her ass. So this seems like it was more premeditated or more prepared than anything. But most of all, what I wanted to say was I blame the sisterhood. The sisterhood has allowed women to sweep everything under the rug for so long that they're comfortable doing things like this. Even if you got caught on camera, you're still telling the world that you didn't do it. We see it on camera.
Yeah, I mean, the camera was one of the worst things to happen to women. The camera and being recorded, But this is the thing, and I wanted to ask you guys because naturally I was gonna, ask the same question. What would be, let's say, if you're on the side of the government and you're on the side of the women. Let's say you just simped out, you on the side of the women. What would be what would be the desired outcome in this situation? What would be the desired outcome? Like who I wouldn't say who's gonna win. I'm saying you're on the side of women, so you're like, oh well, I'm in it for both girls. But they've weaponized the system so much that how do you come up with a favorable outcome?
They don't want an outcome, brother. They don't want an outcome. They don't want a solution. They want an outcome, but they don't want an actual solution. It's a win-win for these two black women here. Now, granted, the girl that hit her, she might lose in certain areas.
But yeah, that's what you're saying. Okay.
Right. It's a win-win for both of them because she getting her clout. She got the whole pro-black simp community walking around with guns trying to protect her and stuff like that. So it's a win-win for that's the out. They're getting the out. You're looking at the outcome right now.
Well, no, you know what? When I first heard it, because I'm like, okay, let me take a minute before I comment on this story. And even LT man, he was we were talking, and he was like, yeah, she whacked the hell out of that girl. Whoa, that's crazy, LT man. Whoa, he at the rim shop. But check this out though. The crazy part about it
Hey,
is,
Kuda, not to cut you off, but as he in the rim shop showing you rims, why Ryan Spinners is the first thing that popped up in my head.
Right. No, you know what popped in my head? Gator boots with the pimped out goose.
Wait, what was that? What do you say? What do you say?
I said, as soon as you showed them rims, I said the first song that popped up in my head was Ryan Spinners. I don't know if you remember that song from back in the day.
UGK, we ride spinners, they don't stop.
I'm just
hey, LT, that's you. That you work over there? What's going on?
No, he's getting some
rims. Putting some shoes on the Mercedes right now. Just getting the calipers painted up.
Let's go.
Hey, go ahead. It's your birthday, man. Live it up, man.
Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I was trying to do it yesterday, but got faded up yesterday. Got
none
the
of those
out from the basement and shit.
None
These
of those
ones I wanted right here though.
Oh, those are nice. Wow.
Yeah, I like those.
Classy. That's
they're
classy.
like they're like the rims that Gucci Mane had on his what you call it, his his Phantom that he had. Or the
what are those?
I think it was a Dawn. No, it was the red Dawn.
It was a Dawn. Yeah, it was a Dawn. Yeah,
the red Dawn.
It was two-door. Yeah. Those are center lock though, which is good. Center lock wheels are pretty good, but those ain't gonna throw the clock off your Mercedes, right? I'll be very worried about getting those big wheels. That's not gonna throw the clock off, right?
I got these are one. Wait, is it this one? Yeah, this is the ones I'm putting on my rims.
Those are nice.
All right.
Well, how many inches are they?
Hold on. I'm putting on 24s right now.
Hold on, y'all.
Okay.
Hold on, y'all. I'll be right back.
Yeah, let's do that. That's what's up.
Yeah, I don't want to put the. I got you. We got you, Kuda.
Yeah, we got. Yeah. I like them black ones though.
Put nothing bigger because I got air suspension on my shit.
Yeah, you know what'd be dope? The rims that the ones that you said that you already had over there, if they came in like black, those would be so hard if they came in black.
I know, bro, man. The ones I wanted didn't come in black, man. But
Yeah, if those came in
these are
black, man,
decent,
those
man.
would be so hard in black.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's got the chrome lip. Got the
Oh
chrome
man.
lip, and then it's got like that gunmetal, but the other one has a chrome lip with all this black. And they're a little bit more concave, like this one right here. See from the side?
Yeah.
They're a little more concave. They're like, they turn in. They're not like flat.
Yeah. So what kind of bands you putting them on?
ML 550.
It's a you said an SL 550?
ML 550. It's
ML
one of those
550?
little trucks, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
I
what's up.
had,
That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah, I had an E-Class, but someone smashed my girl in it.
Damn.
And yeah, so paid it off and ended up buying another
Yeah, them
band.
E-classes is nice. Them E-classes is nice.
Yeah, they were decent, man. It was decent.
Yeah.
All-wheel drive, had like nice little V6 in it, you know. I mean, it wasn't no race car, but it wasn't no
Yeah.
AMG. But the one I got, it's like, it's decent, bro. It's older. I think it's a 2009, but I scooped it off for like 11 stacks, bro. It only has 65,000 miles on it.
Man,
I mean, that's a no-brainer, bro. Why the fuck am I gonna go get something now, man?
Yeah.
I like to eat my steak still. I'm not gonna give fucking a finance company $600-700, bro. You know.
But you know what though? Kuda did ask a good question, and I kind of want to ask y'all. I want to get y'all opinions on this. He said basically, what if you were on the side of these women? What would be desired outcome? I have a better question. What do you think the girl that hit the other girl with a baton? Because I don't know none of these Dusty's names, but the girl that hit her with the baton. What do you think her and her family are looking for? What do you think outcome they want?
I'll say this. I think if that girl would have been more honest, like I was saying, a little bit more truthful, more apologetic as far as, yeah, you know what, I got into my feelings. I went someplace I shouldn't have gone. I don't think the girl's parents would even pressed for any charges or any type of degree. I think she should have gotten punished as far as with athletic committee, as far as being either suspension, and it's their decision, either suspension or bar. That's neither here or there. That's up to them.
Right.
I believe that the parents wouldn't have pressed charges if that girl was more truthful and honest, instead of trying to continue a lie and watching the video. It's like it's right there. The video is right there. You lifted up your hand to power hit her in the back of the head. Everyone's saying, like Old Boy said, that you hesitated. You hesitated for a brief second and you struck her. And if it wasn't that you caught yourself, you would have struck her a second time, because that's what it looks like.
That being
if it was truly an accident and that girl ran off of the field, you should have ran right behind her.
Okay, all right. So let me ask you this then, because yeah, she could have did all that, but she actually didn't, and she's adamant about being innocent. What do you think they want now? Like now that they're taking the stance that she accidentally did
the
this.
girl that committed the assault, or the girl that got struck?
No, not the girl that got hit, the one that actually struck somebody. What do you think they want? What do they want?
Is for her not to get kicked off, because this is, I mean, she made it on national television. She's a all-star track star. Not anymore. They're trying to keep her image right. Well, they would have kept her image. Regardless, she would have got slapped in the hand. How severely, I don't know. As far as the athletic league and her position in her track and field, okay? But they know that she did wrong, and they're continuing to lie, and they're just digging themselves in a deeper hole that they're not going to be able to breathe. They're going to come to the point that they're going to say, nah, you know what, she's suspended. Go find another sport. And that's if that. Okay? As far as a parent,
I wouldn't be surprised.
If a girl would have apologized and said, yeah, I got in my feelings, I shouldn't have.
Yeah, it's the remorse factor.
I would have been like, you know what, I accept your apology, girl, but now it's up to them. As far as pressing, what's the point of pressing charges of her?
Right.
She admitted
Right.
she was wrong. She's a young lady. She's just starting her future. I don't need to press no charge. As long as you could admit your fault, what you did wrong, and you apologize to my daughter because you felt some type of way. That's okay with us.
Yeah.
That's okay with us. I don't need you to have a criminal record of assault.
Right.
As long as you realize that you effed up. Now, as far as logically, that's up to them. That's not us. We don't care. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, bro?
They kind of do need the family to kind of go after her, because if anything, if they go after anybody else, it's gonna be the league, and they don't want that.
Man, look how
Definitely
deep
don't want
this is, bro. That's something that, man, that thing's gotta be at least. Gee, look how deep that is.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, man. That thing would throw off your clock so quick.
Man, bro, over here in
Knowledge
Chicago,
books.
bro, look at this, bro.
Hey,
Over here in Chicago, bro, I hit a pothole. I'll bend this ramp.
Let me ask y'all something. Let me ask y'all fellas something, and this goes for everybody. If you could get, let's say you could have like any, like just you can get any like, you probably got to pick one though. You can get any Benz that you wanted, like anyone, any class, anything. Which one would you get?
I'm gonna pick something stupid. I'm
For
gonna
me,
pick something stupid.
For me, it'll probably
Pick
be
something
two. It'll
stupid,
probably be
SLR
one or two
McLaren.
things. It'll either be a Maybach Benz, or it'll probably be that S65 AMG. Like it'll be one of them, because they both got the V12
You might as
motor
well
in
just
it.
get the SLR McLaren, but no, the
Nah, because
AMG handle better than the SLR McLaren.
I'm probably gonna get this. Like, don't get me wrong. Like the McLaren and all of that, and all of them, like them cars is nice and them cars is dope. Don't get me wrong, but the maintenance on them motherfuckers, hell no. I'd rather just get like I can get a big body Benz, a 550, or even like a 6 Series, which is pretty much like the Maybach now. You know what I'm saying? Something like that, or S65 AMG. I get something like that. That's, to me, I feel like that's way more probably affordable than that. Let's say like have new maintenance on a fucking McLaren. Like, hell no.
Yeah.
A Benz in general got you spending a lot of money regardless anyway.
Already, yeah, but I'm saying just imagine having to do that on having the maintenance on like a McLaren or Aston Martin or one of them damn cars. And don't get me wrong, I would love to have an Aston, but I know the maintenance bill on that is like ridiculous.
With goddamn 1,500 for oil change.
Yeah,
you can't put the McLaren on any just lift. You got to screw the things into its frame and all kinds of stuff. You can't.
But see, Kuda, I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it a buck. There's some new cars that's out. Like, when I say new car, I'm talking about cars that came out within the last like maybe 10 years. But I'm more of a vintage cat guy. Like for instance, like you could find old school Benzes online. Like it's maybe like probably like what, anywhere between 5 to 10 years old or older than it.
If I got another one, I would choose like the 300 diesel.
Yeah, man, I've been seeing like some dope ass Benzes from like the 2000s, the mid 2000s, like them SL, them SL 550s and stuff.
Don't do it.
They had a good little sale on. Why you say that? How you say that, bro? How you say that?
Don't do it. Say, man, I'm about to sell my S class like next week, bro. Don't do it.
You got an S class? What you got, bro?
I got an S class sitting on chrome. That motherfucker about as nasty as Brittany Griner snatch. Let me tell you something. Look here. About as nasty as the back of Whoopi Goldberg's neck. I'm just saying, bro. Straight up. Now, real talk. You don't want that Benz. Look here. When I went and bought that thing, I got it from, a little local deal or whatnot, and I had the option. Same color. Get a brand new S-Class, not brand new, but, pre-owned S-Class or pre-owned XL. I mean, not XL. What is that? LS 460L. Boy, I wish I'd have got the motherfucking Lexus, because guess what? Nigga, when you start replacing them air shocks, you going to go broke. You're going to be out here trying to hit a lick just so you can ride on air. Fuck that. I'm gonna tell you something else. Get you a motherfucking Beamer, get you an Audi. You feel me? Because they drop decrease in value.
My mom's got an Audi. She got her.
She's smart.
She got her.
The Mercedes.
She got her that.
The Mercedes.
She got her the
Mercedes
Q3.
suspension don't.
The Q3, I think, is
My
what
bad, sir.
Yeah, mom's got the Q3.
The Mercedes air suspension don't work off their airbag system, or it's more complicated.
Okay, I put it like this here. So you buy it, right? And you good and you riding good. Okay. Now, say in a month, you feel me, you need to replace two of them damn the air pumps, whatever, airbag, all this shit, it's all connected. Each one, it's got 4 individual ones. Then you got your air compressor. There's so many different parts to that bullshit. You got the central parts to the computer. You feel me? But then, hold on. So each one of them things is $1,500. One of them air springs. Right. And that's if you go to license way. Now you can get the aftermarket shit, and they cool. Also, you better know a real cool mechanic who know how to install them bitches, because they're gonna charge you about $300 to put each one in. Right. Then you got to rebalance your shit. Yeah. Then hold on. I was gonna say, you can also, you're gonna fuck up your frame if there's too much weight on it, and you get that red little indicator, that little flashing message that say car too low, stop the car. So then you're gonna have to get a whole new Mercedes-Benz licensed stabilizer bar. Bro, it's a pain in the fucking ass. Do not get no big.
Nah, I believe. Hey, look, bro. How old you is, bro? How old you is? If you don't mind
man, look here. I'm older than dirt and still ready to flirt, man.
Hey, man, but I know you're older, but I'm just saying, like, I believe you. I believe you because back in the day, my people's like this back, like of course, like in the '90s and shit. But back in the day, my people's had a Lexus, and my grandmother had a man. This back in the day, like you don't really see too many people driving them no more. But my people's had the Acura. This is when the Acura was popping. Y'all remember the Acura?
Oh yeah,
yeah. You know what I'm saying? They had matter of fact, we had 2 Acuras. My grandmother had. She had the coupe. She had like a red coupe Acura. I think I forgot which one it was, but it was like
I had a 4-door Legend.
Shit!
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that I was about to say. Cool. That's the one my grandpa had. My grandpa had the 4-door Legend. He used to pick me up from school and that motherfucker. So you know what I'm saying?
Say DJ Cool.
And it had a sport mode. It had sport mode in it too.
Y'all remember? Y'all remember Saabs? Yeah. I think my mom had a Saab.
Yeah. Saab was like the bootleg Porsche. I remember Saab.
Yeah, my mom had a Saab back in the day. She had a Saab.
Saabs ran good though.
How long are you gonna be live?
Huh?
How long are you gonna be live?
I'll be live. I'll kick it with you guys tonight. I appreciate you guys supporting the show. I'll be live as long as you guys need me to. I mean, you know.
All right, check it out. I'm about to clock out. I'm finna jump back on.
All right,
okay.
All right, bro.
I got you, bro.
Hey, but to your point, I was about to say, I believe you know about the Lexus because, like I said, my people had a Lexus, and they always told me that Lexus is like even though Lexus is a luxury brand car, it's not looking the same as like let's say a Beamer or a Beamer, but it's still a luxury car. And if you ever been in a Lexus or drove one, it drive real smooth, and it's a luxury car. And like you said, it's owned by Toyota, so and that's really the advantage that Lexus has. Over any other car, that's the advantage Lexus has.
Now the good thing I will say, and I'm gonna be real,
their maintenance is affordable compared to
check it. If you got your you know what I'm talking about, the air springs, if you got good ones on the one you buy, and that system is good, the AC compressor, all that shit's good. If you pre-own and they give you a pre-owned warranty on shit like that, bruh, go ahead and rock out. Now I will say this: other than that, you're not gonna spend no money on repairs. You're not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Lexus is affordable on maintenance. They are hella affordable compared to like a Benz or Beamer or something.
Well, no, that's what I'm talking about. Like, and the Benz, I'm saying, other than the air shit, other than that, it don't like they don't break. They build the only problem is when they got too technical with that dumbass air suspension. They ain't really perfected it. It's a problem. I ain't gonna lie, it's a fucking problem.
Mm-hmm. Hey, cool.
Yeah, the Mercedes have a problem with the sending units and the what you call it, like you can't even use a regular thing to check your car's problem. Mercedes don't work like that.
They want to start. They want you to put a star computer on them bitches.
You know what's one of my you know what's one of my dream cars that I want, and if I ever touch the bed to get, I'm gonna get it. That 94 was it 94, 95. That NSX.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll take an NSX any day.
Man,
you would take the Acura one over the Honda.
Which one?
Because they're all the same. Acura and Honda is the same.
Yeah,
but like,
I want the Acura one. I'm talking about the NSX.
Yeah, I think the Acura one would be a little bit,
Yeah, that one, man. That car's so damn classic, bro. You know what's crazy? That car old as hell now, but it looked like a futuristic car, especially for back then. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, kind of like that Back to the Future car, that DeLorean. Hell yeah.
Yeah. That's what I like old school vintage cars, but they look like they in the future, even though they old school. You know what I'm saying? So that's like my whole little thing.
No, some of them was built right. It just depends, bro. It really does. That Lexus though, I ain't gonna lie. And the cool thing about Lexus, so many different aftermarket companies made, like the ones that made grills for the Beamer, the Benz, they also make grills for the Lexus. So you feel me? You get like a clean ass all chrome Lexus grill for like
Shit,
a
I
bill
remember back in
60.
the day. I remember back in the
Man,
day.
look
If
it
you
up.
didn't, I remember back in the day. If you didn't have a Benz or a Beamer, you know what I'm saying. If you had a Lexus or a Jag, you was him. You know what I'm
Oh yeah.
saying back then. So
Yeah.
you know, so
I used to
I
take
mean,
my
back in the day was a
Cadillac
little
to
bit
the
easier
Kappa.
too. 'Cause if you had a Buick LaCrosse, you was him. You know,
Sure.
if you had a
How about a
damn
Roadmaster, fool?
yeah,
right,
hell
right,
yeah, hell
But
yeah.
you know, nah, America was making some really great cars then. I mean, they're trash now, but you know, then. But
Great broads too.
Man,
yeah,
I rather build. If I let's say like I'm worth $1 million, I'd rather build $100,000 old school car and to spend money on one of these new cars that's
you
gonna
put
break
money
down on
into
me.
it.
And,
Yeah, yeah, you
like
put
you know what
money
I'm
I
into
saying?
hear
it.
you. I hear you.
That's why Ross is gonna be rich for a long time. He put money into those cars. There's a difference between building a damn car and then, you know,
Who you talking about?
Niggas
The
be spending
officer?
big money them restoration cars or
yeah.
like the like they just building a custom old school car.
That's all I watch on YouTube. I be watching
Yeah,
people restore cars. They be restoring
yeah.
like Monte Carlos.
There's some
What
page I found where you remember back in the day. Remember Rich Boy, the rapper.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he took it. He had like some. It looked like a Cutlass. I think it was a Cutlass. He had like some Cutlass Supreme or something. He took it into like some dude who like paint or whatever, and he was doing like the paint on it for him and shit like that.
Yeah.
So his shit was clean. That color was clean.
Yeah, I remember a lot of nice slabs back in the day. Boys were sitting on them swingers, sitting on the
Yeah,
84s,
yeah. You already know.
83s.
You
Yeah,
already
man.
know.
I
You
wanted
already
to
know.
slab out. I had a 91 town car. No, a 92 town car. It was like
Oh
boxes
shit.
bubble in the back. I wanted to slab that out, but
I had one slab in my lifetime that I had it was a 2002 Cadillac Seville SLS.
Yeah.
yeah, those are nice.
It was a North Star too, and
Yeah, man.
yeah, I put some swangers on them. I ain't gonna lie, I ain't had a candy on it, but shit, I put the swangers on it, and you know, so
It can always come later though.
yeah, you know what I'm saying. And, man, I love that
That one
car.
had a
I don't got it no
that
more.
one had
I sold it,
that one had the
but
four
I
three.
love that car.
That one had the 4.3. Was it like the 4.3 they were putting in the SLS?
I think it was a 4.8 back then.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, mine was like an O2. It was like an O2, but man, that motherfucker
Maybe
was
it was a 4.6. I'm not sure.
I'm talking about that motherfucker ran smooth. Only thing that sucked about it is, it's a gas. Cadillac's gas guzzler, so they run through gas, especially if you drive
You
around.
know what though? You didn't even need no Benz and all that stuff back in the day. Like Kuda said, American cars was the shit back in the day, man.
An old school big body leg.
Yeah, man.
With the
A
trimming,
Lincoln,
with
look
the
at a
trimming,
Chrysler, a Lincoln, a
inside,
Lac. Yeah, man.
the trimming of the inside, you got some wood grain, some leather, like you know what I'm saying, like.
Actually, Lincoln got a town car or a Century or something. It's a new car that they got out. It looks a little bit
I
dated,
ain't gonna
but
lie. Have y'all seen the new? I ain't gonna lie. Even though but like I told you,
I
I
heard
really
it's
don't
better
fuck with
than
the
the
new.
Rolls.
I
I
don't
heard
really
it's better
fuck with
than
the
the Rolls.
new cars like that. But the new, have y'all seen the new Navigators? I ain't gonna lie, them motherfuckers is bad. They hella
Yeah, I
bad.
seen it. It is nice.
Yeah, man. They
Never
got a
really
new
too much
Navigator
into
that's out.
it.
And I see like all black, that one black rims, everything. Man, that motherfucker was nice.
I haven't driven the new one, but the last one I did a test drive on a 20, like 17, 18. I ain't gonna lie, it still kind of drives like a truck a little bit. For the best handling, you definitely want to get into like an Infinity truck or a Lexus truck as far as the steering. Yeah, it's much tighter. It's like European, Japanese.
I seen a Lexus. It was like a GS 550 Lexus, like the little
Yeah.
truck. Man, that motherfucker.
Yes,
It was
yes.
I think it was like matte black too. It was, man, that motherfucker.
It's like driving a car, bro. They don't, cause see, I hate some of them big America. I ain't gonna lie. It feel like you in a big old pickup truck or something.
I ain't gonna lie. You know what car I would drive right now? And to me,
cross-sporting these damn cars.
they look better now than the ones that came out in the early 2000s. But man, Toyota stepped that game up. I like them new Forerunners. The new Forerunners is dope.
That's the Lexus. They modeled them off the GX and the LX.
Yeah, the new Forerunners is hard. I ain't gonna even lie. I was like, man. And
Yeah.
the thing about Forerunners is, I don't know if you ever heard, but the is that Man, you can beat them motherfuckers up and they'll keep rolling. Like them forerunners is built tough. Like
Oh
you
yeah.
can mileage on them and everything. You can like crash into something.
They're making their engines. They're still making them engines kind of off the 2JZ platform. They got the bigger,
Yeah.
better engines. Like they work off of that platform to make some of their engines. Indestructible. So
Okay.
yeah,
That
but I
Tacoma's
ain't
nice
gonna lie.
too.
I'll put one of them V8 engines in a damn Supra, man. I'll take an old school Supra and put one V8s in it. I'll put an LS swap. Listen, when I get some money, keep me away from LS engines and cars because I'm gonna LS swap damn near everything.
Okay, all right. When you do it, you're gonna have a whole lot of pretty Asian bitches chasing after your ass, fool.
Hey, I'll be in the car with an LS bumping some Spitter or some trademark skydive or some
You know about that spitter, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Man, that's all we play. We play bro.
Yeah.
How was I didn't get a chance to hear. I want to go over it. Spitters and what you call it? No, Larry and 2 Chainz album. How did that work with
You know what?
Alchemist?
I haven't heard it. I've been more listening to lately. I've been listening to like a
Larry
lot of.
dropped something recently
I've
too.
been listening to like old Larry or like more like a couple years ago. But I
listen.
haven't. You know who I do be fucking with a lot? I be fucking with Peasy from Detroit. I be fucking with was it Payroll Giovanni?
What about Primrose? Primrose Rice.
Primo Rice. Yeah, I like Primo.
Right, Babyface Ray.
Yeah, I heard Babyface is cool. I like
Yeah,
Babyface.
you know what I'm saying? Shit like that. Also, of course, I be listening to like old school Houston shit, that type shit. I don't really listen. I'm gonna keep it, but a lot of this new music I don't fuck with. It's maybe a few people, but like for the most part, I just think of what I mostly know.
A lot of this shit, I ain't gonna lie. You listen to it make you feel weird.
Yeah, I can't really get down with a lot of it.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, bro. I don't like that kind of shit that Anthony Mackie was just talking about. Made me feel uncomfortable. Like, I don't know, bro. Some of that new music, niggas be saying shit that like some of that Young Thug shit, and him and Rich Homie, R.I.P. to him. I don't know, brother.
Hey, Cooler, you say you doing the? I think earlier when you started this stream, I thought you said you was gonna do the. You said you doing the hip hop shit tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, I might do some hip hop stuff
Hey,
tomorrow.
if you do it,
what happened to your boy Yellow Beezy, man? What's up?
Look, I was just about to say, bro, if you do that shit tomorrow, if you do that stream, you drop the link like you did today, I'm definitely hopping on giving my take because it's a lot. But I'm not they from Dallas, I'm from H-Town. But
say it one more time for the people in the back. Say it one more time.
I'm from H-Town, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, that's about as different as motherfucking San Francisco and San Diego, bro. We don't know what them dudes doing.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm from,
totally different politics, homie.
But Dallas is up the way. It's only 4 hours away if you're driving. But I got people in D-Town, but at the same time, man, that whole situation, man, like that's crazy.
Hey, look, for being up here, Kimfolk, I've been living up here now for probably 12, 13 years. When I'm in D-Town, man. I'm up in Fort Worth. You know what I'm saying? These cats move different. These cats move different than back in the 713. I went to Eisenhower, homie. You know what I'm talking? I'm from back around that way.
I'm not gonna lie, that shit that recently happened with Lil Ronnie and his like that shit was senseless, bro. Like, why
the difference between these dudes up here and back home, these cats more worried about what somebody think about them versus a personal insult. Back in H-Town, if you insult me or something and it's just us around, I'm gonna feel some type of way that I'm gonna have to respond.
we live in an era now where kids is not off limits.
Yeah, bro. Man. Social media, bro.
Bro, back in the day, bro, kids would have never got motherfuckers would have been like, you know what? Damn, we gotta wait. We gotta come back another time. You know what I'm saying?
Man, it's Chicago that fucked the game up for real.
Man, like this shit is crazy, bro. That's I'm gonna keep it real. I don't have no kids yet, but I want some one day. But this type of shit right here be making me be like, damn, bro, do I want to bring kids into this? Do I want to bring kids into a world like this, bro?
I mean, I'm gonna put it like this: when I heard they was carjacking out in the Woodlands and out in Sugarland, I already knew the game was fucked up.
No, but let me.
Yeah.
Hold on, but let me.
Hey, I'm gonna keep it real, bro. I'm gonna keep it real, bro.
Hold on. You get. But even with the lean culture and stuff like that, Chicago done fucked the game up because honestly, Chief Keef came out, I'm not gonna lie, it raised the murder rate in Chicago. And I'm not gonna lie, hoods changed forever.
Yeah, that drill shit really, like
Nobody was running around with 30 clips like that.
yeah.
I've seen people put extensions on a 9 or something like that, and sometimes convert it into a full on, pistol. But nobody was running around with Dracos like between Chicago and Florida. Dracos wasn't a common gun. That's still a fairly brand new, pistol. People was not putting 30s on they on in
I'm gonna be honest though, back in the day, because I got family still up there in Chi-Town. I was born there and moved to H-Town when I was 6 months old. So I ain't gonna lie, it just depends on what era. There's different generations to this shit. Niggas
Yeah,
was really pumping the AKs in the 80s and the 90s when the crack era started. Between like different groups like Cabrini Green, Robert Taylor Holmes, and other places, bro. Them AKs and Mac 90s, Uzis, Tech 9s. Niggas was working them things.
No, but Chicago, I have to say, Chicago is like an isolated incident because if you look at it like this, even when the mob was running around, they were using Thompsons, they were using the tummy gun.
Right, and then what's it? BNRs? Yeah,
The Tommy gun was the AK of his time.
It really was, and then it was even worse though because those cars you can literally stand on the side skirts and shoot.
Matter of fact, I was just watching. It's funny that you bring up the Tommy gun. I was just watching like a couple days ago. I was watching was it The Godfather? The scene where they remember how they did Sonny in the little tollway when they did Sonny. All of them had Tommy guns and they just lit his ass up. They just lit him up.
I've noticed this shit goes by eras, like even with the street shit, the killing, the gang banging. Because like I've seen times in cities where guys kind of chill out and be more on their money, and then what'll happen is one group will start recruiting and start doing a bunch of ignorant shit and hurting civilians in their community. So then these guys like, okay, well let me get the youngsters together and get my little soldiers. Because unfortunately, we just gonna talk about the police, man. Police be gang banging too. The police be in it with these dudes.
They're the biggest gang. They're the biggest gang out here.
Yeah, man. No, but I mean, like they literally police that before they was police, they was part of such and such set, and they're still part of that set. They just got a badge now, so they do favors for them dudes. They let them dudes do whatever they pay them as CIs. It's dirty. I witnessed that shit, bro.
That's a part of the gang. You got to get your family to infiltrate law enforcement. Absolutely.
Let me ask you something just to kind of veer off topic real quick. You being out there, you out there in Thailand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta know, bro. How's the food, bro? I'm pretty sure they got some good food out there. Don't they?
It's too good. Like you're gonna get fat.
Bro, I've had type of food before, but I'm pretty sure where you out there, like the origin of it, it's probably like crazy.
It's gimmicky. It's gimmicky back in the States, but I get it. I mean, that's to make money, and that's how the Asian community really put it in. But yeah, it's too good, man. Too good, man.
Hey, how's up,
y'all make sure go ahead over.
How's up, meow on the roof?
Huh? What'd you say, LT, man?
How's up, meow on the roof?
He thinking about the Chinese. That boy, they're tripping. That boy wild.
You know what? I'm not. No, look, I'm not in those areas though. Even though I probably wouldn't have to go far to find it. But if you go to like Korea, certain places in China, hell yeah. But because this is the
they showed a documentary, a little special about like a world news thing about what's going on in West Africa, how a lot of the Chinese people were buying up businesses and had restaurants, and they literally had like their version of the feds looking for the owners of the restaurant. Did you see that where they found the fried dog legs hanging up in the restaurant?
Look, bro, within the next, like, let's say,
I was like, damn.
Within the next, like, let's say 20 years, maybe, Asia is going to own a good portion of Africa because, like you said, they buying up everything. They taking resources like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? They doing all that type of shit. So, it's crazy, man.
But that's the thing. They do business, and then the thing is that when Chinese people, because Chinese people are like the Nigerian people of Asia.
Yeah, Asia, correct. Yep, correct.
They're everywhere, and then what they do is that they make a knockoff. Like I don't know why people be getting on. I mean, I listen. I get real. But like on the other side, you got to respect both sides of the spectrum. You got to respect to be real. You got to respect real and fake. You know what I'm saying? Because people buy fake. The fake shit sell more than the real shit. You know, it's just that you gotta have the bread and you gotta be able to just wait certain things out. Cause honestly, like even if you go read some Warren Buffett books and Charlie Munger books and stuff like that, they'll tell you waiting is a part of the game. You know,
True.
Hey, cool. I want to ask you a question. I don't think I heard really nobody talking about it. So, they were saying that this came out. This is kind of like old news at this point, but they were saying that was it Putin that he opened up like a history vault or whatever, and he had like basically like the Ethiopian version,
Come on, come on.
a Bible, Ethiopian Bible version type shit.
You probably do.
Like,
you probably do because
you know what I'm saying?
you know what's crazy when the funny mustache man got killed. He recently had acquired the blade of Leonidas. And it's the spear of Leonidas, but like that
destiny.
Yeah. But see, like what I would do, I said if I got me a Rolex, I'm gonna get a clone version. You know, I wear the clone one out there all the time. Even if it's a good the knockoff, some of the knockoffs are just as good as the actual thing for daily use, you know? Like
Come on, man.
Bro, you want you a nice watch, bro, that they look really presentable. And I got the
lightning or attack hour or something. Yeah.
No, get you a Movado, bro.
I was just gonna say,
I got an all black Movado. That motherfucker clean in the motherfucker. I got that, and I got me an iWatch.
And a Geneva is good. Yeah, like I said, I'll buy a knockoff. But that's the thing when the funny mustache man got that spear, he immediately made a knockoff, and that's the one I think that they have in that museum. And
because I remember my grandmother was telling me about this shit. She was telling me like
that's like, and I'm gonna tell you something. Like the white missionaries who went, they were trying to spread Christianity throughout the Middle East and through North Africa, and they were shocked that I guess what was it in the 6th century when they came to Ethiopia, Sudan, and that region in North Africa, that they already had a Bible, a more complete Bible. They already had
Ethiopia is Eastern.
Yeah, Ethiopian Bible has 13 more books, and they were shocked. Like, damn, they already got it. That's like, okay, put it like this here too. Y'all don't know.
Would be Muslim, but he's Christian from Ethiopia, and I didn't know Christianity huge in Ethiopia.
Man, they got Catholics and Protestants out there, quite a few, and it was all because they say Solomon's son was Ethiopian, King Menelik.
You know what's crazy? I don't know if y'all heard this rumor, and so like I said, I don't know if it's any validity. This is what I've always been hearing all of, but it's rumors saying that allegedly, based on the description of like the Garden of Eden and all that shit, they saying that allegedly that what was somewhere located, probably in Ethiopia somewhere. Now I don't know if that's true, but that's what I've heard. So I don't know.
I heard that also. There's a lot of big gardens and stuff in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is a crazy place.
It's possible.
Yeah, but I mean, Ethiopia never really got infiltrated like that. They still got their castles and certain things still up.
And nobody want to talk about the real small hats. You know what I'm talking about, but I ain't gonna bring that up. I'm gonna leave that alone.
No, I know. Well, them dudes, and I'm for real, they came from the Caspian Sea, and the 7th century is when they adopted Judaism. That's why over 100 Ethiopian Jewish people came over there, and Netanyahu and them literally sterilized them. They told them it was a vaccination. And they sterilized over 100,000 of them. The World Health Organization had to put a sanction on them and make them stop. And when they asked them, why did y'all do it? They said, even though these are Jews, these are y'all's people. They said, well, we don't want to be overrun with brown people. Next comment.
Cool. I'm pretty sure Kuda know what I'm talking about, because there's plenty of them running over there in the DMV.
And that's crazy. So, just like what's going on over there, right now, we can't blame. There's a lot of real good, real nice, decent Jewish people. There's a lot of them. It's just the government, like our government does shit we don't agree with. And that's why you got people hating America. It ain't all of us. It's just, unfortunately, sometimes the powers that be do shit that put us all in jeopardy. Church. Shout out to my Jews, man.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, they inherited a shit out of all the races. They inherit a lot of BS too.
Yeah.
They inherit a lot of BS.
You watch when I say this, you already know where I'm finna go with it, because they got them all over. Where you came from in the DMV area. And I know because I got family out there, but I'm pretty sure you know some Rastafarians, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's a lot of Ethiopians that are Rastafarians that I know. You know what I'm saying? And like just
Actually,
people in
I was
general.
supposed to look this thing up. I might have to do it over
Yeah,
on Rumble. I
yeah,
never really knew how Haile Selassie lost his life,
yeah.
but they said it was
What
like
I've
pretty
always found,
violent.
what I always found interesting about the Rastafarians is like,
Mm.
and some people may say it's stupid, or some people may say it's a sin. Look, I don't care what you believe. That's I'm just talking about it from more of like a study type of
Perspective.
view, or
Yeah,
type of view.
yeah.
But I always found it interesting how the Rastafarians always praise their God. Pretty much is Haile Selassie. Like to them, that's
Haile
their God,
Selassie.
and them
Yeah,
that's them praising or praying to a black man. I always thought that was interesting, like just the
yeah.
psychology behind it. You know what I'm saying?
Also,
So,
too, some of the stuff that he did, like he trained lions and like
hmm
all kinds of different stuff. Like it's just kind of what he stood for, but it kind of ended up like some Che Guevara type shit. You go
yeah,
somewhere else, do
yeah.
something, and then they don't like it, and then they get rid of you. So
Well, that's like a lot of people believe, and even some of the Isaac Kanazis over there have basically talked about the 12 tribes is really like blacks, Latinos,
disciple.
Native Americans, yeah, and
Oh yeah,
I
Facts,
think believe
facts.
Italians, and who else is it? Irish
See,
as well. So
most people don't know this, but like I never been.
definitely Latinos, blacks, Irish. It's a lot of them. Italian, yeah,
I,
man.
I never been, but I got family over in Ethiopia. You know what I'm saying, on my mom's side, and
Okay.
they told me like, I never been, but they told me like Italy has like a certain influence on Ethiopia because at one point they enslaved Ethiopians or whatever and shit like that. With
yeah,
Mussolini and all that. But so like it's a lot of like you go out there, it's like a lot of Italian restaurants out there and stuff like that. But of course they got
yeah,
their
yeah.
own spots out there too.
Colonization. Yeah,
They got
yeah.
Ethiopian food, of course. Cool. I know you fuck with Ethiopian food. If you ever get a
Absolutely.
chance, get a chance, go and you go to Houston, go to Blue Nile, bro. You'll love Blue Nile. It's an
Okay.
Ethiopian restaurant, and you'll probably
Okay.
love that restaurant. So
And they do everything like the
yeah, they do
Owaze,
everything. Dodo Wood, all of
Owa.
that.
Durham
Thibs,
what?
all of that, man. They do all of that. They do all of that, bro.
50
Yep.
50. Give me some goddamn yeah.
Some
I
injera,
keep forgetting.
injera, all that.
Yeah, yeah. I keep forgetting the other one. I think it's called where it's like the beef, but it's like cured, but it's not cooked. I forgot what it
Is
is.
it Thief? No, that's not Thief. The Thief is the that's the
No,
season.
tep is the bread.
The
Yeah,
bread,
that's the
yeah.
bread. Yeah, the red bread.
I know what you're talking about, bro. I can't think of it right now, but I know what you're talking about, bro.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking
yeah,
about. Yeah, man.
yeah.
When you coming
How's
back?
it going?
When you coming back to the States, bro? It's gonna be a minute, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to come back pretty soon. I'm about to scoop up a couple of these
Yeah,
certifications
man.
I'm studying for a couple of certifications. So, and it's going well. It's actually going pretty well. So, I just
I
I'm
need
just
this
I'm
shit. I need to come back out to them. It's been a while because I got family out there too. It's been a minute. I think it's been a
yeah,
while.
man. You still up north, right? Or you
Yeah,
still
I'm in Ohio, bro. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
So,
probably got to go back. It's probably a
but I'm
couple
not
of
that
years.
far though. Like all I gotta do is hit the freeway, and I could probably be like right now from where I'm at. I could be in like
Mm.
DC area, probably like maybe 7 hours, 8 hours, maybe at the most.
Yeah, yeah. That'd be cool.
So like I'm like I stay in a small town, but I'm like about an hour or so, not from like bigger cities like Cincinnati and Columbus and Cleveland and shit like that.
I
What you
tell you
got
what,
going
brother,
on?
there's a lot of nice Ohio's out there.
Yeah.
A lot of Ohio's out there. You
Yeah.
know what I'm talking
Ohio.
Yeah.
Ohio's in Texas, bro. They here. They done migrated and they spending money on a brother. They spending their food stamps. Love it, man.
Yeah.
So let me ask y'all a question. What are y'all thoughts on free use relationships? This is something that the space should have been talking about a long
Wait,
time
what the
ago.
fuck is that, bro? What the fuck is that?
All right. So free use of let me actually Google it
This
again.
sound like
So I'm
some
not.
new stupid shit that somebody made up. Anyway, I'm listening, bro. I'm listening.
It's out there, but it is kind of some new stupid shit. I don't
I kind
let
of
me
figured that's what it was, but I'm listening, bro.
hold on. Let me make sure.
Well,
Hold
that's
on. Let me.
well. Why can't people just keep shit simple, bro? Why people gotta complicate shit like this? Shit crazy.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see. Free
I do.
use.
When it comes to me, bro, and what I do, bro, I do what makes sense, bro. I don't try to do all this trendy ass. Like, I don't care about all that
A
stupid
lot of
ass shit,
people.
bro.
A lot of people are lazy, so they gotta go. They feel like they gotta go around the process, and they still gotta start. sure one. Shout outs to OG in the building. All right, let me run this down, and then everybody here can let me know their thoughts. Okay, so a free use relationship is, in the context of relationship, free use refers to a kink. I don't know why they describe it as a kink, but I can see where it can be a kink, where somebody consents to being available for sexual activity or to be used by their partner at any time, emphasizing mutual consent and enjoyment. We used to call it friends with benefits, but now they're calling it free use.
That's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
Why? Look, you ain't got to reinvent the wheel, bro. You don't have to reinvent the motherfucking wheel. All you got to do is just call it for what it's been called, and just, like, I don't understand why they trying to. That's weird to me, bro. Like, it is what it is, though. Is that JSP?
You got to make it trendy.
Yeah,
You got to
it's
make
been
it
a minute,
trendy.
bro. It's me third. It's been a minute. It's been a while.
Yeah,
Bro.
live in person.
What's going on, JSP?
Shout outs to our brother company, BTO Radio. Shout outs to BTO Radio in the building. Partner company. You know what I'm saying? On side of Player Talk Radio, you got BTO Radio, and you got a couple of real ones on the panel, y'all. So y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, support the show. Keep putting birthday emotes in the chat for LT, man. Shout outs to OG JSP. Jump in.
Happy birthday, LT, man. Happy birthday, bro.
Yes,
Happy
yes.
birthday to you.
What's
Cool.
your thoughts on free use relationships? That's what they want to call it now, which we used to call it friends with benefits.
That was some bullshit I came up with on Kenny G's show. I call it leasing a woman. But anyway, you know how they always take my shit and try to highlight it. But I was on Kenny G's show, and I was I brought that to the term of leasing a woman, and leasing yourself too, just for events and shit. And, y'all have a lease just like you would lease a car, lease a house, or something like that. Then you ain't got to go through all that bullshit. You know what I mean? Well, I didn't know what I was getting involved with. So it's almost like a contract. So you don't have to deal with that bullshit on the other end. But they took it to another level. You know how they are. Just like I say, the damn sun is 6 billion years old. The damn moon is 5 billion years old. Ain't nobody calling it old. And they always try to take that shit and make it new. But anyway, that's some BS school. It's good to hear from you, brother. I've been listening to you in the crowd. And I'm glad. I'll be glad for your ass to get back over here and take your spot and get rid of some of these counterfeit motherfuckers who out here trying to take all your
too many of them.
Yeah,
man. OG, you was here for all of that. Remember, I warned this space that was coming.
Yeah, you remember that show we did, the interview?
Absolutely.
If they go back and look at that shit,
I remember that. I was here when it happened. I was here.
Yeah.
I remember that.
We predicted this shit was gonna happen just the way it happened. So you got all these new school guys out here just 3 weeks off the titty milk, trying to tell motherfuckers to do rehearsing shit we were saying goddamn almost 5-6 years ago.
Facts.
Down to the T.
Facts. Talk about it.
You would think they made it or came up with it. And it's like, who told you that?
Bro, real quick, let me cut it. Let me just say this, and y'all, I give it back to y'all. Man, guess what? So next December of 2026, I done been in this space when that time come. I done been in this space a decade. I don't even realize it. I'm like, how the hell I been here that long? I don't even it's crazy because I came into the space. Well, not say I came into the space, but I stumbled upon the space because I really didn't even know shit about a manosphere. None of that. I just happened to stumble upon it, by accident. It came up in my feed one day, and I just clicked on it, and from there, it just, I came a part of the space. But that was 2016, bro. So next year it'll be a decade for me, bro. And I'm just like, bro, how the hell I've been here that long, bro?
Yeah, and cool, a lot of these people don't even understand, and that's why
where half this shit came from. No, you gotta curse them out.
No, listen, I cussed KS out because he came on the show that I was on with that bullshit. If it wasn't for Cooler, the motherfucker, you wouldn't even know about a microphone. You know what I mean? So
that's some real shit. Yeah,
we know when your ass was taking goddamn cologne and taking it back to the goddamn store after you use it and do your shit on it. So that's what I'm saying is people, they don't have no history in this shit. But you got some real brothers up here who was there when all this shit was going on, the Mac, and you talk about the player. And another thing, Cooler, they still hating the goddamn game word. So I just say it's a system now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they got to understand everything's a system.
Yeah.
I mean, why you giving games? So, because that's all we're saying. We're not saying literally you out there like you playing
But
dice.
J Speed, bro.
Right.
J Speed, bro, to your point, and I just want to cut in because I want to add to that. To your point about the whole game thing, right? Because I was around for that too. I've been around for all that shit, right? So
Been
here's
around
the
for
thing.
everything, sir.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Here's what don't make sense to me, and Kuda could attest to this because he was here when I said it. And I matter of fact, I think I said it right here on his platform. I said a lot of these niggas get mad about the game word, right? Because they ain't got none. But the cold part about it is I'm like, you don't understand. Most people don't even realize I understand. You're not just using game when it comes to the realm of women and relationships, bro. You got people that work in the corporate world that use game. Like people, like it, when you in these rooms with people and you trying to politic and stuff. What you think you got to use, bro, in order to get what you want, bro? You got to have the credentials. You got to have that. Don't get me wrong, but you also have to have the mouthpiece. You got to have the charisma. You got to have persuasion skills. You know what I'm saying? And I broke it down, bro. A car salesman, they use game, bro. I could just keep going on and on and on, bro. Like different, professions and industries that use that shit. Now they don't call it that, but I'm saying if you really breaking it down, that's what the shit is. You know what I'm saying? And see, when we say it like that, niggas want to get mad, and because they saying this, and I know you don't like this word, JSP. I'm just saying it just for this conversation, but they say game is like a niggerized word. They don't like it because they think it's only just for niggas and that's it, or black folks and that's it. You know what I'm saying? And so that's
Well, I mean, look how much money though certain folk make off a lot of our inventions. You remember after the whole BG Cash Money Bling Bling song, they made like over $5 billion in a couple of years off selling body bling to little suburban bitches.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? I got partners right now. I got homeboys that work corporate downtown buildings, and you know what they tell me? Just having the credentials to work in these industries in these fields is not enough. You have to have the personality, and that coincides with game, bro. You have to work these rooms, bro. You have to know how to talk to people, bro. Politics. You can have all the credentials in the world, but if you don't know how to work a room or read the energy in the room and know how to blend in and know how to move around and shit, you're not gonna get very far, bro. You're not gonna get very far. So that's part of the package of what niggas love to hate to call game, but it's the truth, bro.
Yeah, you can call it anything you want to call it. You can call it swag. You can call it all kinds of cool. You can call it any kind of thing. I mean, come on. We say back in the 70s, we said jive ass motherfucker.
But OG, why they only want to apply it to women? Why they only think game applies to women and nothing else?
I don't know. But what I'm trying to say is, we said jive ass motherfuckers back in the day, and then they came up with a record label, Jive. So I mean, what I'm saying is, Webster Dictionary add over 5,000 words in their dictionary every fucking year. And think about this, Kuda. Every fucking word we use was made up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Every word in the dictionary was made up.
But correct me if I'm wrong.
Why we can't make up a word?
Because I was saying the same thing like what Third said. I was like, it don't matter how much credentials you got. If you don't got no game on top of that or can't really articulate yourself, it don't mean shit.
The credentials, but tell me if I'm lying, Kuda. The credentials is only going to get you in the door, but it's not going to keep you in the door if you don't have nothing else but the credentials.
Absolutely. And if I'm not mistaken, the word jive is slang for fast talking and slick talking. Like if you a fast slick talker, you're like, why are you jiving me? Why that's where the word came from. Mouthpiece. But this is what people don't understand, and I want you guys to take this with you because anybody that got some game, you can say something cold at will, even just shooting from the hip. There's a difference between having game and running game. There's a difference between having game, you possess this thing, and there's a difference between running game. People that have game don't necessarily got to run game, and people always think somebody's running game on them. First of all, everybody not that special to have no goddamn game run on them. And second of all, it's not about running game. It's about having game and knowing game. You don't have to run no game, honestly. You don't have to run no game. People that got game don't have to run no game. They got the game. What run game for what? You don't got to scam nobody. You don't got to do nothing. No, you could be straight up, And and this is funny because we had a whole bunch of fake pimps trying to call me out on the last stream, but pimping is a non-contact sport. So some things that people are preaching and doing and stuff like that, that's not what part of the game is that. That's not no game, But it is what it is, man. I mean, there has to be lames. Not everybody's gonna get it. Not everybody's gonna, there has to be winners and losers. It's the same thing like the stock market. Bears and bulls.
No, that's real
When you
talk. But
win, somebody lost.
say, bro, in regards to the pimping, you know what I'm saying? The best way to do that type of activity is to do it where you ain't gonna get no repercussions from it. Church. Because the way a lot of these dudes do it is in a way that's too loud, it's boisterous. This ain't the 60s, this ain't the 70s. Your dumb ass gonna get caught up, you know what I'm saying, with some human girafficking. You feel me? Or something else that you don't want. And niggas don't understand, bro. You can't be out here advertising everything you do. And a lot of the shit these niggas be advertising, they ain't even lived that life. You got dude catching cases for admitting the shit that they haven't even done. Dummies.
That's
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
And if you think about, hey, cool, I want you to know this. 11 months ago, some brother who done lost his monkey ass mind told me that I was the reason for you losing your show and moving to the country you moved to. I'm like, where you get this shit from, bro? And I'm
Man,
like,
people just be lying for the sake of lying, man.
yeah,
I
and I'm
don't
like,
even.
that's why I don't play into that shit. And think about this. The biggest pimp on the market now is OnlyFans.
Yeah. Yeah. And guess who's doing all the recruiting for them? The women. Oh,
Right.
girl, yeah, we can make some money over here lying to their friends and stuff like that. Those women don't want to be up there on the internet butt naked dancing alone.
Bro,
I
most
know
of them not even making minimum wage, bro. At the end of the day, they not.
Yeah, OnlyFans take the cut. Like this is the thing. I've known girls that been naked on the internet for more than 20 years and it still ain't pop off for them. It's like, damn.
Right.
And
they don't make enough money how they have to get on there for an hour at a time, 15, 20 minutes to stink up their coochie and make enough money to buy soap for it. But it's the top.
But see, they get duped by other women though, because if they
That's
see
what I'm
Fresh
saying.
and Fit, they think that they're those women. It's like they don't even see. Let me tell you something. What's the fucked up part about OnlyFans that they're not telling y'all too, especially when it comes down to the broads. You gotta promote that.
Yeah.
You can't. I mean, I've seen bitches do it. They'll be on their Facebook and they're promoting buying a plate, some waist beads, maybe some Avon lotion, and they OnlyFans account. Women will get mad at men and be like, "Yo, treat me like a lady, show me some respect." But for $10.99, you can see my booty hole. Like it's like what? It's like it makes no damn sense, and I hate. I know the game in and out, but I hate that women have reduced themselves to a piece of chicken. Literally.
Yeah.
You just go buy a piece of chicken, just go throw it away. Don't even eat the rest of the damn chicken. Just go buy a piece of chicken and eat it and throw it away. This girl got mad at me, but she came back years later and said I was right. I said, you know what's funny? Women used to complain about how men objectifying them. They used to objectify them. And I was like, y'all are better off being objectified by men. And she was like, "Oh, why would you say that? That's misogynistic." I'm like, "Y'all were better off being objectified by men. Have you seen what women do to other women and what women do to themselves when they objectify themselves? They start doing plastic surgery. They start destroying their lives. They start, just destroying themselves, self mutilating themselves. You would think they wouldn't even care about being woman. Like it's beyond anything that what a man would do with a woman. And it's sad, but like men objectifying women at this point that's a safety feature to women. Honestly, at this point, because they safe.
We can take it a step further. It's in a man's nature to objectify women. It's in our nature. I don't know one man, unless he's a homosexual, that sees some big tits and a big booty and don't objectify that woman. It's in a man's innate nature. Now,
Well, you want to know where that comes from?
Go ahead.
Hold on, bro. Keep what you're saying because I want you to finish, but I want you to probably add, maybe a response to this on there. As men, do you know? And because I'm an artist, I like to create things. But do you know what women serve to as men, just in general? The concept of women to men is an objective concept. Most men, even if you're not an artist, do you know that most women to men are a muse? They're muses. Think about it. They're
Elaborate.
muses. Most women to men are muses. If I wanted to, if I wanted if I wanted to go, work harder and make enough money to get a baddie. Guess what? The image of a baddie is a muse for me to go get what the hell I want. Like for
Right.
example, like some of the girlfriends that I've had in the past, they were cold. You know, I had some of them girls I had no business dealing with them. You know, the type of shit I was on then. But they were muses. Like I needed a certain girlfriend or a beautiful girl to like, hey, let me create this body of work and attribute it to you, or being around you, I'm in a different type of headspace to create something like this. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times, just even the concept of women when they're introduced to men, it's already in an objective form. Men use women as muses. Do you understand what I'm saying? A man will
I,
use a beautiful a man will use a beautiful woman to go chase a check, to go take care of himself or his family or whatever, not necessarily that woman. So women are a source of inspiration or potential for a lot of men. Just the not even the thought or the process. It's just hey, you could get this. And men take that and run with it. And it's the truth. A lot of women, they're muses, you know. But my bad, jump in. I just wanted to throw that out there so a lot of people don't understand, because a lot of women objectify themselves and then get mad that when they get introduced to a man, he's looking at them as an object. When that's how they
right.
present themselves. That's how it's presented to him. And a man uses a woman as a muse for inspiration. But jump in, my bad, bro. I just wanted to throw that
No,
out
no,
there.
no.
Because you were
Not
cooking.
even my bad.
Mm-hmm.
That was absolutely perfect how you broke that down, because that's absolutely what I meant too.
Yeah.
And I want to build off what you said too. Women actually do objectify themselves. Now we got
Yeah.
to look at the implication behind objectifying, because when a woman says a man objectifies her, automatically we look at it in a negative connotation. But women
Mm-hmm.
objectify themselves day in and day out. How do I know? They go on OnlyFans. They post their butt on Instagram, and when you ask them why are you posting naked pictures, you know what they tell you? They say, I like my body, and if I like my body, I feel like I should be able to expose it or show it off.
Yeah.
AKA, I should be able to objectify myself. So you're
Yeah.
absolutely 100% correct when you say that they do objectify themselves. They just don't like the fact that um, the root reason why they objectify themselves is because of men, and the root way that men objectify women is not derogatory at all times.
Absolutely. Yeah, but women claim that they want to be amused. You know, when they say, "Hey, treat me like a goddess," and all this other that's their feeble attempt to try to, and I get it. But like and what you said is true. But on the last show I went over that, and I went over this millions of times. The guy that made a lot of women feel that it's okay to be naked and get in front of the camera and make it a big deal was Hugh Hefner, you know? And then it's really crazy to have to explain to men and women that a lot of women do objectify themselves. But the thing about it is that guess what? She didn't have to work for her looks, you know?
Fighters in the house. Fighters in the house.
Yeah, shout outs to Fighter Complex in the building. Jump in, Fighter. I was saying that she didn't have to work for her looks. You know what I'm saying? It's something that she was born with and she has to protect. So women got their work cut out for them. Men got their work cut out for them too. Jump in, Fighter.
What's going on, guys?
What
The
you got?
third board. OG, what's up, man?
You
Kuda.
got?
I want you
Nah, I
guys
mean,
to wish LT man happy birthday. No,
yo,
you're good,
yo.
Sarah. Jump in. Jump in, Fighter.
Nah, so I mean, I just came in. So what are you guys getting at? That women use so sorry, men use women as inspiration to do better in life? What? I'm trying to pick up what you're putting
Well,
down.
well, no. Well, no, what I was saying is that, when women are introduced to men, they are introduced as objects, honestly, or a source of inspiration. A lot of women are muses to men. A lot of
Right.
men don't understand it because it's not in that context, because a lot of guys don't think of it like that. But when you put it together, a lot of women are muses. For example, every guy has done that. You ever seen a woman and you're just looking at her and you're like, damn.
Yeah.
What's the
Yeah,
damn for?
yeah,
What's
yeah.
the
I mean,
damn
because of
for?
the,
It's like,
because her
yeah.
physical. Yeah.
It could be damn she bad, or damn I want one of those, or damn she look good, or damn you just say damn, and it's a knee jerk reaction in a lot of cases. Don't even know why. But what I'm saying is that a lot of guys are using the thought and the idea of being with certain women as a muse. A lot of women are muses. They're inspiration. Okay, OG. They're an inspiration. I don't know why everybody's dropping, but they're an inspiration to a lot of guys. Like, look at what guys are using certain women in these spaces for. Why are we talking about Keisha and talking about this and talking about all this stuff day in and day out? Keisha is a muse. Kevin Samuels, all them dudes, they use them as a clutch to say, hey, work hard and you can get one of those. What does that mean?
So
We be having
so then
pictures of women and stuff laying all around. Yeah, jump in. My bad.
so I mean, right. So then is the woman the prize then?
No, the woman isn't necessarily the prize. She is the inspiration, though, behind why guys. Listen, a lot of men know what they need to do, but a lot of men also too, if they haven't really kicked up enough dust, they don't have shit going on in their lives. A lot of men are looking for meaning. Whatever that means. If your life, if you choosing a life, most guys are in charge of choosing a life right now instead of a life being bestowed upon them. When you were born, fighter, it wasn't like, oh well, my dad was a famous carpenter and all this other stuff, and then there's like a great responsibility on you to be a carpenter now. You understand what I'm saying?
I
You
get what
had
you
to,
yeah. Got it.
yeah,
Like
you had.
they have a purpose. Like when some dudes don't have a automatic purpose that they found within themselves. They need like a spark or something.
They go
Yeah, I
looking for
mean, like
something.
it's kind of like that meme. Like, bro hitting the gym hard. Like, oh, he must just got through a breakup, going through a breakup or something. Like, why you hitting the gym so hard? Some
Mhm.
people, some people just like to work out. Some people are athletes, and some people they went through a breakup. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it was
I
like
get
a
what you're
guy who
saying.
was like, "Why are you hitting the gym so hard?" He's like, "You in all my workout videos." He's like, "So," he said, "So when I hurt myself, I can gain from it, or learn from it." I'm like, "Damn, there's some truth to that." I think it was a misquoted Arnold Schwarzenegger quote, but like, but there's some truth to that. There's been times where I went into the gym pissed off a little bit, and I was hitting the heavy bag, and I'm like, "Damn, I got a great workout," you know. So
Yeah.
I mean, you got to turn your lemons. You got to turn your lemons into lemonade. But a lot of guys don't have identity. They don't have certain things, and they join gangs. They look for some type of meaning. And other people prey on that. If a gang see you ain't doing nothing, you ain't got nothing going on. Hey, you need to come over here, and if not, we're gonna beat you up every day after school until you do.
You know, I knew this girl, beautiful girl, attractive girl,
Mm-hmm.
and I know her brother. Her brother, he makes beats,
Mm-hmm.
DJ. So he has his passion. Obviously I got my passions,
Mm-hmm.
and she always used to say like, everyone around me, like she would mention her, like her brother, like an example. I knew him mutually, and
Mm-hmm.
she's like, even like you have things that you're passionate about. Like I want to find my passion. I don't know what I like,
Right.
and I'm like, well, you have to. What I'm like, I don't know. Whatever you think about, you gotta like. To me, that sounds very depressing. I'm like, God damn, like you don't have anything that motivates you, anything that you want to be. And she's
No,
like,
I
well, I
mean,
like. She said, I like shopping. I'm like,
goofy shit. Like, yeah, this is why a lot of advice that people give people sound generic. When people say, "Well, hey, you just got to be yourself," they're not wrong, but the timing is off. Sometimes being yourself at a certain time in your life is not a good idea. You know, sometimes being yourself at a certain time in your life, that's what's repelling women away. Like, you know what a man's journey is? Men have to learn how to be themselves. That's our journey. Women too, to a certain degree, because it's like how much wigs and makeup and faces and attitudes and stuff. How much stuff are you gonna put on until you realize, damn, who are you? We got to keep asking
Right.
ourselves. So it's like it's a conundrum that we get ourselves into, and unfortunately, a lot of guys don't make it out. This is why a lot of guys join gangs and do certain things. You want approval, men. Men look for approval also. That a lot of people don't understand, but we look for approval from our peers and stuff like that, and then sometimes too from our women and stuff like that. So that's why, like I said, women to a certain degree represent more of a muse to men, than anything else. Because men know that they're a liability in a lot of cases, until an asset comes along. But man, listen. Women, it's a muse situation, and I know this because I've had a lot of girlfriends that I used as muses, and I understood it, and I was like, damn, a lot of guys don't even know what the hell that means, but I would advise a lot of people to go look up what a muse is and what artists use muses for. It's not just for music, it's muse, So okay, shout outs to LT man. Okay. Um what's your thoughts on that, fighter? And then also too, what we're talking about are free use relationships. You know what? And this should have been talked about in the space in the manosphere for a long time, but a lot of these guys are goofies. You know what free use is, right?
Well, as far as
You there,
well,
fighter?
yeah, yeah. Are you
Mhm.
talking about as far as
Mhm.
YouTube? What are you talking about?
No, that's fair use. But
Alright,
yeah,
so,
free use.
so
Yeah, yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Free use is basically like an open relationship, but a friends with benefit relationship. It's like you can freely come and go and deal with certain people, and I can see how it could be a kink. They say it's a kink, but it's like you get to deal with whoever you want to. It's like a open friends with benefits relationship, but it's like you guys are on the same level. When you want sex, she wants sex. When it's like a open contract. People will do everything but what they need to be doing. But what's your thoughts on that? Or you can Google it if it's confusing, because I know it is confusing.
Nah, it's a yeah, like okay, yeah, friends with benefits. That's it, a homie. Yeah, I mean, I understand the concept. Um,
Yeah,
I just think
but I
I
think
don't think
how
those always work out because
I know I
someone.
don't, I don't think it always work out neither, but I think how it's explained also is that you still get some of the GFE. Cause like, how is the manosphere going to embrace tricking and paying for box, but then turn around and complain like they didn't get no damn? I know a lot of women that don't and won't give a lot of the tricks that they deal with a damn GFE, cause they don't fuck with you. The only thing they want
Right.
is your damn money. So it's like funny that these guys are tricking and you still can't even get the girlfriend experience from dudes, I mean, from women, and you're paying. It's like no, I don't even want to pretend like I like you like that. That's what women are telling guys, and they think like, oh well, if you got money, you can get everything. I'm like, no, not everything, bro. You know, and she won't smash you like she means it. So that's an extra $50. And these amateur women are making pro money, and they're not even pros. They're just some
Damn, so
goofy.
so so, so, so
Right.
you got to pay an extra fee for compassion? That's crazy, nigga.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
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 Oh man.
And that's not no type of sex. That's not no type of sex that a young man, by the way, because I said if you're 35 and up, go ahead, trick your ass off. You ain't got shit to prove to nobody. Tricks to your heart's desire. But like these young kids getting wrapped up and used to trick sex like that, man, you're destroying yourself before you even start. You're no better than that woman that don't even get a job and she just goes straight to OnlyFans at 18. It's like, damn, did you even try? You know? Did you even try? Did you like damn, like haven't flipped one burger but can tell you that they don't want to flip burgers, but want to take their OnlyFans money and go eat burgers all damn day. craziest shit ever, man. We live in the craziest times. And then y'all gotta understand too, especially even with the millennial generation. That's why I was just talking to my mother about this because I was telling her like, I didn't know Vance was a millennial. I'm like, we in office now, and she was like, yeah, that's crazy. And I'm like, man, it's crazy because a lot of millennials don't believe in ownership. A lot of millennials don't believe in ownership. And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing because certain things you gotta believe in ownership or at least carry that mentality, you know, with certain things. But and that's why I'm like, okay, well, what about free use relationships? That seems like it's not too much ownership, and then there might be a little bit of GFE here. At least if somebody agrees and say, hey, if you want to smash anytime, hit my line. And it's like, okay, well, there's a little bit of cooperation, but a lot of the guys don't have enough game to do a free use relationship or even get a GFE, and they get upset about that when somebody else does. And it's like, okay, well, so what's your
Right.
thoughts on that? What's your thoughts? They call it a free use relationship.
I mean, it's basically a situationship. You know what I'm saying? You guys are
Right,
just dealing with each other situationally, not
right,
seriously.
right.
Um, and what my thoughts on that is it's a lot of things you can say about this because what is the nature of a man and a female? I don't think it's natural for a woman to sport sex and just go around and having sex and with no strings attached. I don't think it's conducive for people to do that.
Hmm.
But I will say this: I think a man is more capable of doing that. What I'm seeing today, though, is women are dictating those terms. Men are not dictating those terms. So that causes a lot of points of
Right.
contingencies because now women they're dictating, the sexual free market, the free sexual market. Men are not dictating this at all, and that what that does is it rises the thought culture, it rises the culture. It's I don't think it's a good formula for relationships at all.
Well, a lot of guys didn't catch on to it, and I said this a lot of times, like socially, because a lot of guys don't, women control where and when sex takes place in a lot of cases. You know what I'm saying? Um, and like I said, a lot of guys don't have game, and it's not, necessarily about the game, but the lack of game. A lot of guys will not understand, that a lot of guys don't necessarily really control their sexuality. You do, but you don't, to a certain degree. Women have dominion over that because a lot of guys don't understand, where and when and how things work in the relationships with men and women. A lot of times, the funny part is that women are having more sex than men. Women are having more one night stands than men. Women are making sure they get it in. There's more women on the planet than men. They're more privy to this stuff. This is a feat to guys when it's not necessarily a feat to women. And it's like, if guys don't understand women in their nature, and a lot of guys, they don't want to understand. The funny part is that a lot of these guys in these red pill spaces, they really don't want to understand women's nature. You know, a lot of guys are upset and they're mad because they've grown up believing that, oh, she's sugar spice and everything nice. What's going on, Brownie Ellie? Good to see you, love. They think that she's sugar spice and everything nice, and the reality of a lot of women is it's a nightmare to a lot of guys. It's a
Right.
nightmare. And that's a part of being red pill. You got to understand female nature, and the big part that they forget is something that a lot of women won't do for their own damn selves is forgive them of their nature. That's the big part.
Hmm.
You know, even women don't forgive themselves for their nature. Like that's the part of the red pill that they leave out. A lot of times, a lot of women like, oh no, I ain't about to forget. That's like accountability. You know,
No,
and
you absolutely correct.
yeah,
You absolutely correct. Once you understand female nature or just a thing in general, then
you
you
don't got
you
nothing to
have
hold
a
to them. Yeah,
right. You got a level. understanding and respect for it, and you're like, oh, you know what? This motherfucker don't know no better. That's why he's doing this, or that's why she doing that. You
There
know
you
what I'm saying?
go.
Like
And it's
it's like a
freeing.
child.
It'll free you.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. It'll free you honestly, because a lot of you guys be having a chip on your shoulder trying to figure them out. And women understand each other, and they don't got that well, women live with a chip on their shoulder, but
right.
they're not tripping behind that. A lot of women don't want to fucking a lot of women have no choice but a lot of women don't want to take responsibility even for their own nature, because it's like, what do you do after that? Women want to have fun. They're not really trying to sit up here and be all serious. You got all these guys running around, and we have a term called SBE, called shame, blame, and explain, where these guys are just trying to get women to sympathize for them. Women will sit there and watch you try to move a boulder and not give two fucks. He's like, well,
Right.
you're a man. They forgive you. I'm not gonna say they necessarily forgive men for their nature, but they understand a man's nature, even if it's just out of lust. So men got to learn how to operate. The men got to learn how to operate the same way. You forgive them for their nature. You don't, and move accordingly after. I'm not saying get fucked up in the game after you forgive them and just take it. No, you move accordingly after, and they'll
And,
respond different to you. Mhm.
and 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 part of that too, just to add on to what you're saying is, it's not just about female nature. It's not just about not female. It's not just about the woman that you want to have sex with. Female nature comes in the form of your mother, your grandmother, your cousin,
Yeah,
your sisters,
yeah,
etc., etc. So it's not
yeah,
just boiled down to the woman you want to have sex with. See, and that's another thing that these red pill dudes be teaching these. They teach
yeah.
them only how to target the woman they want to have sex with, but they don't teach them the full
Right,
nature of a woman. Period.
right.
Hey,
And
Cooler.
that's at the end. Yeah, jump in, OG.
Uh, you have an audio book, right?
Yeah, I have two of them. Yeah,
Okay. I've been sitting back.
well, second one coming out.
I've been sitting back and listening to all of this from all my years of experience, and then listening to the next
Yeah,
generation and the next generation and the next generation. I think I'm writing on a book now, and I think I really found the secret to Pandora's box. And my book won't
okay.
be for everybody, because it'll probably be so boring, because it won't be boring to people who really want to
Who
understand.
knows? Right, right.
I don't think the people who really knows, and that's what
Right.
I'm saying. If you come out with something different, okay, like when you get new electronics, right? Cool, and you used to get them on. You used to put them on the internet, and sometimes it'd be your first time even
Fiddling
using that.
around with it. Right,
Right.
right, right,
But then when you get used to it versus the first time you ever, and you understand the intent of the creator and
right,
what you can create within what the creator have already created,
right,
then you quite understand it totality. When you agree to
right.
that, I
Absolutely.
think why men, uh, are you okay? You fall out of the chair, somebody?
Oh no,
What's
no,
going
no,
No,
no. Hold on. Let's
that
take
was
it.
me.
Hold on. I got you, bro. I'll put you on mute. You're good. You're good. You're good, man. I'm gonna put you on mute for a little bit. Hold on.
Go ahead.
A little bit
on?
of
Okay.
background noise. That's all.
All right. So,
Mhm.
I have thought of it and thought of it. I listen. I take from everyone, because you know me good. I take from everyone. If it's
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
sound right, feel right, I take from it, and I
Right,
use it as I use a tool. I'm just a little
right.
long-winded and getting to the point. But what
Mhm.
I have figured out, and I want each one of these guys to answer this question on the panel, including you, DJ.
Mhm.
If you take a guy who's 14 years old,
Mhm.
and you told him there was something wrong with everything that he did for the
Mhm.
rest of his life, what would you create?
You create somebody that's paranoid and scared and timid. Somebody that really wouldn't, somebody that really don't have no belief in themselves neither. Because they think, oh well, everything I do is wrong. So, you know, okay. Oh, fighter dropped in the back. Okay. Yeah, you'll create a disaster, a head case.
Oh yeah,
You know.
and I'm gonna get everybody else to answer this. So I'm just gonna add on what you just said, but I
Fighter's
want to
back.
ask each person on the panel. Would you create somebody who would one of the steps of that person you create would be trying to convince that person you are telling that he is worthy of something other than what you are telling him? Would he try to go do anything to make sure he's worthy? Now, the initial question I still want to ask every guy on that: if you did that for a guy that was 14 years old until he died, what would you create? So I guess Fighter or whoever want to answer that next. What would you think you would create?
Well,
you would
go ahead.
Go.
I'm sorry, I'm in the background laughing. Not Spider.
Did I say Spider? You know me, Scoot. I would say some.
No, you good. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
No, OG been killing me for years.
What I could say about that though is you create a plethora of things out of that. One thing I can say is you create a gullible person, and you create somebody who's always looking for acceptance around himself, always looking to try to prove to somebody that, especially the people that train them that way, to prove to somebody that no, I'm not this way. But not only do you have that mind state, but you practice it. Now you outside in this world trying to prove things to people, overdoing things. You know what I'm saying? And that you just create a gullible, less confident.
Yes. Go ahead, Fighter. Chime in.
Well, so yeah, if someone, I mean, if you trying to now, is that person, are they being negative? Or are they a hater? They don't like them, or
No. I'm just saying everybody comes in contact with that person is telling that person that he's never good enough.
He's never good enough.
Yeah,
I
what
mean,
would you
shit.
create?
How much lower? I want to lower all
If he takes heat,
it's all the way down. Not too bad.
if he takes heed to that, yo, I don't know. Somebody talking.
Oh, my bad. All right, go ahead,
Somebody
Fighter.
talking.
No, my bad. I had to mute LT man. Shout out to LT man. The car looks fucking awesome. The rims match the car. You know. Yeah, those are good.
Yo,
my bad. Go ahead, Fighter. Yeah, you here? We can hear you.
Now, I was just gonna say, if you know, if someone is being pessimistic,
they look really good.
Hold on. I just lost it. Give me 1 second.
Hold on, you're okay. Hold on, wait. Hold on to your answer, Fighter. They look really good. A lot of times when people do their rims, they don't match the car. This one matched the car really good.
Yeah, they're not bad. Now I'm gonna go take it to go get cleaned up, baby. Happy birthday.
They look good. Yeah. Birthday shoes. Hey.
Come on, let's spin it, baby.
Dang. Those are good, man. Wow. Yeah, man, you gotta take some pictures, man. Ben's life.
I know my brother's cool. Godly. Yeah, you know what, man? I gotta go wash this whip right now. Let me go drop off these other rims.
Okay. Shout out to LT, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, I got like 8%. I was like, come on, man, finish my shit up so I can go in.
Right. Dang, those are nice.
Hey, man, if you're still on, I'll come back and I'll join you guys, man. Let me charge up this phone, bro. I just wanted to show off a little bit.
Absolutely, man. Those look good, man. Congratulations again.
Sprinkle.
Yeah. Yes. Let me go charge up the phone and start enjoying my birthday, bro. Man, I'm a little bit geeked. This has been a minute. I waited all freaking winter time to do this shit.
I'm hip. You were telling me you were gonna do it. Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah. And now let me go check out the ride because I haven't had rims on the whip for a little bit.
Yeah.
And I
see
know
if that steering is heavy. That steering might be heavy.
They say, man. Anyway. Yeah, let me charge up this phone. I'll holler back to you boys. Just
okay.
Hopefully you're still on. Looks like you're going strong still, like last time.
Yeah, we still haven't even gotten into the politics side yet. Man,
I know. We keep jumping off into other subjects, but anyway, everybody that's out here, man, everybody's in the chat, everybody's in the panel. Thank you for wishing me a happy birthday, bro. It means a lot, especially from people that don't really need to give a shit. But you know, you guys are pretty cool for welcoming me in. And
Yes, sir.
like I said, man, hit up Hemp for Fitness. If you're in the
Yes.
area, hit us up. Go home with a little extra goodie bag. But we got a big
Yes.
sale going on. Buy one, get one free. Mention CUDA. Use
Yep.
the discount code at
And you get an extra 10%
and
off.
yeah, and even if you're in the neighborhood, just or just order something from us and tune in to Player Talk Radio and take a chill
Yes,
pill.
sir. Yes, sir.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Actually,
I'll be right back.
I'm glad OG is here because OG, are you still connected with I'm trying to remember the name of the company you were connected with. The yellow, they sell the capsules and
New
stuff. I was
body.
out.
New
Yeah,
body.
New Body. Yes, yes, yes. I was like, the name hasn't came to my head, but yeah, I definitely want to throw some of that stuff out there too. Some of the New Body stuff, and if they can go through you or if they have a code
Yeah.
for you or
Yeah,
something.
next time I come on, I have a code for them to get it at wholesale versus retail.
I was telling LT man about because we were talking about kratom and some other stuff and other supplements. I know you probably know more than I do off head. You know about ginkgo biloba.
Yeah, that's
What's
for the
your
brain. That's for the brain.
yeah.
And that's a good herbal for like people who might be going to senile or having anxiety of thinking or Alzheimer's or anything like that. It flows blood to the brain normally that has been cut off, and all that is mucus that's been cut off from the brain in the first place. So it helps relieve the cell's been compromised when it comes to stuff like that. So the ginkgo biloba is great for memory and stuff like that. But I do want Spider, Spider to finish up on that because this is very important.
Yeah, yes. Jump in, Fighter. Hold on, I'll drop the link again. I don't know if StreamYards is kicking people off. I'm not sure. Fighter, are you there?
Yeah,
my
nah,
bad.
Well, the way I was looking at it is, if someone is I personally look at it. If someone is criticizing me, I always look at it.
Hold on. Lord have
Someone
mercy.
that, when someone criticizes me, I look. Is there some truth behind it, or are they just saying that to just to be talking?
Right.
No,
right.
I want you to look at the totality. Everything that you see, everything that you touch, everything around you is telling you is something is wrong with you. What have you created?
Oh man, I mean, then if everything around you is indicating that there's something wrong with you, then shit, you might become a monster, bro. You might become a monster, or that might inspire you to correct your flaws.
Okay,
That's how I'm looking at it, right?
Okay, think about now. Now, let's change the movie. By the time a girl is 14 years old, she's told that something is wrong with her. Her tits is not big enough. Her ass is not big enough. Her eyebrows is not right. Her hair is wrong. Her skin color is wrong. And even though she has a natural order of things to be a sexual being. So, when you create a monster like that, they go do anything to satisfy, because men don't go through the same thing. Men might go through somebody tell them go to the gym, or if you're tall, you're short. Basketball players can play basketball just as good as tall players. So we don't go through the same thing. Think about it. Every print meter she ever look at it, say you got to have this shade of lipstick, you got to have this dress on, you got to wear this shoe, or you got to do that. That's what women from the time they've been born been told there was something wrong with them.
Right.
So what tool do they have to use? Sex.
Yeah. And that's the thing too. They didn't work for their looks, and it's like you get dropped off here, and you gotta don't get hit in the face.
So
preserve this. Take care of this.
So think about this, DJ.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the pool guy can fuck the same woman in the same house as the millionaire who's in the house. Because you know why? It's because her whole life become proving to herself she's worthy, regardless of who it is.
Yeah.
So when we start to understand it from that root cause, we can start. We can understand a lot of the things that they do and why they do it. Think about this, DJ. When a woman goes into a strip club, she acts totally different when a guy is at the strip club. When a woman go to a strip club with men, they act totally different than men act with women. They lose their damn mind. So when I'm telling you, most of these guys who create this stuff, this print media, people like the Playboy Bunny, when they started off with black and white pictures. Most of these people who create stuff like this, they're the one who setting up all this shit.
Yeah, that's
and
what
that's
I'm saying.
why I just say OnlyFans is the biggest pimp on the planet now. As far as it was just like the Playboy Mansion was when it was coming through. So when we start to understand the root cause of things, it makes it so easy to see what you are seeing.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, OG's telling y'all the truth. I mean, y'all got to understand that, I understand a woman's nature, and crazy as it may sound, like I've been forgiving women for their nature. It's not even about forgiving them. Honestly, life don't really start for you as a man until you do that. Like once you understand women's nature, forgive them for their nature, get back to you. It's like, okay, well, how can I improve as a man? How can I, better myself or look at a situation more rational or something like that, because like honestly, it's like I said, and I said it, and old boy tried to take the content, but like I said, Shahrazad Ali said that after like 14, they just kind of stopped, and she inadvertently gave a lot of game. She's like, if you treat a woman like your 14-year-old cousin or sister or something like that, she'll understand you a lot more. You'll get further with her and stuff like that. And I know it sounds fucked up. It sounds like, oh, so she's not an adult, she's not a human being, and she's not a no. A lot of women will say stuff like that because it's in their best interest to say stuff like that. You understand what I'm saying? But they know it's the truth. Yeah.
Fighter, you see it in the gym. Think about the guys you have been in gym before, and one of the trainers is hard on a guy, and you sitting up there watching. He telling the guy, your jab ain't right, your hook ain't right, your footwork ain't right. Either that guy become reckless or he just gives up.
Right.
You see it in the gym. I seen it in the gym so many. My uncle could not have trained me. He tried to do it one summer in New York. He was so hard on me because he wanted to prove to everybody in the gym that I was his nephew and he could be harder on me than he could be on any of his other fighters. And I just told my uncle, you can't train me. I didn't say my uncle was not qualified because he trained champions, but he couldn't train me because he made me the example of everything wrong.
Right. He got you in the wrong basket.
Right.
And you could recognize that, it's like, this ain't going to go anywhere.
No, and so I went and found another trainer who I didn't have a close association with, who just tried to train me on the skills I had and what he was trying to develop in me.
Right. There was no bias there.
Right.
Yeah.
And so this is what I'm doing in my book. It's a long way of going, but sometimes when you put things under a microscope, you have to magnify.
Well, we've done the field work. We've done the field work. Look how long, just even off of the respect, look how long we've been on the internet talking to guys, checking the temperature every day. We're in the spaces, innovative spaces. Like, you see everybody using our words and our slang. Stuff that we were saying back in the day. Things that when you got here, and every single thing that we do, everybody's copying us at this point. It's all knockoffs. And you were here for it, And
Right.
honestly, a lot of your intellectual properties wrapped up in it too.
Most certainly. I hope
You
so.
know, a lot of your slang and stuff is. Oh, of
Right.
course. Oh,
Cause,
of course.
cause Scooter,
Mm.
you, I say Scooter, Mr. Cooter, DJ
You
Cooter.
could,
Okay, all right. But anyway,
oh,
you
you can
know,
mispronounce everything. We got old school stuff. When you call Megan Thee Stallion, Megan
yeah,
Nostalgia, Megan
yeah.
Nostalgia.
Cydia,
Yeah,
Cydia,
Acidia.
yeah. I mean, think about it. When we came in, we came in with studios, equipment, and everything. Even the
Yeah.
big three was still using their telephones.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see what
Angry
I'm
Man was
saying?
probably the only one that had technology, but
That was
you
afterwards.
know,
But that was after.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
he started off
Yeah,
with
yeah.
not an iPhone, but his
With his
Android
phone, but
iPhone.
he
Yeah,
he used to do car videos. I remember when
right,
Angry Man used to do the
right.
Honda car videos. Yeah, and he came a long way.
Right, he came a long way. He has a beautiful studio now and
Yeah.
everything. But you got to understand, O'Shea,
O'Shea now O'Shea want to talk about studios. You saw some of his last videos. He's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
you need a
When he's
studio.
in
You need a
Africa,
microphone.
yeah. So
Yeah.
he's in Africa doing. He got a person, to work the board for
Dima.
him and
Yeah,
everything.
Dima.
Everything
Yeah.
that we say that need to be done,
And
they
got cursed
fought.
out for.
Yeah,
We
they
got
fought left and right.
crucified. OG was there with me. Him, War Master, a lot of people was there. We got even Fighter was here. We got crucified and thrown under the bus.
Right.
Fighter has a British mic. Fighter, you still got your Aston?
Yeah, my Ashton, 4 years and it's still running strong, still running
That's
good, bro.
good.
And you
That's
remember
good.
Fantastic had a blue Getty. You told me it was a damn
Yeah.
toy, and he got
Yeah.
mad.
Hey, look,
cause
he
of
even changed his mic.
cause of Cuda, I spent $800 on a piece of equipment. On the Procaster too. Rodecaster.
Yeah.
The Rodecaster.
Yeah.
I've had that for 3 or 4 years. Still works.
And it gets better, and it sounds really good. Sounds really good when you use it. The more you use your equipment, the better it sounds.
You get used to your voice, your way you sound, your tone, everything.
Except the details. Yeah.
Right.
I wouldn't. They don't know about
I've been
Mm-hmm.
dealing with my boy Timberland, and he got this new thing.
He going crazy though, but he's Timberland know what he doing.
AI. He got this new thing, Timberland.
Yeah.
He got this new software where you don't have to be able to do anything but other than
the
write.
melody.
And, and so
come up
and
with
the
melody,
voices come out and everything, whatever key you want the voices to be. I mean, he's taking auto tune to another level with this AI.
Yeah.
Thing.
Yo,
everybody's
and
kind of
crazy,
going
right?
in on them. Mm-hmm.
You know how we only use they said we only use maybe 8-10% of our brain at most.
Yeah.
A lot of these technology and stuff that we have, we don't even know all the functionalities, man. We don't know we don't know how far we could take it. So look, I've had that Rodecaster for 2-3 years, and I'm just figuring out more stuff I could do with it. I'm like, what? I could have been doing this the whole time, and my voice would have been sounding better. So you have to really.
Let me know when you get around your studio. I got you, Fighter. I'll show you how to set it up really good. You'll be amazed with some of the stuff that it can do. Yeah.
And I'm somewhat I'm somewhat tech savvy, but you really have to do your homework. Really have to do your homework.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of what I wanted the space to have, like some pride and be like, man, damn, I actually like creating content. I actually like, my show. I actually will edit. A lot of these places and in these spaces that y'all go to, man, these people y'all talk to and deal with, they don't know how to edit a video. They've never edited a video. These people were I'm telling you, these people were using their cell phone. These people were using their cell phone when they got in these spaces every day as a workhorse, and they barely could use that.
Kuda, I've been right now I'm low key running it up on YouTube because I said, because I see other people, they getting a lot of viewership and all that, and I said, for the next 30 days, I'm gonna go ham on YouTube every day. Upload a pre-record. I'm gonna upload a short, Yo, I've been running it up, dog. I've gotten like, I got one of my shorts got right now got like I think it's like at 90,000 views. A short I
Yeah,
uploaded.
one of mine just hit over 160K now. Like it was like chilling at like 40 something K for a minute, and then that shit just went up to like 160 something K. I'm like, damn. You know,
And
so
it's,
yeah, absolutely run it up. Everybody gonna have to create content sooner or later.
right.
I've been letting them know for a long time, but you know.
Right, you have to create more than what you consume, man.
Absolutely, yeah.
If you take this serious, right, you have to
Yeah.
create more than what you consume. But
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. But I mean, it's good that you guys came up watching guys like us and stuff like that, because the cool thing is that we make it look easy. You know, like literally 7 hours just went by. I don't know what the fuck happened. I just turned this shit on. Like we make it look easy. You
yeah,
know.
Kuda, but you know what's great? Let's say if you go on a little hiatus and trying to come back and do a 7 hour stream is tough. You got to build your stamina
Yeah.
up for that. You got to build up
Yeah,
your
you do.
stamina. I mean,
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
so but like I'm back in that space where doing a 4 or 5 hour stream, it ain't that tough. But when you
Yeah.
getting back into it, you be like, it'll be a
Yeah.
1 hour went by. You're like, what? That's it? It's only an hour? Like, so yeah, it's definitely, you definitely do make it look easy because you've been doing it for so
Yeah.
long. Yeah, man.
Yeah, but you're right. You do got to work it back up, you know. But that's why it's news, it's news, never ending world stories. You know what I'm saying? So I'll always have something or a topic or something to cover, you know. I'll always have something to cover or something to say or something to report on. A lot of these cats that people listen to, they have no content. Like their content is literally copying off of our content. The new people that are here, they're walking us backwards. It's like, okay, yeah, we already did that. Do y'all have something new to bring to the table and stuff like that? And this is not me throwing shots at Sharon and a whole bunch of other people, but it's the truth, you know. It's the truth. Like that's why y'all don't be seeing me in certain places. I'm like, bro, this is just gonna be another panel of people repeating themselves. You know, it's like some people don't even check if other people made that type of content before they start making content. You
Yeah,
know.
that's right. Like a lot of people, like I used to go on a Bernard Rally channel, right, and have fights
Yeah,
with
we used
him.
to always be over there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he started the bounty with me. And these people
Mhm.
act like on the Fight Club, like they came up with that concept. I'm like, this is 2 years before you. And matter of fact, the
Yeah.
Fight Club within itself, which was a good run in the show, but
To
the
knock off
Rumble
of the
came.
Rumble.
Rumble
Yeah, the
was way
Rumble.
before
Right.
that. And so
Right.
that's what I'm saying is people who come in, like
And the
people who,
Rumble was the first.
yeah,
You know,
and
the Rumble it predates that.
yeah, and so it's like now, I'll be telling people, you was born in a cellular phone. Hell, I come in a generation just a little after you had to climb a pole and use the telephone. So
Right.
it is what you got. You know what I mean? But just because you got it don't mean it wasn't there before you got it. You understand?
Right.
That's
Right.
what
Right.
you was born into. So do
Right.
your research and try to find out. And sometimes you could bring up some of these guys from the old archives and say, you know what was you
I
thinking
told
when you
people this is gonna
started this?
happen though.
You know what I
Right.
mean?
I predicted this. I told people this is gonna happen. I'm like, bro, like we need to get it together. There's people that's gonna come in, they're gonna be stealing your content, not giving you no type of credit. And you know, and they're on phase 2 that I told people that was gonna happen. Because you know what they're doing now?
Yeah.
They're running around telling people that people stole their content. And it's
Yeah.
like, no, y'all came in and took our shit. We was here before all of that. You know,
I took
and
a
we
super.
we trailblazed.
I took
We
a super. Let me
trailblazed.
say Uber. No, let me say Uber. I took a Uber about 3 weeks ago to go to an appointment, and I said something that I said on the Kendra G show when I went. I've been on that twice, and this lady looked around and said, "No one else could say what you just said. Are you the person who was on that show?" And you'd be surprised how this stuff reached to other people, right? Because really, what I wanted to go on there is talk about dry box. I didn't want no old lady because I didn't want no dry box. I mean, I can go in there and work a science project and get a little Morris, But why should I want to put it in that kind of work? You know what I mean? Once you have the experience, you're supposed to be doing it easy, not putting in there. I ain't trying to go in there with no Superman cake on and trying to prove some shit. I know it's supposed to be fun, not work, So, but everybody got a kick out of it because they knew it. I wasn't on there trying to get no damn date. I mean, most of the people.
That's honestly, that's how you win those shows. Don't go up there trying to get a date because that's what everybody else is doing.
Right. You go on there and just tell them, hey, this is what I'm looking for. And you make the most hardest thing for them to even compete for. It's just like,
you better going up there making them laugh, making them pursue you.
Yeah,
now
right.
I
was talking shit when I went up there. Cool. I was talking shit. She was enjoying every bit of it. She was grabbing her hair and everything. Believe it or not, if I had been there, I'll go ahead. I'll fight it.
Oh, I went up on the I went on the Melly, yeah. I went up there. One time I clowned the chick and I said pineapple on her, right?
Yeah.
I clowned, right, and then the last time I went up there. I actually got the chick number and we're gonna link up. I want to do content with her. And Melly on her page, she got the interaction I have with the chick. Fine chick from Long Island.
Is that show still going, Kuda?
Yeah, I think it is. I think she's married to Gilbert. She married Gilbert Arenas.
Okay, but I thought the balloon show kind of like knocked her out of the box.
Not really. All these women can do the balloon show.
Nah, you know what knocked her out of the box? Gilbert Arenas. Gilbert Arenas knocked her.
He ain't bring no gun on the studio, did he?
No, he didn't bring the gun to the studio. No,
okay.
He brought it to the stadium. But no, Fighter, you cut off a little bit earlier. Say what you were saying before, though.
Oh, all right. Oh, yeah, because I don't know why Streamer acting funny today. I was saying that I hit it off with the chick on the pineapple joint. I hit it off with her, and she around my area. She live in Long Island, in New York. So we're probably gonna end up linking up and probably do content or something. And I'm probably gonna upload that little interaction I had with her, like a 5-minute combo or something.
Yeah.
So it was just funny because I went up there just let me do this for content, and I ended up really bagging the shorty. So that's funny.
Well, that's because you actually go outside and talk to women and stuff like that. So you automatically know how to talk to people and get them in gear, and then not even, you know how this works. You've been here for a long time, so you know how to even run a show. Funny thing is that we all know how to run a show probably better than Melly and Arlette. They have a staff. Whereas us, we know how to do things by ourselves and host certain things and put certain things here. We know what to do with a crowd and what to do with an audience and stuff. We've been here for the thick of it, So.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. The ins and outs, the clip, like the whole clipping shit up, making content out of your own content, replaying an old live. Yo, you know what I'm about to do, Kuda? And I wanted to speak to you about this. While I'm at work, when I'm in the morning, what I'm thinking about doing is them live streams that they're like 8 hours long, 10 hours long. I'm thinking about before I leave to work in the morning. I'm gonna
live and have it playing.
I'm gonna give I'm gonna have an introduction. I'm like, yo, what's going on, guys? I'm just gonna be replaying an old live. Just have it play. Go to work.
You got to be careful with that. No, you got to be careful with that because I was gonna do a 24-hour Player Talk radio channel and just have the old episodes playing and stuff like that. But the thing is that YouTube even gets on you when you repurpose your own content.
Oh, okay, because they're looking at it like they're looking at it like you copywriting yourself or some shit.
Basically,
you taking up space with stuff you already have on YouTube, so that's against the policy. They'll cancel your channel. You get your first strike for that.
For your own content,
right.
That's wild to me, yo. That's so wild to me. That's wild.
Yeah, but I think try it on another channel. Like if you make another channel. And then you probably might be able to get away with it. It's like, I'm transferring basically that content over to my new audience.
And you got to edit it. If you edit it and make it different, you could do it that way on another channel. Because I got 7 channels. a
Yeah.
DJ, and
Yeah.
so it's like that's the way I got around. Even playing music, I found out how you can play music on YouTube. You know how I found out you can play music? Take the words out of it.
Oh, the instrumentals, yeah. You can
Yes.
play some of the instrumentals, yeah.
Yes.
But
But
they
now I
still
feel like
copyright some of it though for producer credit. But yeah,
Yeah.
that is the way
I
around
feel
it.
like
Yeah.
YouTube, like they like open to you using stuff like that now because what like the revenue sharing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, I've been doing it for years though. I remember when I first started doing it, they would cut my ass out in about the first
Yep.
11 minutes. And then
Yep.
I started playing instrumentals
Yep.
or cover songs. And
Yep.
then as I started playing cover songs and instrumentals, they never mess with me again.
yeah. I do song requests. Yo, want any song? And I just play it. I play it all.
Yeah.
I be playing songs, bro. I don't know how they haven't taken my channel down. Knock on fucking wood, nigga.
But you can always go back and trim it out. That's what I do.
Yeah.
But I have to sit down and like
Yeah,
trim it out,
I know.
or
I know.
YouTube
Angry
has a
Man does
feature
that.
where they trim it out. Yeah, they trim
And
it out.
yeah, they do
Yeah.
do that. If you go to YouTube Studio, automatically they do it for you.
You can
Yeah.
trim it out. Yeah.
Yeah, but
right on your page, Friday, you can talk to people at YouTube, where you don't have to send in by man. It's a little thing. You hit a button and you can talk to them right on the air. You know what I mean? You're a live person without waiting for an email and all that. I found that in my channel, and I didn't even know it was there. You know,
Yeah, they
after you
start
get
having features.
after you get a certain amount of people and subscribers, you have a little button where you can push and you can just actually talk to a person without going through all of that stuff. Yes.
Yeah, and
I'll
they
tell
had
y'all
like
the best way around that though, because it's better to talk to a team than
Yeah.
one person. But I'll show y'all how to do that because it's on another app. You can do that. I'll give y'all the game about that.
and they had little quirks recently, like an example, or little gigs. Like they say, okay, if you make 2 videos for your members only, we'll give you 200. And I did that, and that 200 hit. That 200
Really?
hit. YouTube did that for me. They sent me an email.
Dang.
Yeah, bro. They said if you do 2 videos for your members only, 2 like short videos, and then you do 1 actual video longer than a minute, you're gonna get $200. And
they screwed me over bad, man. Fuck you. Let me stop.
You're not monetized, bro?
Man, they take my monetization over 2 seconds worth of man. YouTube, they do me dirty, man.
Kuda, I don't know what it is, Kuda, but YouTube fuck with me. I don't know. Like they don't. I seen people that they play music and they get demonetized AYAP. Me, I've been running it up for years doing song requests. I'm a fucking DJ over there. I'm DJ Fighter. I'm DJ Fighter.
You're a fighter. That's why they didn't let you go, because you fighter.
Cause I'm Spider, DJ Spider.
Right. No, they let certain things go. You know, I don't know. YouTube is weird. You know, they pick and choose who they want to deal with. You know, no. Honestly, if it was up to them, nobody would have a damn channel, because you can literally find something wrong with everybody's channel if you look hard enough. You know.
Man, I ain't gonna hold you, man. I was looking through an old live, and you know the trolls. There was a troll that like 3 years ago. You know how they do the quick switch up using OBS, and then you know they show adult film stuff.
Yeah,
and
they bomb you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's still up there. And you know they didn't take that video down or my channel down or give me a strike.
Make sure you trim that shit out. I know I probably got some laying around too, but make sure you trim that shit out.
Yeah, because I was in the and the dude, the troll, he's so ill that he went back and he put the timestamp. He said, "Hey, what happened here?" And he put the timestamp. I'm like, "Oh, he really trying to get smoke." I had to delete his comment. Yeah, I had to delete his comment. You know,
you can actually go if you put it on 18 and over. You can go for adults only. You know they got people with their box open delivering babies still on YouTube.
Yeah, man, they got the women can get on here and show you their damn birth canal. But
Yeah,
they
but it's,
worried. They worried about 2 seconds worth of footage in other people's
no,
videos.
but the difference is it's educational, man.
Yeah.
It's
That
education.
no, it's not. All right. So if I go look for some African tribe right now because I want to go see some damn titties, they're not going to say that's educational. They're going to try to get me up out of here with some shit they got on their platform.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see surgery, changing
I can
men
see
to
black
women,
men
all
getting gunned.
kind of
I can see
yeah.
black men getting gunned down all day on YouTube if I wanted
Yep.
to.
So it just like you say, it's a game. You know what I mean? And once you learn the system, you know you can change the words. Once you learn the system, you learn how to maneuver inside of that game. You know, because they damn sure
Yeah.
got some game. You know what I mean?
Right.
When the epidemic came, I put it on a video that had over 300,000, and they told me when I put it up, and I'm sitting up there doing a review, they said it was against their policy. And I'm saying, how could that be against your policy? And you got it up on the originals up,
right?
And it's got over 300,000. So you saying it goes against the DDC, CCD, VD,
We're
and
trying to
everything else?
protect the
Yeah,
community and blah blah. Like, no,
right.
you're not.
So,
Yeah, no, you're not.
and when you got it up there permanent on your channel, it has over 300,000 views. So, hey, it is.
Right.
You ever heard this video?
All right. This dude playing music in the background and stuff. Like, come on now. All right, Max. I'll see you on the next one. He up here lighting hookah and stuff like that and doing stuff in the background. Some weird white boy. Look, this white boy came up blowing hookah in the background. I let him up, but he playing some music and then he gonna text me "fuck you" in the background.
I see it.
Even white people don't got shit to do, man. You know, I've never seen so much white trolls in my fucking life. It's like go find something to do. Oh, you don't have nothing to do. Gotcha. You know.
Yeah. Oh boy.
And they stay in our chats and in our sectors.
Oh yeah. Oh, they do.
You know,
Yeah, but they don't comment.
yeah.
They barely
Or
comment.
if they do, they
Hop on
troll.
the pin.
They troll. It's like
We gotta.
why don't y'all go troll somebody in y'all space?
You gotta admit it though, man. Black people entertaining, so
Yeah.
You know what I found out cool is a lot of white people coming out on our channels now, they mad at us because we don't have a problem. Some of us don't have a problem with Trump, and they mad at him.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that too. Yeah,
they mad at him. You know, you got just as many people, white people are mad at Trump, and you have black people.
Right.
And my father.
Yeah, I was gonna say something about that too, Anthony Southeast. Rest in peace to the legendary George Foreman.
yeah, George Foreman, man, the grill man.
Yeah,
the real man.
Yeah, it was like 74. He passed at 74. Shout outs to Anthony. Yeah, I was gonna say something
about
that's 76.
Yeah, but that
76. Okay.
I know. I guess for boxers that might not be as far as the era he came up in, but 76 age now is young. I got people in my house cooler right now, damn near like 77 years old playing soccer. So I mean, so that's I guess for a boxer in his era
that's young. I mean, yeah, maybe for like a boxer, yeah, but he was relatively in shape. You know, those boxers they were ridiculously in shape. You know.
Yeah, but just like I say, a lot of boxers, what we don't know, they have the same because we do a lot of footwork. People are always looking at our hands.
Yeah, but boxers, it's the cardio.
We do a lot of footwork, and a lot of boxers retire with bad knees. People don't understand all that squatting, weaving and bobbing and, moving with your footwork, throwing punches and different angles and stuff like that. It could really put a lot of pressure on your knees.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, that's why.
But our life expectancy is like what, in our 80s?
Yeah.
Like that's kind of.
Well, see, my father passed away He was like 82, but he was born in 1909. So so he passed away. So I mean, I'm trying to get 125.
It's doable.
I know.
You know,
I'm
it's
trying to get
doable.
125. But I gotta do. I jumped off the wagon a little bit, and I got to get back on the wagon, get back on the real stuff. And Ramadan is happening. Ramadan Kareem to all the brothers out there.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, are you fasting?
Yeah, I'm fasting,
You know,
but I jumped off the wagon
when
a
does
little
it
bit.
stop?
The 28th of this month. Whenever they say the 28, 20, 29, it's whenever the new moon come in. That's when it comes in.
That's when it's over.
So it could be one day or the other, you know, because sometimes you can't predict the moon. But that's when the new moon supposed to come in. And it's been
LT
great.
man said he was fasting also. He said everything he's doing great. So that's good.
I'm doing great as far as Ramadan because I only eat one meal a day anyway. But how's fasting doing? You ever heard anything from him?
Yeah, man, fasting is doing well. Fasting, he's making music still. Actually, he tagged me in something. I gotta get back to him. Fasting is doing well. He has a beautiful wife. Fasting got a Tesla.
He got a Tesla.
Fasting got a Tesla, man. Fasting.
He's still driving truck.
Yeah, he's still driving trucks and stuff. Fasting doing his thing.
I thought he had wrote a book. I didn't know he was doing music.
Yeah, he got a lot of books out. You know, Fasting got kids' books and stuff like that. Fasting's a very smart dude. Yeah, he's a very smart guy. I know all the people that come off as crazy, they're not crazy. You know, people say, "Well, OG's crazy." No, he's not. You know, some of the stuff might sound crazy. Yeah, you just gotta. Yeah, you gotta
put it on the microscope and see what the hell did he really say.
Right,
After you get all the things that I was trying to name in the
right.
You know, that's what throw a lot of motherfuckers
Once you get the name
there.
right, yeah.
Once you get the name right, the shit I'm talking about, you'll be all right. It's like a damn tongue twister, a puzzle or something.
To this day, when I'm looking at some of those videos, I still remember you said, Kuda, all of that shit is bullshit.
That's the last one I remember you talking about though.
Yeah, man. And
I
I'm
like
man,
Kuda, that's some bullshit right there. That's too much work.
You were so right. Yeah. It's like you're not gonna use half those.
You heard what I said?
No, jump in, fighter. What happened?
You heard what I said?
No, what'd you say?
Oh no, I'm saying I was gonna ask about fasting too, because fasting always used to share my lives and everything, man.
Yeah. No, fasting is still around. He just, he's on his grind. I respect that, man. You know, he reaches out to me every so often. Fasting is doing good. I have to reach back out to him because he's been making some music and stuff like that. You know,
he got married, right?
Yeah, he got a beautiful wife and he's chilling. You know, he's doing really well. You know, and he's back and forth between America and and Uganda. So, fasting is doing good. I'm glad a lot. I'm glad that he's just chilling. He's happy. He's a happy guy. So I know a lot of people are like, "What happened to fasting?" Because they're used to fasting going crazy, not going crazy, but like on the airways and stuff like that. But nah,
he got good comedy timing. You know what I mean? He
Yeah.
says some shit just make your ass bust up and start laughing.
Yeah. But he's dead serious too. But it's true. Like a lot of the stuff. Yeah, you know what? I'll be like, man, fasting, you crazy, right? But I never say he's wrong because a lot of the stuff that he predicted came true. So I can't. But I always knew and admired that about him, that he's brave enough to say some of the stuff that he's talking about. And then the funny part is that if you give it some time, it comes true. Like basically, remember when fasting used to say like certain people are a man, and they got and he would use the word testicles, and we would sit there and laugh because like nobody really uses fasting stands out because he has a certain vocabulary and how he carries stuff. Now you got Candace Owens, and I should have been covered this story a minute ago. Candace Owens doing that documentary on that royal family.
Yeah.
Where that woman is that man got turned into a woman. Yeah.
Oh, the prime minister in Europe, right?
Yeah, what was that about? So I'm like, man, I gotta look that up.
And then they start attacking left and right.
Yeah,
Which
Candace might not have that long. I heard like Tariq just went in on Ben Shapiro. You got a lot of people now too. The Hotep community divided because now everybody's running around yelling tether and stuff like that. And I'm like, damn, these were once people that was proud to be from Africa, wanted to go back to Africa, was and then now they just overnight they're taking all of Tariq's talking points, don't know what they talking about. You can easily dismantle them in a debate, and then at the same time, they're the tethers that they're talking about.
Right.
These people didn't do their damn history. It's like okay, well, before I even argue or lace you or teach you anything, prove to me that you're foundationally a actual foundational Black American. Because honestly, it should be a system where like a blockchain or a system or something where other foundational Black Americans can actually confirm that. So it's not even to me. I don't care. I don't care if somebody's a foundational Black American or not. And peace to my foundational Black Americans. But it's like you taking up a mantle and don't even know what you're taking up. You're not even like you're taking up somebody else's talking points, and you don't even know why they have those talking points. They weren't around for that, and they're making real foundational Black Americans look crazy when that's not the case.
Right.
Because
so it's like okay.
They
don't understand the meaning of it. He's not talking about people who just might look like us and be from other countries. He's talking about people who come here to try to destroy us, not just because you're from somewhere else. Because Malcolm X or Minister Farrakhan, Marcus Garvey, all these people would be called tethers.
Those are tethers,
And we were just talking about people who just come to this country and want to uplift us.
Right.
But Tariq is talking about the people who's here don't believe that we deserve reparation and all that other kind of stuff, and undermining everything that we doing, and they were able to use it because they're in camouflage. You know what I mean? And so that's what he's talking about. But then other people take it just like what you said, DJ, and they don't know what the hell they're talking about, and they're just trying to make everybody who comes from somewhere else a tether, and that's not it.
Right. And then because Black people, we have the Black community has a lot of allies.
Right.
But this is the thing too. They don't understand, OG, and this is why I'm like, this is so easy. I could beat people with their own, because it's like if you're gonna steal someone's talking points, at least be a good interpreter.
Right.
Be able to interpret what the hell you heard. So one of the talking points that you're gonna hear is that, oh well, y'all, quote unquote, if they use the word, because they don't understand what Tariq is talking about with the undermining. They will say, oh well, when we were in school, y'all will have your own flags and say that, oh, I'm not Black, I'm Ethiopian, or I'm not Black, I'm from Ghana, or I'm not Black, I'm from Nigeria or somewhere, right? And then I'm like, okay, what's the problem with that? I get what I want to know if they know what the problem with it is, So I'm like, okay, well, what's the problem with that? Because first of all, you say there's a lot of tethers trying to be you. So if somebody shows you their flag, they're like, okay, they're saying how they're not you. But if you're tired and you don't want tethers to cosplay as you, why is it offensive when they raise their flag?
Right.
Why is it offensive when they raise? Oh, so you're telling me that you want people to pretend to be you.
Right.
You're upset that people, because that's another thing. I didn't even say nothing about it, but I was going to talk about it on the next upcoming shows. How they were calling Malcolm X a tether, and obviously Martin Luther King is a tether.
Yeah.
Lil Wayne is a tether. He found out he's Nigerian. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, bro. And a lot of these people, they're new to this conversation. They just hopping on the bandwagon. Cause
hold on. Look at how you dismantled Sharon.
Yeah.
Sharon.
Sharon.
Dragon from Dragon Ball.
Yeah. Sharim.
Yeah, he's from so OG
St. Kitts.
Yeah, Fighter got him to admit he's from St. Kitts.
He's
not even foundational Black. Yeah, Shamrock.
He's only half. He's half. And then
recently, OG, they went in on Ringo. They were saying Ringo's a tether, but Ringo's dad is American, and he served in the U.S. The United States Army. So I've heard.
So we're talking about the same Shamrock on the Wildest Show in the morning time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
already know he was strange looking. You
That's what I
gotta
say. He looked like he's from St. Kitts or something,
right.
somewhere from
So
the island.
right. But anyway, the way he spelled his name now, I'm hooked on phonics. But I do know when you live with a guy's name, you spell it with 2 R's, right? So
Yeah.
he gonna try to make me. He gonna try to make me say something. Hell, if that's the same way the girl spell their name, why you gonna make me say Shamron when it is just Sharon? I like, what the hell's going on here? You put another R there, and I say what you want me to say.
Yeah,
But
or at least when you at least when you type it on the internet, you could put it.
Right.
You know, your government could be whatever it is, but you could at least put the
Right,
extra
put another
R
R in
there.
that motherfucker just in case your mom didn't know how to spell
Or
it right.
or
Because
or
we
2
got
N's.
creative. We got creative back in the day. We spelled some shit, and they just they just put anything down, and the
Yeah.
people had to accept it, regardless of how you spelled it.
Right.
So, but
Right.
hey, look, but I didn't know you did that, fighter. You're supposed that okay.
And you know what's funny? Because I could
Yeah.
and Fighter can tell you, I could already think of it now. They were trying to call you a tether.
Oh yeah, they do all the time, and you know a lot of the people that's over there, they're
What's
from
going on, Ray?
I
Roy
understand it.
Chester.
I understand this conversation. I understand this conversation like from people from like the West Coast or something, but it's
But they
different.
don't
Like the
even go to
Hispanics
South
on the East.
America. Most. Oh, my bad, Fighter. Hold on. Most of our slavery artifacts and things that we have that are real pertinent to American nature is in South America.
Yep.
And it's in those islands and stuff like that. As a matter of fact, they more Afrocentric than North Americans in
Right.
South America. You know what I'm saying? Okay, he dropped. Okay, yeah, they're more he's still here, but I think it I don't know. StreamYard's acting weird, but but this is the thing. Oh Jesus! Like I forgot what I was about to say. People in South America have heritage, what you call it, foundational heritage and lineage. And people don't want to do their research and stuff like that.
Is that
Yes,
E
they were
Black or
colonized.
somebody else in ERA?
Yeah, Arab Black and Black Manosphere is Arab Black. Shout outs to Black Manosphere and shout outs
Okay.
to Arab Black. Yeah, Arab Black be dropping gems.
Okay.
And Arab Black, he's foundational Black American, and me and him we chop it up about that frequently. And he has a lot of good stuff to say and offer about that, because a lot of those people, they're just biting off of Tariq Nasheed. And then look at Yvette Carnell. She looked crazy. This bitch look crazy. She like a crazy ass you want to be on camera, Fighter? The Fighter's like, I don't care. But jump in, bro.
Yeah, look, I just bought this pickup truck.
Oh man, congrats, man.
Yeah, I'm about to
I got some. Hit me up. I got some stuff to send you where you can turn that joint into some money.
That's a workhorse right there.
Like some easy.
Believe it or not,
extra
we use
paper,
that for fleet fighter. That's a workhorse you got there.
Yeah, you can move
Yeah, man.
furniture. You can do a whole bunch of stuff. I gotta tell you some information. Yeah,
I seen people take that truck and turn it into a 5-star restaurant right here in California.
Yeah, you got a lot of people. They put the grill on the back and everything, and they tailgate and yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yep, that's what I'm on, man. Trying to get this money, man.
Yeah, I got some stuff to send you. Just remind me to send you the resources. I'll gather it together and send it to you.
All right.
Yeah. Congratulations, man. I mean, look, I'm glad that you're still out here doing your thing, man. I know, man, bro. I was just thinking about you the other day. I was like, bro, I know you probably still miss the what you call it,
my Datsun.
Yeah, man, that Nissan, man. Oh my God.
Yo, bro, I just came home last summer, right? They just took the ankle bracelet off for that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man, you were laying low then.
Yeah, I was locked up for like almost a year, and then I did like 6 months on the bracelet.
I didn't know that, man.
Yeah.
I thought you get you a trailer too, Fighter. I thought you damn, man, my bad, bro. Welcome home though.
Hey, Fighter, don't tell nobody, but did you ever hack that damn bracelet?
Did I ever hack? Nah, no, I didn't. Nah, I'm good now. I'm off of it.
I know what I'm saying. When you had it, did you ever hack it?
Nah. One day I was trying to figure out how to do that.
Shit, just put it around somebody else's ankle at your house. But don't worry about it. That's all you had to do.
Yeah, right. If they would have found that shit, if they would have found that cut up, I would have been all set. If
I
they would
know,
have,
but I had people at my house who came to would have a bracelet on, and they needed to go somewhere, and I know they had to be there legitimate, but they don't supposed to be there, right? I was
Man,
like, well,
listen,
fuck it.
OG
You got
gonna
to
get you
charge it,
locked
right?
up.
I said, you got to charge it, right? Well, put that motherfucker on the charge and go, because you had to charge
Put that
it.
shit on a dog or something. Get a
Yeah,
dog and
make
go.
sure that dog ain't jumping your fence, though, because that dog jumped your fence because another dog in heat, your ass in trouble.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, man, this ankle monitor been going 15 miles per hour for a good minute.
Yeah.
Right.
But anyway, man, it's good to be free, man. Whatever you go through in life, when you ain't got to report, you ain't got to, trace down GPS, none of that shit in your life, you get that freedom back. You just try to keep it, hold on to it, totally hold on to it, because we living in a world today, man. It's cool. I know you say, but you know what, DJ, this is a good time to be living. I'm serious.
It
I'm
is.
sitting back
We live
like,
in the most interesting times ever. Yeah.
this is a good time to be living. I was still wanting to ask you, what could $3,000 do where you living at right now? How would a person be living if they had $3,000 of monthly income coming in?
You can damn near pay off an apartment for a year, and still go get some food and do some stuff.
Yeah.
You can do a lot.
Yeah.
And still have
What is beer over there is like 50 cents, ain't it? 75?
Yeah, like $1.50 and stuff for a big one too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I be looking at travels. I be looking at some of them travel channels and stuff like that. And be looking at the people, who are like people over here. You know what I understand? People over here, like with $1,000. Say, I wouldn't say this for a young man, but an older man or older woman who don't want to just be surviving. If they get about $1,500 a month, they can go to a lot of countries, man, and live nicely.
Yeah, a lot of people they do it on their pension, and they travel.
Right.
And yeah.
And see, that's what I got. I got a pension. I think it was the last of the Mohegan with SAG and after, and then other than all that other bullshit that people get now. They play with people's shit on the stock market now. See, they can't play with mines on the stock market. It was part of matching. You know what I mean? So too many people don't get pensions anymore, DJ.
Yeah, I know. They try to get rid of the older crowd so they don't have to pay it out. They be trying to fire people and do all kinds of clauses or do all kinds of debaucherous stuff to people so they don't have to pay it.
Yeah. And it's a shame that a lot of people who get out of the military, they make more money out of the military when they was in the military.
Yeah.
That's a damn
like I said, America's backwards. If you do wrong in America, you will get rewarded. Yeah. But if you do the right thing, you're gonna be suffering.
Right, because I got a soldier who was in the Marine, right? He got discharged, honorable discharge. He's getting like $3,200 a month, and he was not making that kind of salary when he was in the military. So if you go through the right channels, there's a lot of opportunity. That's why I say it's a great thing to be living in this. And I'm looking at the younger people. I'm like, y'all have so much opportunity, and a lot of y'all just waste it. You know what I mean? By sitting around belly aching, complaining. It's out there for you to get. The universe is just
when they belly aching and complaining about women, it goes back to what I was telling you guys earlier about the muse. Because they might be thinking of one particular woman, but they're talking about women in general. And it's like the internet told men that you have to be having all this sex and you need to be getting it, and you should have this in your driveway, and you need to be wearing this on your feet. Like, it's all materialistic.
DJ, you ought to do a review on this little short clip. It's about 35 minutes. The greatest little secret.
Earl Nightingale.
Yeah.
Earl Nightingale, yeah. I'm familiar.
You ought to do a review on that, man. Because I go back and look at it about like once every 6 to 1 year.
Me too.
Because you learn something.
Earl Nightingale, Carl Jung.
Yeah.
Eckhart Tolle. Sometimes I need to reread the Bhagavad Gita. And stuff like that. Yeah. Hold on. You know what's funny, y'all? I was watching this. Fighter job. I was watching this. This police chase, right? Where this
Mm-hmm.
guy was running on a motorcycle,
Right.
and he made it away, but he tried to stop and hide behind the bush. And I
Uh-huh.
guess the helicopter told on him, and it was this black cop. He went to go arrest him. He was like, he went to go see if the dude was behind the bush, and it was like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like he was pointing his flashlight at the bush,
Uh-huh.
and he thought the guy wasn't gonna be there. He was like, get, and then he's like, wait, oh shoot, he's right there. He's like, get on the ground.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me show y'all. Let me show y'all this real quick. Hold on, y'all. Y'all
Go
take
ahead.
a look at this. Hold on, here it is. Hey.
Show me your fucking hands. Show me your fucking hands.
This is crazy. So right here, he tries to pull into someone's front yard and kind of basically just hide behind this bush. Hold on. Kills the engine. And it looked like one police car rode past him. Look, Dirty Bird told on him. I know he didn't expect to see him there. Look, hold on. And it's a brother too. Get on it. Hey. Yeah, he thought it was Grand Theft Auto. He thought he could hide somewhere and his stars go away. Nah, man, that helicopter got thermal sights.
Yeah.
He said, get on the. Hey.
And these news, them damn news helicopters be getting in the damn way sometimes. I think the news helicopters should not even be involved in that. That's why East Police Force got a helicopter. I think they do it for ratings. They keep people on their channels and stuff like that. But I think they snitching. And so I don't think they should be involved.
Somebody said he should have went by an airport, because you do kind of gotta,
they can't fly him over there. Yeah.
But then
I seen guys
more
get away
police
on
at
the
the airport.
I seen
they
guys
get away all the time.
They go in a tunnel or something, get off the motorcycle, don't come up the other end, and the helicopter be flying over, waiting for them to come out, and they don't call a ride back the other way. They'll call somebody say, pick me up on that tunnel. And they'll leave their motorcycle right there, and then they get in the car and go the other way. So, you ain't gonna get
ways
away
to
in
get out
plain
that
view.
helicopter.
But you ain't gonna get away in plain view unless you do get to the airport where they're not allowed to do that. And that's why, that helicopter crashed into that plane. There's certain things a helicopter don't supposed to be doing around the airport because it is what it is. But DJ, where
police at the airport though?
Where do you see? You ever go do a show on really explaining what AI is? Are you gonna do a show on that, like one late night where you?
I really don't like, but we have to learn it. I really don't like AI when it comes to like creating music and stuff like that. But I'm
not
seeing
explaining
how
for
artists
music,
are utilizing it.
No, just explaining.
No, I was just using it. Yeah.
Because most people don't know what it is.
Through music.
Most people don't know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a bunch of information that's on the internet that's been around for a long time. But
Thank you.
it's, I mean,
Thank
I
you.
like, yeah, it's still in its infancy stage though.
Right.
You know,
You know how
the
I
guy that
explain it.
used to, uh-huh.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, because I was saying the guy that used to come by, Hammer, that
Yeah.
the dude that damn near messed up the channel and stuff like that with the whole game stuff and him being
Yeah.
naive and stuff. Now he
Right.
running around telling young boys and young men to wait for chat GPT girlfriends and all this other stuff. Like how much, like these dudes are waiting for robot girlfriends.
Right.
Like even on, if you can go on Instagram right now and go talk to a robot for no damn reason. People would rather talk to a senseless robot for no damn reason. And basically the robot is just gathering your information and what you're asking it. Oh, okay, what,
Right.
you know, because
Well,
people are treating robots like gods. You know, oh, do you
okay.
have the answer to this? Tell me how I can get rich in 10 days. You know, they're asking robots these goofball questions.
Right. Think about this, DJ. When I was talking about this way back in 2015, 2014 on Facebook,
Yeah, they didn't think it was gonna
that
happen. Yeah,
I was telling the generation they setting you up for artificial sexual
Yeah.
partner. Right.
yeah.
Anytime you put a condom,
The term for
anytime you put a
the term for
condom,
no OG. The term
yeah.
for OG is inconsequential sex.
Okay,
That's
so
the big selling
when
point. Yeah.
they made you put a balloon on them, and I understand the health reason, but when they made you put a balloon on your thing, you was already dealing with plastic from there, nylon from
Yeah.
there. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So the only thing
Yeah.
you're used to is the feeling of nylon in a warm something. And so
Yeah.
a robot, to you, switching over from a robot to a human being for that generation, it's gonna be very easily, because that's the feeling they've been getting anyway. And that's why guys go crazy when they go up and shoot up the club, because they ain't never had that feeling before. You know, girls have always made them put on the, the protection. And just like I say, the protection is just like the foreskin. It takes away the true feeling of what it's supposed to be feel, right?
Yeah.
And so I don't fault guys from, for all the diseases and stuff we have on this planet. But what I'm saying is, it wasn't made, your inner
It's not
reaction with a
natural.
woman
Yeah.
is not natural. So you're a substitute. And so that's why these Chinese and these Japanese are making these robots, because they know you are already used to being substituted.
Man, I know some guys though. Their robots are not even going to want to put up with their shit.
Hell yeah, their robots.
If that robot was that smart, he wouldn't put up with their shit.
Right, but you know what? The robots, them damn robots gonna turn into Bobby. You know what I mean? Because there ain't no real stuff down there. They can make that iron come down anytime they want to.
Yeah, but see, but if you
clip it off.
If you're dealing with women that got BBLs in plastic already, it's all plastic.
That's what I'm saying.
Really no difference. Like you're priming yourself.
I met this girl back in I think about, it was like 97 before it became famous in our community. And she had the nicest shape because she didn't go overboard. You know what I mean? She kept it nice. And I hit on the ass, and I'm telling you, my knuckles still hurt from that today. And it's been almost 40 years later. So it feels like you slapped a basketball as hard as you could. You know what I mean? And it don't feel right. It just don't feel right.
You ever hug a woman with a waist trainer on? That shit feel like you hugging the police. It feel like you hugging a cop.
Yeah. Like, what, you got a goddamn bullet protector on, or what you got, a vest on, or what the hell going on down there?
But it messes up with their natural shape. So a lot of times, if they've been wearing that stuff since they were young, when they go to have kids and stuff like that, it fucks them up bad.
Right. And this is why white women can't have kids, because they start dating little white girls on birth control at a very young age. And so by the time they get old, it don't mess up their reproduction system so bad, it's hard for them to have a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you see a lot of white families, they doing the surrogate thing also.
They gonna have to.
Yeah, Kanye West was just talking about Jay-Z and Beyonce's kid not too long ago.
Yeah, I heard that was some kind of disrespect level. He just making himself relevant.
Well, he got twins the same way also. Kim Kardashian didn't give birth to no two twins. He had a surrogate family also.
Okay. Yeah.
That's some rich nigga shit. I'm too busy to be pregnant. It's like,
yeah.
what?
like you know, me, you know,
But like, I think at that point, let me ask you a question. I know it was a hard joke, but it was the truth. If you take a woman's egg and your sperm and use another woman as an incubator, that shit is like the woman's egg is just basically mulch at that point, right? It's just basically a mulch.
Yeah, that's it.
Cause
I mean,
the microchimerism and all that other stuff is happening in the body of the other woman. The other woman's body's putting it together.
so you ever ask yourself the question, why haven't we heard the research of test tube babies?
Well, I knew that was coming because like even back in 2016, I warned the space that the artificial womb and the male birth control pill is coming.
So we don't know if they're raising people to eat other people or whatever, because you have a natural order thing, a birth canal that that's where it was designed. So now you're starting to do it in artificial and doing all these other things, you know. And so what I'm saying is, you don't know what you're producing. You don't know if that thing has been born without a spirit. You understand what I'm saying? I seen a movie way back in the 70s where this lady kept her son because she wanted her son so bad. He had died, and she wanted to wait around, and they kept him, you know, with juices going through his body and stuff. They didn't even freeze him or anything, but just kept him so long alive that his spirit had left his body. So when that person came back alive, that person was empty. Man, that kid was killing everybody. And so what I'm saying is, we got to understand.
What is that? I mean, if he's an empty vessel, why did it want to kill though? It's like you can
because it has, because think about this, DJ. When you have a wire that's been like, you have a storm and a wire has been laid down in the ground, it don't care who it kills. As long as it was in the structure it's supposed to be, the current supposed to be going through a certain conductor. But once it lays down on the ground, everything comes to be to conduct it. And especially if water is laying around. What I'm saying is, I look at spirit as electrical current, because that's what leaves the body.
Right.
That's why the body gets so stiff. You know, that's the energy. That's the God right there, the energy. And so when that energy leave and you artificial inseminate something else in there, now you got a vessel like a robot that has no direction other than he don't know what's good and what's bad. The wire's going haywire. It'll go shark, kill a dog, it'll kill a kid just as fast as it kill a duck, whatever. Whoever steps in that way of what has been conducted through that electricity, it's gonna kill it. And so now you got a vessel that's moving around in earth just like anything else, look like us and everything else, but it has no control mechanism because it has no spirit no more. It's been false inseminated into that body. So that's why it becomes a killer, because it don't know it's killing. You know, no more than a lion know it's killing its prey to eat. That's just the mode it was created in. You know, so now you have something don't have any boundaries because it don't know anything. And that's what's gonna happen with these robots. The guys gonna be sticking anything in the robot. You gotta understand, you got metal inside that robot. They can choose to chop that thing off anytime they want to.
Well, yeah, I mean that's true. I mean, you know, there's the sister that wrote The Matrix. She wrote The Matrix because of that.
Right.
She said that the Terminator actually predates The Matrix, and Neo is supposed to be the daughter of I forgot the lady's name that survived, but I mean the son of the lady that survived. Basically another story of Asar, Alsat, and Heru. You know, Osiris, Isis, and basically, you know, like from Egypt, you know, basically the story of Jesus Christ all over again. You know.
Right. And she said the characters was in reverse the way she wrote the story. Neo supposed to have been a black man, and the person with the what's his name, fence burn part was a white man.
Yeah, Will Smith was supposed to be Neo, they said.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't want to do that damn movie neither, because Jada Pinkett plays Naomi. So she, you know, his wife in that movie too. So it's like
right. So you know how Hollywood, and I believe she won a suit down in Arizona or something like that. She won in that court. It was this matter in the other courts, but in Arizona she finally got her due say. And this is this is the thing we don't understand. And me working in the movie industry for 35 years, Roots was not written by Alex Haley. He was a Navy, what they call him, and he was one of them kind of ones, a Navy intelligence. All right. And if you look up Alex Haley right now, did he write Roots? You'll see where he had to settle with a case he never wrote Roots. And so these are a lot of things we don't understand because we don't get the story behind the story. We just go with it, and we okay with the information. And I think this is one of the reasons they starting to hate Trump so much, because he didn't supposed to be turning the Kennedy or the Martin Luther King papers out. You know what I mean? And he's just uncontrollable. He do things so unorthodox that they don't expect what you gonna get from him. You know what I mean?
Right.
And he's exposing a lot of them.
He's keeping them busy though. He's signing all of these orders. He's making them people do their job, making them work.
I got some friends right now totally, man. They've been calling me. They mad. They don't like to have a conversation with me because of the things he cut. He's cutting off all the fat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like
bookkeeping. He's doing bookkeeping. They're reducing all the bullshit.
Right.
And
DJ,
you know,
you can't broadcast if you don't come to work and get on behind your mic and your camera. You know what I mean? You can't do this shit from somewhere else and then have somebody else to do it. So, you know, this is people, okay? There's people who work for the government who work at home. They be doing other shit and working for another job at the same time they're working for the government, getting paid double salary. And so this is what's scaring a lot of people. And that's why a lot of people didn't want to go back to the job, because they know they would go find out what the hell they was doing.
Well, I mean, they don't want to really be, and we talked about this during those times, and I told you this was going to happen. They're not going to really want to return to work because, I mean, you don't have obviously your boss and everybody's there, but they're not on you micromanaging everything you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Some of those people, they return back to the physical office, they ain't going to have no job no more.
Hell no. And you know, I worked for the county before, and once you work for the government, a private enterprise really don't want to hire your ass because they know you work on a different rules. Like when I worked at fleet maintenance for down in Atlanta for the fleet maintenance, the DeKalb County Police Department. If they wreck a car cooler or I get a car in, I had to put a computer, the bubble gum on top, and the decals and stuff like that. Say they gave me 16 hours, right? I couldn't do anything other than that car for the 16 hours. So if I finished that car in 2 hours and they gave me another job to do and I finished that job too, the books ain't gonna be right. So they gonna come in there auditing. You see what I'm saying? So when you work for the government, you can become very lazy because they do give you so much hours to complete a task. And you go on a regular job, it's not like that. You just have to keep going there, your elbows, and you get your ass to work. It's not about I'm gonna give you so long. Let's see, can you do it? And that's different between people who work on regular salary or commission. A lot of people would starve if they worked on commission if they go in there lazy as hell.
Yeah, well, I did. That's true, and that's why they need something set, you know. And salary is like a two-way street. I mean, they can get as much work out of you because you've already accepted that you're going to take a certain, a certain number, you know.
Right.
But I mean, the thing is that, people, I don't know how to explain it. It's like Aaron Clary. There's this guy named Aaron Clary. He does really good work. White guy, right? And he has a book that I just rebought not too long ago about the Black Man's Guide to Success. He did him and another guy. I did this story probably last year or a year before last year, where they were talking about, okay, now after everything is settled, there's a lot of bullshit jobs. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of bullshit jobs out here. People are getting paid to hold a sign and all kinds of stuff, right? So and he was talking about, like, you know, why a lot of people don't like, you know, the rhetoric or the manosphere stuff that, you know, that we talk about, and certain things, and opening a brother's eyes and stuff like that. You know, you listen to the new people, and then you listen to the people like me that's been around that know what I'm talking about. The content is like night and day. But a lot of the younger generation, like the brothers, and even the white, especially, they don't want it to get to suburb America where it is, with the Fresh and Fits and all them other guys in white America. A lot of those white boys, they can stay in their mama's house and play video games all day. A lot of men right now, they could take up jobs that like literally require no hard labor. You know, if people want to figure out how to sit in there and stay in the house all day and play Fortnite and get some money from it, they can do that. And those were guys that would usually have to be using the jackhammer or usually on someone's roof and working and stuff like that. So what happened is that like now you have a lot of younger generation and millennial generation, white boys and dudes from all different types of races, that don't need to work, not even want to, don't need to work, because they can also still live off their they parents. You know, so they don't have the motivation to work. They don't need to work, you know.
Right, and I think a lot of this came from when people really started to get a look at when the epidemic came along, and they
What's that,
started
Fighter?
Some telefood.
Oh man, tether meal.
Wagwan.
Yeah.
Wagwan with the beverage.
Right.
Yeah. What beverage you drinking? You drinking some ginger beer?
Cola champagne, bedroom.
Oh, cola.
Yeah. That's
I like the ginger beer in that brand.
Yeah, the ginger beer is good too. The D&G one too, but I didn't know it was filled with sugar, man. Or taste.
Oh yeah,
I think it's good. Yeah. Shout outs to Roy Chess. Roy Chess dropping gems in the chat, because I didn't like AI being used for like music and stuff like that, and I understood that from a creative standpoint. But then again, if you look at a song that's written by AI, I was talking about it the other day. You can literally look at the song structure and the writing structure that they use for certain songs and beats, and like literally just swap out lyrics and words and stuff like that.
Right.
And yeah, it's like you have a different type of artist that gives the AI prompts and commands.
Right.
And basically, you know, you can make a bunch of AI artists. Like a lot of like me, our generation, OG, your generation, Gen X, and millennials. We'll listen to it for a little bit, but we want something real. The Zs don't really like maybe the early Zs, but the middle to late tail end Zs and beta and those other generations, they don't care if it's fake or not.
Yeah, but
it doesn't bother them.
That goes back into the condom again.
Yeah,
you become what you use.
Yeah,
your world, your reality becomes what you're supposed to. That's regardless of whatever happened. Like in the United States, we doing something totally different than they doing in the motherland in certain countries. You understand? There are certain people haven't never even seen a helicopter. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, you only at where you at, and so these people were born in all this artificial stuff. So that's what they.
It doesn't bother them. Right.
So if they go to a concert where there's some jazz artist is playing, that's boring to them. They need things to be speeding up. Even when I write jokes now, if I go on stage, my jokes have to have a laugh factor in and within every 3 seconds versus when I used to write it every 14 seconds.
True, that is true. So, that is true.
People
like if a minute
span is different.
Right. If a minute or two go by and they haven't laughed yet, they dwindle a little bit. Yeah. Because I was looking at that. Even pop songs are being like 3 minutes.
Right.
Pop songs are down to 3 minutes.
I was about to just say that. You listen back to them like old school soul songs.
Yeah.
Them songs is 7-8 minutes long. Yeah. The intro with a guy, he just crying to the woman, talking shit. He going in for like 2 minutes. You know what I mean? Before he even sing.
But it got to be focused though. It can't be like a Michael Jackson or Prince record, because they could just make one record and eat for like 2-3 years before they make something else.
Look at Marvin Gaye's on Sexual Healing. Look at that song and look how long it was. You see what I'm saying? Look at Isaac Hayes. Most of his songs was over 7 minutes. So,
even rest in peace, Roy Ayers.
Yeah. Rest in peace. We did a show about him about a couple weeks ago.
How was it?
On Captain Hughes. Yeah, it was good. Matter of fact, I'm finna do a show with Friends of Distinction, Harry Elston. He's one of the last members from Grazing in the Grass, and he's writing a book now. So we trying to get him on before. We don't want nothing to happen to him before we get him on. So this is the thing. And I seen somebody put this in your chat earlier. And this is the thing I was talking about AI. You take the 9 best chess players and you put all their information in a computer. Every move that you can come up with. There's not going to be a person who's going to come up and beat them 9, the best in the world.
With the variations, that's what I was learning. So I was like, I didn't like AI in the sense of music, but then I start seeing what people are using it for. So people are using AI to do bookkeeping. People are using AI to translate. It translate really well and stuff. So
it don't do me too well. It fucks up my words. My words is already fucked up, DJ. It really fucked up my words.
You're untranslatable, man.
I'm saying it don't work for me. I mean, I be talking to Google sometime, and I tell it one thing, and I look at it and like, fuck, I didn't say that. And so it still
gets it wrong.
It still get hung up on
work.
It still get hung up on the Negro vernacular. So
no, but it still needs work though. AI is getting there, but it still needs work. The thing is, and that's why YouTube was asking not too long ago if y'all didn't get this weird message. They were like, "Can AI study your channel so it can?" Like, no, it can pay me if it wants to study my channel and copy me, but no. But this is, even though they're gonna do it anyway. They're gonna do it anyway without your
it's their property, so they gonna do it.
They're gonna do it anyway. Yeah.
Once you publish it on it's their property, really.
Yeah. Their stamp is on it. You know, they own the master. Most people.
But see,
I'm not.
I'm not really scared of AI due to the fact I've been dealing with the 7 billion people in the planet all my life. And I've been the outsider all my life. So one more outsider of all the information you got from the outsider. If I ain't scared of them in real life, I damn sure can't be scared of them in a machine.
Well, one thing we know for sure about AI is that it's not original.
Right, it's not.
Respectfully.
Yeah.
And this is another form of man trying to be God, because AI is doomed to turn on man.
Right.
And
that's why that's why they spend so much time trying to find that negative particle. You remember when we used to have shows about that, DJ? They have these things
about what?
The negative particle that they've been looking for. They got these things, what they call them, sterns or something like that. They have these wheels that go around so fast that it's so many rumors around it. Hell, made people disappear, all kinds of shit. So they're trying to find a negative particle. Just type that in and see what that says, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. I think
it's called negative particle, right?
Yeah. So the God particle, some people call it the negative particle. So somebody just put it in your chat right there.
Okay. This fool is doing a live stream on me. What's going on, Star P? It's called CERN Atom Smasher.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Okay.
Yeah. So
shout out to Star P. Star P be knowing what's up, man.
Yeah. So it don't calculate as fast as do in my brain to do Star P. But anyway, I be knowing what the hell I'm talking about. But I'm glad the younger generation get it out there a lot faster, because your ass probably don't go to sleep by the time I get it out. But anyway.
No, but you have a lot of stuff going on in the world, like quantum entanglement and all kinds of stuff, and like there's all kinds of stuff, but it all goes back to the science, as above, so below.
But this shit is so scary.
Somewhere else,
DJ, this shit is so scary because I looked at some of this overproduced AI generated stuff. Like, you look, what machines are you gonna be able to make? Like you make if you make a machine to tell the speed, then they make it one to tell you that you're trying to clock their speed. What machine are we gonna make when people can generate something that make it look so real, and then a person got to say that, well, fuck, that wasn't me. You see what I'm saying? And so, but it's out there now. So that's what makes it so scary.
Yeah, you can get framed easily.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go back to one of the comedians that his name was Al Sanders, right? So he was caught stealing a 12-pack out of the liquor store, right? So he went to court, right? And they had played the video. They actually had a video of him stealing it, right? Well, he got smart on the witness stand. He said, Your Honor, you know, y'all been up there telling me I was stealing stuff, but y'all only looked at it one way. He said, well, put it back in reverse and see what I'm doing. See, I'm putting it back. I'm not taking it. So, you know, there's always a way up. You see what I'm saying? There's free think to get out of something. And that's why I say everything there's a law for, there's a law against it.
Well, you know, there was this rapper named T Grizzly that was going down for like a robbery and some other stuff because I guess he broke into like a jewelry store or something like that, and he had a whole lawyer and everything, and the lawyer was basically gonna get him bagged. You know, the lawyer was gonna basically get him bagged and stuff, and this is a lawyer that he's paying for, not like a court appointed lawyer, but he sat in his cell and re-looked over his whole case and literally got out of jail because guess what? He didn't steal anything. Even though he was a part of a robbery, he basically damaged certain things in the jewelry store. So he got his robbery case throughout to basically damage, like just damages. I forgot what they call it. But see, if he had went along with it with his lawyer, man, he wouldn't have got that.
No.
Would have been in jail.
I look at this case, one of the biggest rapting cases I don't think you ever covered it, but we had a YSL or something like that in Atlanta.
Yeah, I covered that. Look at that. They're mad at Gunna.
Right.
Because Gunna, quote unquote, even like 24 hours ago, little guy that said something about Gunna. And it's like, you don't get it. They're mad at Gunna for snitching, but guess what? Young Thug took the same plea deal Gunna did.
Right. And the person who stayed there, I mean, there was only kind of like a couple weeks left in the trial. And the person who stood there, he got off scot-free.
Yeah.
And he stayed in, he said, give me 12 in the box, let them prove me guilty. So he didn't plea bargain or anything. And, you know, he was the only one. You know, I thought, what's his name, going to stay there to the end because he was already at the end. So,
Woody.
I thought, you know, what's his name was a fool, though. He was funny as hell. What was that guy's name? What's his name?
I had a guy. Why I said Woody, right?
Woody was funny as hell.
On the stand, he does Woody is funny as hell. Yeah.
He's funny.
Woody did what he was supposed to do, though.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it. That's the thing about it. And when they get you in these things and they want you to go and testify, you can go through all that shit, but you can fuck up the whole case. We have seen cases of what was the Chicago 5, the Detroit 5. It was done the same way. They think they have a damn case, and then they get in there and the witness destroy their whole case. So now they got to throw the shit out. You know what I mean? So, you know, everybody walks away. So just like I say, as black people, we got to be a lot smarter than sometimes our lawyers telling us what to do, because you got to understand, lawyers make deals with the other side. Why you thinking that they got you in their pocket, and it's done in divorce all the time. They making deals with the other side. I mean, I actually called a lawyer one time with one of my clients, had sent a memo out to his lawyer saying, well, let's make this fight go a little longer. They got about $75,000 in the bank, and we can just chop it up between the two. See, lawyers do shit like that.
They try to make stuff go into litigation, and you pay it more, and all kinds of stupid shit.
Right, and see, that's why California now offers you a mediator where you don't even have to use a lawyer. Yeah, you the two parties go in with a mediator, and they'll try to, before you get a divorce, before you get support and all that other stuff, they have to go into mediation. You know, and so, and then if nothing happens there, then they can go to a court. But we know this shit is strung out to take your kids' college funds or your kids' funds that you will give them, and goes in a lawyer's pocket. They send their kids to Princeton and Harvard, and you sitting up there thinking you got fucked by the woman or the man. I understand you got fucked by the lawyers.
Yeah, it is a lawyer. Like I said, a good lawyer knows the law, but a great lawyer knows the judge.
Yep.
So
guys, not to cut you guys off, but I wanted to piggyback off of what y'all said earlier about pertaining to the Young Thug and Gunna case.
Yeah.
And I love what you brought up because Gunner did exactly what Thug did, but nobody's calling Thug a snitch. And the reason why they're not calling Thug a snitch is because Thug didn't snitch and Gunner didn't snitch. What Gunner basically did was prove his innocence and kind of like, I don't know how to break it down without saying it this way, but he basically
Thug did the same thing too, because the guy that they would have snitched on is like Yak Gotti and another guy, some other street guy. Because Yak Gotti and the other guy is still there going through it.
Right. And what happened with Gunner, he got sucked into it. See, Gunner and Thug, all they did was music together. Gunner wasn't really tied into the streets that much. Okay, maybe sometimes you might hear him talking about slime or saying certain things because he's affiliated. But he,
gang,
you know what I'm saying? But Gunner was not in the streets doing all that shit, ordering hits or whatever the case may be. So he took a hit with Thug, and he just wanted to get himself out of a situation that he shouldn't have been in the first place. And the black community never fails me. What do they call him? A snitch, try to beat him down, etc., etc.
Ain't even street cats are running around. Snitch.
Straight,
you ain't even into it, nobody.
Straight nerd niggas that don't even know nothing about the streets calling him a snitch.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And we got to see for the first time, in a whole totality, we got to see how the investigation could be so botched. And you know what I mean? Because if you got a good lawyer who goes in there and critique the lawyer, let's say the investigators, and you found out some of these investigators were just as ghetto than anybody you ever seen in your goddamn life, should never be wearing a badge or a gun. And so just from that alone, they would have got off.
Well, they even stole from them because, like, they're looking now
for
$300,000. Yeah, that pink AP.
When they locked Thug up, they put a whole bunch of his stuff in collateral.
Yeah, and that pink AP went missing.
Yeah. Right. So
I think it was a Richard Milley. It was a Richard Milley.
Yeah. Whatever it was, like a $500,000 $1 million watch, whatever it was. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, this is one of the things I talk to people. I don't went to trial a lot of times as far as as an advocate, and I never lost a case, even in child custody. Once you ain't got to be a lawyer, but once you find out what your case is about, you can go do your own research where you can really assist your lawyer into some shit. Because I remember one time, it's 1997, a cop tried to grab me. Now, see, when you put your hands on me and you don't tell me I'm under arrest, I treat you like a regular citizen. So he found himself in a difficult situation. And it took like 25. By the time it was 25 in front of me,
you put him in a full Nelson?
No, I swept his ass.
But at that point, technically, you can make a citizen's arrest.
Right. And so I backed myself against the wall because I know they're always trying to flank you. But that case was the same time, just coming off the O.J. Simpson case and going into the Snoop Doggy case, murder case. So my case was not even talked about, and I'm glad it wasn't talked about that much. But I proved myself. You don't have to take an unlawful order from a cop just because he's a cop. A cop can't tell you go in there and rob a bank. You have the right to refuse it. Not only do you have a right to refuse it, I see a cop making bad mistakes. They put their hands on you before they tell you you're under arrest. They supposed to tell you you're under arrest and then put their hands on you. And that's where they fucked up at. So I told my lawyer, I said, well, wouldn't that be assault if they put their hands on me before they told me I was under arrest? And he never even thought about it in that way. And that's how I end up winning my case. So what I'm just saying is, if you sit down and you start to become intimate into your case that you're going through, and you stop worrying about it and start just doing research on it, because it's so easy through the computer, the telephone, and all that. Now
they break so much laws, human error.
And you got black law, you got all kind of books, remedies, how to get out of things. I mean, you got so many avenues where you can go in. I'm not telling you to be a lawyer, but I'm saying that you can assist your lawyer, say why you have never brought this issue up, or why you haven't brought this issue up. And so now your lawyer know that you ain't just some fool sitting back there and waiting for him to get you out of jail free card. And so now he's had to get up on his grind. And so I tell a lot of black people, really get into studying whatever you might be charged. And I'm not trying to make a criminal get away with some criminal shit. What I'm saying is, it's too long that we have had, depending on white coats, lawyers, and everybody else that do their job, but we don't even understand what their damn job is. So when a doctor writes you a damn prescription and tell you should take it, you never question it. You never research it, know what the active effects or whatever. We got to stop doing
What
that.
about this ingredient? What about that ingredient? Hey, I saw a study where they did this. I'm not taking that.
Right.
No, that's gonna. Now, have you seen the side effects for some of this shit? It's like, I'm better off with the shit I came in the first place. You go in with one problem and leave with 13.
They let you know the side effects up front. If you just watch a commercial, like watch the last 15 seconds, and they speed up the voice and shit. They let you know
try to
everything
speed it
that's
up.
going on.
Yeah.
And they only telling you
call
7.
911. It's like, how can I call 911?
They only
if I'm
telling
dead?
you 7 side effects of 150. And so
Yeah.
you go in, you got a headache, but then they give you a pill. But then you start growing breasts. You're like, well, doctor, well, you say, well, you don't have a headache no anymore, dude. Yeah, but I got men trying to suck on my breast now. But so what I'm trying to say is, it's a lot of shit.
Yeah, you don't have a headache no more, but now you
got
titties.
breasts. You know what I mean? You buying bras from Victoria's Secret. So what I'm so what I'm saying.
Like, I don't got a headache no more, but now I got titties. Like,
Yeah.
Shit, God damn.
So
God
we
damn.
just have to be more on top of our square, because this codependent on people to speak for you, represent you, who don't have your best interest, is always gonna fail you, because you got to understand they have a best interest too, and that is to get in your pocket. That's their best interest.
100%. I want to piggyback off what you said too. Old school cooking, by the way. I want
Yes,
to
sir.
piggyback off what he said, because like a lot of black folk don't care to be proactive in actually learning something and applying it to their lives. So you can read the constitutions for dummies, First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fifth Amendment, et cetera, and that alone right there will kind of eliminate a lot of the issues that black people do have with police. Like, for instance, if you get pulled over and a cop is harassing you, somebody who knows the law, somebody who's intelligent and actually read so that they can apply things, is going to remain calm, even if the cop kind of jacks you up a little bit. Now, of course, you're a man, you might react, but you're going to remain calm because that's an easy case. If they don't have probable cause and they just grab
You
you
just
and
don't say
take you,
nothing. Right,
you know what I'm
right.
saying? Just go ahead, go to jail, and that's an easy lawsuit or an easy throw out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's what
that
the,
case will get thrown out.
Most of the time, too, people be like, well, I want to have my lawyer present. And it's like, your lawyer is going to say, look, don't say nothing. Go to, let them book you, and we'll take it from there. That's all they're going to say.
And
And once you say that word, I want my lawyer present, that cop cannot ask you any more questions.
Can't ask you no more questions.
None
Because
whatsoever.
a
But
lot
the
of
problem is people
lot of
keep
them
on
like to play
talking after
detective.
they say that. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
yeah.
So they
Right.
just ended that contract by keep on talking, you know what I mean? So when you really understand your rights, it's just like the brother just got to say, when you really understand your right, you just calm because you know you're right. And he loses his protection if he goes against what he knows to be law. There's a difference between a police can ask you anything. A police can ask you, can I search your car? Right? But you have to give that person permission, and you never give I don't care if you don't have nothing in your car. You never give a police a reason to search your car, because all that evidence could be thrown out of court if there was not proper cause for that person to search your car.
Exactly.
And if
And
you're
they'll lie to you, but you can't lie
yeah.
to them.
And a passenger, you never, for a traffic stop, a passenger, you never have to talk to the officer. The traffic stop is only for the driver and the driver only. So when they try to start talking to the passenger, this passenger, I don't have anything to say. I don't talk to police. You can say anything. I'm just gonna take the fifth.
But
so they don't supposed to ask.
They don't have
question
to
in the first
identify
place.
themselves neither.
They don't have to
Don't
identify.
to
No, none whatsoever.
But black folk be so ignorant though, because and
Am
you
I
know, these
detained or
police-
am I free to go? My
Right.
bad.
These police officers will play on the ignorance of these black folk. So they know black folk don't know the law. So they'll do some shit like grab you without telling you that you're under arrest. Old school gonna react a certain way, but your typical black person, they gonna start fighting and fussing and cussing, and that alone gave that officer probable cause right there. When you start fighting, fussing, that's what they do. They try to bait you into that, and when you
and then they get you an assault on the officer. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. Exactly.
And you know what they got me for, DJ? Unorthodox fighting of a police officer. I was using boxing skill.
Wait, what is unorthodox? Like,
They call it unorthodox assault on a
what,
police officer.
what the cop say you did? He came at me southpaw.
He swept. Wait a minute. He swept me, hit me with an elbow, and he hit the other officer with an uppercut. I mean, so it's like stuff like that. You use so many different disciplines. They call it unorthodox.
Yeah.
Federal unorthodox assault on a police officer. But I just like I say, I got 12 in the box and I walked right out of that courtroom. So you know what I mean? I believe this, DJ. I don't care if you put 12 Klans members on the witness stand. I believe I can talk myself out. I get at least one to say, hell no, he ain't guilty. That's just what I believe.
Right.
Versus just taking the mercy of the court, a judge, a person who might not even got no box that night. You understand what I'm saying? Be mad at your hell. You look like the man who just, just blowed his woman back out. You know what I mean? And now he gonna take it out on your ass. Give me 12 people. Give me 12 people in the box, and I guarantee you on the witness stand, I can convince one of them that he ain't guilty. That's all you need is one.
Yep.
That's all you need is one.
That's true. And
Now,
shoot,
this
and
is
if they handle any piece of the case wrong, it's dismissed.
Totally.
And a lot of the evidence that they tried to use in the first case, they can't use in the second case.
Right.
Listen, I done had a homie back years ago. He used to sell a lot of weed or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And he got pulled over. I think he had like a half a pound in his trunk. He got pulled over for something else though, and he got arrested for the trees, for the weed. And guess what? That case got thrown out because what was pointed out was, what did he get pulled over for? There was no reasonable, articulable suspicion that he had weed in his trunk. So the judge questioned the officer, why did you pull him over? And how did he end up going to jail for weed? And the officer couldn't articulate why he pulled him over, nor could he articulate why he took him to jail for the weed. So that case got thrown out.
Right.
I mean,
They
be bogged down. They be bogged down.
It's not a crime. It's not a crime.
Right.
Suspicion is not a crime. And people, they hear that in that reasonable suspicion. See, but you got to have, it's reasonable for anyone who might be Joe Blow walking down the street, get hit with a brick in the head, and only see one person get ready to pick up another brick. Well, I'm pretty Joe Blow would have a reason suspicion that person hit him with that damn brick. You see what I'm saying? And he gonna duck for the next one. But a lot of police officers pull you over maybe because your seat is too far back in your car. So he's saying, well, I know this person never did something. You see what I'm saying? He can't use that as reasonable suspicion.
Yeah, and he has to be in suspicion of you committing a crime.
Right. It has to be in,
and he has to articulate that as well.
Yes, and them damn police. A lot of police officers are. I'm gonna tell you what they are. They are people who didn't make. They always sat on the bench in the high school, or they didn't sit on the bench and couldn't make college. You understand?
No, you got some good. You got some good ones. It's just people got to realize that they're not your friend. There's a difference between a police officer cutting you a break and one being your friend.
Right. And that's what I want to say, DJ, because I boxed for the PAL for over 21 years. So, but the officers that I was running in is totally different than the officers y'all are seeing today. These officers, these officers y'all see today.
They're not even trained.
Think about it. You look. When I was coming up, an officer had to be 6 feet tall. All right. Now you got officers.
They wanted them to be a certain way, certain IQ and
they
stuff
5'2", 5'4", and they smelling your nuts, and they don't like the way it smells. You gonna have a hard day. So what I'm saying is, there's no standard for police. See, a police officer used to be just a threat just from his stature. You see what I'm saying? They didn't have. You look at police officers today; they look like they can get ready to be shot off to Mars. They got all this equipment on their head. I don't know how they walk around with all that shit. It got to be about 75 pounds. You see how they look, and the security officers doing the same thing. You go look at the average security officer in the police today, DJ. They got on so much of damn equipment. They got more equipment on than people who are in the military.
Yeah, they got a whole bunch of shit on them. Like they got body cam, radio, walkie-talkie,
25 clips.
Yeah, like 50
And then
clips,
an extra, then an extra
taser.
Full
clip.
handcuffs. You're like, where the fuck?
Yeah.
What part are you going to?
A fucking taser, a nightstick.
Yeah.
You name it, you can keep going.
Yeah, with one police I was looking at the other day, is a good channel. Damn police shot his own self in the leg. You know, with
Yeah, I
all
saw
that
that.
bullshit
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
You seen
Yeah.
that? Yeah, with all that bullshit
Yeah.
on. You don't need all that shit. I'm telling you, back in the day, they used to have a show on well, New York police used to walk the beat. He used to know how to spin that baton and stuff. So, you know what I mean? I understand. There's different guns, different criminals and all that. I understand. But you
Yeah.
know what I think the biggest problem is? The first 6 years of my life, DJ, that running into a cop when I was coming up was a cop who was taking me to football practice, boxing, basketball. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't the first time I ran into a cop. He was arresting my dad, my mom, or whatever. They was right there fitted in the community. They was part of the community. You know, police officers here in California get half out on their real estate. Like if a house was $500,000, they only have to pay $250. But them cops still won't live.
And the city covered the rest.
They still won't live in the inner city. So what I'm saying is, in my own neighborhood when I was coming up, we actually had cops, doctors, and stuff, and even in some of the poorest neighborhoods. So what I'm saying is, there's a disconnect. It's me against you, and that mentality is killing this whole. And I hate to say this about military guys, but one of the things I did when my researchers found out. When people was talking about going to poster, that was people who was coming out of the military who was going to work at the post office because they had first turn at the
First
post
dibs,
office.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
hell, the post office stopped hiring these damn people. Where they went to? The police force. These people are actually trained to kill. They're not trained to have a goddamn conversation. They're not trained. The first thing,
But not even too. I mean,
right.
if you ever seen how police interact when they pull over military personnel, that's the craziest shit you'll ever see. You know?
What I'm saying is, if you train somebody to kill, there's a difference between a pit bull in South Central versus one in Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
One been trained just to be a fucking fool, and the other one been trained, to play with kids. Same dog. So what I'm saying is, you take these killers and you wouldn't trust them in the post office, but you go give them a gun and badge now. And that's not to say all officers who come out of the military that go be like that. But I'm saying is, look at all the medication coming to these officers when they get out of the these military people, how the meds they take. Now you giving that person on a force.
No, you ain't lying, man. You ain't lying. I'll give you an example. My cousin was in the military, and they pump him with all types of drugs, and they do all types of MK Ultra type stuff with them. So they train their minds to be a certain way. My cousin came out of the military, and I was simply sitting down in the room with him, and out of nowhere, he just got mad at me and started yelling. I said, "What's wrong with you, man?" And he literally caught himself. I seen him gazing in space, like, damn, I'm tripping right now. So it's like a knee-jerk reaction for military people to kind of be aggressive. So when like
muscle memory.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, some of them have survivor's guilt, survivor's remorse.
Right.
Exactly. So when you give somebody of this type of person a gun and a badge and authority, then you're gonna
in an
have
area,
right.
A gun
You're
badge
gonna
car
have
in an area, yeah.
You're gonna have people that treat you like you're a goddamn insurgent or a terrorist or something like that.
Right.
Because that's their instinct.
Enemy. Everything outside of that uniform is an enemy. That's what people don't understand.
But reasonably too, I understand why cops act the way they do, because the public will put them through a lot of shit.
Oh yeah,
there's some cops, that don't want to, he'll put them through. They'll put them through their paces and stuff like that. And cops don't want to have to take out people, run after people, touch people, and
especially when he got a dozen of donuts in the fucking squad car he was trying to eat. So what I'm saying, DJ, what I'm trying to say, DJ, I mean, Jackie Robinson wasn't the greatest baseball player, but he was one who can take all the punishment that they would go through.
Right, because his brother was way better than him.
Right.
Was it Nate Robinson? His brother was better than him, but he
Satchel Paige, a lot of it was better, but they weren't gonna take that bullshit. And what I'm saying is, if you don't have the right kind of mindset to deal with the public on all different levels and scale, you shouldn't have that job in the first place.
Right. Right.
There's some truth to that.
I agree with you.
The bus driver, think about the bus driver who just drive a bus. How much bullshit they had to go through every day. Just a regular bus driver. So what I'm saying is, I think law enforcement would be one of the most top tier jobs that you can have in America. And as far as your mental capacity and everything, that has to be proven. You know what I mean? Versus just hiring somebody out of high school, putting them through, your little camp bullshit where they really don't learn shit, and putting them out there. Most of these people don't have a dog at home or never had a kid, so they don't even know how to interact with other people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? As far as socially. And so once they put that badge on, it's like, well, we're part of the blue. And so my thing is, I wanna do something with police officers and a kid where we can see where these two people can come together, and everything in between, from a kid to an adult and everything else, they can treat each other with mutual respect and understand that neither one is the enemy. Both should be there, as far as one should be there to protect, and the other one should feel like they are protected. But
well, I mean, cops origins in the United States is straight cut and clean. They're supposed to catch the slaves and bring them back, and all kinds of other stuff. If you go look at, if you're into it and you go look at early, police paraphernalia, their badges and stuff like that. Yeah. They were here to,
and look at the abuse and Scooter, look at the abuse and the divorce rate for cops.
Oh, you say that
the same thing that come to arrest your ass for, they going through it in their own home.
Police officers have domestic violence rates that are next to dyke couples. They are number one in domestic violence right now.
Well, like I said, they're freaks. Military people freaks. Respectfully, military people freaks, cops freaks, preacher daughter freak, librarian freak, teacher freak. All of these people, what they have in common is that what they are is their identity. Being a policeman, that's your identity. So when you want to be a human, you really can't. You understand what I'm saying? If you're not working, he's an off-duty cop. Like they're supposed to have this demeanor and decorum at all times, and it's impossible. It's impossible. That's why if you kick down some of the motel doors, you're gonna find a cop in there getting whipped by a hoe, and he got an apple in his mouth and some bunny ears, and he can't really say shit because he's getting bossed around. The thing is that he hasn't told you over the last couple of years being a cop that he's been bossing so many other people around that he want to get told what to do. He kind of gets off or kinked out behind that. So, and I get it.
Look at the police officer who had to investigate. Listen, what I'm finna say. Nail files, all right? Filing your nails. After they do it for so long, they become a patient of that. Just like a dog they use for. That dog become an addict after a couple of years. They had to get rid of it.
Yeah.
If you get up every morning, you got to sniff cocaine. You know damn well after about 6 months, your ass gonna be an addict.
Oh man.
Shit.
And they got the one with that guy. He passed out in the evidence room with the fentanyl.
Yeah.
Then you had that Asian cop, Holtzclaw, who was because they cops, they sleep with prostitutes, and people be like, how do those two, you know what I'm saying, how do those two worlds collide? It's like, it actually makes sense if you think about it.
Look,
opposite
before he
side.
put on that uniform, what is he?
He a person, like human being, like anybody
And a
else.
man who has most of the time has a sex drive for women, right?
Right.
And shit, like if you in California where I'm at, and girls walking down the street with a G-string, the last thing you seen your wife was with her damn old dusty, rusty ass
That's
uniform.
what I'm saying. Your
or something on.
sexuality. That's what I tell you. Your sexuality gets used against you.
Right, and so now
You just trying to drive somewhere and you see this naked woman walking down the street. What happened?
Yeah. You remember that cop who locked himself in the back door with the girl?
Oh yeah. Another Asian cop.
Yeah. So, so what I'm trying to say is,
that was a good one too.
Yeah, it was a real.
I didn't see that.
And he couldn't.
Oh yeah,
couldn't,
he was
he
in the
couldn't
back
talk his
seat
way
with
out
her.
of that for nothing in the world. You know what I mean? He's about
Yeah,
as
I
bad
saw
as
when
that
they
other cop who was stealing money from that guy. You remember he
Did
had
you
stole
see-
his
did you-
$100 bill?
Did you get to see the interrogation?
Oh man, yeah, I seen that.
I saw that like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
They interrogated him for like 2-3 hours, and they were like, they had his clothes and stuff, and he had to call his wife.
Right.
And it was crazy. He's like, I hope I didn't do anything. If I did, I'd remember. And they were
Right.
just, yeah. It was
So
a
you
lot
got
of
to understand. Here you are living a regular life. You've been given all this position over people and this power over people. You're down on Figueroa. You got to be there for the next 11, 12 hours riding down the street.
Not
and you
really
seeing,
making that much.
And you seeing these women to you look like 10s and 7, and you got to go home to a cosmetic eyesore. You know damn well, you sitting out there horny. That's why when cops, men and women, get in the car together after a couple of years, they start messing with each other.
Yep.
So I mean, you're never gonna be able to get away
even
from
look
that.
at that cop at that. Look at that cop at that precinct. She got transferred. She back out here. She made a couple of million because those were black cops in there. That white girl that got passed around.
Oh,
that precinct.
She made money off of that?
Yeah, she came back and sued her and she stayed together with her husband. Stayed with her husband.
Janet, hold on, school.
Yeah, and
what did she sue for?
They don't get like, I don't know, like emotional distress and some other shit. They don't get fired. They get transferred.
She was being a little thought and she sued people because she got exposed.
Yeah, basically, and the majority of the guys that would she would technically would be called a mud. White people would call her a mud shark. Yeah, that's a term that they have for it, mud shark. Yeah. So basically, she ended up getting cashed out, and I ain't gonna lie, her husband stayed with her and stuff like that. I guess he saw that check coming and was like, you know what, I can turn a blind eye, Yeah, and it don't even be good. It don't even be the good looking girls. It be the regular looking,
Look, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, even at my age, with all the discipline I get, I ain't gonna sit up there and have a job that I had to be on 7 days a week where I'm seeing halfway nude women. You know what I mean? I don't care if they, whatever they call themselves, hoes with potential or whatever. There's no way I can associate myself with that without having some type of feeling behind it. You know what I'm saying? And,
yeah, you get a courtesy fucked. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
It's part of
and it's gonna get so bad in LA that you as a cop, you can't even pull them over anymore for
they
for
let
way
them
they
go.
dress.
I did a whole show on it, a pre-record. How they let the hoes be out there antagonizing and pulling over guys, but it's illegal to be a John, but it's legal for them. That's entrapment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's literally
they don't turn it on the men now, and they letting the women, get away with it for free.
Yeah, she can sell pussy, but you can't buy. So the seller is not illegal, but the buyer is.
But I could be what's the name, Tate, and I can convince women to do things. You see what I'm saying? But a woman can't convince me to do things. See, this is where it's all that they got their whole game fucked up.
But so the hoes are working with the police at that point.
Right.
Yeah.
I can solve, cool. I got pictures with the mayor. I'm on the mayor's board here in
LA. I remember you were telling me.
Yeah. One of the things I told him I can solve prostitution in 24 hours. All right. You take people like Fido, who had that bracelet on his leg and shit, and let them do community service, not out there picking up cans and shit on the freeway. You give them a training to learn how to use a drone, and you have them drones flying down Figueroa all goddamn day long with 20 or 30 people on every corner recording them goddamn cars coming up. Ain't nobody stopping for them no more. So it's settled in 24 hours.
Yeah. But see the police break the biggest laws. Anybody that's in charge of the law, if they break the law, they 10 times automatically more guilty than you. You know, because they're supposed to, you know, they've taken an oath to uphold the law. But think about it. You know, if they fly drones and they do certain things like right now, they can't do nothing to Diddy.
Right.
I'm pretty sure Diddy gonna get out. R. Kelly gonna get out. They can't do nothing to certain people. You wanna know why? Because especially that lady, I keep forgetting her name. I keep saying Maxine Ghislaine, but that's not. That's the one with Epstein. I keep forgetting that and
That
her
white woman
audience
who had the
always-
black book, the first one.
Was that her? She was a madame.
Yeah, she was
And
one of them. Yeah.
With I forgot who she was with. Maybe Weinstein or somebody. She was a big madame, and she knew everybody. The mayor comes to see her.
Right.
The pastor, the preachers. Like she got everybody, and she had to go down because of them. You know, they don't lock up a
Right.
woman. You know, what they do, especially when they knock those whorehouses, right? What they do is they treat the woman like she's like I said, a madame is way worse than a pimp. But
Right.
when they knock those houses, they treat the madams like they're regular foot soldier hoes.
Right. Because they know the
And the
the
madam
clients
damn near
she
running
get.
everything. Yeah.
They know
The
the
madam
clients
damn
she
near run,
get.
and she know the clients she get, and she can remember them and point them out. And the madam be the main one that's running the trap house, and sometimes was the one that fucked up, and that's why they got busted.
What was that? A perfect example of what you're talking about. What was that movie again? I think the girl name is Lisa Ray or something like that. There's some light skinned.
Yeah. What was that movie? When she was a stripper.
Right, she was a stripper and she was but not only
Yeah.
that, but she was low key on the low prostitute, and then she was she was a
Madame.
madame and she was recruiting
Not the
females.
girl in
And,
the blue dress or blue shoes or something like that. Not with Denzel Washington. Not that one, huh?
no,
But
not that
was a
one,
good
not that
movie,
one.
too. That was a good movie
I
too.
forgot the name. I know.
I
which movie
forgot the
you
name of it, but remember the girl was crying. She was telling the girl, just go in there and just do it.
do it.
Yeah.
Just do it. Yeah, blank out and just do it.
Well,
I think
I've
so
been
much
saying
more-
this for years, DJ, and a lot of people turn against me because I said, pussy is undefeated. Because if you're a heterosexual man, you go always want it. I don't care who you want it from or how you get it from or whatever. Pussy is undefeated. And women don't have sex for the same reason guys have sex. All right? Our sex drive is like being hungry. Their sex drive is what they can get from you by giving it to you. Now, some of them, you know, you have
women are smart for that. Women are smart for that because honestly, if
You have
guys
a
had a
certain-
little bit more game, we could have flipped that.
Right. You have
Yeah,
a
the
certain
Players Club. I don't even know why I missed that one. Yeah, the Players
Yep.
Club.
There you go, Ray Chess.
Yeah, you have a certain percentage of women who have a same urge as guys, but it's not that many. Dude, you know, over 80% of women can't even get an orgasm from penetration.
They
So
can.
what
They're some goofy bitches. They just don't know. It's
yeah,
like, see that.
but listen what I'm saying, cool. Listen what I'm saying. There was a reason why a lighthouse was put in front of the stack of the lips. That lighthouse is supposed to be warm.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That lighthouse was put in there to warn the box was about to happen. You know, so if you think about it, like when you see women on these sites and stuff, and they're using vibrators, they're using the rolls, they're using what's the name, they're always still getting stimulated from that lighthouse. And so what I'm saying is that men, that's why submission is so much better than any other position, because it lines up and they get that friction from the lineup. Now, when you go down there and eat a hole in the mattress trying to get it, eat it that way, see, you don't open up Pandora's box. Now she knows she can get it just at any time she wants to, and she found out she don't need you to get it. She can do it by herself, or she can get another woman to do it. So that's really, you know, I told guys they would eat themselves out of a box. So, but they didn't believe me back in the 70s, but that's what they did. So you got to
But that's
understand.
the thing, though, OG. If you went back to '92 and you were to tell people, listen, in like less than come 2002, you're gonna be able. Well, I don't know if it was like that in 2002, but if you were to tell people that you'll be able to apply for jobs and do everything on your cell phone and blah blah blah. They wouldn't believe you, and they sitting up there in the Lincoln Town Car with that big ass phone. They're like, oh nah,
Yeah, especially the phones we had when
I
it first
wouldn't.
got them bricks and shit we had.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe. Nobody would believe you. Shit, a couple years ago, if you were to tell people, "Hey, this Bitcoin about to be worth this," didn't believe you.
Nope. What
Man,
the
would've been
Bitcoin
rich
selling
as
for
hell right
now,
now.
Kuda?
Man, that shit went up. That shit went up past 100 and something not too long ago. It went back down, but man, I remember when they were giving them shits away for free.
I remember too. They was doing it for trade, right? You remember when they was trading them just for trade? If you had an old pair of socks or something, you know, a couple bags of socks, and you want to trade for Bitcoin, you can get, you know, yeah.
Shit, crazy, man.
Shit.
Bitcoin is worth 84,000 right now.
See?
Dang, it went back up.
Yeah, it went back up.
Yeah, I'm still, you know, I'm just too old fashioned. I'm still burying my goddamn money in the back on a tree mark, and
you got to, but it's not worth
Yeah.
nothing now. You got to turn it into gold and silver. You got to start a
that's
damn
it.
coal mine behind your house at this point. Shit.
Hey, Kuda, do you be doing anything with what's going on in Africa? Africa is moving in a new, different way in certain parts of Africa, in the continent. They got some young leaders that ain't taking this bullshit, you know, and so they moving in a different way, man. And I predicted that too. I said the UN gonna be in Africa probably right about 240, and we are moving in that direction.
Well, Africa got enough resources to sustain the planet for millions of years. So alone, alone. So it's like,
we just not been smart enough to take the resources and be able to make it work for our own people. We've been able to take. They've been able to rob the resources.
Gaddafi was trying, but anybody that
he put that water pipeline in there, and and he was getting ready to change into the gold standard. Oh, that shit was not happy.
You know what's funny? In a crazy way, he's kind of doing what Trump is doing.
Right.
If you think about it, cause like if they paid a tariff on the resources from Africa, Africa would have been back on top in less than a year.
And this is why I don't believe. This is why I don't want anything happen to him while he's in office. Because we will have a civil war if something happened with him. It won't be like a civil war that we had back, black against white or fighting for black. No, it's a totally different civil war.
Well, even before too. And shout outs to LT Man and everybody. We were talking about that. Like if he had gotten hit by that pistol and gotten assassinated like that, like on that demonstration,
right?
That would have been crazy. That would have been crazy.
If something happened to him now, Kuda, I'm telling you,
I wish him the best.
Kuda, if something happened to him right now while he's in
World
office,
War,
this country is over. As far as I'm telling you, if something happened to him, you gotta understand.
I believe it.
People don't believe this shit. I got black people I got black people won't even talk to me right now because I like some of Trump's policies.
A lot of pro blacks and Hotep guys are going through that right now.
Yeah.
Because they wanted y'all to vote for Kamala.
Right.
And it's not working. Like and even Tariq Nasheed, he split up the whole Hotep's sector now. So now you got a lot of dudes yelling tether from the top of their lungs.
And Candy Owens
they don't even know.
Candy Owens did a good job on her research.
She got to be careful though. She got to be careful.
I think they give. I mean, she do have a little protection because she is married to this Briton, but she ain't got that much protection because hell, if they took down a whole Kennedy, took down a whole Kennedy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which
They
he
took down their
was
whole
a Catholic, but they took down a whole Kennedy and his brother too. So I mean, there's no one under the sun who can do things for a long period of time to disturb this system that they won't take out.
Yeah, that shit crazy, man. I mean, I do wish I don't know. We just got to see what Candace Owens is talking about, cause I like Candace, but like they're saying ever since she split with Ben Shapiro, she been tripping, but her exposing this royal family gonna be crazy. You know, because but at the end of the day, I mean, man, people will come out right now and tell you that, hey, aliens exist and all this other shit, and people are like, I don't give a damn. I gotta get to work.
Right.
like what you gonna do? Abduct me? Well, have me home by time for me to get to work. You know, like shit. People don't even give a damn no more. Illuminati shit.
Look, if these aliens come here, DJ Cool, as much as we having a female and male goddamn war, and they got a new way of fucking, we in trouble.
No, you know, dudes are gonna try to get some alien pussy. Man.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. If they got a new way of giving you an orgasm release, and it's so different from what you already feel here, and they put it on steroids, we're in trouble. Because I think men is just real go crazy. Women will too.
Well, look at what LT man, and look at what you guys are doing. You guys are fasting. What are you doing? You guys are controlling your lower body.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? If you're a regular human being, you're prone to addiction. You're prone to gluttony. You're prone to so much stuff that you think is okay, and it's like, no, you're not as man. Most people don't even think for themselves. OG, the phone gives you an imagination. Why think? Why have an imagination at this point? If you have a phone, the phone thinks for you, and then don't stop there. Chat GPT will think for you.
Yeah.
Why are you thinking? They didn't have to dupe people into not using their brains no more. Remember they said think before it's illegal?
Yeah.
They don't even have to strong arm you into not thinking. You gonna do it on your own.
They got AI now knocking out lawyers, selling your case before you ever even get to a lawyer.
Yeah, giving you a case path. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you can go to AI now. They got the top attorney information and data,
and they'll give you the information to be on top of your lawyers. Because sometimes you got to be like, make sure your lawyer do this by this date. Your lawyer need to be doing this or contacting you with this and stuff like that. You know,
they'll win as far as now, not even telling you not even hire a lawyer. They can do it themselves. That's what people are doing here in California now. So it just shows you. I'm telling you, man. The only things fears make me scared. Make me fear anything is if they come out with a new way, these aliens come out a new way of making a man feel good, we in goddamn trouble, bro.
No, they don't have to. I mean, humans are. I mean, the other guy that was in the space, Turfling and Monkey, what he does is he does manosphere content, but he has a stake in S dolls.
Yeah.
You know, in Japan. Waifu.
Who did it?
Made out of silicone and stuff like that. So you got a lot of guys that, like I said, and I mean, it's not going to be looked at twice. A guy gonna have a robot wife. He gonna have a mechanical wife. And his
you remember that guy who had? You remember that guy who was a truck driver who had
the
got
dog?
He had that dog, man. He
had
was in love with that dog.
And people are stupid here. The whole doll had an Instagram. She had a cell phone.
Everything.
She had a whole But
the most weird thing about it, he can change the heads.
Yeah, everything's detachable. All of those dolls.
He take out one head. He said, "If I want to look this way, I'll take off this head and put this head on."
You can swap out the coochie too.
I'm just trying to figure out, how do you feel when he had to clean it out? Because I don't think they got one self-cleaning yet.
No, they do, but you do have to empty a tray. I saw some of them back in the day.
Do you get what you call that when you mess with a girl and you didn't really want to be with her, and then after that they call it something now.
Buyer's remorse, but post-nut clarity.
Yeah. So when you do it to your dog and you do that, I don't know, man. That's kind of weird. I don't want to go down there.
Yeah, I know. This is like, I don't even this is a weird route to go down.
Yeah, don't make me go down that rabbit hole, please.
Yeah, I don't want to go down there because that rabbit hole gonna stink. I know. You know, it's like, and this is why I don't get in fights with Transformers anymore. But you know why, Kuda? Any man could take a dick. He's strong. I don't want to fight him. I'm serious. I just don't want to fight him. If he's willing to take that, I know there's nothing I can put on his ass.
There's nothing I can do other than that fire. There's
Yeah.
nothing you can other than that fire. There's
There's
nothing you
nothing I
can
can
do.
put in him, put on him,
That's
but
gonna
to make him
change
hurt.
anything. He,
Yeah,
yeah,
no did it
yeah,
though, no did it. But you understand what I'm
yeah,
saying? I mean,
yeah.
I best. The only thing I probably could do with him to keep me from fighting is just give him a 12-pack of goddamn baby oil or something. I don't know what the fuck to
Oh
do.
man,
I don't know this.
just tell him. Be like, you right, and just push on about your day.
Right, because think about that. If he's willing to take that, what kind of pain can you bring him?
Not even what he gonna do to you if you get
Right,
knocked
if he
out or
win.
something. Yeah,
And that
I'm
ain't
good.
like I know I lost because he was on top. That ain't the regular story from that.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't even
Yeah,
want to
I'm
dance
good.
with you.
Like y'all can have this shit, you know.
Yeah, I'm not dancing with nobody.
No, it's like, oh, that's the time for, you know what, you got it, bro.
I'm getting to that age now, OG. Like I got a whole idiot making a live stream on me, and they're gonna run the same thing. Oh, he's in Thailand. Lady boy this, lady boy that.
Oh yeah, I seen some bullshit like that.
Yeah, I had to fry up Ike Turner's goofy ass, or I mean, Ice Turner. So he over there making a goofy live stream on me. I don't give a fuck. It's like, all right, bro, whatever you heard is true. How about that? It's true. What you gonna do now? You know?
Right. How is that gonna impact your life from here on out?
Right. Like, you know what? At this point, I'm not even gonna fucking defend myself. Bro.
Look,
Yes, whatever you heard is true.
Well, look, if they killed Martin Luther King, Jesus Christ, a lot of these other heroes in our lives.
What the hell they gonna do to me? Right.
Yeah,
Right.
you understand what I'm saying? They found something
right.
wrong with all of them, and you understand what I'm saying? So,
right.
If you worry about, let me see who said it best. Somebody said it not too long ago. If you really worry about what people think, your ass is gonna always stay in the defense mode. You'll never go reach your goal.
Yeah, and
you know
they control.
Hey, that's
they
bars,
control you
cool.
too. Yeah.
That's bars
they
right
control
there.
you
What I
too.
just said.
Yeah,
I
no,
can't
that's
repeat
really
it,
you're gonna stay in defense mode, and look, and they control what you got going on too. You know,
Yep.
other than mental real estate, they control what you got going on, and I'm like, man,
Right.
after a while, you're gonna be proving yourself to a bunch of nobodies. Honestly, that's in deeper shit than you are.
Right.
You know, they just, you got gay people exposing people for being gay, and it's like, whole time this person's gay as hell.
Right.
So it's like, you know what? Let me stay up out of this shit. You know, I know what's up with me. I know what I got going on. I love my family here, and I stick to that. You know,
Right.
I'm trying to figure out how I'm doing all of this stuff and doing these long live streams and blah blah blah. So I'm supposed to be like this big villain that's doing all of these things, but I'm like, I'm here minding my business.
What happened to
You
Nasir?
know,
What was her name?
people
Nasir?
be like,
She
oh,
used to-
well, you nicer. She's still
Yeah.
here. She
Oh,
came
okay.
by the other day. Man, I was supposed to go and I was supposed to head over there. There's this radio show that one of her friends do, and I was supposed to head over there, and I was there for a second, but I fell asleep. I'm not even gonna lie. I just came off like a long ass live stream. Like now I'm today I did a full shift, so a little bit over 9.5 hours, nothing that bad. But
Well, DJ Cool couldn't do nothing wrong in front of her. She was so in love with you.
Yeah, I love Nicer. Nicer's cool. She cool.
Yeah, she is
I
real
actually
cool.
got some
She's
books
always
from her.
been complimentary to me and everything. But boy, you could.
Yeah.
I don't care what you
Yeah.
did, DJ. You could never do anything wrong. You know what I mean?
I
And
appreciate Nicer for
that's
that.
when you
She's
got
very
you got a real good person and support base when you got people
yeah,
like
she's very genuine, very cool.
Yeah.
Man, I gotta catch up with her because I don't know, my phone like it's weird. Like I gotta go down to the market and go get this like SIM card. I
Yeah.
can't do stuff on Discord. I haven't I need to go down there and see if I can message her on Discord. But no, she came to the show not too long ago.
She's still doing beats?
Yeah, I use her beats on the show in a lot of
Oh,
cases.
okay.
Yeah, I got a couple of beats from her that I use on the
shit.
show and stuff like that. Yeah,
I'm
but she
also a
just got
music
a.
producer too. I make beats too.
Oh, that's what's up. Yeah, I do DAWless though. I try to do DAWless as much as possible, so it's taking a little bit longer with me, but it's not bad. What type of beats do you use? I use an MPC at the moment in
I
OP1. And some,
I can mess with an MPC, but I use Fruity Loops FL Studio. That's my primary.
yeah, a lot
I
of
like
use that, yeah.
Ableton. I've been into
Yeah.
Ableton so long.
Yeah, you were
people used
telling
to
me
laugh
Ableton,
at me.
yeah.
Ableton line. People used to laugh at me. They were doing all that other stuff. Everybody was using the same thing. Now, when I went in there and they showed me about Ableton, And I was like, man, Fruit Loop is what Ike Turner, he turned me on to it. But I just can never get them damn 4 dots together. I just couldn't do it with that. But Ableton, I love Ableton, what you could do with it.
Yeah, Ableton is crazy. Yeah, Fruit Loop is crazy too. But I mean, you can get an
And once you get
MPC
used to
or
it,
something and use it as a controller for Fruit Loops. We got all the Fruit Loop features on MPC now, standalone. Honestly,
Yeah, for sure.
But we
That's why I say
just got native instruments.
that's why I was saying I use MPC too. Like I just connect it to
Use
my
it as a controller.
Yeah, I could just use it as a controller.
What controller do you have? You have an MPC controller?
I don't have one right now, but I use it. I'm buying all that stuff now because I just moved into my new spot. I lost all my shit.
Congratulations, man.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
remember when I used to, me and DJ used to talk about them damn controller. I like, DJ, Cool, you gotta get this goddamn controller. He's like, no, I want a little more. I want to be in control of everything. I like, man, you better get
the controller was good. Yeah,
and I had that
still
red
have one. I have
you know that
USB
big
one.
red.
Yeah, I was
have
just
the
about to
big
say.
red.
I was just about to ask you, do you got that red one still?
Yeah, I still have that big red. So I think it's
good.
one of the best ones they made because
you did say that. Yeah.
And so man,
you gotta keep your hands on that stuff because they don't make stuff like that anymore. And I ain't gonna lie, it does cost a lot to repair. But if it's just you and you know how, and you're not wailing on your instruments and stuff, you'll be all right.
And they don't burn out like these microchips and stuff they put into phones and stuff. They're a little more cheaper and they get hot and they burn out a lot. That's why you don't see no TVs repair shops anymore. They just throw the motherfucker away and go and get you another for $150, $250.
Right,
so,
right.
The one I got has got hardware in it. You know what I mean? You could use it analog or you use it digital. And when you got something like that, you better keep your hands on it because the new generation of stuff is they want total control of it. You know what I mean? So and they want to survive you with all the plugins and all this other bullshit. And that's why I started using ABS. And say I use like a lot of people don't understand is I'm just a person who I figure if I'm gonna have to learn something, then I'm not just going to learn something for the sake of just because everybody else is using. I'm going to do my research in it. And sometimes the one that they say is the most complicated is not. You just have to learn the steps. Like I use Prism. I don't use OBS. OBS used to crash on me all the goddamn time.
Prism is pretty good.
I like Prism
new,
because
man. I need something new my damn self, man. I'm tired.
Yeah, I like Prism because you don't have to download anything. It comes with everything. And it's just like OBS. It's like OBS put on steroids.
But they got another one called that nobody knows about really called Talk Studio.
Yeah.
From Streamlabs.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to use Streamlabs because I've been recommended that plenty of times.
Yeah. It's basically it's called Streamlabs OBS. It's basically OBS built into Streamlabs, but it's a more easier interface, and then also too, you can do your your donations or your chat box and stuff like that. I can have the show a little bit more interactive, but I would have to run it off of Streamlabs, and then or I can do Streamyards, and then I can virtual camera anything from OBS or Streamlabs as my background on my so I don't use the avatar. It'll be the background.
Okay, so
it's like working with multiple.
So this is what I do, DJ. Like when I first started using OBS and I started using Prism, they didn't have a way that you could bring guests on, right? But they have a way where you can show your browser. So I would turn my browser, I would go to StreamYard, have all my guests come on StreamYard, and I would put it on my OBS or Prism, and we just have the conversation like that. Now I ain't got to worry about how to get guests on my show.
Yeah, you can just fire it up on your StreamYard. Yeah,
right.
Because they get a backlink, a link for the
Right, and so now I don't have to go live on StreamYard, but I can bring all my guests up, and I can have it on my platform or OBS or Prism, and you wouldn't even be knowing different. Matter of fact, I could do more things too because I can cut out
and it's
people.
cleaner.
I can keep it the way I want and all
on
that.
The stream. Yep, you can move
And
stuff on.
I'm
the
an old
stream,
fucker, but when it comes down to electronics, I'm a wizard when it comes down to that.
It's better though. I mean, if StreamYards was to go, that's why you see a lot of shows disappeared now. StreamYards was to go down, half these people wouldn't know how to create or edit or do any of this stuff.
And so we came up when YouTube had its own way of streaming. before StreamYard came up, and then they was using that other thing that Google had.
Google Hangouts.
Yeah, and
Yeah, Google Hangouts. Yeah.
so we don't came through generations of using different electronics, different ways of getting into the clouds and stuff like that. And so when you come from that background, you know what I mean, you're a little more around, and when something is happening, when you know something is wrong, you're able to go technical. I mean, I still type C prompt even on my damn computer today, and when I want to get something, chase something down, versus using the icons or using Windows, I go into C prompt because it still have C prompt in the back. So, it's all good. I mean, you whatever you use this stuff for, and what I say is know it as
well. I
good.
mean,
yeah,
half the shit is overkill anyway.
Right.
Because most people will be like, "Well, Kuda, should I buy a Roadcaster, a brand new one, or the old one?" I'm like, if you have the money for the new one, you can. But honestly, I would get an old one or a used one because this shit is overkill.
Yeah. I remember when me Angry Man was having, we was over there at the Fight Club, right? And he had one of them Shure mics, right? And he was wondering why he think I was doing something to his mic to cut his mic down because he couldn't talk over me.
Yeah, he has on a ducking feature, and then that mic is meant to that mic, versus his settings and stuff is meant to duck. It's not meant to have loud sounds thrown into it.
He couldn't understand as when he louder he talked, the more it would never go over it. You know what I mean?
It'll cut out.
I got one of these mics I call Jesus mic. I can just turn it wide open, and it's gonna do what it does.
Yeah, those are nigga mics. Yeah, that's what we used to call them. But the thing is that what they don't understand is how dynamic mics work. A lot of the mics that I recommended, they're for kick drums.
Right.
So kick drums, a lot of times they send in a sharp signal.
Right.
They send in a very sharp noise. So the mic, instead of clipping and stuff like that, the mic protects itself and tries to protect the recording, the dynamic of the recording to lower itself. So you got to know what you're doing with your gain and stuff like that.
You know about the settings because we started off using cheap ass mics that we had to go in there and make them the way we wanted to make them by using software. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people just buy things to work for them, like Windows, and whatever Windows provide for them, they're limited because they don't know how to go behind it and change things. And so that's the
or what they're changing. They don't even know what they're changing.
And that's what is missing in this space, really not, because everybody wants to show their Shure mic, and I can go in.
They don't even know who put in. OG been here, y'all, from the beginning. I brought studios to the manosphere. There was no studios like that in the manosphere. I'm telling y'all.
Right.
I brought production to the manosphere. These dudes wasn't worried about no damn production or blowing mics and all kinds. They wasn't worried about none of that shit, man. I brought production value to the, and they go out of their way to not even mention me.
And that's what is missing. It's missing because everybody, I say, circling
now.
around.
No, you know what's going on now, OG, that I'm seeing. I don't know if you're seeing the same thing, but now everybody got a studio, but they don't know how to use any of the stuff they got.
Right. So what I'm saying is they circling the wagons at the door they can't go through. You know what I mean? And that's the way I believe music is too. I think music is waiting for its next big thing because we really haven't got out of hip hop, rap, or none of that. We circling the wagon until we can figure out where we go from here.
They're trying to go to this African genre called Amapiano.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what I'm trying to learn how to use my MPC and make now, but I gotta get like the shakers.
It's almost like Afro beats.
It's basically Afro house. It's Afro house beat. Is Amapiano.
And people don't understand.
It's more uptone. It's like a.
Oh yeah. So people don't understand go. People don't understand house music from Chicago. I mean the underground shit, not the commercial shit. And see, I come through them eras. You know what I mean? That progressive beats and all that kind of stuff like that. And so this is why I say we're circling the wagons because and I see why you don't really like AI Kuda because it's so synthetic. It's so synthetic. It's like when I watch
what we're talking about. Yeah.
Right. When I see a DJ
and stuff like that,
when I see a DJ using these electronic things, them electronic things was made for DJs who couldn't do the 1200s. You understand? Because they be scared they're gonna
Yeah,
skip a
remember
beat or
we laughed
whatever.
about that? Yeah, remember
Right.
we
We
laughed about
laughed
that,
about
and
yeah.
we were like, it was like, that's cheating. And it's
That's
funny because
cheating.
it kind of yeah, because it
Yeah,
kind of
it
is,
counts your
but
BPM. You ain't got to go through the
yeah.
count the 15 seconds or the 30 seconds to get
And
your
you know that
BPM.
hit is like using a
Right.
sequencer. You know that hit's gonna be there every single
Right.
time.
Every single time
Not
versus a
changing, no nothing.
right.
Yeah.
Versus a DJ back in the day, you had to know how to right amount of finger pressure and where to catch the beat at, and he has to be on spot because he has to put it on spot because the beat finna go out on the other record, and he has to slam this in to make it have a
He has
continuation.
to he has
So
to blend it in so that the audience
right.
can't
So
detect
so
when it.
what should
Yeah.
we call that? Musical theory of DJs versus motherfuckers just let machines do it for themselves. And they're not even good. Some 12-year-old girls are doing better jobs than these
No, but
grown ass men as far
no,
as
but
using that technology.
that is true. Now that's true. I agree with that. But I chalk it back up to what we were talking about a long time ago. Because in the beginning, a lot of people didn't like the synthesized sound.
Right.
You know, they didn't like that synthesized sound because it didn't sound original.
Right.
And then what happened was after a while people started liking that electronic synthesized
Right.
sound. You know what
Do
I'm
you
saying?
do you remember Trans Europe Express? And this is way back in the 1970s.
I heard about it, but the what you call it example that I would use is like the Lindrum or the Lindstrument. Well, not the Lindstrument, but the Lindrum. You know how, and not even just a regular MPC
Yeah.
with the quantize and the time correct. That's why people like Jay Dilla's drumming style, because he did 19ths, and then also it sounded like it was live.
Right.
You know, you can't beat live music. You know, yeah, the drummer's gonna be on beat and stuff like that, but like it's not like 130 BPMs. It's like 128 or 132 point.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If you was to
Right.
really try to tap tempo what he's doing, and
Right.
but it sounds good. He's still in a pocket. You know what's going on, Ghostman King? Yeah, he's still in the pocket. You said, so what if AI was cheating? He said, so if that was cheating, what do you call AI music? Super cheating? Well, no, what they're doing right now, and they did it before. Remember, they got rid of it. It was this Nigerian AI, something Emeka or something like that. It was like a AI avatar, and he had like green hair or something like that, and then he used the word nigga, and they they canceled him.
Oh man.
They canceled him. But what I'm saying is that I'm not gonna lie, I kind of, because I've ghostwrited for people, so I would use if I would be a part of an AI artist. That's good. You know, I'll be a part of an AI artist. I'll use other AI to write songs for it. And then what I'll do is I'll look at the beat and the flow scheme that the AI was using. I'll swap out some words, and I'll assign those tracks and songs to him. I would like to be in charge of a female artist that's probably an avatar, and a male artist that's probably an avatar.
Well,
And
females
they
are
collab
selling.
every so often.
Females are selling today. Seriously.
Actually, I'm
females.
gonna tell you the truth though. The AI is gonna replace singing before it'll replace rapping.
Oh yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
cool. I'm gonna drop a dime on you. Go and look at. I'm gonna put it in the back. Go and look at Timberland last show.
Yeah, I heard.
last night.
I'm kind of up on what Timberland's doing. Yeah, I'm gonna go check him
I'm
out.
talking
again.
about his last show. There was a female who's a writer, right?
Yeah.
And she put all this stuff in AI. I'm telling you, it's one of the most beautiful pieces of music. The two songs she did.
That's what I was saying. I was like, if you look at the over the lyrics, how the AI was, writing the song,
Right.
you can get some advanced
Right.
techniques from that.
And if you got a master in communication and you're a port, and you get a hold
Yeah.
of these little machines, that you become a master because you understand word and you understand how to put it, breaks everything.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
anyway, I gotta go.
Same.
I gotta go get my prayer
Right.
in. And so peace and love to you,
Thank you
DJ.
so much, OG.
And,
Thank you.
and I'm always listening to you in the cloud, even when I'm not even in the chat. And
I feel you.
so I'm glad you are starting to show your face a little more,
Yes,
and
sir.
getting your spot back, because
Yeah.
people don't have to mention you, because when you start talking, they're gonna know who you are anyway. So anyway,
Yeah.
peace and love, and always strive for the truth. And thank you, my
Absolutely.
brother.
Thank
The
you,
truth
OG.
teaching. Oh, so that's speaking. Okay, so
Hold on.
the truth
Hold on.
speak.
I got you.
The
Oh
truth
shoot, I
speaks.
gotta take this thing down. Yeah, Truth Speaker, man. Shout out to
Oh,
Truth
you
Speaker. Welcome.
for
Hold on.
sure, man. You can call me
Yeah.
TTS if you want, for sure.
Yes,
Okay, yeah,
sir.
'cause I'm gonna mess
Yeah.
up some damn names, so you get used to me doing that.
It's all good. It's all good.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Y'all
Shout
take
out
it
to
easy.
this OG J Speed. Make sure you guys subscribe to him. BTO Radio, bro. OG is one of the most funniest people for no reason. He's just funny as hell. Been doing this for a long time, and y'all check him out. Really, 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 really real brother.
And
So
he got a
yeah.
voice and he got history too.
Oh yeah. Me and him talk about radio stuff and equipment and just stuff for days, because he saw the vision, that I was putting into the space. Recently, shoot, I just reached out to O'Shea. Well, not even. I kind of put O'Shea on blast a little bit because people were shunning production in these spaces and stuff like that. And until they knew that I gave Kevin Samuels, his blueprint for his studio, now all of a sudden, oh, we gotta focus on production. We gotta focus on. I'm like, man, black people are so fucking monkey see, monkey do, or
Mm-hmm.
if I don't like you, monkey won't do. And it's like, but I know this is what I'm supposed to do, but I don't like you, so I won't. Like black people will destroy their face to try to get to somebody and
Yep.
like I don't I'm cool,
You,
man.
you preaching to the choir, man.
Yeah,
I definitely enjoyed the stream. I appreciate you for having me on. Shout out to the
no
chat.
problem.
Appreciate you
What you
guys.
what you got going on, man? You should always come back and chop it up. We seem like we like minded, and what you got going on. Are you producing? What type of music do you produce?
Look, I'm a music producer.
Tell the family about yourself.
I love all
Saying.
kinds of sounds, but I started off, of course, in the hood or whatever. So I make hip hop
Absolutely.
beats, but I dabble into all kinds of beats: Haitian beats, Caribbean beats, hip hop.
So you knew that I'm a piano.
Yeah. I'm Haitian. My background is actually Caribbean, so
Ça passe. Okay,
yeah,
ça passe.
I believe. But yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm also a podcaster as well. I had a podcast called Okay, Let's Talk About It. And I don't know
That
what
sounds
happened. I guess
familiar.
right. Google locked me out of my stuff. So this is my new channel, The Truth Speaks, and I'm going to be launching my first show probably tomorrow. You know what I'm saying, on this page. I'm not new to podcasting. I've been podcasting for like at least 9 years now. Not
That's good.
consistently, but I'm ain't nothing new about it. But I really want to go full throttle with it this time.
Yeah, definitely. And you're in the right spot. Just let me know any gear or something. I got you. I can, trust me, I know exactly. I already know what microphone your voice will sound great on. You probably have it, or I don't know if you have it or whatever, but I can
No,
give
I
you a
got.
microphone list like
I
top.
bought me a cheap one. I bought a cheap one just to start off with real quick.
If you want one of the best ones you can get, and it's around like $80 to $100. It's called the SE Electronics V7. That's the same microphone that Billie Eilish uses. It'll give you a really good mid-range boost.
Okay.
Or you can do. I got some cheap ones here. SM58, can't go wrong with that. It's basically a handheld SM7B. That'll sound good, but you'll sound good too on the RE20. There's a couple mics I can recommend to you that you'll sound good, because I can hear your voice and I'm like, okay, I know exactly what mic. I voice match. So
Right.
I did the same thing with Kevin Samuels.
That's what's up. So I'm definitely going. Matter of fact, are you active on Instagram?
Not really, but you can follow me at Dallas Lo-Fi. It's a picture of Piccolo. It's called Dallas_Lo-Fi. Basically, I'm trying to make music without a computer involved.
Where are you active at where I can like kind of DM you or message you?
Discord. Let me see if I can. But I'm barely on Discord. But Discord will probably be the best way. Let me put the link in the chat for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we definitely got to chop it up on. They definitely got to talk.
Absolutely. I got a lot. I got hella game and resources and stuff if you need it. I just be busy, but here is the best place to catch me. I got to figure out how the hell I'm gonna share this link. Lord have mercy. All of these damn websites, y'all. Like when you think about it, think about this, y'all. Even a non-content creator will stare at 2 to 3, 4 different screens a day. 2 to 3, 4, 5 different screens a day. If you drive your damn Tesla, there's a big ass screen there. If you look at your phone, there's a screen there. If you watch TV, there's a screen there. If you on your computer, there's a screen there. If you have a tablet, another screen. Like all of these damn screens.
Got that Apple Watch, another screen.
Right, another screen. Like it's like technology is everywhere. People be like, man, I don't want people to steal my what you call it, my identity or not my information. It's like you give up your identity and information willingly. All right, I think this Discord link should work. Yeah, I put it in the chat. But yeah, man. Shout outs to everybody here. Thank you guys for hitting the like button and supporting the channel. Make sure you guys do me a huge favor. Let's wish LT Man a happy birthday. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com for your fitness needs. CBD, THC, anything you need is over on hempforfitness.com. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. If you join the gym, thinking about joining the gym, if you're still in the gym from January and you're starting to see results right now, listen, it is a game changer. If you don't want to spend the afternoon or the weekend sore, go get you some gummies, man. Relax your muscles, pat yourself on the back. You did a good job. And for the end of the month, the birthday boy is doing a BOGO, buy one, get one free. And also, too, you can mix and match. So if you see something else and it's equivalent, hey, do your thing. Use code T-210, get 10% off. Mention Kuda and you get 2 free gifts. He literally giving his store away to you. he literally giving you the stash. He giving you everything you need.
Hey,
yeah, check it out.
God dang,
absolutely.
that sounds too good to be true.
No, absolutely. He look. I would not send you guys anywhere horrible. Trust me. Haven't before, never will. LT Man is a good, loyal, and just well respected guy. Like I wouldn't send you guys to a dead business. And a good business too. He cammed up, showed us everything, the lab stuff that they're working on and things like that. Like your shit is certified. People are getting poisoned out here with fentanyl and all. Man, they sprinkling fentanyl on weed and all kinds of shit. Know. So y'all could. I mean, I'm not saying y'all plug ain't bad, but I'm saying this is legal. And y'all are gonna be okay. You don't have to worry about passing out and being laced and all kinds of stuff. Like America is dangerous as fuck right now. So if you think you can dabble and do certain things, don't do that. Keep it safe. And honestly, get in the gym. I'm not telling y'all to sit at home all day and smoke a pound and just chill there. Nah, get in the gym. That's kind of what it's enhanced for your wellness, your health and wellness. And my brother's pushing wellness. So all jokes aside, like real talk, pushing wellness. A lot of these people, they nervy, they on edge and stuff like that. Y'all got to be careful going forward. Y'all want to be here for your families. You want to be here to experience and enjoy your success. So treat yourself some days. And some good shit. Y'all, there's something over there for everybody. There's something over there for everybody. Even if you got pets, you want your dog to calm down, man, both of y'all can get fried. So both of y'all can enjoy yourselves and stuff like that. You going on a date with a baddie and she like, I want to do this, I want to do that. Like, yeah, let's eat some of these gummy bears and then go out. And then both y'all fried, eating food, laughing and enjoying each other's company and stuff like that. You can't go wrong, man. Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong. But definitely, man, I gotta link up with you, man, and see what you got going on. I'm about to I need to sit down and go make some more beats, go fire up this MPC because I got into beats by doing vaporwave. I don't know why vaporwave pushed me into making music, but then I put out like this dubstep kind of house music slash electronic music album, and it was okay. It was kind of like some basic stuff, but like I'm in between genres right now. I don't know if I want to keep doing lo-fi music or if I want to switch to like just straight up like hip hop. So I'm trying to like play around. I said this year I might mess around with like 120 to 160 BPM songs, or I do something where I like cut the BPMs in half, make a beat at halftime, and then speed it up. So I'm just being a goddamn weirdo.
No, it's a whole career. It's your playground. You get to do what you want. And see, the way I like to make beats.
I need to learn theory though. You know theory, music theory.
Music. No, I actually need to go to school. I need to go back to school, man.
See, I'm the same way.
All my music talents and shit, it just came naturally. Like I just
you play it by ear, and same,
Like even the piano, like I took piano class in middle school, but that was just it was light work. Like the way I play the piano is just off of ear. I don't really know all the keys like that.
Same. I just learned enough to make beats.
Right.
At this point, Oh wow, see? He said we can also formulate for people. See? Man. Y'all make sure make sure y'all look, pick up the phone, call our bluff, take us out, take us up on the deal. Y'all do a test run order. Nothing, you guys have nothing to lose, but you guys are gonna enjoy what you get. Trust me. Go over there, check out what he got. They got tinctures and everything. So you can get your chemist on. You can do your thing. So check out what he has, and it's not just CBD and stuff like that. He has like other like minerals and supplements and stuff like that. So y'all will be surprised. There's something over there for everybody, honestly. So that's dope. Okay, yeah. That's what I was telling my audience not too long ago. It's like it's like what was told to me that you don't need to know music theory, but the greats do. Or if you do something, somebody that knows music theory, they can recreate what you just did flawlessly and probably even have it sounding better.
Right.
But but music is a lot of stuff. It's art, it's math, it's theory, it's guessing, it's mistakes, it's
It's life.
But yeah, it is. Yeah. I think I need a muse. Looking I'm looking for a muse, y'all. I need some inspiration. I need to get my creative touch back, so I need to find an object or someone to be a muse,
Yeah.
But we chopped up some good game. What I was saying earlier about the muse and how women are presented to men. That's literally what's going on. A lot of guys they use women as muses as to success. Oh, I want a girl like let me see who's hot right now. I want a Ruby Rose type. If I trade enough crypto, or if I sell enough, Bitcoin or something like that, I'm gonna get around Ruby Rose, or if I, do certain things, I can get the SF90 Ferrari and then probably go to this gala and get around Ruby Rose or somebody. We use women as muses. So I'm not gonna lie, seeing what women do to themselves when they objectify themselves versus what a man would do. Like, what is a man gonna do? Pleasure you?
Right.
Like women just objectify themselves. People are buying body parts before they buy real estate. Think about
that's
that.
profound.
People are investing in BBLs and body parts before they even invest in real estate or learn the real estate game. So, women are out here getting cut up, surgical, going behind the blade.
That's crazy too, because you just made me remember it was a girl I was dealing with, and she liked me. She and we were just messing around, fooling around, having sex or whatever. And
she
Y'all were
really
in a free use relationship.
yeah, that's whatever you want to call that. But
Yeah.
she really wanted, she liked me or whatever. So I think I was like a year into, us just messing around on and off, whatever. She started gaining weight, and she really used to try to show herself like, hey, I want to be with you, blah, 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 whatever. So I used to tell her,
Yeah.
all right, cool, we could rock out. But I directly told her, like, start going to the gym and lose some weight. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because, like,
Or you
I
start
like my
going and
women fit.
having her follow you. She follow you to the gym. That can be a start. But yeah.
Right, right. You know what I'm saying? And she would always brush it off. And one day, she had told me she was saving money to go get liposuction and put the meat that she get from her stomach and put it in her butt.
Oh,
And
hell no.
I'm like, nah, save your money. Like, why would you do that? I'll go to the gym with you. All right, we can work out together, blah, 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 whatever. Long story short, she didn't listen. She went to go get the liposuction. And I kid you not, like at least 3 or 4 months later, she went right back to the same size. And she spent $10,000 on that. So what you said was very profound. These women would rather spend $10,000 on silicone instead of investing in a property or fixing their credit, and that's it. That's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't have the mindset to get with you, because you're talking about a mindset. Also, it's like, yeah, your mindset got to change. Like, your mindset got to change before you get with me. You got to be in the gym.
Yeah.
You got to be. Like you're trying to show her something. And then honestly too, who's to say if she did go to the gym and do what you needed her to do, who's to say she gonna stay with you? Because a lot of times you could either
Right.
upgrade or enhance a woman. You know what I'm saying? And when she starts getting skinny, and the type of guys that she wanted before that never used to give her attention, or whatever, you know what I'm saying, start happening and stuff like that, who's to say she was gonna be loyal and stay with you anyway?
Hey,
You
look,
know?
I ain't even gonna lie to you. Bye. Spread your wings, sweetheart. Go ahead.
Right.
I don't care. I swear, all my life, I don't care. I
Leave
really
them better.
don't care.
You got to leave them better than how you found them. So,
Because one thing I can say is damn near at least 95% of the females that either I broke up with, they broke up with me, they left, went to go do their hot girl summer stuff, they always came back. And I'm not saying it's always gonna happen, but like I don't, if a woman wants to leave, I open the door for her.
Right. And
Go
escort
ahead.
her out. Right.
You
Right.
know what I'm saying? Like, it's no big deal to me. But to be with me and for me to take you serious on some type of level, you got to have the right mind state. You got to have the right mind state.
Yeah, I mean, because if y'all were to get serious, that's what's gonna be raising your kid. That mindset.
There you go.
That whole mind state. So if y'all, if this woman don't know about nutrition, which a lot of them don't, you gonna be the one teaching all of this shit. It's like, God damn, I gotta be Dr. Sebi now too.
Right.
Like, it's like, God damn, it's like,
I'm trying to
what
come
do you
home.
do?
I'm trying to come home to some goddamn smoothies that you just came up with. Oh, damn, baby, what ingredient you used on this one? Oh, I put some kale in there because I know, you have high blood pressure.
Well,
so
see,
you know what I'm saying?
You're from Haiti, so
no, I'm from America. My background is from Haiti.
So same thing. You still grew up in a Haitian household, so you know about like going to the market, eating stew and stuff like that. Like you know, if you were to get sick, you are not up here eating McDonald's and ordering Uber Eats. You know how to eat. You eat green banana, potato, beef and certain Haitian cuisine and stuff like
Man,
that.
when
That's
we got
healthy
sick,
for you.
my mom went in the backyard and then collected some of the things that she
That's
planted.
what I'm
And
saying.
she boiled
Yeah,
it and told us to drink it. As nasty as it tasted, that shit got it. The next day we were fine.
you were good. You know.
You might have to take a couple number 2s and number 1s, but you'll be all right.
That's the whole point. That's the whole.
Yeah.
But your family takes care of you, and half the time, why can't people heal when they eat? This is why I that's why I tell you guys to head over to hempforfitness.com, because how can people heal eating American food and stuff like that. How can people heal if you know what I'm saying? If you're eating food that has no nutritional value and actually damn near keep you in a fucked up spot.
Exactly.
You know, some of y'all got sick because y'all were eating McDonald's or fast food that really is just a junk food, you know? Like people
Yeah.
don't even care right now. They're telling you, "Hey, we don't know if this is fish or not. It's called mystery meat, whatever that's called." But
Right.
here, you know, you don't care. Honestly, before we get up out of here, what Shahrazad Ali and Farrakhan and stuff, and shout outs to OG that was just here because we talked about that. He said when I go to people's house, sometimes I check their medicine cabinet, and you would think that he's talking about the one in the bathroom, you know what I'm saying, over the sink or something like that. But no, he was like not that. No, their fridge, you know, their pantry. What are you putting in your body? And when I really start getting into holistic healing, it's a long time ago, but like even recently, where I was teaching people like, hey, I had friends, right, that had cancer, or their folks had cancer, and they were telling me about it, and I was like, I can only help you if you're not past stage 2. And I can only tell you what I know, but I can give you some books and resources and stuff like that. Even now I got some books and resources and stuff, but like the best thing to take, if you're going to take anything is black seed oil, which is cumin seed, black seed oil. And because it's in the Bible, it's in the Quran, it's in all of these books. It cures everything but death. But you could take black seed oil and manuka or Yemeni honey. You take a tablespoon of both and go on about your day and you're good. And I think if you smoke weed, you might get nightmares if you take black seed oil. So I guess, like I said, do the edibles or something like that, or whatever you do. But you'll feel the black seed oil, like because you can use it topically, meaning you can put it on your skin, or you can eat it. And the thing is that when you feel the consistency of it, you'll see what I'm saying. Basically, it cleans your whole body. You'll feel it hitting every single organ.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You'll feel it hitting every single organ, because what it does, it helps with your digestive system and stuff like that. Because there's food. I'm being dead ass with you. Like, there's food that you ate last week that's still in your body.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Exactly. And that's why they call it junk food, for it, because it's just sitting there. Your body's rejecting it. And I love the point you bring up, because like when you get into holistic healing and the foods that you're eating, you're also getting into the body, your body and what your body receives. Eating a freaking McDonald's burger, your body rejects it. So it's just sitting in your body. Only thing it does is it digests. That's it. Your body does not want that. But when you're eating with like black seed oil or a banana or a mango, there's certain parts of your body that reacts to that, and it extracts those resources.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And the body is weird too. I mean, if you check out certain things, like I didn't know the appendix was like a second stomach.
Yeah.
So we're underdeveloped, to tell you the truth. If you think about it, this avatar that we have in this lifetime, it's behind. Your body could be taking more nutrients or have a different regulator and stuff like that. So it's sad, but hey, it is what it is. Man, good to meet you, man. And make sure definitely you make sure you put your link in the chat, you know what I'm saying, so people can check out your first episode and they can come through and support you and stuff like that. I'm sorry that happened with you, on YouTube, but sometimes you build it back up and you're gonna be good. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. I'm not tripping. I promise, man. I ain't tripping. It's all good.
Yes, sir, man.
Good,
Man, definitely come through. Much love to you. And yeah, man.
For sure. Appreciate it.
There you go. Yeah, make sure you guys head over to his channel. I'll head over too also and subscribe to you and turn on the notification bell.
Now, just a disclaimer, I don't have any content on it right now, guys. I just made the channel, but it's coming soon. So head over there, hit that subscription button. If you want to, hit that notification bell, because I will be going live very soon. And DJ Kuda, I definitely want to chop it up with you, because there's some things I want to talk to you about.
Absolutely. All right. Be safe, okay, brother?
For sure, man. Peace.
All right, man. Peace. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you head over to the Truth Speaks podcast, man. Definitely check them out. And, definitely show them some love. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the like button and supporting today's show. Happy birthday, LT, man. Make
Yes,
sure,
sir.
you guys head over again. I'm going to keep stressing this because he's having a sale. Because y'all going to try to, you don't be a fool on April and show up and be like, man, Kuda, man, the sale is off, man. What happened? It's like, it's April
Right.
1st, bro.
You know how
It's
black
April
folks is, man.
Right. And then get mad at you when you call them an April Fool. It's like you
Right.
show up on the 1st of April. He said he had a whole sale. I've been saying it a million times per show. And you gonna show up on April. Maybe he might give you an April sale. I don't know. Maybe April's the only day out of the week you can be a fool. But listen, don't fool yourself. Take yourself over to hempforfitness.com. Make sure you guys definitely check out what he got. All I'll say is, even if you're not going to make an order, just see what they got. Maybe you'll see something that'll change your mind. All you got to do is click the one link that's in the description. Not even in the description. It's pinned to the top of the chat. You guys can click that link and head over to hempforfitness.com. Okay. So shout outs to everybody here. Thank you everybody for supporting Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda. We're gonna get back into these topics, man. We were going deep a little bit earlier. We kind of got off topic, but in a good way. Having productive conversation and stuff. We're gonna get back into Umar Johnson and the thing going on with his daughter. That's fucking crazy. Yeah. Bro, you listen, by the time you do your first show, you gotta hit the ground running. There's so much topics out there, bro.
Listen, I know, man. I know. And I got people sending me a whole bunch of stuff. I still got people that like, yo, hey, cover this, cover that. I want to hear you talk about this. So like my DMs and my text messages and my Facebook Messenger, I'm filled with nothing but content. So trust me, I know, brother. I already know.
Well, they have a feature too that if you're live and I'm live, like right now, let's say we're obviously we're on a podcast now, but you can go live and your audience see the same thing too, and my audience see the same thing. So it's like cross pollination, kind of.
Yeah, I see it right on the top right corner.
Yeah. So always keep that in mind. If you ever wanted to do like some collab streams, we could merge together and stuff like
For
that.
sure. I'm with it.
Yeah, because also too, YouTube plays dirty, so you gotta hit the ground running, so people are like, oh, he over here, this is where he's streaming. Let me hurry up and because sometimes you lose your audience. Honestly, out of sight, out of mind, man. It's messed up, but it's the truth. So
facts.
Yeah, shout outs to you, man. Shout outs to everybody here. See you guys on the next one. Peace.